Chapter 001 Rewards for Repairs. The Golden Finger arrives. Inferior faucet installed in the kitchen used for over a year, unable to withstand the pressure of water, frequently spraying repair reward. 100 yuan. Filthy vegetable washing basin only used for 2 years, covered in grease, feels unclean repair reward. 100 yuan. A burnt-out light bulb, overloaded current has rendered it useless repair reward. 50 yuan. A wooden table with a missing corner clogged, shower head, broken slippers. With a blink, the pop-up window vanished. Zhang Chen finally confirmed it was not an illusion. He could see the information of items. Moreover, repairs could yield rewards? What a golden opportunity. As a devoted reader of web novels, he understood the significance of such a golden finger. The key was the rewards were substantial. Though they seem modest, one must consider the workload involved. Take the inferior kitchen faucet, for instance. Water sprayed incessantly from the bottom. Clearly, the internal seal had aged. Replacing the seal would be a simple fix, taking no more than 3 minutes. And the dead light bulb? How to repair that? Simply replace it. Just purchase a new bulb, switch it out, and easily earn 50 yuan. The total amount for all the items requiring repair had already reached nearly 700 or 800 yuan. This was faster than earning money through traditional repair work. However, securing the rewards was paramount. Time to experiment. The faucet seal? No stock available. The light bulb? No replacement either. But the filthy vegetable washing basin, according to the repair instructions, it merely needed a thorough cleaning. Without hesitation, he retrieved a steel wool pad, filled the basin with water, added some dish soap, and began scrubbing vigorously. After half an hour, the basin gleamed. With a blink, he summoned the pop-up window. A notification promptly appeared. Repair completed reward successfully issued. The next moment, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he found a message from 95588. Account ending in 2237 received 100.00 yuan repair reward at 10:47 on July 8th. Balance, 1,735.01 yuan. It worked? Zhang Chen exclaimed with joy. Half an hour for 100 yuan. That was faster than earning at a job. Seeing the potential, he decisively compiled a list of all items needing repair. Faucet seal, 1 light bulb, a bottle of 502 glue, shower head and a needle. However, how to fix the table with a missing corner? After some contemplation, he resolutely noted 502 glue 10 bottles. He would shape paper into the form needed, apply glue, and paint over it. Regardless of functionality, it needed to look even. After listing all necessary items, Zhang Chen grabbed his keys and headed straight to the hardware store downstairs. 10 minutes later, he returned home with a plastic bag and began repairing. He disassembled the faucet, replaced the seal, reassembled it, and tested it perfectly resolved. He summoned the pop-up window, and the same notification appeared. Repair completed reward successfully issued. Immediately, his phone chimed again. Checking the message, his balance had risen from 1,735.01 yuan to 1,835.01 yuan. 100 yuan secured. Wow, that was fast, he thought, exhilarated. Without pausing, he quickly retrieved the LED bulb he had bought for 5 yuan, climbed on a chair, removed the old bulb, and replaced it. The moment he turned on the light, his phone chimed once more. Checking it revealed 50 yuan had been credited. Awesome, he couldn't help but shout. Without a moment's rest, he grabbed the needle and headed to the bathroom. He removed the shower head, cleaned the interior, and poked through all the water outlets. 15 minutes later, his phone chimed again. Another 100 yuan was credited. After exiting the bathroom, he took out the 502 glue and fixed the broken slippers. A few seconds later, the phone chimed again 50 yuan. Next, he turned his attention to the table with the missing corner. This task was more challenging and required more materials. However, the repair reward was double that of the faucet, reaching 300 yuan. Energized, he worked for an hour, using 3 sheets of A4 paper, 7 bottles of 502 glue, and a can of red spray paint. At last, the wooden table, serving for over a decade, was restored to its former glory. He summoned the pop-up window, which displayed, repair completed critical hit reward, reward doubled reward issued. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen's eyes widened in shock. There was a critical hit reward, doubled, which meant, just as he pondered, the notification sound arrived. Checking his phone, he saw 600 yuan had been credited. Wow, an unexpected surprise? Zhang Chen was ecstatic. From the start of repairs to now, it had been less than 3 hours. A total income of 900 yuan. Adding the previous repair reward for the faucet, he had amassed 1,000 yuan in less than half a day. Goodness, if I keep this up, I might become rich. Zhang Chen was thrilled. Yet soon, he regained his composure. Rich? Not quite. Even with 4 more such repair sessions, that would only amount to 4,000 yuan. Even if he earned 4,000 daily, that would total 120,000 a month. While that was substantial, it hardly constituted wealth. Not to mention the effort involved. Even if he wanted to repair things, he needed the materials. Currently, his home was already filled with items he had repaired. However, there were critical hit rewards. Could there be other rewards? With that thought, hope ignited within Zhang Chen. Perhaps he could achieve a 1,000-fold critical hit. Wouldn't that lead to instant wealth? No, I need to find more things to repair. Zhang Chen was determined. He searched from the kitchen to the bedroom, then to the bathroom, practically upturning the entire place. Unfortunately, having just moved in, there weren't many items available for repair. He was unable to find anything else to fix. However, he had calmed down a bit. Reflecting on his recent graduation and having rented this old apartment due to its low rent, he had unexpectedly triggered this golden finger. With just a bit of effort, he could earn such rewards, which was already quite remarkable. Moreover, this golden finger surely had more potential. There was no need to rush. With this golden finger, how could he still be a loser? Wouldn't he eventually rise to success? He patted his stomach and felt the urge to relieve himself. He promptly headed to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, don't ask why it took so long. The reason was constipation. He stood up and flushed. Splash! The toilet was clogged. Zhang Chen's eyes widened. Oh no, what a massive blockage. Did I eat something indigestible? He lamented. Just then, he blinked, and a pop-up window appeared. Toilet blocked by hard waste clogged. Clogged. Cannot breathe. Repair reward. 200 yuan Zhang Chen. Chapter 002. The neighboring lady who throws garbage. What does it mean it's clogged? What does it mean it can't breathe? Must it be so anthropomorphized? Nevertheless, a repair reward of 200? What a pleasant surprise. More importantly, a clogged toilet could also yield a reward. Everything can be repaired. Though somewhat unpleasant, it needed to be cleared. Otherwise, would it just sit there? He searched around but couldn't find a toilet auger. After some thought, he found a piece of wire. A few minutes later, Zhang Chen pressed the flush button. The blocked toilet cleared instantly. Simultaneously, a pop-up window appeared. Repair completed critical hit reward. Received toilet principles and installation encyclopedia perfect level intestine reward issued. In the next moment, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind. He instinctively contemplated. Various memories flooded back. Basic styles of Western toilets, basic styles of squat toilets, fully automatic toilets, siphon principles, toilet installation techniques, water tank repairs. At the same moment, his previously uncomfortable intestines suddenly experienced a refreshing sensation that nearly made him exclaim in delight. Once he regained his composure, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Wait, besides monetary rewards, could the system also transform his body? Goodness, is the system truly that remarkable? The notion of an encyclopedia was already extraordinary, but this perfect digestive system was even more astonishing. It could directly alter his physical constitution. His mother would no longer have to worry about his constipation. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Chen could only shout, "Brother Tongzi, you're amazing." Spicy chicken, spicy beef brisket, and spicy crayfish, all accompanied by chilled cola. Zhang Chen slurped and savored every bite, reveling in the indulgence. The most significant aspect was that his stomach felt perfectly fine. He had been experiencing gastrointestinal issues lately, and spicy food usually led to discomfort. But now, with a perfect digestive system, he was completely unbothered by the spice. He devoured his meal with gusto. After wiping the grease from his mouth, he felt quite pleased. However, it seemed there was no hope for repairs at home. He needed to expand his business. Should he start posting on Douyin? With 0 followers, building a following would take ages. What about live streaming? That would be different. Right, in this old neighborhood, there must be plenty of things to fix. I could put up a notice and start with what's nearby. Zhang Chen mused. Despite possessing a golden finger, he understood that actual repair work required genuine skills, which he currently lacked. Once he accumulated enough rewards, upgrading could wait. With this thought, he bagged the trash and headed downstairs to dispose of it. Just as he locked the door, the adjacent unit's door swung open. A stunning woman, clad in a sky blue fitted shirt and a light brown pleated skirt, with gently curled long hair and earrings, appeared. She appeared to be around 25 or 26. As she leaned slightly to the side, her leg lifted gracefully. With a slight shake of her right foot, her sandals slipped off. With a delicate motion, she slipped into a crystal sandal placed beneath the shoe rack. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Her toes, elegantly arched, were as white as jade, strikingly beautiful. The fitted sky blue shirt revealed arms as fair as alabaster. The pleated skirt cascaded down to her knees, accentuating legs that rivaled those of a model, causing Zhang Chen to steal several glances. Suddenly, the female neighbor made a sound, noticing Zhang Chen. Reacting quickly, he redirected his gaze upward, meeting her gaze. Goodness, her face was incredibly alluring. However, at that moment, a notification popped up. Neighbor throwing out garbage 2 years of widowhood. Urgently in need of repairs repair reward first time. 100,000 yuan, a mysterious grand prize. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Goodness, Brother Tongzi, this is excessive. Can everything truly be repaired? Upon seeing the reward, his eyes sparkled. 1, 10, 100,000? A staggering 100,000 for the first time? Could there be more next time? The key was the glaring, mysterious grand prize. It was utterly outrageous. At that moment, Bai Xiao furrowed her brow. What was this person doing? Was he not being rude by staring at her? She acknowledged her beauty and often attracted the attention of men while walking down the street. But couldn't he at least be a bit more discreet? His blatant gaze was quite impolite. Ahem, she couldn't help but cough lightly. Noticing the boy's slight irritation, Zhang Chen quickly realized his error. He averted his gaze, offering an awkward smile. Sorry, sister, you just look so much like my elder sister. Bai Xiao was speechless. What a clumsy attempt at flirting. However, the young man was quite handsome. He must have just graduated a quintessential young wolf dog cough cough. She quickly suppressed her errant thoughts, feeling quite frustrated. After 2 years of marriage and 2 years of widowhood, her daily routine consisted of work with no affection from a man. Her husband? That man was often away, hardly returning. Sister? Sister? Zhang Chen noticed her staring blankly at him and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Internally, he felt quite pleased. His appearance was certainly appealing to women. This Pan Lu Dan, Xiao, Xian definitely had a pan. Unfortunately, he realized that while dating in school was one thing, entering society revealed that looks mattered. Little money was paramount. Bai Xiao finally came to her senses, her face flushing crimson. Goodness, Bai Xiao, what are you doing? Staring at a younger boy? He's quite a bit younger than you. Although embarrassed on the surface, Bai Xiao managed to speak. Hey, handsome, oops. She instinctively blurted that out, leaving Zhang Chen bewildered. Could this be an older sister's playful tease? Goodness, this could be quite the opportunity. How come I've never seen you before? Did you just move in? Bai Xiao's face was burning as she feigned calmness, asking. Yes, just next door, sister. We're neighbors. Zhang Chen responded with an innocent expression, subtly adjusting his t-shirt to reveal his six-pack abs. Well, at least he had maintained his physique from his sports days. Bai Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. A young wolf dog. I want a young wolf dog. Though she thought this, she dare not show it. She still had her pride. Whatever she thought privately, she maintained a serious demeanor in public. Just moved in, huh? She nodded, noticing the trash bag he was holding, casually asking, Are you taking out the trash too? Yes, are you, sister? Zhang Chen replied sweetly. Yes. Bai Xiao felt a bit awkward. There was truly little to discuss. Turning to grab her tied-up trash bag, she bent down for a moment. Zhang Chen's gaze was fixated. It was truly round. Chapter 003. The body torn apart relentlessly? Oh, the sandals. In the elevator, the atmosphere was peculiar. The two stood at either end, maintaining as much distance as possible. Fortunately, they soon reached the ground floor. They walked toward the garbage station, discarding their refuse. Bai Xiao headed outside, while Zhang Chen moved inward. However, after taking just a couple of steps, Zhang Chen couldn't help but glance back. The silhouette of a killer. The way she walked exuded elegance and charm. Wait, a banana peel? Following the direction of the neighbor lady's foot, Zhang Chen spotted a banana peel carelessly discarded by some child. At that moment, Bai Xiao was completely oblivious. Before he could react, Bai Xiao stepped right onto it. In the next instant, She let out a yelp as her foot slipped, nearly causing her to do the splits. Thankfully, the neighbor lady's core was quite stable, allowing her to regain her balance. However, her right foot skidded forward too quickly, and half of her foot slipped out of the front of her crystal sandals. The buckle that wrapped around her instep snapped with a loud pop. Who threw that banana peel? Bai Xiao was furious. If she had reacted even a moment later, she would have ended up on the ground, and that would have been utterly embarrassing. Now, it was still embarrassing, seeing her foot protruding from the sandal. She flicked her hair aside and braced herself against her leg to stand upright. "Sister." Just as she steadied herself, someone called out. Turning her head, she was taken aback. "Ah, the little wolf dog? No, what was his name again?" It seemed he hadn't introduced himself. "Come on, support me," Zhang Chen offered eagerly. "No need, it's nothing. Just a broken sandal," she replied, shaking her head awkwardly as she attempted to stand. Yet, her foot remained firmly wedged in the sandal. She would need to sit down to take it off, but there was nowhere to sit. Zhang Chen, however, was unfazed and instead lamented. "Who lacks virtue and throws banana peels on the street?" Honestly, with so many people around, one misstep and someone could be in for bad luck. Bai Xiao angrily agreed. She then pointed her toes and attempted to scrape the ground, but it proved futile. Just as she prepared to bend down, she heard Zhang Chen say, "Sister, stand still. I'll help you." Without waiting for her response, he squatted down beside her. No, that's unnecessary." Bai Xiao's protest was cut short as Zhang Chen had already grasped the crystal sandal, giving a couple of shakes before pulling it off. The moment his hand made contact, Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed warm. She quickly glanced around, hoping no one was paying attention. Although the community was somewhat old, it was still populated. The area was vast, and everyone was hurrying to work, hardly having time to notice this incident. However, a few greasy old men were staring, their gazes unwelcome. As for Zhang Chen, he was momentarily entranced. Up close, he realized the neighbor lady's foot was truly beautiful, skin like jade, perfectly shaped. Of course, besides her foot, he also noticed the pop-up window. Women's crystal sandals with broken buckle just encountered an accident. Part of the body ruthlessly torn apart. Repair reward. 100 yuan. Wow, this is possible? Zhang Chen marveled. What? Bai Xiao's face, which had just regained color, turned crimson again. What do you mean? You little rascal. How can you be so lecherous and scheming? What do you mean this is possible? You forcibly removed my sandal. No, sister, you misunderstood. I meant, if it can break like this, then these sandals are of poor quality. Zhang Chen quickly clarified. Damn, he hoped not to be misunderstood. Although he had his thoughts, well, it was mainly due to the influence of his friends. But in that moment, he certainly wasn't referring to her foot. That would make him seem excessively perverted. Seeing him flustered, Bai Xiao couldn't help but smile. This little rascal was quite amusing. Indeed, the quality is terrible, she remarked casually, glancing at her watch with a hint of exasperation. How can I wear this? I still need to go back and change. No need. I happen to have some 502 glue. A quick fix will suffice. Zhang Chen immediately responded. Thankfully, he had stashed away the leftover glue from his previous repairs in his pocket. This was the perfect opportunity to use it. If he had to go back to change, how would he earn that 100 yuan? What if there was a bonus reward? You carry glue with you? What do you do for a living? Bai Xiao was taken aback. Me? I'm a repairman. Zhang Chen replied casually. A repairman? Bai Xiao was completely unprepared for that. It was entirely inconsistent with the image of the little wolf dog. Yes, I do home repairs, lock openings, plumbing, leak detection, faucet repairs, you name it. Zhang Chen began to promote his services, regardless of whether he could actually do them. It was better to boast first. That's hard to imagine. Bai Xiao nodded in response. Zhang Chen pulled out the 502 glue from his pocket. As he looked down absent-mindedly, he noticed Bai Xiao standing on one foot, the other foot curled, toes resting on her sandal, swaying slightly. It was clear she was averse to dirt, afraid of soiling her foot. Sister, hold on to me, and I'll help you glue it back on so you can wear it. Zhang Chen offered eagerly. Bai Xiao felt a bit awkward. Yet, she ultimately placed her hand on Zhang Chen's shoulder. With a point of support, she was finally able to stand steadily. Otherwise, she'd have to wash her foot. He opened the glue, applied it to the fractured area, and aligned the broken parts. After waiting for a dozen seconds for the glue to set, the sandal was repaired. He gave it a tug. It seemed stable enough. All done, sister. Zhang Chen declared. Bai Xiao took it, tugged on it as well, and deemed it satisfactory. As long as she could make it to the company, she would be fine. Sister, stand still. I'll help you put on. With that, Zhang Chen squatted down again. Hey, Bai Xiao was about to refuse, but this little rascal was too swift. She hadn't even voiced her objection before he slid her foot into the sandal. Wait, this isn't right. Shouldn't he just put the shoe on the ground? As soon as she was fully dressed, Bai Xiao realized what was happening. This little rascal. Was he trying to take advantage of the situation? I could do this myself. No need, she quickly said, placing her foot on the ground. Zhang Chen finally realized. At this point, he didn't need to take action himself. Damn it, this instinctive reaction could be disastrous. He stepped back to stand firm as Bai Xiao slipped on the sandal, bending down to tighten the strap. In that moment, her exquisite back and slender waist, oh my, she was truly stunning. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in awe. Thank you. By the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Bai Xiao. Standing upright, Bai Xiao took the initiative to ask. Zhang Chen, with the character for long and star. He replied. Nice name. Bai Xiao smiled and added, well, I must be on my way. I'm late for work. All right, goodbye, Sister Bai. Zhang Chen nodded, watching her until she disappeared from view. Only then did he reluctantly retract his gaze. A killer silhouette? TSK. The front view is equally lethal. Such a figure deserves nothing less than a perfect score in my eyes. Absolutely enchanting. All right, the reward. Zhang Chen snapped back to reality and quickly blinked to pull up the pop-up window. Repair completed. Reward issued. Tisk, how dull. Zhang Chen muttered. Chapter 004. The property manager, a woman of striking beauty. Strolling through the antiquated neighborhood, Zhang Chen's gaze wandered, seeking out the youthful allure of older women, the elegance of high-heeled ladies, the domestic charm of neighboring wives, and the vivacious energy of denim-clad beauties on scooters. Alas, none seemed to possess the requisite flaws for his peculiar endeavor. Thus far, only Bai Xiao, the neighbor's wife, displayed the telltale signs of needing repair. Could it be that it's not based on mere attractiveness? Zhang Chen mused. The mature women exuded sensuality, the wives possessed an undeniable allure, and the scooter-riding beauties radiated youthful exuberance. Yet, none bore the mark of requiring his services. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the second line of the pop-up notification. Could it be? Zhang Chen began to grasp the underlying principle. Was it only those with specific needs who triggered the repair prompt? The neighbor's wife, having been without a partner for 2 years, certainly fit the bill. What a pity, Zhang Chen lamented. He had hoped to encounter several individuals in need of his assistance, thereby reaping the rewards. Little did he know that there were specific conditions to be met. But what if I were to create the conditions myself? He pondered. Perhaps I should start with the lady next door and secure at least one success. Zhang Chen's heart raced with anticipation. The rewards were simply too enticing, particularly the enigmatic grand prize, which promised something even more extraordinary than mere currency. What if it were to bestow upon me a superpowered physique? I mustn't get ahead of myself. This requires careful planning. Fortunately, the day had started auspiciously. Judging by Bai Xiao's reaction, she seemed receptive to his youthful charm. After all, she had not expressed any anger at his impertinence. The information must be accurate, he concluded, but I must not be too greedy. First, I must find something to repair. Even small sums are still money, Zhang Chen reminded himself. With the afternoon stretching before him, he decided to take a leisurely stroll through the neighborhood, hoping to capitalize on the numerous dilapidated facilities. As he walked, a notification suddenly appeared above a lamppost. Defective lamppost, standing here for over 2 decades. I yearn to be restored to my former brilliance. Repair reward, 5,000 yuan. Zhang Chen was taken aback. You gotta be kidding me. A 3-meter lamppost? How am I supposed to reach that? Continuing his exploration, he glanced upward and spotted another notification. Non-functional air conditioner. My internal companion has long since departed. Please release me from this wall. Repair reward, 8,000 yuan. Staring at the faded air conditioning unit clinging to the second-floor wall, Zhang Chen sighed. 8,000 yuan. I'm envious, but how am I supposed to manage that? Aside from the danger of climbing, it's someone else's property. He soon arrived at the electric vehicle parking area. The sight of countless vehicles triggered a cascade of notifications. Electric vehicle with a dead battery. Electric vehicle with faulty brakes. Electric vehicle 3 years in service. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Zhang Chen quickly blinked to dismiss the notifications. After a thorough circuit of the neighborhood, he had identified numerous potential repairs, but none that he could easily accomplish. Aside from the lampposts and air conditioners, there were also minor issues like a missing trash can lid, which he promptly reattached, earning a meager 50 yuan reward. After 2 hours of labor, his earnings amounted to a paltry 200 yuan. The return on investment was simply too low. Returning to the lamppost, Zhang Chen gazed up at the towering structure. 5,000 yuan, he exclaimed. I must earn that. And besides, it's a perfect excuse to visit the property management office. While the external facilities of this aging neighborhood offered substantial rewards, he lacked the necessary qualifications and technical skills. I must start with smaller repairs, gradually building my expertise. With renewed resolve, he headed toward building number 1. Upon reaching the glass doors of the building, he examined the sign on the right. Jinhua Residential Complex Property Management Service Center. This is the place, he confirmed. He pushed open the door and entered a spacious lobby. A service counter stood directly in front of the entrance, with the words Hungin Property Management Company emblazoned on the wall behind it. 2 female employees staffed the counter. One appeared to be in her late 20s, a woman of refined beauty and striking features. The other, a sweet-looking intern with dimples, seemed to be in her early 20s. Hello. The mature woman greeted Zhang Chen warmly. How may I assist you? Greetings. Zhang Chen replied with a bashful smile. The lamppost near building 3 is out. I was hoping to borrow a ladder to fix it. Repair the lamppost? The 2 women exchanged puzzled glances. Are you a resident of our complex? The older woman inquired gently, her voice soft and melodious. I'm a tenant, Zhang Chen replied. I noticed the lamppost was out last night and thought I'd fix it. I wouldn't want any elderly residents to trip in the dark. Repairing the lamppost is our responsibility, the woman said with a smile. We'll arrange for someone to take care of it. Thank you for your concern. She found the young man to be quite admirable with a kind heart. The intern was equally impressed. This is the first time I've encountered such a selfless individual, she thought. And he's so handsome, even more so than the heartthrobs at our school. But I want to try fixing it myself, Zhang Chen insisted. I'm currently an apprentice, learning on-site repairs. I like to practice. He offered an apologetic explanation. I can't let you take care of it. Otherwise, I won't get the reward. Practicing? The 2 women were even more astonished. Is it even allowed? Yes, and I was hoping you could help me out. Zhang Chen continued earnestly. If any of the residents here have issues with leaky faucets, clogged toilets, or broken water heaters, please give me a call. I'd be happy to try and fix them. Free of charge, just for practice. I see, the older woman replied, nodding in agreement. Very well, come with me. Turning to the intern, she instructed Xiao, please watch the desk. If you encounter any problems you can't resolve, call me. With that, she emerged from behind the counter, leading Zhang Chen toward the exit. Zhang Chen's gaze immediately fell upon her figure. Good heavens, what a physique! He exclaimed inwardly. She wore a woman's suit jacket over a white blouse, her hair elegantly styled, exuding an air of competence. He had expected her to wear suit trousers, but instead, she sported a pencil skirt and stockings. She stood there, radiating an irresistible allure. Moreover, up close, her skin appeared exceptionally fair. As she approached, a captivating fragrance enveloped him. Let's go, she said, leading Zhang Chen out the door. Zhang Chen's gaze, which he had initially averted, now fixated on her. Her every sway was a testament to her captivating allure. Chapter 005, Critical Hit Rewards. Immunity to electric shock. In front of the community, there stood a warehouse, housing a retractable ladder. I'll support you with it shortly, she remarked as she walked. Turning around, she noticed that this fellow was trailing her. Come forward, don't just follow behind, she chided playfully. Zhang Chen nodded, feeling slightly reluctant, as he was missing out on the beautiful scenery. This matter, however, must remain undiscovered. Otherwise, it would be deemed inappropriate. Sister, let's exchange contact information, Zhang Chen suddenly suggested. Why? She inquired with a smile. To help me with business, Zhang Chen replied earnestly. It would be beneficial for our property management as well. since I am free of charge. All right, considering your diligence, let's connect on WeChat. She readily agreed. Zhang Chen promptly took out his phone and scanned hers. Sister, what should I call you? He asked once the connection was established. Yue and you? She responded. Zhang Chen. He introduced himself. Just graduated? Wow, your perception is sharp. Indeed, I just graduated. It's not just sharp perception. Many university students rent here due to the affordable rent. She chuckled. However, I've yet to encounter someone as kind-hearted as you. If any of my appliances break down, I shall seek your assistance. Ah, you live here? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Of course I work here too, Yue replied with a smile. No problem. Just reach out whenever you need help, and I promise to fix it. Zhang Chen assured her with a pat on his chest. Great. I will certainly seek your help if needed. Yue nodded, appreciating the young man's amiable nature. As they continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the warehouse, a modest structure along the street, which had seen better days. Unlocking the door revealed a space cluttered with various items, including the retractable ladder. Zhang Chen squeezed inside to retrieve it, also borrowing a set of repair tools for convenience, promising to return them later. With the ladder in hand and Yue carrying the toolbox, they made their way towards the streetlight. Upon arrival, Zhang Chen set the ladder aside and gazed upwards at the streetlight, which had been standing for 2 decades. The lampshade was severely rusted, and the oval light cover had turned a sickly yellow. This antiquated streetlight lacked solar panels and was likely connected directly to electrical wires, with incandescent bulbs that might have been out of service for years. It appeared that this streetlight had not been maintained since its installation. Sister, does this streetlight have power? Zhang Chen inquired, wary of the potential dangers. It has power, but it's turned off. Yue clarified. Ah, you seem quite knowledgeable, Zhang Chen remarked, initially contemplating whether to invest a little money in replacing the bulb, as it wouldn't cost much. However, with a reward of 5,000, he reconsidered. Perhaps merely changing the bulb would suffice. Of course I know. I'm familiar with many things in this community. Yue explained. You aren't the management, are you? Zhang Chen asked, surprised. I am the property manager of this community. Yue confirmed, nodding. Did you not see my work photo posted in the service hall? No, I didn't pay attention, Zhang Chen replied, astonished to discover that Yue was the property manager, which explained her familiarity with the streetlight. Yue, slightly bemused, had assumed Zhang Chen sought her help due to her managerial position, not realizing he was entirely clueless. All right, let us focus on the task at hand. I'll hold the ladder. You figure out how to repair it. She instructed. Sure, Zhang Chen responded eagerly. Given the age of the streetlight, it was inadvisable to lean the ladder directly against it. Fortunately, a large tree stood nearby. With the ladder propped against the tree and Yue supporting it below, Zhang Chen ascended with the tools. The light fixture opened effortlessly, revealing the incandescent bulb, which had evidently burned out long ago. Using pliers, Zhang Chen carefully removed the bulb and inspected the socket. Aside from some rust, everything appeared intact. He also checked the connecting wires, confirming they were functional but loose. After detaching the outer casing, he reconnected the neutral and live wires before descending to the ground. I'm off to buy a bulb, Zhang Chen announced, quickly turning to leave. Hey, Yue began to say that there were bulbs in the warehouse, but he had already disappeared. Moments later, he returned, breathless and drenched in sweat, clutching a 100-watt bulb. Sister, hold steady, I'm going back up, he exclaimed, scampering up the ladder like a monkey. Yue straightened up, supporting the ladder, wondering why he was in such a hurry. After installing the bulb, he carefully reattached the casing and lampshade. Once back on the ground, he eagerly asked, Sister, shall we test the light? Sure, wait here while I turn it on. Yue replied, just as enthusiastic. After a brief moment, a crackling sound erupted, and the LED bulb illuminated above them. Zhang Chen quickly checked his notifications. Repair completed. Critical hit reward activated. Obtained advanced electrician encyclopedia on all lighting production and maintenance. Electric shock immunity bonus double. Rewards distributed. Staring at the cascade of rewards, Zhang Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Oh my, for critical hit rewards? He was overjoyed, relieved that he had persevered. Otherwise, the loss would have been substantial. Almost simultaneously with the rewards being issued, Zhang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooding his mind. With a flicker of consciousness, he suddenly grasped all the advanced electrician knowledge. The differences between neutral, live, and ground wires, voltage, current, and volts, installation and maintenance of circuits, and even the construction of electrical grids. Wait, electrical grid? What on earth? Zhang Chen was bewildered. The knowledge that rushed and felt foreign, yet strikingly familiar, as if it had been ingrained through diligent study and practice. Another thought shift transported him to the realm of lighting, where he discovered he understood not only streetlights, but all types of lighting, including their principles, installation, and repair. He realized he could diagnose any lighting issue merely by observing it. With the advanced electrical encyclopedia at his disposal, he felt like an expert electrician, if not superior to them. Yet, what truly perplexed him was the electric shock immunity. Does this mean I won't get electrocuted? Can I handle live wires without turning off the power? Is it safe for me to touch electrical switches? He pondered, a touch of fear creeping in. Glancing at his own body, he noted no apparent changes. Just then, a notification chimed, signaling a bank alert. Right, the rewards have doubled. Zhang Chen snapped back to reality and quickly checked his phone, confirming a deposit of 10,000. Fantastic, this is absolutely exhilarating. Zhang Chen's heart raced with excitement. This reward was extraordinarily generous. Chapter 006. Practice? I suspect your intentions. Wow, you actually fixed the lamp. After a few minutes, Yue returned. Looking up, the old street lamp emitted a yellowish glow. Although the light wasn't very bright due to the tinted cover, it was at least functional. It was quite simple. Just a missing bulb and a loose connection. Zhang Chen said with a smile. All right, let's put the ladder and tools back in the storage room first. Yue commended him and spoke. She bent down to pick up the toolbox. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up instantly, staring intently. Yue was already wearing a form-fitting skirt, and the view while she bent over was simply explosive. He couldn't help but steal several glances. Only when she lifted the toolbox did Zhang Chen hurriedly collect the extension ladder. Yue glanced at him strangely. Was that just my imagination? This kid was peeking at me? A slight smile crept onto her lips. She knew she had a good figure and was used to being stared at by men, but being admired by a younger man made her quite proud. After all, she wasn't getting any younger. It showed that her figure was still attractive to younger men. And seeing his flustered demeanor, Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, could you move ahead a bit? Zhang Chen, carrying the ladder, noticed Yue hadn't moved and reminded her. All right. Yue nodded and walked past Zhang Chen. However, she didn't pay attention and got too close to the ladder. A ripping sound followed. Yue immediately felt a chill on her left leg. Zhang Chen, about to leave with the ladder, was tugged back. Then he heard the sound of tearing. Looking in the direction of the sound, he exclaimed inwardly, damn. Yue's stockings had snagged on the edge of the ladder. And just like that, they were gloriously torn. The stocking had a gaping hole, the edges curling up elastically. What made his blood rush even more was that, due to the force of the tear, it had been pulled down to her calf in that instant. Yue cried out and quickly bent down to grab the stocking, trying to pull it up. Zhang Chen hadn't even had a few seconds to fully appreciate the view before Yue had already pulled it back up. However, the tear was now digging into her leg, fluttering in the breeze. It was incredibly alluring. I'm sorry. Zhang Chen reacted quickly, turning his face away, looking embarrassed. Yue, flustered, squatted down, her face flushed, and had to explain, it's not your fault. I wasn't paying attention. At that moment, she was numb. How could this have happened? She was so unlucky and embarrassed. Tearing them wasn't a big deal, but having them completely pulled down right in front of him. Even though this handsome young man was several years younger than her, he was still a man. The thought was mortifying. Hurry before anyone sees. Zhang Chen reminded her. Yue quickly looked up. Sure enough, the neighborhood was sparsely populated at this hour. Since it was still working hours, there weren't many people around. But soon, when everyone got off work, there would be more people. Then, yes. She quickly stood up, wanted to take them off. But though they were torn, only one side was ripped. The other side was still attached. How could she do it here? Could you shield me for a moment? Yue requested softly. Her face red. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded. Yue then quickly stood up and hurried towards the lobby. Zhang Chen walked alongside her. However, the stocking digging in her leg was quite eye-catching. Such fair skin, like a baby's. Just then, a pop-up window appeared in his left eye. Damaged stockings, met with an accident, violently torn. Please let me leave this world intact. Repair reward, 100 yuan, a mysterious grand prize. Huh? Zhang Chen's eyes widened. Seriously? How am I supposed to repair stockings? System, are you forcing me to do something perverted? But the reward is so tempting. 100 yuan is nothing, but that mysterious grand prize? I have to get it. He never expected that he wouldn't get the mysterious grand prize from the neighbor's wife. But he would get a chance with the property manager. But how am I supposed to bring it up? Just say it directly? Wouldn't she slap me? Even though Yi Wei had been gentle and kind so far, if he really said it, getting scolded would be a good outcome. Should I secretly pick them up? That would be even more perverted. Zhang Chen was frustrated. The mysterious grand prize was within reach, but he couldn't get it. It was so tantalizing. Zhang Chen. They had already reached the lobby entrance. Yi Wei turned to tell him to wait for her at the storage room while she changed her stockings. But when she turned around, she saw the kid staring at her legs. No, he wasn't just staring at her legs. He was clearly staring at her torn. In that instant, Yi Wei's face flushed red. Her entire face felt hot. What are you looking at? Yi Wei was annoyed. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can be a pervert. Who stares at someone's? No, it's not like that. Don't misunderstand. Zhang Chen quickly came to his senses and explained, I wanted to ask if I could use the stock. Use this to practice? What? Yi Wei's expression turned angry. Use my stockings to practice? I suspect your intentions. No, you've misunderstood. I'm a tailor. Zhang Chen quickly explained when he realized she had misunderstood. But no matter how he explained it, it didn't sound right. Even a real tailor wouldn't use stockings to practice. Did he have no shame? As expected, Yi Wei became even angrier. So what if you're tailor? What? You want to sew them back up? That's what I meant. Zhang Chen's eyes darted around, trying to find a good excuse. But he couldn't think of anything. I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to. She pointed at Zhang Chen, furious. Don't be angry. I studied fashion design in school, and seeing this, I instinctively wanted to practice. I have a competition coming up, and needlework is my weak point, so I've been wanting to practice. And I really didn't mean to stare. It's just that you're too beautiful. Your skin is so fair, and you have such great taste. I especially like seeing you wear stockings. Zhang Chen blurted out a jumbled mess in his haste. Yi Wei was dumbfounded. What? He likes seeing me wear stockings? This kid has guts. He dares to flirt with me on our first meeting? But seeing his incoherent state, Yi Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Yi Wei smile, Zhang Chen was confused. What's going on? Really? She asked out of the blue. Yes. Zhang Chen nodded solemnly. But inwardly, he felt a sinking feeling. Could it be? Did it work? Is it truly this effortless? Chapter 007. Critical Reward. The Art of Tongue Dance. You can't have it. Yi Wei, upon seeing his eager expression, felt a surge of anger and turned to stride into the hall. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Really? You don't want to ask me for it? But that's rather typical. What woman would offer that? He cursed himself for the blunder. If he had known, he would have discreetly retrieved it. Now it was ruined. It had to be discarded, right? There was no way he could keep it. For the sake of the mysterious prize, why not indulge in a little shamelessness? After all, it was a tangible benefit. Meanwhile, Yi Wei entered the hall, her heart racing. She couldn't fathom why she had asked that. Could it be that she genuinely intended to give it? What would that make her? This boy had some audacity. If he were ugly, she would have slapped him without hesitation. Hey, what's wrong with you? Intern Zhong Lin, hearing the commotion, looked up to see Yi Wei enter, her stockings torn with a significant hole. She gasped. Don't mention it. I snagged them on a ladder. Yi Wei explained helplessly. Oh, I thought. Zhong Lin started. Thought what? Yi Wei paused, intrigued. I thought you had an encounter with a creep. Zhong Lin admitted awkwardly. Yi Wei rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? There's no need to jump to such conclusions. She suddenly recalled Zhang Chen. Though he had nothing to do with it, he came to mind. How embarrassing. Sis? Noticing her daze, Zhong Lin entertained a curious thought. Could it be true? Wait, that's not right. You went to help that handsome guy, didn't you? And now you're in this state? He must have seen it. In that instant, her eyes sparkled with gossip. Oh, it's nothing. Yi Wei snapped back to reality and walked behind the service desk, quickly stashing the remnants in her pocket. Zhong Lin was taken aback. Shouldn't you just throw it away? Fine. I need that guy to return the ladder. Just keep an eye on him for a bit, Yue instructed before leaving again. Zhong Lin peered outside and spotted the handsome guy, Zhang Chen, waiting by the door with the ladder. As Yue exited, she pondered. They couldn't possibly be getting involved, could they? No way. Surely not. But I heard that women in their late 20s adore younger guys. And Zhang Chen is the epitome of a young pup. Opening the warehouse door, Zhang Chen placed the ladder inside and returned the toolbox to its original position. Just as he was about to step out, Yue unexpectedly entered. Sis? Zhang Chen was startled. Here. Yue blushed, extending her hand and speaking softly. Huh? Zhang Chen was bewildered. Honestly, I was planning to search the trash bin for it. Is this really happening? Yue urged, her face crimson as she felt dazed. Right. No one will see us in here. Zhang Chen nodded, accepting the item. Don't grip it so tightly. Listen, once it's mended, bring it back to me. No lewd behavior. Yue warned. What lewd behavior? Zhang Chen feigned innocence. Don't play dumb. You know what I mean. Yue retorted, her thoughts racing. I truly want to see if you will actually repair it. Rest assured, sis. I'm not that kind of person, Zhang Chen assured her, though his gaze inadvertently wandered to Yue's legs. The stockings hugged her limbs alluringly, but without them, her skin appeared as smooth and pale as cream. Her legs were exquisitely shaped, straight and long, exuding a refined charm that was both less overtly sexy and more intellectually appealing. Are you still staring? Yue's face flushed. Sorry, sis. It's just that you look, incredibly beautiful, even more so than a model. I truly didn't mean to. Zhang Chen scratched his head, feeling awkward. All right, let's hurry out. Message me later, and don't go back to the hall. She reminded him again. Got it. Zhang Chen nodded. Don't let anyone see you. It will be hard to explain. Yue said seriously. Don't worry, sis. I promise to keep it under wraps. Zhang Chen affirmed. The two emerged from the warehouse, Yue locking the door behind her as she hurriedly departed. Observing her flustered demeanor, Zhang Chen chuckled, puzzled by Yue's mindset. How could she agree to this? Was it because she found him handsome? Yue, upon rounding the corner, halted once Zhang Chen's figure disappeared from view. Her heart raced as she questioned her own motives. Was she truly so superficial, enchanted by good looks, oblivious to any creepiness? After much contemplation, she remained baffled by her feelings and decided to splash some water on her face, dismissing the incident. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she finally returned to the service hall. As for Zhang Chen, upon noticing her re-entry, he swiftly made his way home. Wait, I need to buy some thread. He abruptly turned and headed to the tailor shop outside the community. Shortly after, he spent a few dollars on thread and returned to his rented room. Placing the stockings on the table, Zhang Chen quickly opened a pop-up window. Damaged black stockings, met with an unfortunate accident. Please allow me to recover completely. Repair reward. 100 yuan, a mysterious prize. He exhaled in relief. The grand prize was still within reach. To recover completely meant he only needed to sew it up, right? Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Sewing? That's just a ruse. Yue would never believe that. Although he was unsure of her intentions, one thing was certain. The item was now in his possession. Next, he needed to stitch it back together. However, it was truly beyond repair. Zhang Chen found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Moreover, these were Yue's stockings. They had just been on her legs, and she was a stunning beauty. Gathering his focus, he laid the torn piece flat and threaded the needle, beginning to stitch. After 10 arduous minutes, Zhang Chen glanced at his amateurish handiwork, reminiscent of a dog's paw prints. It was a sight not worth viewing. The material had elasticity and was particularly challenging to manipulate. Though he managed to sew it, it was undoubtedly ruined. But where was his reward? Pondering the pop-up message, Zhang Chen suddenly tossed the stitched black stockings into the trash bin. The next moment, the pop-up appeared. Repair completed. Received a mysterious prize. Reward has been issued, ding. The mysterious grand prize has been unveiled, granting the ability of tongue dance. Rewards have been distributed. Zhang Chen. What on earth? Oh, the ability to dance with one's tongue as shown in the video. No way. Brother Tongzi, something is amiss with you. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Chen felt a surge of warmth coursing through his tongue. He attempted to extend it. In the next moment, his tongue quivered like a serpent's forked tongue. Zhang Chen. Chapter 008, Repair Rewards. Masterful Culinary Skills. Tongues dancing. Tongues licking chins. Tongues threading needles. Ugh. Zhang Chen spat out the needle and thread, gazing at the perfectly threaded needle with a look of wonder. This was not merely dancing. It was a display of acrobatics. In the past, he could barely manage to lick his chin, let alone thread a needle. But now, his tongue was remarkably agile. Truly impressive. Tongzi. How could such a transformation occur? This was utterly ridiculous. To possess such a skill after fishing it out of trash can? Zhang Chen pulled out his phone and found Yui's contact. He quickly typed, "Sister, it's done." After a brief moment, a reply came through. "Wait for me at the entrance." "All right, I'll let you know when I arrive." After sending the message, Zhang Chen hurried down the stairs. Upon reaching the designated spot, he pulled out his phone again to send a message to Yui. Before long, Yui pushed open the glass door and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Noticing the absence of people, she sighed in relief and hurried over to Zhang Chen. She began to utter a word when Yui shot him a glare, signaling him to hush. "Not here. Follow me." With that, she dragged him to a corner. Upon reaching the turn, she extended her hand, saying, "Give it to me." "Sister, give?" Zhang Chen replied earnestly while swiftly reaching into his pocket to hand it to her. Yui took it without a glance and casually slipped it into her pocket. Her heart raced uncontrollably. "Let's hurry. No one must speak of this." "Yvan, rest assured, sister. I swear on my life I won't say a word." Zhang Chen vowed, raising his hand to the heavens. Just then, a head cautiously peeked around the corner. Zhonglin, inquisitive as ever, witnessed the scene. Her eyes widened in disbelief. No way. How did that end up in his hands? Could it be? In that instant, Zhonglin's mind erupted with countless melodramatic scenarios. She never imagined that Yui, who usually presented herself with utmost seriousness, would engage in such activities. Was it love at first sight? That didn't seem quite right. This progression was rather swift. As she pondered this, she saw Yui turning back, prompting her to retreat hastily. Tiptoeing back to the service hall, feeling as if her worldview had been shattered. When Yui entered, she caught Zhonglin's peculiar gaze. "What is wrong?" Yui asked, puzzled. "Do I have something on my face?" "No." Zhonglin shook her head. "Then why are you staring?" Yui inquired. It's nothing, sister. I was just wondering." She cautiously ventured. "Oh, a neighbor of mine asked me something." Yui replied calmly. "Oh." Zhonglin dared not inquire further. "I'm going to the restroom." Upon seeing Zhonglin's reluctance to ask anything more, Yui made her way towards the restroom. Once inside, and having locked the door, she conducted a thorough check. Everything seemed fine. However, the stitching was indeed quite rough. I knew that kid had ulterior motives. Yui felt her cheeks flush. She truly wondered why she had agreed to such a ludicrous arrangement in the first place. It was bound to be discarded, right? Just as she was about to dispose of it, she hesitated. "Forget it. I'll take it home first," she mumbled, placing it back into her pocket. As for her feelings, she had no idea. It was all rather perplexing. Boiled pork slices, braised pork, white-cut chicken, a large serving of rice, a bottle of chilled beer. As the dishes were served, Zhang Chen indulged heartily. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he emerged from the restaurant, patting his belly with satisfaction. He let out a hearty belch, feeling quite jubilant. Before renting a place, he had been troubled about making ends meet, preparing to submit resumes and seek employment. Who would have thought that a fortunate twist of fate would come his way? What is wrong with being a repairman? I am a joyful repairman. I take pride in it. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 7. Zhang Chen decisively grabbed the takeout box and headed home. Don't ask why I'm packing. It's called being frugal. Upon reaching his doorstep, he glanced at the neighboring apartment and listened intently. No sounds were audible. The neighbor lady likely hadn't returned yet. Stroking his chin, Zhang Chen pondered how to make his move. That was a sum of 100,000, plus a mysterious grand gift pack. The rewards were undeniably generous, but they were also quite tantalizing. Clearing his mind of errant thoughts, Zhang Chen stepped inside. Placing the food aside, he proceeded to make his bed, tidying up quickly before lying down to rest. He was indeed a bit fatigued. Although he hadn't done much work, it was more of a mental exhaustion. Wasn't it? Closing his eyes, his mind remained active. After a day filled with experimentation, Zhang Chen had begun to grasp the underlying patterns. The emergence of these mysterious rewards appeared entirely unpredictable. However, it seemed that the more substantial the reward, the more it was connected to beautiful women. Whether it was the neighbor lady Bai Xiao or the charming property manager Yi Wei, who could have anticipated that Yi Wei would unveil a mysterious grand prize? This approach of Tongzi was rather peculiar, Zhang Chen mused. Naturally, aside from these observations, the magnitude of the rewards should correlate with the value of the repaired items. For instance, the streetlight had bestowed upon him quite a generous reward. By comparison, repairing pipes seemed less cost-effective. Wait, why am I being so choosy? Didn't I promise not to be picky? Zhang Chen lamented, chiding himself for becoming spoiled. Had he really grown disdainful of small sums? He needed to adjust his mindset quickly to avoid becoming overly arrogant. After dozing off for a while, he was abruptly awakened by a pressing need to relieve himself. Rising to check the time, he discovered it was already past 10. He trudged to the bathroom when he suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor outside. The neighbor lady had returned? Zhang Chen immediately perked up his ears. After a moment, he heard the distinct sound of the door unlocking, followed by the footsteps fading away. Returning this late? What sort of job keeps one so busy? Zhang Chen muttered to himself. All right, time to flush. He grumbled as he entered the bathroom. After relieving himself, just as he approached the bedroom door, he heard a knock. Zhang Chen, are you in there? Bai Xiao's voice called from outside. I'm here, sister. Zhang Chen quickly responded, opening the door. To his surprise, Bai Xiao had not changed her clothes. Still dressed in the sky blue, fitted short-sleeve top and light brown pleated skirt she had worn earlier. However, her crystal sandals had been replaced with French-style rhinestone high-heeled sandals. Clearly, the previous glue had failed to hold up for the day. Noticing Zhang Chen's gaze fixated on her feet, Bai Xiao felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Why is this little wolf dog so fixated on feet? Is there something wrong with the rest of me? She thought to herself, though she dared not voice her curiosity. Moreover, she had a matter to discuss. Zhang Chen, can you fix the gas stove? She asked directly. Of course. Zhang Chen nodded, then added, puzzled. But it's already past 10. Why would you need the gas stove fixed now? As soon as he spoke, a notification popped up on his left eye. The message read as follows. The hungry neighbor. 8 hours without a drop of water or a grain of rice. Longing for a meal. Repair reward. 1,000 yuan. Master level culinary skills. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly considered a repair? Is mending the stomach also deemed a repair? The crux of the matter is, this repair reward is exceedingly generous. A direct sum of 1,000 yuan? Even more astonishing is the subsequent mention of a direct reward, master-level culinary skills. Incredible. This is indeed a special talent. Although he can prepare meals, his repertoire is limited to steaming rice and making simple dishes such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He often struggles with seasoning, which results in unpalatable flavors. If he were to acquire master-level culinary skills, even without engaging in repairs, he could undoubtedly excel as a chef. After all, he has experienced the prowess of Brother Tongzi firsthand. However, wait, did I not pack some food? Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Zhang Chen? Bai Xiao was taken aback by the sudden gleam in his eyes. What has caused this sudden surge of excitement? Chapter 009. The heart-throbbing neighbor. This is an exceptional talent. She cautiously took a step back, prepared to act according to the situation. Suddenly, she heard Zhang Chen exclaim excitedly, Sister, wait for me. With that, he turned and went back inside. Bai Xiao. What's going on? I had just gotten ready. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Chen emerged carrying a plastic bag. Sister, no need for instant noodles. I brought this back, and I haven't eaten yet. He smiled. In truth, it was all leftover food. How would she know that? After all, the repair task was paramount. What if she refused to eat because it was leftover, right? Bai Xiao was taken aback. How coincidental. She took the bag and looked inside. Braised beef, boiled meat slices, and white-cut chicken. All substantial dishes. Upon seeing this, her stomach, which had been growling all day, began to protest audibly. Zhang Chen couldn't help but glance at her stomach. Bai Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment. I've eaten. What about you? Bai Xiao hesitated. There was enough for both of us, but I forgot the rice. He scratched his head, his mind a bit muddled. In reality, he was quite full, but being young, he thought it wouldn't hurt to eat a bit more. After all, the goal was to cater to her. Ahem. All right, I'll go steam the rice and heat up the dishes. That should suffice. Bai Xiao no longer declined. She was already hungry, and seeing these 3 hearty dishes made her mouth water uncontrollably. What else could she think of? Great. Zhang Chen nodded. He locked the door and said, "Follow me." Bai Xiao took the bag and said to him, "All right." Zhang Chen decisively grabbed the key, closed the door, and followed the neighbor into the brothers' home. The layout was a standard 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 2-bathroom arrangement. The decor was somewhat dated but impeccably maintained, far superior to the shabby place he rented. However, he noticed no signs of another man's presence, not even a pair of men's slippers. Just as he was pondering this, Bai Xiao, having just changed into slippers, suddenly exclaimed, her face flushing bright red. She set down the plastic bag and rushed to the sofa, hastily tidying her clothes. After a quick glance around, she spotted the balcony and hurried over to stow everything away. Only then did she emerge, blushing, to awkwardly explain, "I'm sorry. Living alone can get a bit messy. No worries, sister. Just focus on the rice. I'm starving." Zhang Chen redirected the conversation. "All right, I'll steam the rice." Bai Xiao nodded and hurried into the kitchen. As Zhang Chen watched her enter, donning an apron and turning her back to him, he stared for a good 3 seconds. Suddenly, Bai Xiao turned around again, and their eyes met. "Oh no!" Zhang Chen jumped back in surprise. There was nothing wrong with sneaking a glance, but getting caught would be troublesome. What if she got upset and refused to eat his food? The reward for his masterful culinary skills was truly a rare find. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly recalled that there was an issue with the gas stove. She intended to ask Zhang Chen to take a look. To her surprise, when she turned around, she found this little wolf dog staring at her. Her heart fluttered slightly. Pretending not to notice, she said to Zhang Chen, "Could you help me check the gas stove? It's not heating the food." "Sure." Zhang Chen sighed with relief, answering as he walked into the kitchen. His gaze settled on the gas stove. A prompt appeared. "Gas stove, not igniting. Where has my electricity gone? Without it, I cannot ignite myself. Repair reward, 100 yuan." Zhang Chen. The circuit is malfunctioning. He quickly identified the problem. This integrated stove relies on mains electricity as its ignition source, which is fundamentally different from a standard battery-operated gas stove. If it were a dead battery, he wouldn't have much of a solution. But since it involved the electrical circuit, that made things much simpler. Let us not forget, he had just acquired the Advanced Electrical Engineering Encyclopedia. At that moment, a multitude of reasons for the circuit failure flashed through his mind, and within 3 seconds, he had narrowed it down to a near certainty. No power, but I plugged it in tightly. Bai Xiao wondered aloud. It might be an issue with the power strip. Zhang Chen replied, checking the plug and the power strip. Sure enough, it was the power strip that was faulty. However, fixing it right now was inconvenient, so he suggested Bai Xiao use a different power strip for the time being. Once connected, it worked perfectly. "Just use this for now. After dinner, I'll help you fix it," Zhang Chen said. Although there was a 100 yuan repair reward, the potential reward here was 1,000. He certainly needed to complete this task involving Bai Xiao first. "All right, just stay out of the kitchen. I'll have it ready soon," Bai Xiao instructed. "Okay, I'll wait for my meal," Zhang Chen chuckled. After more than 10 minutes, the dishes were heated and the rice was steamed. She also managed to whip up some egg drop soup, all of which she brought to the table. The small dining table was suddenly filled. She set 2 bowls and chopsticks, personally serving rice for both of them. Only then did Bai Xiao sit down to eat. As the food filled her stomach, Bai Xiao wore a content expression. The feeling of being full was delightful. As for Zhang Chen, he too pretended to eat, for indeed, the feast before him was a sight to behold. Before long, Bai Xiao had finished 1 bowl of rice and stood up to get another. Just as she lifted her head, she noticed a grain of rice stuck to Zhang Chen's nose. Unable to hold back, she chuckled. "What is wrong?" Zhang Chen was baffled by her laughter. "You have rice on your nose," Bai Xiao pointed out. "You look like a child." Just as she was about to get up to help him wipe it off, Zhang Chen extended his tongue and licked the rice off his nose in one swift motion. Bai Xiao was astonished. "Zhang Chen, how is your tongue so long that you can reach the rice on your nose?" She had never seen anyone with such a long tongue in her life. "Huh?" Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned before realizing that he had instinctively licked his nose after hearing her mention the rice. It dawned on him that this was the tongue dance technique, a reward from the mysterious gift package he had just received. It was as if it had been an instinct. He anticipated that it would leave Bai Xiao speechless. I once saw on Douyin that some people are born with long tongues and can lick their own chins. I can't believe I'm seeing it in person today. Bai Xiao's curiosity was piqued, as if she had discovered a new continent. But suddenly, as if recalling something, her face turned crimson. Sister, why is your face red? Zhang Chen asked, startled. Oh, it's nothing. Bai Xiao quickly shook her head and remarked meaningfully, I didn't realize you had this talent. Have you practiced? No, it's a natural gift. Zhang Chen replied. Not many people possess this ability. Bai Xiao nodded, hastily changing the subject. Let us eat, let us eat. With that, she picked up her chopsticks to dig into her bowl. However, in her excitement, she forgot that her rice was finished. As she rummaged through her bowl, she found it empty. Because she was flustered and her hands trembled, she accidentally knocked the bowl over. She quickly reached out to catch it, but in doing so, her chopsticks flew from her hand, creating a clattering sound. 2 chopsticks danced on the dining table, making a couple of clattering sounds before falling beneath it from Zhang Chen's side. For a moment, she was taken aback. Sister, allow me to assist you. Zhang Chen, ever the warm-hearted individual, promptly bent down to retrieve the chopsticks. Chapter 010 Xiao Bai, don't overthink it. You have a husband. She sighed. No need. Even if I pick it up, it can't be used anymore. Bai Xiao scolded herself for her clumsiness. How about you drop chopsticks? She was unsure why she had been so nervous just moments ago, making it seem like it was a rare occurrence. Yet it felt oddly precious. After several seconds of waiting, Zhang Chen straightened up, holding the 2 chopsticks with a clear expression. It seems that way. Like a new pair. Why is this taking so long? Bai Xiao felt her cheeks flush, her bright eyes fixed on him as she lightly bit her lip. The chopsticks fell a bit far. I can't reach them. Zhang Chen responded seriously. I can't believe you. Bai Xiao inwardly scoffed. It was obvious he was pretending not to know. But why did she feel a sense of relief? She would never admit to it. It was as if she hadn't seen it at all, right? Meanwhile, Zhang Chen remained remarkably calm, feeling quite pleased with this unexpected development. However, he knew better than to speak of it. If he remained silent, it would be as if he hadn't seen anything at all. If he acknowledged it, then she would act as though he had seen something he hadn't. Quite complex indeed. I'll go get the chopsticks. Bai Xiao remained silent for a couple of seconds before standing up and turning toward the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Chen felt that this meal was worth every moment. Soon, Bai Xiao returned with a new pair of chopsticks, her sitting posture exuding grace. Zhang Chen chuckled, Sister, eat up. He then focused on his meal. Bai Xiao softly hummed in response. Her gaze lowered as she ate quietly. Neither mentioned the earlier incident, yet the atmosphere felt slightly off. After finishing her meal in a hurry, Zhang Chen stood and asked, Sister, where's your toolbox? I'll help you get it. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao quickly stood up and retrieved the toolbox from the spare bedroom, handing it to him. All right, I'll go fix the power strip. You should eat a bit more. With that, he headed to the kitchen. He opened the cabinet door, crawled in, and located the power strip. After prying it open and conducting a brief inspection, he confirmed that the wiring was indeed loose. He then emerged from the cabinet. Bai Xiao, however, had lost her appetite. She had already eaten enough, and now she was preoccupied. Seeing him come out, she quickly stood and asked, Can you fix it? I can, but I need to turn off the circuit breaker first. Zhang Chen replied. Sister, could you use your phone's flashlight to help me see inside? Of course. Bai Xiao nodded, guiding him to the entrance to switch off the breaker. Instantly, the surroundings plunged into darkness. Bai Xiao turned on her phone's flashlight, ensuring it stayed lit, and followed Zhang Chen into the kitchen. Sister, you stay outside and shine the light. I'll use my phone inside, Zhang Chen instructed, switching on his own phone's flashlight as he crouched down, preparing to crawl in. Okay. Bai Xiao eagerly nodded, bending slightly to watch him as he entered the cramped space. Zhang Chen glanced sideways, internally admiring Bai Xiao's figure from this low perspective. He smiled to himself, knowing when to stop while he was ahead. With determination, he held his phone and squeezed into the cabinet. The wiring was straightforward, but the process was rather uncomfortable due to the limited space. 5 minutes later, having completed the repairs, Zhang Chen reattached the panel and plugged in the integrated stove before crawling out. Is it done? Bai Xiao inquired. Yes, close it up. Zhang Chen clapped his hands and began putting the tools away. Bai Xiao switched the circuit breaker back on, and Zhang Chen tested it. It was indeed fixed. Thank you so much. Bai Xiao's face radiated gratitude. Without his help, she wouldn't have had a decent meal, let alone instant noodles. Sister, why be so polite with me? Zhang Chen chuckled. Bai Xiao felt her cheeks warm again, hastily discarding any errant thoughts. Sister, you should tidy this up. I'll head back now. It's getting late, and you have work tomorrow. Zhang Chen announced his intention to leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, but rather that he felt it was inappropriate. Although the neighbor urgently needed repairs, she was still a respectable woman. Even if he had thoughts, it was too soon to act on them. If he made a move, he risked ending up in trouble, which was not worth it. It was better to keep her interest piqued and wait for her to take the initiative. Indeed, it's quite late. You should get some rest. I'm really sorry for keeping you here so late. Bai Xiao quickly agreed. While she found him rather charming, she dared not entertain such notions. That would make her a bad woman, wouldn't it? I'll take my leave then, Zhang Chen said, turning towards the door. Just as he grasped the doorknob, Bai Xiao suddenly called out to him, Zhang Chen. What is it, sister? He turned back, puzzled. Let us add each other on WeChat, Bai Xiao suggested. At WeChat? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Yes, our company has been experiencing frequent outages. You can help fix it. Bai Xiao quickly fabricated an excuse. Sure, I could use some business. Zhang Chen nodded, intrigued by this unexpected opportunity. All right, you scam me. She pulled out her phone and swiftly located the QR code. Zhang Chen promptly scanned it, easily adding her. I'll head back now, sister. Goodbye. Zhang Chen waved and stepped outside. Bai Xiao accompanied him to the door, watching him enter before she turned to close it behind her. The surroundings fell silent, yet Bai Xiao's heart raced with restlessness. She approached the spot where Zhang Chen had sat, lingering in thought for quite some time before finally sitting up, her face flushed. Shaking her head, she murmured to herself, Bai Xiao, what are you thinking? Don't overthink it. You have a husband. Chapter 011. I wish to dine, stroll, and lodge with you. Repair completed. Master Chef skills acquired. Rewards distributed. Repair completed. Rewards distributed. A pop-up window appeared. Upon reviewing it, Zhang Chen felt as if his hands were endowed with divine assistance. Merely stirring the air with a spoon, dozens of culinary techniques and recipes emerged in his mind. Master-level culinary skills were indeed astonishing. Zhang Chen marveled once more at the prowess of Tongzi Ge. The dishes that appeared in that fleeting moment encompassed various cooking methods from multiple cuisines, including Shandong, Sichuan, Cantonese, Suzhou, Fujian, Zhejiang, and Hunan. The mere thought of fish conjured a plethora of edible fish names in his mind. In the past, he would have been grateful to name a black fish, let alone the myriad of diverse ingredients. Tongzi Ge had essentially infused him with countless recipe books. No, it wasn't just one, but dozens. More accurately, it was the pinnacle culinary arts of hundreds of masters. This included muscle memory and decades of cooking experience. It was simply preposterous. Compared to this, the 1,100 seemed insignificant. Tomorrow, he must showcase his skills. Rubbing his hands together, he felt an undeniable itch to cook. However, looking around the empty room, he realized he had no pots or pans. How could he prepare a meal? He had never intended to cook when renting this place, as his job left little time for such endeavors. Moreover, with his newfound culinary prowess, was he to open a restaurant? That was certainly out of the question. Yet, considering the repair information that had surfaced regarding Bai Xiao tonight, this master-level culinary skill might prove immensely useful in maintenance tasks in the future. Should a task arise that involved nourishing her, he would be well prepared. Well, time to sleep. It was nearly midnight. Glancing at the clock, Zhang Chen yawned, indeed feeling quite fatigued after a long day. The next day, Bai Xiao left early, her dark circles evident even beneath makeup. She unconsciously glanced at the door of the neighboring little wolf dog. With a sigh and a shake of her head, she dared not dwell on it further, hurriedly closing the door and heading to work. When Zhang Chen awakened, it was already 10 o'clock. He ordered breakfast, or rather lunch. After setting it on the table and taking a bite, he noted the salt's excessive, a tad too much oil. Is there really this much MSG? No bunde im tirsti. It came out of the pot 30 seconds too soon. Ugh, prepackaged meals are so overpriced, he muttered to himself, momentarily taken aback. Huh, how has my palate become so discerning? No, it wasn't merely his taste buds. It was the influence of master-level culinary skills. Is this really magical? Zhang Chen was astonished. In the past, he would have simply labeled takeout as delicious. Now, while it was certainly palatable, thanks to the marvels of modern technology, he found his mind instinctively identifying the flaws in the dish. It was simply superior to a national banquet chef's creations. Tong Zigu was truly remarkable. He couldn't help but express his admiration once more. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zhang Chen descended to meander about. The yellowed air conditioning unit's maintenance information remained unchanged. New repair notices occasionally popped up on the community benches, yet Zhang Chen found them unworthy of his attention. Either they were unrepairable or the compensation was too meager. What he truly anticipated was that his phone would ring, as he had left it at the property management office. Logically, someone should be reaching out for his repair services, yet he strolled until 1 o'clock without receiving a single call. What was going on? Furrowing his brow, Zhang Chen decided to check the service hall. Of course, it was not because he found Yi Wei attractive. No, absolutely not. He couldn't be accused of such. Upon entering Building 1, he immediately noticed Yi Wei was absent, leaving only Zhonglin present. Hello. Upon hearing his voice, Zhonglin instinctively smiled and greeted him. Once she recognized him, her grin widened. Oh, it's you? Yes. Where's Sister Yi Wei? Zhang Chen inquired with a smile. Sister Yi Wei is the property manager. She's quite busy. She should be attending a meeting at the headquarters now. Zhonglin replied. Is there anything I can assist you with? I see. Zhang Chen nodded, feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, Zhonglin was also quite pleasant, youthful, vibrant, and undeniably attractive. He mused that she would make an excellent girlfriend. Yet, he still voiced his primary concern. I wanted to ask why no one has contacted me for repairs. Huh? Zhonglin was taken aback, not expecting such a question. Isn't that so? Repair requests aren't a daily occurrence. Plus, you just left your information here. It can't be that quick. Brother, you're quite eager. Although our community is large, it's not like there are repairs needed every day. Zhonglin chuckled lightly, albeit with a hint of curiosity. You wouldn't be interested in Sister Yi Wei, would you? TSK. A handsome guy like you, drawn to the mature type? Am I not captivating enough? Zhang Chen was unconvinced. Zhonglin blinked and smiled. One reason is that not many come to seek us out for repairs, and another is that they don't recognize you. What do you mean? Zhang Chen furrowed his brow. You're a repair apprentice. While the service is free, people seek solutions to their problems and are wary of wasting time. Zhonglin explained. It's not that no one inquired. Yesterday, residents from Building 4 and 8 came asking. Sister Yi Wei even introduced you. But once they heard you were an apprentice, they hesitated. They all work, and issues like leaks or broken water heaters need immediate resolution. If the free service doesn't yield results, they'd rather pay a nominal fee to get it fixed swiftly. Zhang Chen had not anticipated this reasoning. However, it was indeed true. Such repairs typically cost little. A free service that fails to deliver would be a waste of time, prompting individuals to pay a few dozen to have it resolved efficiently. Then, Zhonglin, just tell them I'm a top-notch repairman with 5 years of experience. Zhang Chen immediately chimed in. 5 years? You're barely 22 or 23. 5 years ago, you were only 17. Zhonglin was astonished. This guy could really spin a tale. A top-notch repairman? He was quite the storyteller. Don't doubt it. I started working at 15. Zhang Chen fibbed confidently. Zhonglin rolled her eyes. Brother, you're quite the fabricator. So, did you just graduate from university? Or are you a dropout? Zhang Chen. Reflecting on it, he had claimed to have graduated from university yesterday. Ahem. He cleared his throat, feeling a bit sheepish. I mainly want to drum up some business. How about this? You help me, and I'll treat you to a meal. What do you say? Really? Upon hearing about the meal, Zhonglin's eyes lit up. Of course, not only a meal, but we could also catch a movie, drink some milk tea, stroll, or even stay at a hotel. All is possible. Zhang Chen spoke earnestly. How generous. Zhonglin's face brightened, clearly impressed by this charming young man. Dining, watching movies, savoring milk tea, shopping, lodging at a hotel. Wait, her face suddenly flushed. Upon reflection, isn't this series of moves strikingly similar to the intimate exchanges between lovers? Ah, this fellow is indeed teasing himself. Chapter 012. The Misguided Thoughts of Zhong Lin. All right, I agree to the dinner. She shot him a shy yet furious glare. With a stern expression, Zhong Lin huffed, I won't pay you any mind, you rogue. Just a jest. Zhang Chen chuckled. I genuinely invite you to dinner. Will you join? Absolutely not. Zhong Lin maintained her serious demeanor, her thoughts betraying her. If it weren't for seeing you with Sister Yue, I might have actually gone. After all, Zhang Chen is indeed charming and handsome, quite to my liking. But thinking back to yesterday, who would believe there is nothing between you two? Moreover, you just teased me. Are you really not going? I'm prepared to splurge here. This opportunity is rare. Zhang Chen replied, a teasing smile on his face. Splurge? How much can you splurge? Zhong Lin blinked, her heart wavering slightly. As an intern, her salary was meager. She had to pay rent, eat, and manage her expenses. The thought of a lavish dinner was daunting. Even a dish worth 69 yuan required careful consideration. This was indeed a rare opportunity. But then again, no. He and Sister Yue were entangled in some sort of ambiguity, and she couldn't risk it. Noticing her eyes glimmering with the sparkle of a foodie, Zhang Chen smirked. Let's see how much help you can provide me, Junior Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin's enthusiasm dimmed instantly. I thought you were being genuinely kind. But it turns out it's merely a transaction. She feigned indignation, fully aware that no one invites someone to dinner without a motive. Isn't a small amount of money still money? Even a simple meal should hold some value. But what is his true intention? Surely, he doesn't expect me to help him drum up business, right? That's simply implausible. Besides, I'm just an intern. Where could I possibly generate business? He must realize my limitations. Could it be related to Sister Yue? If he seeks to gather information about her from me, that might actually be plausible, she pondered, her gaze toward Zhang Chen shifting into something odd. Given the circumstances, would he still require her assistance? What is with that look? Zhang Chen was taken aback, not anticipating that Zhong Lin's mind was filled with such bizarre thoughts. Did she think he was pursuing her? Huh, what look? This is merely a look of opportunity. Zhong Lin quickly adopted a serious expression. I'm simply asking for your help in promoting something. My intentions are not that convoluted. Who has convoluted thoughts? Zhong Lin retorted, finding the situation amusing. If she could assist Sister Yue, she would be more than willing. After all, Sister Yue had been quite supportive of her during her time at work. Helping her secure this little pup was merely a matter of course. With that thought, she didn't wait for Zhang Chen's response and nodded. All right, but I expect a grand feast. Absolutely. Zhang Chen nodded enthusiastically. Let us meet tonight. Sounds good. Zhong Lin agreed, her mind already racing. It was still early, and she just had lunch. Primarily, she was at work and would only have time after a shift. After finalizing their plans, Zhang Chen turned to leave, only for the glass door to swing open. Yue entered, carrying a paper bag. Upon hearing the noise, both Zhang Chen and Zhong Lin turned to look. Yue raised her gaze, and, upon spotting Zhang Chen, abruptly halted, her cheeks inexplicably flushing. She felt a surge of discomfort, her mind drifting back to yesterday's awkward moments. What was I thinking? I actually took it home and cleaned it? She mused, bewildered. But that thing is hardly wearable. Sister, Zhang Chen called out, completely unfazed. Sister Yue, Zhong Lin echoed, yet her attention was drawn back to Zhang Chen, who was looking at Yue with a notably bold gaze. The pieces clicked into place for Zhong Lin. This lad had feelings for Sister Yue. As for Zhang Chen, he was indeed captivated. Today, Yue had donned a different outfit. Although she still sported a tailored suit and white shirt, the style varied. More importantly, she wore tailored trousers that concealed her long, elegant legs. Yet these trousers clung to her form, accentuating her shape in a way that was unexpectedly alluring. Zhang Chen noted that Yue's makeup today was particularly enchanting. What was Yue feeling? She was blushing. As one of the parties involved, she vividly recalled the events of yesterday. Thus, when Zhang Chen's gaze traveled down her form, she felt utterly uncomfortable, frozen for several seconds. Realizing she couldn't allow this, she composed herself and feigned indifference, asking, "What brings you here?" "For the repairs. I'll need your assistance, sister." Zhang Chen sweet-talked. I know, but there aren't too many repairmen available in the community. 2 came yesterday, and I told them about you, but they thought you, being an apprentice, wouldn't he be capable, Yue explained. I've heard from Zhonglin. It's all right, take your time. Zhang Chen consoled her in return. Yi similet, contemplating. It doesn't have to be from our community. I can ask friends and relatives. Of course, as long as they're repairmen, I'm fine with it. Zhang Chen nodded. He was pleasantly surprised that Yi Wei was willing to help him so much. Just mentioning it to the property management was already quite helpful. But she was also willing to reach out to her network. Wait, why limit ourselves to the community? Yi Wei mused. Don't I have friends, too? With so many classmates from university, I could easily ask around for assistance. Yes, I'll send out a group message and post on my social media. Surely I'll find something. He had a plan for me. All right, you head back for now. If I find any business, I'll reach out to you. We have WeChat for that. Yi Wei smiled. Sure, thank you, sister. Zhang Chen nodded, feeling buoyant. He turned to leave the hall, only to have Zhonglin rush out behind him. Wait a moment, she called softly. Zhonglin, what's up? Zhang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled by her pursuit. What about that dinner? Is it still on? Zhonglin glared at him. Of course it's still on. Zhang Chen confirmed with a nod. But you didn't add me on WeChat or leave your number. How will I know when you finish work? Zhonglin inquired. Zhang Chen hesitated, then slapped his forehead. How could I forget to ask for the lovely lady's contact information? What a blunder. If I were trying to woo someone, I'd surely be ridiculed. Zhonglin was momentarily speechless. Is he really this shameless? If it weren't for the prospect of a grand meal, the enticing dishes, and helping Sister Yi Wei, would I even bother with him? Quickly add me. I'm still on the clock. Zhonglin urged. Zhang Chen promptly pulled out his phone, and soon they had each added the other on WeChat, exchanging phone numbers in the process. I'll head back now. I finish work around 6. I'll message you then, Zhonglin said before hastily returning. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Chen stroked his chin. What a stunning hourglass figure. From the front, she seems unassuming, but from behind, her silhouette is remarkable. Chapter 013. The female physical education instructor, Ruan Jiao. Business arrives. Unbeknownst to Zhonglin, she was being observed with a lustful gaze. As she hastily returned to the property management lobby, Yi Wei couldn't help but inquire about her hurried departure. Were you chasing after Zhang Chen? I wasn't pursuing him, Zhonglin clarified. You're overthinking it, Sister Yi Wei. Wasn't? What am I thinking? Yi Wei responded with a peculiar expression. I meant chasing in the literal sense. Oh. Zhonglin realized her misunderstanding and felt a touch of awkwardness. She had assumed the conversation was about romantic involvement. It was just to say one more thing. She chuckled. Then, she tentatively inquired, Sister, what do you think of him? Yi Wei glanced at her, a knowing smile playing on her lips. He's handsome, knows how to handle things, and has a sweet tongue, but he's also lecherous. Zhonglin gave a thumbs up in admiration. You're amazing, sister. That's a very astute summary. Astute? It's written all over his face. Yi Wei chuckled, then pondered for a moment. Linlin, this young man, doesn't seem to have any major issues at the moment. He's quite handsome and presentable, but he's very flirtatious. If you're interested, you should observe him carefully. Don't let him get his hands on you too quickly. You need to consider your own well-being. Sister, what are you saying? Zhonglin's face flushed crimson. But, wait a minute. You even gave him your stockings. Judging from this, you're not planning on dating him? The situation is a bit strange. Could it be? Her mind wandered to a romance novel she had read, where a woman in her 30s became involved with a younger man, but outwardly introduced her younger sister to him as a girlfriend. Eventually, the male lead ended up having relationships with both sisters. Could this be similar to that situation? I'm talking about serious matters here. Dating is fine, but don't move in together. Men tend to lose appreciation once they get what they want, understand? Yi Wei said sternly. Understood, understood. I know what I'm doing. Zhonglin nodded, following her lead. She curiously studied Yi Wei's expression, but couldn't discern anything. She tentatively asked, Sister, do you also think he's quite handsome? Do you have any thoughts about him? Me? Yi Wei was taken aback. Seeing the mischievous glint in her eyes, she retorted, What nonsense are you spouting, girl? I'm at least 4 or 5 years older than him. A woman 3 years older brings golden bricks, and 5 years older brings 2. Zhonglin muttered. Linlin, what are you thinking about all day? Don't joke about your sister. Yi Wei rolled her eyes. Get back to work and stop thinking about irrelevant things. Okay. Zhong Lin nodded, obediently returning behind the service desk. However, Yue was now slightly flustered. She swore she had never considered anything romantic with a younger man. But after Zhong Lin's words today, she felt a strange sensation. This peculiar feeling could be traced back to those stockings. I'm going to throw that thing in the trash when I get home, she muttered to herself. Back at his apartment, Zhang Chen didn't rush downstairs for a stroll. Instead, he took out his phone and opened WeChat. He scanned through his contacts. Dorm 307 group chat. Class 1 the 2021 Chinese Language and Literature Program. Bai Xiao, Yadvi, Zhong Lin, and so on. The number of contacts was not small. His roommates, classmates, girls he had flirted with at school, and group chats from various clubs. He estimated that he could attract a considerable number of clients. After some deliberation, he set up the group messaging assistant. Then he selected all his contacts, excluding Yue, Bai Xiao, Zhong Lin, and others. He directly composed a message. I, Zhang Chen, am currently providing handyman services. My skills are exceptional, and I am proficient in electrical work, plumbing, water heater repair, furniture repair, computer hacking, cooking, car battery repair, house leak repair, massage techniques, etc. I am seeking a large client base. If you require my services, please contact me via WeChat or phone. My phone number is 187XXXXXXXX. After ensuring there were no issues, he sent a message. He also sent it to several group chats. Shortly after, a barrage of messages flooded in. Dude, were you hacked? What did you do to my good brother? Spam. Zhang Chen. How did you end up as a handyman? Zhang Chen. Are you facing any difficulties? A deluge of messages, like stirring up a fish pond. It was quite lively. Of course, most people remained silent. After all, the message looked like a hacked account, so they didn't bother responding. Zhang Chen had anticipated this, but these were all potential customers. He needed to maintain these connections. What's wrong with being a handyman? I'm happy. He replied to each message individually. I wasn't hacked. I'm really working as a handyman. My skills are quite good, and I provide door-to-door service with free service fees. Hey, I'm a handyman, not a gigolo. Can't you wish your brother well? Why are you causing trouble from so far away? I'll pay for your round-trip ticket to come and unclog my toilet. He was speechless. These were all his mischievous friends. He chatted while browsing, but there were no business inquiries. The effect wasn't great. Zhang Chen stroked his chin. He wasn't disappointed. If he received such a message, he would probably block the sender. Oh well, I'll post on my moments too. I have to keep posting every day. With that in mind, he began composing a post for his moments. After posting, he immediately received over a dozen likes, and his mischievous roommates left comments below. May your business flourish, may your business flourish, may your business flourish, Zhang Chen. He felt a bit dejected. He had been chatting for several hours. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was only 5 o'clock. Was Zhong Lin calling already? Zhang Chen paused, thinking that she must be craving something. But when he picked up, he saw that it was Ruan Jiao. Huh, why is she calling me? Ruan Jiao was a physical education instructor and had briefly served as their homeroom teacher. However, the image that immediately came to mind when he thought of her was her plain, unfashionable sportswear. Yet, what impressed him most was her figure. As a physical education instructor, her physique was absolutely stunning, with visible abdominal muscles. The only regret was that she dressed too conservatively at school. Her usual attire was quite drab, so she wasn't very popular. But Zhang Chen saw differently. Her loose, unfashionable sportswear couldn't conceal her figure. Moreover, Ruan Jiao wasn't very old, only 25. He had heard that she was especially recruited as a teacher due to her excellent athletic performance. It seemed she also had connections. In any case, there weren't many teachers as young as 25 in the entire university. However, he was a bit puzzled. They had already graduated. Why was she calling him? Back in school, he didn't have any special relationship with her. Could it be a business opportunity? With that thought, he quickly answered the call. Ms. Ruan. Zhang Chen greeted. Zhang Chen, are you working as a handyman? Ruan Jiao's voice came through, soft and gentle. Just hearing her voice, one would never imagine she was a physical education instructor. Yes, Zhang Chen nodded. Are you really working as a handyman? I thought you were in trouble. Ruan Jiao sounded surprised. Ms. Ruan, do you need any handyman services? I'm just starting out, and I don't have many clients. Zhang Chen seized the opportunity and decisively pursued business. Is there little business? He mused. I would say it is rather bleak, Ruan Jiao remarked. Indeed, it is not thriving. Zhang Chen nodded, silently contemplating that he barely earned over 10,000 in a day. Zhang Chen, your grades are quite commendable. Why are you working as a repairman? Ruan Jiao urged. Why not seek a better job? Teacher Ruan, finding business these days is exceedingly challenging, and, as an outsider, my aim to remain here necessitates first securing a job, however modest, to establish a solid foundation, Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Yet what foundation? He needed to amass wealth. With a golden opportunity at hand, why pursue any job? However, he could not express such thoughts aloud. How is it that I never noticed this aspect of your character before? Ruan Jiao teased. Oh, I have always been quite honest. What did you think of my character before, Teacher Ruan? Zhang Chen inquired, puzzled. And there it is, your silver tongue. Ruan Jiao chuckled. Teacher Ruan, am I truly so glib? Zhang Chen responded, somewhat exasperated. Well, since you offer repair services, it happens that my kitchen appliances are inexplicably live, and the circuit breaker frequently trips. I have consulted several technicians without success. Perhaps you could assist me and, in turn, support your business? Ruan Jiao suggested. Is that for real? Zhang Chen felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It seems effective, and furthermore, electrical issues? That is certainly a challenge. His electrical skills could finally come into play. Of course it's genuine. Would I deceive you? Ruan Jiao replied. All right, but let's schedule it for tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to this evening, Zhang Chen said, feeling a tad bashful. That's fine. Waiting another day doesn't matter, Ruan Jiao assured him. Thank you, Teacher Ruan. No need for thanks. I'm asking for your help. Well, Teacher Ruan, you are exceedingly generous. I will assist you at no charge. That one tea do. You should charge a fair price. Life is not easy for a recent graduate. Teacher, you are not trying to subsidize me, are you? What nonsense. My home truly has an electrical leak. All right then, I shall call you tomorrow. Good. After hanging up, Zhang Chen felt quite pleased. This could be considered a promising start. Chapter 014. Zhonglin, do not overthink. Consider Sister Yue. After hanging up the phone, Ruan Jiao felt somewhat perplexed. Although their school may not be considered prestigious, it is still a 211 university. Under normal circumstances, one would not resort to becoming a repairman. It seems Zhang Chen has indeed encountered some difficulties. She held a vivid impression of him, primarily because of his striking good looks. Despite being a teacher, she is still a woman, and it is entirely natural to notice the appearance of young men. The stark contrast in his profession was rather surprising. Additionally, her own household was facing electrical issues, with many appliances in the kitchen live with electricity. She had experienced several electric shocks and had hired multiple technicians without any success. She couldn't simply ignore the problem. As for Zhang Chen, she presumed he might lack the necessary skills. Yet, as a teacher, it would be quite normal to offer assistance when someone is in need. She had a favorable impression of Zhang Chen. Being a local, her ability to help him was limited. Considering his pride, inviting him over for repairs and offering to pay a little extra seemed quite reasonable. With this thought in mind, she rose to fetch her yoga mat from the bedroom, laying it out on the balcony in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. She drew the curtains and changed into her yoga attire, preparing to engage in some stretching exercises followed by a fitness dance routine for warm-up. As a physical education teacher, maintaining physical fitness is fundamental, and she also enjoyed dancing for exercise. It not only promotes health, but greatly benefits her physique. Thus far, she was quite satisfied with her figure and motivated herself to strive for a further 2-pound weight loss. Encouraged by her own resolve, she then opened her tablet, and music began to play. She commenced her yoga stretching routine. If Zhang Chen were to witness her, he would undoubtedly be astounded by her physique. It must be said that a female physical education teacher in yoga pants, with her figure and poise, is simply breathtaking. Ruan Jiao was indeed pleased with her form. Nonetheless, there was no need to don such attire while teaching at school. She preferred to dress modestly in sportswear, which sometimes led her to appear somewhat outdated in the eyes of her students. However, she was indifferent to their opinions. Her priority was to perform her duties well. At 6:30, Zhonglin finally called Zhang Chen. By the time Zhang Chen arrived, Zhonglin had already taken out her electric scooter and was waiting at the intersection. Riding over, Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Of course, given the distance from my place, riding was the only option. Zhonglin assessed Zhang Chen. He had changed into a different outfit and neatly arranged his hair, appearing quite presentable, which suggested he had put in some effort. Without further ado, Zhang Chen approached and hopped onto the back seat. Steadying himself, they set off. Zhonglin reminded him to hold on tightly and turn the handlebars, guiding Zhang Chen out of the community. Her small scooter, adorned with a rear box, was predominantly pink and appeared brand new, suggesting it was recently purchased. As Zhang Chen settled in, he caught a whiff of the fragrant shampoo in Zhonglin's hair, which was intoxicatingly pleasant. As they moved, her hair danced in the wind, brushing against his face in a teasing manner. His gaze drifted down her back. Dressed in a fitted women's blazer, her silhouette was captivating. It was when he glanced lower that his eyes widened in astonishment. As previously mentioned, Zhonglin possessed an enviable hourglass figure. Riding the scooter, the visual impact was nothing short of explosive. Such a delightful surprise left Zhang Chen reluctant to close his eyes. At that moment, as Zhonglin maneuvered the scooter out of the community, they encountered two oncoming electric bikes. She swiftly turned right to avoid a collision, but inadvertently hit the speed bump at the community entrance. Caught off guard, Zhang Chen was jolted forward as the scooter's rear was a tad higher, causing him to lurch. In a reflexive motion, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhonglin's slender waist. The sudden contact caused her body to stiffen, and she instinctively pulled the brake, bringing the scooter to an abrupt halt, resulting in a second collision. Zhang Chen held on tighter. You're still holding on, she said, her cheeks flushing like blossoms, turning to him with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Zhang Chen's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and he quickly withdrew. It's not my fault. Your riding skills are lacking. You let us ride onto the speed bump. He remained unfazed, turning the blame onto her. After all, he was not the one driving. Zhonglin was taken aback. The collision had completely caught her off guard. Initially, she felt merely a hint of embarrassment. But now this guy was shifting the blame onto her. Could you not hold on? She retorted, a bit annoyed. Yet, she had no counter-argument, as it was indeed her lack of attention that had led them onto the speed bump. However, hearing him argue back only fueled her irritation. After all, it was she who had been taken advantage of. Cough, my mistake. Don't be angry. I'll treat you to a lavish meal later, Zhang Chen quickly offered, attempting to diffuse the situation. After all, it was a minor incident. Didn't people bump into each other all the time? If she were not a sweet and innocent young lady, and he not a dashing man, would this even evoke such a reaction? Perhaps if it were a fierce-looking woman, she wouldn't care at all. Now hold on tight. Zhonglin pouted, signaling him. All right. Zhang Chen nodded, adjusting his grip around her waist. Zhonglin. Cough. My bad, I forgot. Realizing her anger, he immediately withdrew his hand, instead holding onto the back of the scooter. Zhonglin said nothing, merely shooting him a glare as they continued forward. However, she was now cautious about sudden stops, fearing he might seize the opportunity to hold her again. Yet, as they rode along, Zhonglin felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Why did her pulse quicken over what was merely an accident? Zhonglin, calm down. Even if he is handsome, he is not yours. Remember how good Sister Yue has been to you? Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to regain composure. Then, with a hint of bitterness, she thought, Sister Yue was right. He is handsome, but so flirtatious. She subtly shifted forward, wary of him trying to inch closer. Observing her subtle movements, Zhang Chen found her amusing. Not long after, they arrived at Xuefu Street. Zhonglin parked the scooter along the curb and secured it. Zhang Chen, a bit puzzled, inquired, Why are we here? I thought we were going for a grand feast. Zhonglin rolled her eyes. Come on, you just graduated. How could you afford anything extravagant? This place is cheap, delicious, and offers a variety of choices. Just follow me. Wow, you are so considerate of me, Zhang Chen exclaimed in surprise, having prepared for a financial splurge. Is this it? Zhonglin is quite thoughtful. Chapter 15. Am I unworthy of being your forest in this appearance? One need not seek extravagant dining experiences. I often frequented this establishment before. Zhong Lin shot him a glance, claiming she was merely trying to save him some money and that she had a good heart. Zhang Chen chuckled, his admiration for Zhong Lin soaring. Though her tongue was a tad sharp, her kindness shone through. All right, I shall heed your advice. He acquiesced, not pressing further. Affordable. Hearty dishes were still delectable, were they not? Following Zhong Lin through the bustling snack street, they turned a couple of corners and arrived at a modest eatery tucked away in an alley. The entrance may have appeared small, yet the establishment was nearly brimming with patrons. Zhong Lin remarked, "Don't be fooled by the size. The variety and taste of the dishes are remarkable, and the prices are quite reasonable. Business is thriving, yet it's so crowded. Where shall we sit?" Zhang Chen furrowed his brow. "Outside will suffice. Just have the owner set up a table," Zhong Lin declared, stepping inside to call for the proprietor. In no time, a table was arranged, and the owner presented the menu. Zhong Lin glanced over it and ordered 3 dishes: braised pork, stir-fried eggplant, and stir-fried garlic shoots with meat. Would you say these cannot be considered hearty dishes? With both meat and vegetables, how can they not be substantial? Zhang Chen surveyed the menu, calculating that the total would barely exceed 100 yuan. How can this possibly suffice? He muttered, promptly adding 2 more dishes. 1 serving of oil-braised shrimp and 1 braised pork hock. Wait, we won't even finish these 3. Zhong Lin interjected hastily. You claimed it was a feast. How can it be deemed a feast without pork hock? Zhang Chen retorted, disregarding her protest. Zhong Lin was left speechless. You don't want to save money? Very well. Then I shall indulge. Will it be rice or steamed buns? The owner asked with a smile, sensing the youthful couple's dynamic. He was not stingy, and she was not wasteful. This reminded her of her own youthful days when her husband was courting her. Ah, youth. Once gone, it never returns. 2 servings of rice. And let us have 2 bottles of Bai, Zhang Chen declared. Casting a glance at Zhong Lin, and seeing no objection, he affirmed, let us proceed with this. All right, just a moment. The owner's wife replied with a smile before retreating to relay the order. Zhong Lin couldn't help but voice with both of us. We truly can't finish this. You've ordered 5 dishes. If we can't finish, we can take it home. Surely that's not wasteful? Zhang Chen replied with a grin. You think I'm a pig? Midnight snacks can make one gain weight. Zhong Lin retorted, exasperated. Are you truly so concerned about weight? Zhang Chen scrutinized her, noting her well-proportioned figure. What's the point in being as thin as a bamboo pole? What concern is it of yours whether I appear as a bamboo pole or not? Zhong Lin shot back, flustered. My weight is not for your approval. As she reflected on their previous encounter, her face flushed slightly. Women often believe that being thin is ideal, but in the eyes of men, a bit of flesh is truly desirable. Zhang Chen argued, leaving Zhong Lin speechless. What about Sister Yue? She is slender too. She countered. Slender? Where? She is a C-cup. Zhang Chen replied. What is a C-cup? Before she could finish her sentence, her face turned crimson once again. Sister Yue was right. You have quite the way with words and are rather lecherous. She shot him an incredulous look, effectively ending the topic. Did she truly say that? Zhang Chen was not at all surprised. I'm ignoring you. You only speak of such things. Zhong Lin huffed, genuinely dismissing him. At that moment, the owner's wife returned, placing 2 bottles of Bai with straws on their table. Zhong Lin eagerly took a sip, feeling the heat dissipate after a while. However, after a period of silence from Zhang Chen, she felt compelled to break the quiet. Initially there to assist Sister Yue, she wondered if she should inquire. Yet she couldn't ask outright. Instead, she cautiously probed, You seem quite fond of Sister Yue. Your preferences are rather peculiar. I like you too. Zhang Chen responded earnestly. I have a broad appreciation. Zhong Lin was left speechless. This man was unpredictable. Was he truly flirting with her? I'm serious. Last time I saw her, Zhong Lin nearly revealed too much. What? Zhang Chen inquired, confused. Nothing. She quickly shook her head. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to be more direct. Do you like Sister Yue? Of course, her figure is outstanding. Zhang Chen replied. Not in that sense. I mean as in a girlfriend. Zhong Lin frowned. This man was clearly being deliberate. That cannot be. I'm still young and cannot sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. He stated resolutely. Zhong Lin's frown deepened. Something felt amiss. What was the meaning of that pair of stockings last time? She inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Surely I'm not part of this forest. How could that be? Inviting you to dinner was merely a request for assistance. I aim to build a career. Zhang Chen answered without hesitation. Career? Can what you're doing truly be considered a career? Zhong Lin scoffed. Oh, is my appearance unworthy of being your forest? Zhang Chen retorted playfully. Do not underestimate Repairman. I intend to pursue this as a lifelong profession. Who knows? I may one day achieve great wealth. Zhong Lin couldn't suppress her laughter, finding his ambition amusing. Repair work earns a modest living. While one can indeed earn a fair income with skill, it hardly equates to striking it rich. Honestly, do you have no desire for advancement? Sister Yue would never marry a repairman. She is, after all, a property manager. And at her age, she must have some connections. Zhang Chen was oblivious to her internal musings. Had he heard them, he would have thought her quite misguided. Marriage? Not for me. I have my own ambitions. Why should I hasten to bury myself in a grave? Seeing her smile, Zhang Chen discerned her thoughts. Prejudices are a heavy burden. Can a repairman not prosper? Have you ever been a repairman? Well, I cannot entirely deny that. Without a stroke of luck, a repairman truly may not find wealth. All right, I concede. Repairmen have potential. I support your aspirations. Zhonglin decided to drop that topic. Instead, she was keen to unravel the nature of his relationship with Yue. It was simply too bewildering. When Yue had given Zhang Chen the stockings, it shattered her perception. Surely Sister Yue could not have a penchant for younger men. Their conversation meandered, and Zhang Chen finally grasped that this girl was likely probing into his relationship with Yue. Indeed, women are ever so curious. He mused internally. At that moment, the braised pork arrived, the owner's wife presenting the dish at their table. After the braised pork was served, the rice followed shortly thereafter. Within no time, the remaining dishes were placed before them. However, they had been waiting for nearly 40 minutes, and as the food graced their table, Zhonglin could no longer contain herself. Having waited so long, she felt ravenous. She immediately buried herself in her meal. However, with Zhang Chen beside her, her eating posture instinctively became considerably more ladylike. Chapter 016. Hurry, climb onto my shoulders to find the way. Zhonglin felt utterly embarrassed, overwhelmed. She was truly stuffed. Tilting her head back, she let out a hearty burp, satisfied with the meal. However, the 5 dishes on the table remained largely untouched. Boss, I'll settle the bill, and please pack 3 boxes. Zhang Chen stood up to pay and grabbed the takeout boxes. Zhonglin helped put the leftovers into the containers, and with the plastic bags in hand, they finally left. By this time, it was already 8 o'clock, and the snack street was bustling with people. Every stall was crowded with patrons. The sight of grilled squid, chicken leg pancakes, steamed dishes, skewers, and sausages made her eyes widen. Alas, her stomach was too full to indulge further. Observing her longing expression, Zhang Chen chuckled. What do you want to eat? I can queue for you. No, I'm full. Zhonglin shook her head, regretting not saving some room. Zhang Chen, having witnessed her fullness, did not press the matter. All right then, but we must leave quickly. It will become even more crowded soon. Zhonglin nodded in agreement, realizing the chaos as couples and families surged into the market. In mere moments, the crowd became nearly unmanageable. Hurry, let's get out, she urged, and as they moved forward, she found herself nearly toppled by the throngs of people. Zhang Chen. She turned around, only to find him missing amidst the crowd. Just as panic set in, she felt a hand grip hers, startling her. Hold on tight. If you lose me, it's not my fault, he called out. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks as he pulled her along, and while she wanted to withdraw her hand, she feared being swept away. Thus, she allowed him to guide her through the masses. Suddenly, someone jostled her, and she stumbled forward. Watch out. At the critical moment, Zhang Chen caught her arm, pulling her close, and she found herself in his embrace. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, she stammered, flustered as she attempted to escape his grasp, only to be further pressed against him by another woman who had fallen behind her. Their bodies were almost glued together, and Zhonglin's forehead bumped against Zhang Chen's lips, causing both to gasp in surprise. No way this turns into a stampede, he thought, instinctively tightening his hold on her, hoping to navigate them out of the crowd. As they squeezed through, the throng continued to push them forward, their bodies melding together in an intimate embrace. Zhong Lin could feel the heat radiating from him. In a moment of sheer panic, she felt a hand brush against her backside. She gasped and turned, only to see a woman behind her, frantically clutching at those around her to avoid falling. Who was that? She pondered. Just then, Zhang Chen grunted and, with a surge of strength, lifted her off the ground. One arm around her waist, and the other supporting her, he hoisted her high above the crowd, pulling her through the chaos. Once they reached the stall's edge, both of them were breathless. What on earth just happened? Zhang Chen wondered, bewildered. Zhong Lin, still shaken, glanced at a nearby vendor and asked, "Why are there suddenly so many people?" The woman replied, "It's a holiday, but this crowd is unusually large." Zhong Lin's heart raced as she surveyed the crowd. "We can't stay here. We must find a way out." Zhang Chen insisted. "I know, but where do we go? It's packed everywhere," she replied, her anxiety mounting. "We need to find a higher vantage point." Zhang Chen scanned the area, but the density of the crowd made it impossible to see an escape route. Zhong Lin felt a wave of dread wash over her as images of stampedes flooded her mind. "Zhong Lin, I have an idea," Zhang Chen exclaimed suddenly. "What is it?" she asked eagerly. "Climb onto my shoulders. You can see further and help us find a way out." "Ah, climb onto your shoulders?" Her face flushed crimson, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. If they were in a relationship, it would be different, but they had only recently met. Enough hesitation. "We need to get out first," Zhang Chen urged. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she reluctantly nodded. Zhang Chen crouched down, and after a moment of hesitation, she placed one leg over his shoulder. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he stood up, causing her to grasp his head in fright. "Hey, don't cover my eyes," he exclaimed, momentarily surprised. "Oh, sorry." She quickly released her grip, now clinging tightly to his hair for stability. The sensation sent her heart racing. "Focus, don't let your mind wander," he remarked, leaving her baffled at how he knew her thoughts. With a reminder to stay vigilant, she scanned the surroundings, and indeed, she spotted a possible escape route. "Follow the wall to the right. There's a platform ahead we can use to get down," she shouted. "Great," he replied, and as he crouched down again, she slid off his shoulders, her face still burning with embarrassment. "Follow me." Before she could think, Zhang Chen took her hand, leading her through the throngs, overcoming obstacles and weaving through the waiting crowd until they finally reached their destination. Looking up, she saw a platform about 1.5 meters high. "I can't climb up," she exclaimed, on the verge of tears. "I'll help you," Zhang Chen urged, pushing her forward. Zhong Lin grasped the edge, straining to pull herself up, but her strength was insufficient. In that moment, a strong hand lifted her, pushing her halfway onto the platform. She felt a rush of adrenaline. However, aware of the gravity of the moment, she hurriedly employed her hands and feet, ultimately climbing up with Zhang Chen's assistance. "Quick, grab my hand," she urged as she turned around, kneeling on the platform and extending her hand toward Zhang Chen. "No need," he replied, seizing the edge with both hands and effortlessly performing a pull-up to hoist himself up. Zhong Lin's eyes sparkled with surprise. "I didn't know you were so skilled," she exclaimed. "Indeed, my physical education teacher has taught me well," Zhang Chen responded. Chapter 17. Just when I thought I had lost something, he turned around to flirt with Lin Lin. Standing on the platform, Zhang Chen observed his surroundings from a vantage point. He realized that the platform extended all the way to the street corner. At that moment, the snack street was teeming with people, a throng so dense that it was impassable. Why are there so many people? Lin Lin also felt a sense of trepidation. If it hadn't been for Zhang Chen's presence, she feared she might have been trampled. The thought of a stampede was terrifying. Her life could be at stake. Not knowing the situation, Zhang Chen felt relieved that they were fortunate enough to escape. Although parts of the platform were narrow and obstructed by concrete pillars, they could still navigate through. Without further ado, he took Lin Lin's hand and guided her away from the platform. At this moment, Lin Lin was too preoccupied to worry about holding hands. Reaching a safe place was paramount. Moreover, she genuinely felt grateful to him. Had it not been for Zhang Chen, She couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. Yet, the thought that she had been perched on his shoulders made her cheeks flush slightly. Go ahead, I'll pull you along. It's a bit high here. I'll give you a push, he encouraged. All right, we're almost there. As they made their way, Zhang Chen took great care of her. When they reached the end, he instructed her to crouch down. He then nimbly flipped over and jumped down from the platform. Turning back, he opened his arms and called out, "Jump down. I'll catch you." I'm a bit scared," Linlin replied, her face pale. But she knew she had to jump. After hesitating, she grasped the edge, extending one foot to find a foothold on the wall. Unfortunately, there was nowhere to step. After a prolonged struggle, she still hadn't managed to descend. "Jump quickly. There will be even more people soon," Zhang Chen urged. Okay. Linlin bit her lip and took the plunge. Releasing her grip, she fell backward with a yelp. In the next moment, she found herself in his embrace. Her face turned crimson. His hold was too tight, and her back pressed against him. "Hurry, let's go," she exclaimed, not even having a moment to savor the situation before Zhang Chen set her down and pulled her through the crowd. Before long, they squeezed through and glanced back towards the street. They noticed a steady influx of young people pushing their way in, while those inside were trying to exit, resulting in a bottleneck. That was a close call. Zhang Chen exhaled in relief, only to find Linlin silent. Turning his head, he saw her face flushed, willingly allowing him to hold her hand like a shy young bride, showing no intention of breaking free. She was so preoccupied with her bashfulness that she didn't even ask him to let go. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen held her hand as they walked to where the electric scooter was parked. Zhang Chen, could you let go of me now?" Linlin stammered. My apologies. In the heat of the moment, I forgot," he replied, reluctantly releasing her hand. He glanced at Linlin, whose face was still a lovely shade of red. Fortunately, she regained her composure and dared not meet his gaze, instead glancing towards the street, where the sound of police sirens filled the air. Several administrators and officers hurried past. How terrifying! A wave of fear washed over her. Indeed, we don't know what happened. If there was an accident, it would be a significant problem. Zhang Chen nodded. "Let us hurry and leave." Linlin expressed her apprehension, unwilling to linger in the area. Zhang Chen agreed and proceeded to push the electric scooter down. "My legs feel a bit weak. Could you take me home?" Linlin requested. "Of course." Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. The earlier commotion had indeed been frightening. At the entrance of the Mantingfang community, Zhang Chen halted. Linlin finally gathered her thoughts and dismounted from the back seat. She hesitated, contemplating whether to invite him up for a drink. After all, he had just saved her life, and it would be impolite not to offer him at least a glass of water. Yet, recalling the earlier events made her uneasy. With lingering doubts, she remained silent for quite some time. "Hey, are you going to get off?" Zhang Chen reminded, propping the kickstand. "What else with this dazed expression?" "Oh," Linlin nodded, ultimately deciding against inviting him up. "You should head up. I need to get back. Otherwise, I will miss the last bus." Zhang Chen suggested. "Why not ride my scooter back?" Linlin quickly proposed. "Ride your scooter? What about your commute tomorrow?" Zhang Chen inquired. "I can simply take a taxi. There's no public transport available at this hour. Besides, I have to work tomorrow regardless," Linlin stated firmly. "Well, that is fine," Zhang Chen acquiesced. "It would be rude to reject such a kind offer. I should have taken you home after dinner, but at that moment," Linlin began to explain. But Zhang Chen interjected with a smile. "The situation was different. As a man, it's not a problem for me, but for you, as a young woman, it's not safe to be out this late. It's only right that I escort you home." Linlin nodded, feeling that he was quite a decent person. Sister Yue was right. He is genuinely nice, she thought. Yet, she quickly added her thoughts, but he is indeed a bit flirtatious. "Take care on the road," Linlin said softly, her tone filled with concern. "Don't worry, I'll be safe," Zhang Chen reassured her as he rode away. Watching his retreating figure, Linlin stood in a daze for a long while before finally turning to head home. Linlin's demeanor has changed, Zhang Chen mused. Indeed, nothing cultivates affection quite like a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Previously, she had been somewhat sharp-tongued, but just now, she had been so gentle. With a little more effort, winning her heart shouldn't be too difficult. As Zhang Chen rode the electric scooter home, he pondered these thoughts. Wait, isn't that Linlin's scooter? Why is Zhang Chen riding it? Yi Wei emerged from the property management hall just in time to see Zhang Chen passing by on the electric scooter, heading towards the parking shed. A strange feeling stirred within her. What is going on? Did he borrow Lin Lin's scooter? It's quite clear to me that Lin Lin lives a considerable distance away. She rides it to and from work every day, so he rode it back. Could it be that they went on a date? One might think that perhaps Lin Lin had a good heart and lent it to him. But it was already nearly 9 o'clock, and Lin Lin had finished work by 6:30. It had been nearly 3 hours. How could they not have been together? At that moment, Yi Wei's brow furrowed in concern. What's wrong with me? They are just young people. It's perfectly normal to be attracted to one another. She shook her head, attempting to dismiss the thought. Upon returning home, she turned on the lights, slipped into her slippers, and caught sight of the hideous stockings hanging on the balcony. Suddenly, her mood soured. That jerk, just when he thought he had something, he turned around to flirt with Lin Lin. She bit her lip, filled with resentment. Wait, what am I even thinking? Yi Wei slapped her face, striving for composure. It's just about practicing sewing with stockings, right? But is it truly just about sewing practice? I must be going mad. She inhaled deeply and then turned to enter the bathroom. Chapter 018. I struggle with my morality. Yet I adore you. After parking the car in the garage, Zhang Chen ascended the stairs to his home. He instinctively glanced at the door next door, straining to catch any sounds. Was there a noise? Perhaps she had returned. However, knocking directly on her door felt inappropriate. Never mind, I shall return home first, he murmured to himself, turning back towards his own dwelling. Just as he was about to retrieve his keys, the door next door swung open. Zhang Chen, Bai Xiao called out. Sister? Zhang Chen turned back, his eyes instantly brightening. Bai Xiao was clad in a cozy gray loungewear ensemble. Loose, soft pants, a striped tank top, topped with a matching long-sleeve shirt. Zhang Chen found himself captivated by the sight. Noticing his gaze, Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly pleased with her appearance. She subtly adjusted her outer layer before inquiring, Have you eaten? Zhang Chen hesitated. Not yet? At this hour? How could that be? I haven't eaten, he replied, leaving unasked the reason for such an answer. It was simply a kind-hearted fib. Why did Bai Xiao ask? Perhaps she intended to invite him to dinner. If he claimed he had already eaten, the conversation would end there. Perfect timing. I made dinner, so come over and have a bite. Bai Xiao warmly invited. Is that convenient? Zhang Chen thought to himself, realizing the apparent opportunity, and promptly asked, Of course, it is. Bai Xiao stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. Thus, Zhang Chen bypassed his own home and ventured into the neighboring lady's abode. Upon entering, Bai Xiao closed the door behind them. Zhang Chen glanced around and noticed the dining table adorned with an array of 6 prepared dishes. Sister, are you really going to eat all this by yourself? He asked, astonished. What do you mean by myself? This is for you. Who knew you would return so late? Bai Xiao replied, hastily moving the dishes to the kitchen. Let me heat it up for you. You must try my cooking. Inviting me to dinner? Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I finished work early today, and remembering how you treated me to a feast yesterday, I felt compelled to express my gratitude. I bought some meat and made braised pork, eggplant, tomato, and egg, and stir-fry greens, just some home-style dishes. Please don't turn your nose up at them. Bai Xiao explained, all the while carrying 2 plates into the kitchen. Seeing this, Zhang Chen joined in, taking 2 plates with him. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Bai Xiao with her back to him. The soft, loose fabric of her gray loungewear, though relaxed, clung to her figure in a way that was quite alluring, making it hard for him to look away. Bai Xiao placed the dishes beside the integrated stove and turned to fetch the remaining plates, only to be startled by Zhang Chen's presence. Her face flushed, but within her, there stirred a sense of delight. Here, Zhang Chen exclaimed, having not anticipated her sudden turn. He handed her the food and quickly returned to grab the last 2 plates. Sit there and wait a moment. It will be ready shortly, Bai Xiao said hurriedly, turning back to her tasks, anxious that he might notice her blushing. She looks absolutely stunning, Zhang Chen whispered to himself. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's body stiffened. Yet she pretended not to have heard him, engrossed in igniting the stove and warming the dishes. It wasn't until she had finished reheating everything, even serving rice for him, that Zhang Chen settled back down. With the meal prepared, Zhang Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Could this evening lead to something more? The prospect of a substantial reward lingered in his mind, especially the coveted mysterious gift package, something money could scarcely buy. Yet, gazing at the abundant spread before him, he felt a twinge of concern. Perhaps he had overindulged. Had he known, he would have saved some room. Nevertheless, he had to eat. Hurry and eat. You must be famished after a long day. Bai Xiao urged, her large, expressive eyes fixed on him, the affection within them unmistakable. Zhang Chen nodded, taking a bite of the braised pork. To his surprise, it was delightful, albeit slightly salty and rich in flavor. Yet, considering her culinary skills, it was quite commendable. After all, who could compete with a master chef? As Bai Xiao's heart raced, she suddenly stood up. Sister, you. Zhang Chen was startled. Bai Xiao bit her lip, gazing intently at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. What do you think of me? She asked. Zhang Chen felt a flush of shyness. Yet in his heart, clarity dawned. Though seemingly a random question, he understood the weight it carried given her expression. You're wonderful, especially for inviting me to dinner. He began, feigning innocence. That's not what I meant. I meant. Her cheeks were aflame, too bashful to articulate her thoughts. What do you mean? Zhang Chen persisted. Bai Xiao bit her lip once more, and in a moment of vulnerability, she declared, I like you. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet her conviction shone through. Seeing Zhang Chen's silence, she added, almost apologetically, You won't hold it against me, will you? I feel so conflicted yet. I can't help myself. What does it feel like to have the lady next door confess her feelings? Exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. After all, he was no saint. Having anticipated this moment, Sister, I feel the same way, Zhang Chen revealed, his expression brimming with sincerity. Chapter 019. A 50,000 yuan repair reward? Absolutely. Nestled in Zhang Chen's embrace, Bai Xiao was reluctant to move. Sister, Zhang Chen uttered softly. Bai Xiao's heart fluttered instantaneously. She squeezed her eyes shut, feigning sleep. Zhang Chen chuckled inwardly. His neighbor's pretense was utterly endearing. He blinked, summoning the pop-up window. Repair completed. Awarded a mysterious prize of 100,000 yuan. Reward issued, ding. Mysterious prize unlocked, acquiring the golden vitality. Reward issued, incredible system. Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, he felt Bai Xiao stir slightly in his arms. A smile tugged at his lips. He glanced down to see her peeking at him through a half-opened eye. Upon realizing she had been caught, she let out a soft gasp and buried her face. Oh, sister, weren't you asleep just now? Zhang Chen gently nudged her, playfully inquiring. Bai Xiao's face flushed crimson, overcome with shyness. She was utterly mortified, unsure of how to face him. Zhang Chen remained unhurried, retrieving his phone to check his balance. As expected, 100,000 yuan had already been deposited. Fantastic. At that moment, he noticed the repair information refresh above Bai Xiao's head. Wow, 50,000 yuan? Zhang Chen was astonished. Upon closer inspection, he was rendered speechless. System, you're going too far. I love it. Gazing at the radiant repair information hovering above his bashful neighbor, Zhang Chen was elated. Though it's only 50,000 yuan. Huh, what do you mean only? He shouldn't dismiss 50,000 yuan as trivial. Many individuals toiled for an entire year to earn that amount. Even if he were to secure a leisurely office job, a monthly salary of 3,000 would be considered fortunate, amounting to an annual income equivalent to the reward he now held. And now, he could acquire 50,000 yuan simply by relaxing. How could he not be ecstatic? It was simply exhilarating. The following morning, Zhang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Sitting up at the start, he felt disoriented. Wait, was the ailment truly cured? My reward. He hastily checked the pop-up window. No critical strike reward. All right, critical strike rewards are probabilistic. It's normal not to receive one. After all, I already received one once. Then the 50,000 yuan? He reached for his phone, glancing at it. At 5 in the morning, 50,000 yuan had already been credited to his account. Phew, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. Recalling the events, it seemed that it had indeed been last night, or rather, at 5 in the morning. He had fallen asleep before even examining the reward. Although he didn't feel particularly exhausted, he had drifted off to sleep with remarkable speed. The golden vitality was potent, but it seemed to require physical recovery. Zhang Chen assessed his physical condition, realizing he was ravenously hungry. Only then did he survey his surroundings. Bai Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Of course, that was to be expected. His neighbor had to go to work. It was perfectly normal for her to leave early. He felt a twinge of guilt. He had only fallen asleep at 5. Even if she left at 8, she would have had only 3 hours of sleep. Factoring in grooming time, she probably managed only 2 hours of rest. He was truly impressed by her ability to go to work. Just as he was pondering, the door clicked open and Bai Xiao appeared. "You're awake?" Bai Xiao asked, her face flushed. Her voice was indescribably gentle. "Yeah. Aren't you going to work?" Zhang Chen inquired curiously. "Could I?" She retorted playfully. "Ah." Zhang Chen scratched his head. Indeed, she had slept so late. "I called in sick," she confessed, her face reddening. In her current state, she lacked the energy to go to work. "It's all right, sister. It's good for you to have a day off." Zhang Chen chuckled as he rose. "It's all your fault." Bai Xiao glared at him. Zhang Chen grinned sheepishly. Bai Xiao was currently clad in an ice silk camisole nightgown, her feet adorned with crystal slippers. Her fair and shapely toes and slender legs were perfectly complemented by the nightgown. "Sister," he began. Bai Xiao flinched, hastily interjecting, "No." Zhang Chen was taken aback. "I was just asking if you've eaten. If not, let's order takeout. I am starving." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's face flushed even more intensely. Had she misinterpreted his intentions? She bit her lip, gazing at him with a mixture of shyness and indignation before finally saying, "Come on out. The meal is already prepared." Zhang Chen was stunned. "Really? That must mean you woke up even earlier." "Yes." Zhang Chen nodded, but he was also somewhat puzzled. Although she had committed a transgression, Bai Xiao was not a bad person. In fact, she was rather traditional. Normally, upon his awakening, Bai Xiao would have urged him to leave promptly, while she grappled with regret and longing for the previous night. He hadn't expected her to act as if nothing had happened. Wait, not entirely as if nothing had happened. Her face is as red as a beet. She's clearly still shy and nervous. She's a treasure, Zhang Chen thought gleefully. Chapter 20. Teacher Ruan in yoga attire. With a click, the door swung open. Bai Xiao cautiously peered out, ensuring the corridor was deserted before hurriedly turning back and whispering, "There's no one outside. You should leave quickly." "Hasn't it always been empty?" Zhang Chen chuckled. The room felt so open, while the outside world seemed timid. "All right, off you go, before someone sees you," Bai Xiao urged, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Chen smiled and ceased his teasing, stepping outside. "I'll head back to tidy up. I have something to attend to later." He waved goodbye, and Bai Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, he took a step closer, startling Bai Xiao. "How about tonight?" "Sure." Zhang Chen nodded. Being a young man, he was always hungry. "You should hurry. It will be late soon." Bai Xiao, flustered and annoyed, pressed him again. With that, Zhang Chen turned and made his way home while Bai Xiao stood there, staring for a while before returning and closing the door. Once inside, she called Teacher Ruan to confirm she was home before Zhang Chen took a shower, changed clothes, and hurried downstairs. By the time he arrived at the location sent by Teacher Ruan, it was already 9:30. He dialed her number, and it connected swiftly. "Teacher Ruan." "Zhang Chen, have you arrived?" "Yes." "All right. Wait a moment. I'll come down to meet you." Shortly after, Ruan Jiao appeared at the entrance of the community. "Teacher Ruan." Zhang Chen greeted her enthusiastically, his gaze wandering over her attire. She wore baggy athletic pants and a loose sports jacket, an unremarkable black and white ensemble paired with simple sneakers. According to the general aesthetic, it should not have been appealing, yet with Ruan Jiao's striking features and her chic short hair, she emanated beauty. Zhang Chen found it peculiar. Wasn't she different in school? His eyes drifted to her neckline, where he caught sight of her elegant collarbone adorned with a black strap. Is there something on me?" Ruan Jiao noticed Zhang Chen's gaze and looked at herself curiously. "Nothing. I just think you exude a unique charm today. Perhaps it's just my imagination." Zhang Chen chuckled. Ruan Jiao smiled back, her expression sweet. "Let us go," she said, leading him into the community. As Zhang Chen followed her, his eyes remained fixed on her loose, athletic pants. Ah, well concealed, he thought. However, being a physical education teacher, her physique must be impressive, especially given her routine of aerobics and yoga. Before long, they reached the 18th floor and entered her apartment, which was spacious and bright, decorated in a minimalist style and impeccably clean. To the left was a large floor-to-ceiling window, where a yoga mat lay, faint traces of sweat still visible upon it. "Let me get you some water," Bai Xiao said, retrieving a bottle from the kitchen fridge. "Thank you," Zhang Chen replied politely. Bai Xiao smiled. "I never expected you to become a repairman after graduation." "Well, one must make a living. Jobs can be hard to find," Zhang Chen explained. "Do you need my assistance?" she inquired. "No, I'm doing quite well as a repairman. I earn quite a bit from home visits." Zhang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Working yourself to the bone? That won't do," Bai Xiao remarked. "Isn't being a happy repairman preferable?" "All right, I suppose I can't be of much help," she said, studying him for a moment before adding, "You seem to be in great shape, even better than during school." Her observation was genuine. As someone who frequently practiced aerobics, she could easily discern the vitality of those who exercised regularly. Zhang Chen's health appeared exceptional. "Really?" he replied nonchalantly. "Good kidneys, strong body, it's common knowledge." He had indeed been blessed with robust health. This vitality is undeniable. Moreover, my digestive system is flawless, efficiently absorbing nutrients. Maintaining fitness is essential, Bai Xiao advised before shifting to the topic at hand. "In my kitchen, several appliances are electrified. This morning, I noticed the power strip seemed to be live, and I even smelled something burning. Can you take a look for me? If you can't find anything, that's all right. Rest assured, I will find the issue. My skills are quite commendable," Zhang Chen proclaimed confidently. Bai Xiao did not take him seriously. After all, how could a recent graduate possess expertise? She had already called multiple electricians, none of whom had resolved the problem. However, she was keen to assist him. Finding it or not, it's fine, she thought, leading him into the kitchen. "The kettle's metallic surface is live. Sometimes the wall is too. One socket over there is blackened," she detailed. Zhang Chen attentively observed. Even without tools, his mind already formulating several theories. There are numerous reasons for electrical leakage, such as damaged insulation, humidity, poor connections, or aging components. Yet, it could generally be distilled down to two possibilities: issues with the grounding wire and problems with the neutral or live wires. Typically, a leakage would cause the circuit breaker to trip, but upon inspection, everything seemed intact. An unusual circumstance indeed. "Can you figure out?" Bai Xiao asked. "I can. I'll first check the overall wiring," Zhang Chen responded. "All right." Bai Xiao nodded. "I'll be in the restroom. You can start fixing it." "Sure." Zhang Chen nodded, preparing to inspect the main switch for any issues with the fuses. Yet, he suspected everything would be fine given that multiple electricians had already come and gone. However, he took his time, meticulously observing the surroundings. He noted that several electrical appliance casings in the kitchen exhibited signs of scorching and deformation. His brow furrowed. The current appeared substantial, potentially hazardous. Typically, if there were no significant changes to the plastic or metal casings, it indicated a minor current leakage. But this situation suggested an excessive current had occurred, and judging by the marks, it had likely begun recently, within the last couple of days. Has the leakage worsened? He pondered. Afterwards, he exited the kitchen to check the main switch. The fuses appeared fine. He then examined other panels, consolidating his thoughts into a few potential causes when suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the kitchen, resembling metal hitting the floor. "Teacher?" Zhang Chen rushed back in alarm. Chapter 021. Bai Xiao suffers an electric shock, but I'm immune. Moments prior. The restroom. Having bolted the door, Bai Xiao settled onto the toilet, preparing to relieve herself. However, the instant she sat down, her hand instinctively reached for the adjacent metal handle. A jolt of electricity surged through her body. Before she could react, her muscles seized, and she tumbled off the toilet. Upon hitting the floor, her hand struck a metal frame, resulting in another massive electrical discharge. Realizing she was being electrocuted, she desperately tried to pull her hand away. Yet, it seemed as if her hand was glued to the frame. "Help! Someone help!" She attempted to cry out, but no sound escaped her lips. The electricity had her muscles contracted, rendering her unable to control them. "I'm going to die." A terrifying thought flashed through Bai Xiao's mind. She had seen news reports of people dying from electrocution and knew that high-voltage electricity could kill a person instantly. While her current situation was dire, the voltage was not as potent as that of a high-tension wire, allowing her to remain conscious. However, she knew that if she didn't save herself, the sustained electrical current would eventually claim her life. She struggled several times, but she couldn't break free. Suddenly, she thought of Zhang Chen. Yes, if I can get his attention, I might be saved. With renewed determination, she thrashed about. By chance, her body convulsed, knocking over the wastepaper basket. The fallen basket revealed a broken metal handle, which clattered loudly against the floor. As expected, within seconds, Zhang Chen began pounding on the door. Ms. Ruan, are you all right? Ruan Jiao strained to open her mouth, desperate to call out, but she was unable to utter a sound. She could already feel pain in her internal organs. Come in quickly. Save me. I'm dying. Zhang Chen, help me. She pleaded silently, her eyes fixed on the restroom door, longing for him to break it down. She regretted locking it in the first place. Outside the door, Zhang Chen was banging frantically, shouting repeatedly, but there was no response from within. The door was locked. Of course it is. There's a man in the house. Even though I'm her student, I'm still a man. And it's normal for her to lock the door when using the restroom. It's not like there aren't cases of students and teachers getting together. Besides, Ruan Jiao is only 25 or 26, at most 3 years older than me. But there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. He had been banging and shouting for a while, but there was still no response. Something's wrong. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen kicked the restroom door open. He rushed inside and saw Ruan Jiao on the floor, her hand on the metal rail. Her body was rigid, convulsing intermittently, and sparks were flying from the rail. Electrocution? Zhang Chen's face paled. How could there be electricity in the restroom? And this current is insane. If I try to save her, I'll get shocked too. Wait, I'm immune. Zhang Chen, who had been fearful just moments ago, suddenly remembered his immunity to electricity. He looked at Ruan Jiao, his eyes widening. Oh, no. Ruan Jiao saw him and felt a surge of hope. She tried to make a sound, but then it dawned on her that she was being electrocuted. If Zhang Chen came in, he would also get shocked, and they would both die. In that instant, she desperately wanted to tell him to find something insulated to save her, but it was too late. There was no time to warn him. Zhang Chen strode over, seemingly unafraid of the electric shock. He bent down and scooped her up. He turned and dashed out of the restroom. Free from danger, Ruan Jiao felt her body relax. She had been on the verge of fainting, but now she was fully conscious. She remembered that she had been sitting on the toilet when she was shocked. She quickly closed her eyes, unable to face the situation. How could this happen? Until Zhang Chen placed her on the sofa, shouting, Ms. Ruan, please don't die. I'm calling an ambulance. Ruan Jiao opened her eyes and cried, no. Ms. Ruan, you're not dead? That's great. Zhang Chen exclaimed. Don't look, Ruan Jiao croaked, trying to cover herself, but she realized she couldn't move. Ms. Ruan, that's not important. You need to go to the hospital now. Zhang Chen said urgently. Electric shock injuries could be mild or severe. If she had been shocked by high-voltage electricity, she would be dead. But this must have been 220-volt household electricity. Still, it had been going on for some time, and the effects could vary depending on individual constitution. She needed to go to the hospital. Zhang Chen, I can't move. Ruan Jiao said in a hoarse voice, her eyes filled with terror. She tried desperately to move, but every attempt brought pain. She was overwhelmed with fear. I'm going to be paralyzed. I don't want to be paralyzed. I want to dance. I want to do yoga. Seeing her emotional collapse, Zhang Chen quickly reassured her, Ms. Ruan, what are you talking about? There's definitely some damage from the shock, but it has nothing to do with paralysis. The electricity has affected the muscles and nerve conduction. Once it's treated, you'll be fine. Don't scare yourself. Really? Ruan Jiao looked at him, tears welling up in her eyes, her fragile, tearful appearance a stark contrast to her usual strong demeanor as a physical education teacher. She looked like a vulnerable young woman. Really? Zhang Chen nodded. I'm taking you to the hospital right away. He bent down, ready to lift her. Zhang Chen, help me first. Ruan Jiao said anxiously. She couldn't move, but she couldn't go to the hospital like this. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded, preparing to help. But an unexpected event occurred. When Zhang Chen's fingers touched her skin, a series of reactions were triggered. Chapter 022. Teacher, quickly use this, or let me just die. Ruan Jiao felt despair. Yet, She found herself unable to move. Zhang Chen merely offered comfort, saying, "Teacher Ruan, it's a critical moment. Everything will be fine." Ruan Jiao closed her eyes, feeling devoid of hope. Noticing her silence, Zhang Chen felt a bit awkward. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to ponder further. He helped her dress and then bent down to lift her into his arms. You can't just carry me to the hospital like this." Ruan Jiao struggled to voice her thoughts. "How did you go like this? The hospital has patient gowns. I'll come back for them later." Zhang Chen's mind was clear. "No way." Ruan Jiao resolutely shook her head. But Zhang Chen, initially intending to stress the urgency of the situation, found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. "All right, it truly won't work. Just wait a moment." After saying this, Zhang Chen dashed into the bedroom. Soon, he emerged with another set of sportswear. It looked somewhat better, yet remained loose-fitting. Ruan Jiao shut her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. However, halfway through changing, Zhang Chen dashed off again. Upon opening her eyes, she realized he had forgotten to grab the undergarments. She felt utterly numb and scattered. After a great deal of effort, they finally managed to dress her, leaving Zhang Chen drenched in sweat. Logically speaking, he was no novice. Yet, the situation felt different. The neighbor next door, despite her flirtatious nature, was not a patch on Ruan Jiao. After all, she was a teacher. Nevertheless, they eventually succeeded. "Teacher Ruan, don't be afraid. I'll take you to the hospital." Zhang Chen took a deep breath, lifting Ruan Jiao down the stairs. He was young and strong, endowed with enhanced stamina, so carrying Ruan Jiao posed no burden, and he moved swiftly. The neighbors downstairs were astonished at the sight. "Isn't that Ruan from upstairs? What happened?" "Young man, you must be Ruan's boyfriend." Some were intrigued, while others stepped in to help. Soon, a kind neighbor approached. "What happened to Ruan?" "Uncle and Annie, Teacher Ruan got electrocuted. Please help me hail a taxi." Zhang Chen called out for their assistance. Ruan Jiao kept her eyes closed, too embarrassed to open them. "And Annie Wu, how did you deduce I was her boyfriend? Aren't we 3 years apart? Can't you tell?" If her colleagues and classmates from school learned of this, she would lose face. However, as she listened to Zhang Chen's anxious words, a warmth spread through her heart, a feeling of safety taking root within her. Was this what they called boyfriend power? Lost in her thoughts, Zhang Chen followed 2 middle-aged men to the entrance. Those 2 men were quite helpful, quickly hailing a taxi. After explaining the situation, they opened the door and ushered them inside. "Thank you, uncle. No need for courtesy. Hurry to the hospital." "Don't worry, young man. I'll take a shortcut. We'll be there in minutes. Hold your girlfriend tight. Be careful not to bump her," the driver said, pressing down the accelerator. "Thank you." Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiao still dared not open her eyes. At that moment, Zhang Chen was seated in the back seat while she lay in his embrace. Her mind was in turmoil, torn between fear of potential aftereffects and the thought perhaps death would be preferable. Ruan Jiao felt as if the sky were collapsing around her. In just 7 minutes, the driver emerged from a narrow alley, bringing them directly to the emergency room of the First People's Hospital. "Hurry inside," the driver said, getting out to assist. "The fare," Zhang Chen began, but the driver interrupted. "Forget about the fare. Just save her life." "Thank you, driver," Zhang Chen said as he rushed Ruan Jiao into the emergency room. The driver, observing the young man's vitality, mused, "Youth is a blessing. Carrying someone and running doesn't even tire him out. Ah, to be young again." While the driver contemplated life, Zhang Chen had already burst through the doors. Upon explaining the situation, emergency doctors and nurses rushed towards them. "Quickly, get her on the monitors." After a series of examinations, the results were reassuring. "Doctor, am I really all right?" Ruan Jiao asked hoarsely, lying in the emergency room. "Your consciousness is clear, heart rate, and other vital signs are normal. You do have electric shock injuries on your hand, but they are not severe. However, we will conduct a comprehensive examination. Rest assured, based on this situation, your prognosis is good." The emergency doctor replied, "But I can't move. My entire body feels numb." Ruan Jiao attempted to move, feeling a twinge of pain, yet unable to do so. That's a sequel from the electric shock. From the EKG and ultrasound results, there are no issues, the emergency doctor said with a smile. "You're quite lucky. I saw your boyfriend rush in. He must have noticed the electric shock shortly after it happened. If more time had passed, it could have been quite troublesome. Wan Jiao's face flushed crimson, and she hurried to clarify, he isn't. Thank you, doctor. Zhang Chen suddenly interrupted. Wan Jiao cast a glance at him. She had always thought Zhang Chen rather handsome, but now he seemed even more so. Moreover, he had indeed appeared quite anxious moments ago. Yet, why did he interrupt her explanation? Please rest for now. We will monitor you, and if anything arises, do not hesitate to call us. The emergency doctor stated before attending to other matters. Once the doctor left, the emergency room felt eerily empty, leaving just the two of them. Wan Jiao stole a glance at Zhang Chen, only to find him looking back at her. She quickly turned her head away, too shy to meet his gaze. Teacher Wan, Zhang Chen called out, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Wan Jiao responded softly. After much hesitation, she finally blushed and thanked him. It was nothing. Anyone would have done the same. Zhang Chen intended to say that anyone would have rushed in to help, but suddenly realized what he was saying and promptly fell silent. Wan Jiao felt even more flustered. Cough, cough. Teacher Wan, what exactly happened? How did you get electrocuted in the bathroom? Zhang Chen couldn't help but inquire. The kitchen and other places have electrical issues, but not to the extent of this. I don't know. Wan Jiao shook her head. However, she suddenly recalled that if she hadn't invited Zhang Chen over for repairs today, she might have perished in her own home. The thought sent a chill down her spine. I've checked the wiring in your home. There are no signs of leakage, but there are indeed traces. I suspect it might be an issue with the external circuit. Zhang Chen explained. Can it be fixed? Wan Jiao asked, unable to suppress her concern. This was her only home. Moving was not an option. Absolutely. Zhang Chen replied confidently. Wan Jiao found herself at a loss for words, uncertain from where his confidence stemmed. Teacher Wan, I just realized that you are more beautiful outside of school than when you were teaching. Why do you dress so plainly at school? Zhang Chen inquired. His question was merely an attempt to lighten the mood and alleviate her psychological burden. However, Wan Jiao felt uncomfortable upon hearing it. Her image as a female PE teacher was entirely shattered. Suddenly, Wan Jiao's expression changed. How could this happen? Wan Jiao exclaimed in shock. Could it be a side effect? She clenched her fists, attempting to hold back her distress. However, it was utterly futile. She simply could not endure it any longer. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen here. Ignoring everything else, Wan Jiao urgently called out, Zhang Chen, I need to use the restroom, quickly. She strained to hold on, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Observing her desperation, Zhang Chen was at a loss. What should we do? Hurry, I can't hold it anymore. Wan Jiao was on the verge of tears. Zhang Chen scanned the emergency room, noting its emptiness. He swiftly drew the curtain around the bedside, creating a makeshift enclosure. In a flash, he retrieved a plastic bag from his pocket. Wan Jiao was nearly in tears. I can't move, no. Chapter 023. Truly, I might as well die. After gently placing Wan Jiao back, Zhang Chen finally straightened up. Wan Jiao kept her eyes tightly shut, silent throughout. She felt anxious, bashful, and utterly embarrassed, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Teacher Wan, please wait a moment. I'll be right back, Zhang Chen said to her. Wan Jiao's face flushed crimson as she emitted a sound that made even her blush deeper. Phew, Zhang Chen couldn't help but exhale in relief. First things first, he promptly turned and headed out of the emergency room. Only then did Wan Jiao open her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. A thought resurfaced. Truly, I might as well die. How could this happen? With her eyes closed, she felt wronged and on the verge of tears. Yet, barely a minute had passed since he left when he reappeared before her. Teacher Wan, Zhang Chen called out. You're back so soon? Wan Jiao was taken aback. The distance isn't great, and I was worried you might need assistance, so I hurried over, Zhang Chen replied. Just then, he suddenly exclaimed, oh. Wan Jiao was startled and quickly asked, What's wrong? Teacher Wan, you can move. Zhang Chen's voice was filled with astonishment. Huh? Wan Jiao was momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she looked at the arm propped against her forehead. Indeed, she could move. A wave of joy washed over her as she attempted to sit up. She managed to do so, though the movement tugged at her muscles, causing her to grimace in pain. The numbness in her hand had gradually dissipated, and she could now feel pain. Her fingers, arms, palms, and toes were all moving. She felt her body slowly recovering. Can I really move? She was elated. Her heart finally unburdened. If she was recovering, there should be no serious issues. Hadn't the emergency doctor said the same? Wonderful. Zhang Chen felt a surge of happiness. It was a good sign that she was okay. When the doctor arrived, everything would be fine. Bai Xiao nodded in agreement. After a long wait, the doctor finally came. Upon seeing her sitting up, he smiled and said, "See, I told you there is nothing serious. With a week of proper rest at home, your symptoms should largely subside." Bai Xiao nodded, wanting to say something but hesitating to speak. Observing her, Zhang Chen quickly expressed gratitude and asked the doctor on her behalf, "Thank you, doctor." But just now Bai Xiao closed her eyes, her face burning with embarrassment. How humiliating. But what could she do? She was after all unwell. Oh, that is a normal phenomenon, the after effects of the electric shock. However, the body has a remarkable ability to self-regulate. Just rest and it will be fine. The doctor explained kindly. I'll prescribe some medication for you to take at home. All the tests came back normal. All right, thank you, doctor. Zhang Chen nodded. Holding the prescription, Zhang Chen assisted Bai Xiao as she attempted to get off the emergency bed. Though she could walk, it was still a struggle. Let us just carry you. It's quicker this way, Zhang Chen suggested. What could Bai Xiao do? She could only nod in agreement and drape her arms around Zhang Chen's neck as he carried her to the lobby to collect her medication. Is this young man fetching medicine for his girlfriend? You two seem quite affectionate. Go ahead, you first. As Zhang Chen carried Bai Xiao, the family members waiting in line to collect medications understood the situation and even helped him pass the prescription to the doctor at the window. Thank you. Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude. However, Bai Xiao, nestled in his arms, dared not look up, burying her head quietly in his embrace. After collecting the medication, Zhang Chen exited the lobby while still holding her. Put me down. I want to try walking. Bai Xiao finally couldn't suppress her urge to speak. Teacher Wan, you're a patient. Don't be unreasonable. Go home and rest. Zhang Chen refused. No, you. Bai Xiao felt a hint of urgency. But Zhang Chen wouldn't let go. She found herself helpless, being carried through the crowd, the eyes of many upon them. She could even hear whispers around her. What a loving couple. Look, this is what romance should be. Just look at her boyfriend. Even when she is sick, he carries her out. Mei, you weigh 150 pounds. Are you saying I've gained weight? No, it's just that I'm too thin. Bai Xiao couldn't help but overhear the amusing conversation. Her curiosity piqued, and she stole a glance. To her surprise, Zhang Chen also stopped to look in that direction. They both realized simultaneously and exchanged glances. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher Wan, see, this is what true love looks like. Look at us. Don't say such things. Bai Xiao's face turned crimson as she shot him glare. Yet, recalling the situation made her feel utterly ashamed. How infuriating that Zhang Chen would take advantage of her embarrassment at such a moment. I'm your teacher. Could you show me a bit more respect? Bai Xiao couldn't help but clarify her position. What if I like you more? Zhang Chen blurted out. Bai Xiao turned to him sharply. And Zhang Chen was taken aback, quickly apologizing. Sorry, Teacher Wan. I didn't mean it that way. I just said it offhandedly. Ahem, it's a bit awkward. Bai Xiao remained silent for a while before urging, let us go. All right. Upon reaching the community, Bai Xiao, with Zhang Chen's support, was finally able to walk, albeit cautiously. She was almost half supported by him as they made their way home. Xiao Wan, are you all right? I'm fine, Uncle Gao. How could I get electrocuted? Oh, just an accident. Xiao Wan, your boyfriend is quite nice. You have good taste. He is handsome and concerned for you. He was so anxious carrying you to the hospital. Aunt Lu, you can't say that. He is my student. Student? No, you two seem quite well matched. A student is great. University students are the best. How old is the young man? 22. Zhang Chen answered honestly. Oh, that is perfect. A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. Dear aunt. In the end, Bai Xiao felt like she was fleeing as Zhang Chen helped her escape back to her door. Yet, looking at the entrance, she felt an overwhelming apprehension. The memory of being electrocuted was far too frightening. Chapter 024, Critical Hit Reward. Electrocution Cells. Observing Ruan Jiao's apprehension, Zhang Chen said, "Teacher Ruan, please wait here while I investigate and ensure it is safe before you enter." "No, we should call an electrician instead." "What if you get electrocuted?" Ruan Jiao exclaimed, startled. "Don't worry, I can handle it." Zhang Chen replied confidently. "Call an electrician? Then what about the reward?" During his previous repairs, no pop-up notifications had appeared until he rushed to the bathroom. In the heat of the moment, he hadn't even had the chance to fully comprehend the situation before fleeing with Ruan Jiao. Now that she was unharmed, he was determined to claim the reward. The thought of possibly electrifying teacher Ruan to the point of incontinence. Such a reward must surely be substantial. "Zhang Chen, are you disregarding your life? Listen to me," Ruan Jiao insisted resolutely. "Teacher Ruan, you must listen to me," Zhang Chen countered firmly. This left Ruan Jiao momentarily speechless. "Excuse me? Who's the teacher here? You or I? Why are you so adamant? I'm the one financing this. Give me the keys." Zhang Chen extended his hand. Ruan Jiao shook her head. "Then I'll search for it myself." Zhang Chen regarded her with a piercing gaze. Ruan Jiao froze, her face instantly flushing. She had initially intended to assert her authority as the teacher. "However, I just don't want you to get hurt," she managed to say, reaching into her pocket for the keys. "Rest assured, I'm not foolish enough to enter if there is real danger." Zhang Chen took the keys and unlocked the door. Just as he was about to step inside, Ruan Jiao, still worried, cautioned him, "Be careful." "All right." Zhang Chen nodded. However, upon entering, he did not immediately head to the bathroom. Instead, he brought out a chair and placed it by the door. "Teacher Ruan, please sit. It might take a while, and you shouldn't stand." As he spoke, he gently guided her into the chair and even draped a blanket over her. Ruan Jiao gazed at him in quiet astonishment, feeling an unexpected surge of warmth. Despite the ordeal, Zhang Chen's kindness was undeniable. He had sprinted to save her, displaying an impressive display of care. Once he ensured Ruan Jiao was comfortably seated, Zhang Chen re-entered the room and made his way to the bathroom. As he blinked, the pop-up notification appeared immediately. "Metal frame electrified, struck by external circuits, immobilized. My wires are about to collapse. Repair reward. 50,000 yuan, 50,000? Zhang Chen's eyes widened. This was the first time he had encountered such a substantial reward. Excluding Mrs. Nextdoor, this was the highest amount he had ever seen for mere repairs. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment at the absence of a mysterious bonus. Nonetheless, even this reward was astonishing, and based on past experiences, there was a chance for a critical hit reward. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen proceeded to inspect the bathroom, where the electrical current was strongest. The source of the leakage in the household appliances was likely here. As he approached the metal frame, separating wet from dry areas, he noticed sparks flickering. He touched it with his finger and felt nothing. His immunity to electrical currents was indeed remarkable. He marveled at his ability to withstand not just the common household voltage of 220V, but even high-voltage currents exceeding 10,000 volts. Even a lightning in the sky posed no threat to him. Though passive in nature, this defense was formidable. Zhongzigu is truly amazing, he mused. Yet, he knew he must act swiftly to repair the issue. The electrified metal frame had a straightforward cause. Zhang Chen quickly identified the problem. A misaligned expansion screw had penetrated the rebar embedded in the wall. This rebar was connected to metal on the exterior, which, unbeknownst to him, had a severed wire entangled around it. Exposure to the elements over time had caused the insulation to deteriorate, allowing electrical conduction to enter Ruan Jiao's residence. Given that her apartment was over a decade old, the internal wiring had its issues. The complex interplay of these factors led to the current predicament. Moreover, based on Zhang Chen's findings, Ruan Jiao's intermittent electrical shocks were due to the external wires shifting, causing sporadic issues. However, it seemed that the insulation had recently degraded enough to directly contact the metal, resulting in her being shocked while using the restroom. A conventional repairman would only focus on indoor issues, and without addressing the root cause outside, any repair would be futile. After stepping off the toilet, Zhang Chen brushed off the dust from his clothes. The external wiring was tricky to handle, but fortunately, it wasn't too far away. He found a broom and used it to dislodge the wire. After ensuring the metal frame was no longer electrified, he let out a sigh of relief. He then conducted several checks around the house to confirm that all appliances and power strips were safe, finally feeling reassured. He promptly summoned the pop-up notification. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Obtaining electrocution cells. Reward dispensed. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Chen felt an electric current surge within him, crackling from the inside out. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible, yet he sensed it keenly. Raising his hand, he observed tiny currents akin to static electricity sparking beneath his skin, glowing eerily. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively exclaimed, "What the hell? Electrocution cells? This is an ability." It meant he could wield lightning-based powers. Wow, am I invincible now? In tales of fiction, lightning wielders were often the most destructive. And now, he had gained an extraordinary ability through a critical reward. Zhongzi, I adore you. Once the phenomena subsided, Zhang Chen opened his palm, attempting to manipulate the electrocution cells to conjure an electric orb. However, a series of crackling sounds erupted as tiny sparks appeared on his fingertips, but nothing more followed. He distinctly felt the electrocution cells within his palm dissipate. Wait, I can't create an electric orb by hand? I could at least unleash a bolt of lightning. What was this situation? What good was this ability if it couldn't even harm someone? Yet, he mused, it wasn't entirely useless. If I were to use this on Mrs. Bai Xiao next door. Wait a minute. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. The electrocution cells had depleted. If he absorbed some current, would it not restore their power? What if he absorbed even more? Chapter 025. Zhang Chen, do not speak to anyone. With a sudden surge of determination, Zhang Chen immediately procured a power strip and violently severed its connection. He inserted the plug into the socket and grasped the wire tightly. In the next moment, he felt a torrent of electricity coursing through his body, dividing into halves, which multiplied into countless streams, merging into the myriad discharge cells within him. After approximately a minute, Zhang Chen finally released his grip. He then spread his palm open, igniting the discharge cells within. In an instant, arcs of electricity erupted from his fingertips, illuminating his entire hand with a dazzling glow, accompanied by a sound that was both eerie and exhilarating. Curiously, he touched the wall, and with a sharp crack, a black scorch mark appeared where his hand had made contact. Simultaneously, Zhang Chen sensed that a third of the stored electrical energy within his discharge cells had been expended. This was absurd, truly absurd. Zhang Chen was exhilarated. Although there were limitations, this was indeed a supernatural ability. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary power from the reward. Brother Tong was truly remarkable. As he relaxed his fingers, the excess electricity retracted back into his body. Zhang Chen examined himself and noted that there were no visible changes. The energy seemed to be an innate part of his being, lying dormant within his cells, only to be unleashed at his command. There was no danger involved. Excellent. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he remembered the money. Recalling the maintenance reward, he quickly retrieved his phone to check his balance. Sure enough, 50,000 had been credited to his account. To date, his bank balance had swelled to nearly 260,000, a testament to his hard work over the past few days. Wow, over 250,000 in just a few days. He murmured to himself, Zhang Chen, is everything all right in there? Suddenly, he heard Wan Jiao's anxious voice. He turned to see her struggling to move toward him, clutching the door frame for support. Hey, don't move around too much. Zhang Chen rushed over to his sister, chiding, I told you not to get up. I heard the sound of electricity, and I was worried about you. Wan Jiao replied. However, seeing his condition, it was clear he was unscathed. Teacher Wan, you are so kind to me. I'm truly touched, Zhang Chen declared earnestly. Wan Jiao's face flushed as she shot him a playful glare. I treat everyone well. Now stop joking and tell me. What happened? She glanced around the room, clearly still shaken. No problem now, it's all resolved. Zhang Chen assured her as he helped her enter the room. I discovered the cause. There was a misaligned expansion screw on the door frame of the bathroom that accidentally contacted a steel reinforcement, which was connected to a severed wire outside. That's what caused the electrical leakage. The issues with the appliances and wiring at home stem from this. Such a coincidence? Wan Jiao was taken aback. Indeed, in this world, nothing happens by mere chance. Think about it. So many electricians have come and gone, yet they couldn't identify the issue. It's simply too coincidental. Who would have thought it was external wiring? Zhang Chen explained, then added, however, the home wiring is somewhat outdated. Given that it has been leaking for so long, I'm concerned about the wires embedded within the walls. It would be best to rewire and replace everything. Replace it immediately. Ruan Jiao nodded vigorously. She then looked at him with curiosity. You really can fix electrical issues? Teacher Ruan, didn't I already tell you I could? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes. Ruan Jiao chuckled. Well, I can't blame you. You didn't study this in school. It's quite normal for someone fresh out of college to become a maintenance worker. True. Zhang Chen nodded, eager to promote his services. Teacher Ruan, please help me drum up some business in the future. Roof repairs, appliance maintenance, unclogging toilets. I can handle any repair job. All right. Ruan Jiao readily agreed. Now be careful. They carefully made their way toward the sofa. Before long, they reached the sofa, and suddenly, Ruan Jiao's face flushed deeply. There is no room for anyone to sit on that sofa. Let us go to the bedroom instead, she suggested, her tone softening. Noticing Zhang Chen's lack of movement, she looked up to find him staring intently at her sweatpants. Zhang Chen, she called, her voice firm. All right, let us go. Zhang Chen snapped back to reality and assisted her toward the bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, Ruan Jiao was taken aback by the disarray. The wardrobe doors stood wide open, her neatly folded clothes strewn about, and the drawers were ajar. What did you do? She asked, turning to Zhang Chen with difficulty. I was looking for something. I couldn't find it, so I rummaged around for a while. Zhang Chen replied casually. Oh no, Ruan Jiao sighed inwardly. Why was she still fretting over this? Hadn't it all gone awry already? She couldn't help but rub her forehead, feeling slightly dizzy. Teacher Ruan, are you feeling dizzy? Come, lie down. Zhang Chen quickly guided her to the bed. Once she was lying down, Ruan Jiao reluctantly opened her eyes to look at him, asking, do you know why I feel dizzy? Isn't it a side effect from the electric shock? Zhang Chen feigned ignorance. No, she glared at him, gathering her courage. This matter must remain confidential, especially from your classmates. Don't worry, Teacher Ruan. I won't utter a single word about your electric shock incident. Zhang Chen vowed. I'm not talking about the electric shock. Ruan Jiao's expression darkened. Huh? Then what is it? Zhang Chen feigned confusion. Ruan Jiao shot him a glare. Do you need me to elaborate? That won't be necessary. Upon seeing her irritation, Zhang Chen quickly adopted a serious demeanor and nodded. Ruan Jiao rubbed her temples, not wanting to engage with him further. Her mind was in disarray. However, she knew she couldn't let Zhang Chen remain here any longer. Resolutely, she grabbed her phone and transferred 3,000 to him. As the notification sounded, Zhang Chen pulled out his phone and exclaimed, Teacher Ruan, you sent me 3,000? Yes. The hospital checkup and medication cost nearly 2,000, and the remaining 1,000 is for the maintenance fee. Ruan Jiao explained. You won't even need 1,000. Besides, teacher, you don't earn much in a month. Zhang Chen protested, refusing to accept the money. Having been electrocuted was unfortunate enough without burdening her with additional expenses. He was well aware of her salary as a university sports teacher, which was significantly less than that of academic instructors. Just take it. You have a stable job. While I'm not sure how much a maintenance worker can earn, Ruan Jiao insisted firmly. Right now, you need it more than I do. Zhang Chen chose to ignore her and headed outside. Zhang Chen, where are you going? Ruan Jiao was taken aback. To get some medicine. He called back. Ruan Jiao exhaled in relief. In truth, she was quite fearful of him leaving. Yet, she also didn't want him to stay. This inner conflict was confusing yet all too real. Once he takes the medicine, he can leave. I should be able to recover after a night's rest. But I must take a leave of absence tomorrow, she thought. Then, she witnessed Zhang Chen emerge from the doorway, holding 2 pairs of her pants. Ruan Jiao. Chapter 26, Critical Hit Reward. Strength 1 and Absolute Dance Sense. He retrieved a basin, poured in some laundry detergent, and soaked both pairs of pants. Zhang Chen blinked, noticing the absence of a notification. Very well. It seemed cleanliness was a prerequisite for rewards. The reason he had not immediately taken the medicine was twofold. He first needed to boil some water, for the refrigerator was stocked with chilled mineral water. How could a patient be expected to drink something so cold? The second reason was that just moments earlier, while retrieving the medicine, he had unexpectedly noticed the yoga pants tossed on the sofa, which triggered a maintenance notification. Zhang Chen was momentarily bewildered. Really? Is this even possible? Naturally, such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. Although the reward seemed modest, it amounted to 100 yuan. Most importantly, what if a critical hit reward was in store? With that thought in mind, Zhang Chen wasted no time and diligently prepared to wash the pants. After soaking them in detergent, he realized it was ineffective. It appeared that they truly needed to be cleaned thoroughly. However, he had no time to spare. Teacher Wan was still waiting for her medicine. It would be quite inconsiderate for him to make her wait while he attended to his own tasks. How outrageous! Never mind, he thought, everything for the sake of the reward. Muttering a few words, Zhang Chen returned to the living room, where the water had yet to boil. He decided to apply the burn ointment and growth factor gel to her first. While Teacher Wan had no issues elsewhere, she had sustained an electric burn on her hand. Electric shocks could induce high temperatures akin to burns. Though the affected area was small, it warranted careful treatment. Scars were undesirable. As Zhang Chen entered with the medication, he noticed Teacher Wan gazing at him with a peculiar expression. "What is it?" he asked, momentarily taken aback. "Why are you holding my—" Teacher Wan mustered her courage to inquire. "I'm soaking them," Zhang Chen replied. "They need to be washed shortly." Don't you think you should be more discreet?" Teacher Wan, blushing, pressed further. "Teacher Wan, does this truly matter?" Zhang Chen replied calmly. Teacher Wan was silent for a while, ultimately conceding. "Very well, let it be." Observing her demeanor, Zhang Chen felt a slight dryness in his throat. Earlier, in his haste to assist her, he hadn't thought much of it, but now, reflecting on the situation, he realized how exhilarating it felt. Perhaps he should bring a couple of pairs for Bai Xiao. With her figure, they would undoubtedly look stunning on her. Seeing that Teacher Wan had fallen silent, Zhang Chen took out the ointment and said, "Let us apply this first. Scars would be unsightly. I can do it myself." Teacher Wan insisted. "Allow me to assist you." Zhang Chen offered earnestly. "I can manage," she reiterated firmly. "All right then." Zhang Chen nodded, yet still tenderly opened the packaging and punctured the cap with a lid before squeezing the ointment onto her hand, which she then applied herself. While she tended to her injury, Zhang Chen busied himself by pouring the boiled water into a cup to cool down, which he then brought to her. He handed her the medication and the water, providing meticulous care throughout the process. Teacher Wan felt an odd tension within her. She was grateful, but at the same time, it felt strange to accept such attentiveness. Without him, she might have faced dire circumstances, and yet, here he was so considerate. "Teacher Wan, after taking your medicine, you should rest," Zhang Chen said gently. "Are you leaving?" Teacher Wan could not help but ask. Earlier, she had wished for him to depart. Yet now that he seemed inclined to do so, a flicker of apprehension crossed her mind. Typically, she was not this fragile, but having narrowly escaped a close call, she felt uncertain. "How could I leave you in this state?" Zhang Chen replied earnestly. "If it weren't for my repairs today, you wouldn't have been electrocuted like this. I have a responsibility to care for you." His words struck Teacher Wan, who thought to herself that it had nothing to do with him. She was merely on a regular rest day, practicing yoga and dance routines at home. Given her lifestyle, she frequently visited the restroom. An incident was bound to happen sooner or later. It was not his fault. Nevertheless, Zhang Chen's declaration warmed her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Will this interfere with your work?" "Work? I'm merely doing repairs. It's not like I'm losing a fortune." Teacher Wan. "You should rest easy." Zhang Chen chuckled. "Well, there's food at home. You can watch some television or use the computer." Teacher Wan even made arrangements for him. "Just rest. I'm an adult." Zhang Chen found her statement a bit peculiar. Why did she still view herself as child? Emerging from the bedroom, Zhang Chen headed straight for the balcony. Ignoring everything else, he focused on obtaining his reward. He rinsed, wrung, and changed the water, continuing to wash until everything was clean and hung up to dry. He blinked, and a notification suddenly appeared. Repairs completed, critical hit reward triggered, strength 1, absolute dance sense. Rewards distributed. Strength 1 and absolute dance sense? Zhang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. There truly was a critical hit reward. In the next moment, he felt an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through his body. A simple grip revealed a marked increase in his power, easily double what it had been before. While it sounded fantastical, Zhang Chen could distinctly feel the difference. Strength increased by 1 was remarkably potent. He was taken aback. Just a slight enhancement in strength resulted in such a dramatic increase. Moreover, his physique remained unchanged. He still possessed his previous build, devoid of bulky muscles. This was perfection. To be honest, he had always disliked the rigid, muscular physique of fitness enthusiasts. It lacked aesthetic appeal. His current form was far more desirable, six-pack abs. Wait, did he actually have abs? Goodness, his physique had improved. Posing a few times, Zhang Chen felt immensely satisfied, yet he couldn't shake a sense of curiosity. Teacher Yuan was indeed as adept as Bai Xiao when it came to accumulating rewards. In just this brief span of time, how many rewards had he garnered from Teacher Yuan? A true benefactor. But what exactly was this absolute dance sense? Could it mean he would learn any dance form with exceptional speed? With that thought, he took out his phone and casually searched for a dance video. After watching it once, he replayed it, setting his phone aside. The movements flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, he began to dance. Incredible. What a smooth sensation. He could actually dance, and remarkably well at that. Chapter 027. The yoga instructor who craved dumplings. Tap dance, modern dance, jazz dance, tango, Latin. He watched several dance videos in succession, each one seemingly learned in a single viewing. It felt as though he could execute every movement with pinpoint precision. Is this what one calls an absolute sense of dance? Remarkable. The dancers in these videos must have dedicated countless hours of hard work to reach such a level. Yet, with just this innate sense of rhythm, he transformed into a dance deity. One exhilarating feeling. He was beginning to sweat. Zhang Chen stretched his body a bit, but chose not to continue dancing. What is the point of dancing alone? He decided to wait for Teacher Yuan to recover, as he would have the chance to dance with her later. After all, fitness routines can be done in pairs too. Returning to the living room, Zhang Chen paused outside the bedroom to listen. No sound. She must have fallen asleep. He glanced at the time and realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. He hadn't eaten lunch yet, but he wasn't the only one. Bai Xiao hadn't eaten either. However, since she was asleep and he wasn't particularly hungry, he decided to wait. He retrieved the mop from the bathroom and cleaned the floor. After that, he found a cloth to wipe down the coffee table. Finally, he removed the sofa cover and took it to wash, hanging it up to dry afterward. By the time he finished, it was already 4 o'clock. Zhang Chen then sat down to take a breather. At 5 o'clock, Bai Xiao awoke, having been roused by hunger. The morning yoga session and fitness exercises had already consumed a great deal of energy. Following the incident and a long visit to the hospital, she hadn't felt hungry upon returning. It was only now that she remembered she hadn't eaten lunch. Listening closely, she heard some noise outside, indicating that Zhang Chen had not left yet. Bai Xiao let out a sigh of relief. She remained silent, rising to test her condition. After several hours of catching up on sleep, she felt much better, aside from some lingering pains. Her mobility had returned, and she opened the door to find Zhang Chen sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. The sofa cover had been removed, and the coffee table was tidy. Hearing her approach, Zhang Chen looked up, surprised. Teacher Yuan, you're awake? Yes. Bai Xiao nodded. Zhang Chen immediately stood up, preparing to assist her. No need. Me fine. Bai Xiao quickly declined. She walked over to the sofa and sat down slowly. Really? You look a bit off, Zhang Chen remarked, concern evident on his face. Are you sure you're okay? Mostly fine, just a little numb at times. Bai Xiao explained. By the way, you haven't eaten lunch either. Have you? How about ordering takeout? She suggested, noting that Zhang Chen had likely not eaten either, given how he had hurried her to the hospital. No need to order takeout. I see you have plenty of ingredients in your fridge. Let us just cook, Zhang Chen replied. Bai Xiao was taken aback. What? I'm still recovering. You don't have to cook for me. Teacher Yuan, let us have dumplings, Zhang Chen suddenly exclaimed. How did you know? She instinctively replied, but immediately stopped herself. She had been craving her mother-esque dumplings and found it strange that Zhang Chen had mentioned them too. Was it merely a coincidence? But how could I possibly make dumplings in my current state? Ah, Teacher Ruan also wants dumplings? That's wonderful. Zhang Chen rolled up his sleeves. I see meat and vegetables in the fridge, and rice and flour in the cupboard. Perfect for me to showcase my skills. Ah, Ruan Jiao was astonished. You're gonna cook? You can actually do that? Zhang Chen chuckled. To sit back and wait to eat. What? You can really make dumplings? Ruan Jiao looked at him in disbelief. In this day and age, freshly graduated university students who could cook were a rarity, let alone someone who could make dumplings, which required a bit of skill. Typically, Wun T1 just order a portion instead of making them? That seemed far too cumbersome. Don't underestimate me, Teacher Ruan. Trust me, my culinary skills are quite impressive. Zhang Chen was bubbling with enthusiasm. He had longed to showcase his cooking abilities ever since acquiring them. However, he had never had the opportunity until now, especially with the repair task looming above Ruan Jiao's head. I crave dumplings, and nothing is better than dumplings. Nothing is more fun than a teacher. Dumplings are my favorite. I desperately want to eat them. Repair reward, 1,000 yuan. 1,000. That is no small sum. A meal of dumplings could yield 1,000 yuan? What more could one desire? Ordering takeout? Forget it. With his skills, he could have the dumplings ready before the delivery even arrived. Moreover, his hands were itching to cook. Ruan Jiao appeared skeptical, but seeing his confidence piqued her curiosity, and she watched as he entered the kitchen. He took pour from the fridge and placed it in water to thaw, then retrieved scallions and radishes. In his mind, there were countless methods to prepare dumplings. However, based on the ingredients available, he naturally opted for a common filling of pork, scallion, and radish. He hadn't been particularly adept at cooking in the past, yet now the steps were crystal clear in his mind, and his actions were remarkably swift. Each step felt like muscle memory, flowing seamlessly. He moved with remarkable speed and without hesitation. Ruan Jiao was intrigued and watched closely, her eyes widening in astonishment. Zhang Chen's speed in handling the scallions and radishes was impressive, but what truly took her breath away was his knife skills. In less than a minute, he had finally chopped the scallions and radishes, the entire process appearing fluid and effortless, as if he were a seasoned chef. Vegetables might be simple, but when he turned his attention to the meat, every slice was executed with impeccable precision. It was as if he were not chopping meat, but crafting delicate cuts. Within another minute, the pork was finely minced. The subsequent mixing of the filling and kneading of the dough was nothing short of exquisite, almost artistic. What astounded her most was his ability to multitask. He seasoned the filling while kneading the dough. In less than 10 minutes from the time he entered the kitchen, the dough was ready. The next steps of rolling and wrapping were even quicker. With one hand, he rolled out half of the dough in mere moments. Wrapping the dumplings was even faster, his movements so swift they seemed to leave an afterimage. Ruan Jiao stared in disbelief. When he finished wrapping the last dumpling, he had perfectly utilized every bit of dough, nothing wasted, nothing extra. The water was boiling just as he completed the task. Ruan Jiao's eyes widened as she checked the time. It had only been 20 minutes. The entire process had been executed with such precision that it was almost uncanny. Had he truly timed it perfectly? How could that be possible? Even a master chef at a state banquet might not be able to estimate with such precision. Chapter 28. Floating Rewards. Up to 100,000. Come on, Teacher Ruan, try my culinary skills. Zhang Chen exclaimed excitedly as he placed the dumplings on the table. Ever since he attained master-level cooking skills, this was his first opportunity to showcase his talent. He must admit, the cooking process was astonishingly smooth. In the past, the mere thought of cooking felt cumbersome, leaving him uncertain about what to do. However, this time, whether it was chopping vegetables, mixing fillings, or rolling dough, his hands moved in perfect harmony with his thoughts, guided solely by muscle memory. It was quite remarkable, especially the sensation of wrapping dumplings with one hand. It was incredibly satisfying. Now that the cooking was done, he felt inexplicably confident about the flavor. This confidence radiated from deep within him. Seeing Zhang Chen so enthusiastic, Ruan Jiao eagerly picked up a dumpling and took a bite. It was a bit hot, but the flavor was simply exquisite. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. If you were to open a dumpling shop, it would undoubtedly be a roaring success. I want to try one too. Zhang Chen, upon hearing her praise, sampled a dumpling himself. Wow, He couldn't help but marvel at how much better these dumplings were compared to those sold commercially. Of course, this was not the pinnacle of flavor. It was merely due to the lack of essential ingredients in the kitchen. Otherwise, he could have created something even tastier. Not bad. Zhang Chen nodded. Not bad. It's fantastic. Bai Xiao replied earnestly. I love dumplings and have made them myself, but I've never achieved this level of skill. How did you adjust the flavors? She looked at Zhang Chen with curiosity, her chopsticks never pausing as she devoured one dumpling after another. It's quite simple. Just get the proportions right. Zhang Chen explained. Proportions indeed. Bai Xiao smiled. Yes, mastering the right proportions is an art form. Zhang Chen chuckled. I initially went to the hospital craving my mother's dumplings, but I never expected to enjoy yours, which are far superior, Bai Xiao remarked. While his mother's dumplings were undoubtedly inferior in taste, the nostalgic flavors from his memories were irreplaceable. Enjoy as many as you like. Whenever you crave something different, just let me know. Zhang Chen offered. Oh, right. You could come over to cook. Bai Xiao suddenly suggested. With your exceptional cooking skills, you shouldn't just be a repairman. This could also be a lucrative venture. All right, if you help manage the business, I'll come over every day to cook for you. Zhang Chen replied casually. Every day? Are you trying to bankrupt me? Bai Xiao teased. Free of charge, Zhang Chen declared. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What? What does he mean by that? After graduation, am I no longer his student? Is he trying to flirt with me? Such audacity. Yet, recalling what had transpired today made her feel a bit awkward. Stop joking. What kind of relationship do we have? Free of charge. Bai Xiao shyly protested, her confidence wavering. Of course, it's a teacher-student relationship. What else could it be? Zhang Chen said with a mischievous grin. Really? Are you flirting with your teacher now? Bai Xiao responded, determined to suppress this unsettling notion. Teacher Wan, you're overthinking it. You're 3 years older than I am. I prefer someone younger. Zhang Chen said earnestly. What? Is 3 years too much? Bai Xiao instinctively retorted. All right. If that's the case, I like Teacher Wan. Zhang Chen responded. Bai Xiao thought, this guy's setting himself up for failure. Yet here I am, willingly stepping into the trap. Why was she even debating this with him? Back in school, he was always so smooth-talking. Continuing this conversation would only lead to her embarrassment. She shot him a complex glance and said, just eat your dumplings. Zhang Chen chuckled, having achieved his goal. What goal? You might wonder. Flirtation, of course. How else could progress be made? A little mischief can enhance attraction, especially with a good woman like Teacher Wan. Why not indulge? Naturally, everything must be approached with moderation. After hearing her words, he decided to tone down the flirtation and focus on the meal instead. Bai Xiao mirrored his sentiment, and soon, nearly all the dumplings had vanished. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen blinked and activated a pop-up notification. Repair completed. Reward successfully issued. A solitary pop-up appeared, accompanied by a sudden text message. All right then. No critical hit reward, but still a decent sum, 1,000 yuan. After finishing the dumplings, Zhang Chen cleaned the kitchen thoroughly. The time had now crept past 6 o'clock, and it was time for him to leave. Teacher Wan, take care of your recovery. I'll be on my way. You needn't worry about the wiring. I'll purchase the materials in the next couple of days and come over to help you with the replacement. Zhang Chen rose and simultaneously scheduled his next visit. Replacing that thing is quite a task. There will definitely be a reward for it, he mused. Besides, even without a reward, there's still Bai Xiao. Interaction is essential for progress. Without meeting, even good things can turn sour. Thank you for your help today, Bai Xiao said courteously. You're welcome. I'll be leaving now. He opened the door and departed. Once Zhang Chen left, Bai Xiao gazed at the empty room, her heart racing until it finally settled down. Suddenly, an idea crossed her mind, and she went to peek at the balcony. Upon seeing her yoga pants swaying on the drying rack, her face turned crimson. Why did he wash my clothes? Was it truly just out of kindness, because he saw me unwell? Is that his only intention? Surely it can't be that simple. Having left the building and stepped onto the bustling street, Zhang Chen felt exuberant. Today had been immensely rewarding. 2 critical hit rewards and 3 mysterious rewards. Whether it was Strength 1, Absolute Dance Sense, or Electric Cells, each was extraordinary. At this rate, if I keep repairing things, could I become a superhero? Perhaps I might even fly. All right, time to head back. Zhang Chen thought of the electric cells and suddenly remembered the neighbor lady. If my hands can emit electricity, what about other areas? I must hurry home to experiment. With that thought, Zhang Chen hailed a taxi and rushed back to his community. Ling Ling, why do you seem so distracted? At the end of the workday, Yi Wei noticed Zhonglin by the bike shed, looking somewhat dazed. Not at all. Zhonglin quickly shook her head, snapping back to reality. If I hadn't called you, you might have missed me standing right in front of you. Yi Wei pointed out. Just lost in thought. It's nothing. Zhonglin chuckled awkwardly. All right, let's hurry home. It's getting late. Yi Wei urged, knowing that her friend's residence was quite far. It wouldn't be safe for a girl to return home late. Okay. Zhonglin nodded, yet she still didn't move. Yi Wei had already walked several meters away. As she turned around, she noticed her staring at the electric scooter, appearing somewhat distressed. A moment of surprise struck her. Oh, could it be that there are no keys? Zhang Chen had ridden it back last night. Yet today, after a whole day at work, he had not even shown up in the lobby. Isn't that odd? Borrowing someone's vehicle and not returning the keys? How would she manage to leave? Thus, she walked back again. Linlin, did you forget your keys? It. Huh? How did you know, Sister Yi Wei? Zhonglin was taken aback. I saw Zhang Chen riding your little electric scooter back yesterday, and since he hasn't appeared in the lobby today, he must not have returned the keys to you. Yi Wei observed her with curiosity, her mind wandering to what those two had been up to yesterday. However, she hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate to show too much concern. Indeed, I have no idea where he has disappeared to, Zhonglin complained. Did you try calling him? Yi Wei asked. I did, but he didn't answer. Zhonglin lit. In truth, she hadn't called him at all. After the events of yesterday, she had struggled with insomnia, tossing and turning, utterly drained at work today. She had anticipated he would reach out to her, spending the day entangled in her thoughts, rehearsing how to appear calm, lest he discern her anxiety. To her disbelief, he never showed up. A feeling of irritation brewed within her, though she couldn't quite pinpoint its source. In that moment, riding on his neck seemed entirely reasonable. Why was she so concerned? But how could she not be? At school, let alone riding on someone else's neck, she hadn't even held hands with anyone. It was simply overwhelming. What about Zhang Chen? Yi commented. Checking the time, she decisively said, All right, come to my place. You might as well stay over tonight. Really? Thank you, Sister Yi Wei. Zhonglin exclaimed with excitement. This isn't your first time staying at my place. Why the excitement? Yi Wei remarked, bemused. Well, I save on taxi fare, and I can sleep in a little longer tomorrow, of course. I'm thrilled. Zhonglin replied cheerfully. Yi Wei shook her head in resignation. Zhonglin was a bit oblivious, yet her carefree nature was endearing to Yi Wei. After all, she lived alone as well, and her rooms were ample. Let us go. I need to prepare dinner, Yi Wei announced. Hey, Zhonglin giggled, following Yi Wei home. Once inside room 801, Zhonglin changed into slippers. Yi Wei washed her hands and proceeded to the kitchen, preparing a simple dish of egg noodles. After all, it wasn't Zhonglin's first visit. She was welcome to do as she pleased. Zhonglin, well aware of her limitations in cooking, decided to help with cleaning instead. Grabbing a mop, she was about to start mopping the floor when she suddenly spotted a pair of stockings fluttering in the breeze on the balcony. Stockings were common. She had owned a pair before, but never had she seen such poorly sewn ones. Instantly, Zhonglin recognized them. These must be the stockings that Zhang Chen had taken from Sister Yi Wei and returned. She remembered witnessing him sneakily handing the stockings back to Yi Wei. At the time, she had found it unbelievable and somewhat perplexing. The stockings were tattered. Why would he even return them? Had they been sewn back together? And so poorly at that? The crux was, any other woman would have tossed such stockings into the trash. Yet, Sister Yi Wei had washed them? Had they been hung out to dry? Was she planning to keep them? No. In this scenario, to claim nothing was going on between them would be utterly ludicrous. But just yesterday, Zhang Chen had. Her mind became a bit muddled. Linlin. At that moment, Yi Wei emerged from the kitchen. Seeing Zhonglin with a mop, she motioned for her to stop, but upon noticing Zhonglin's gaze fixed on the stockings, her expression shifted immediately. Flustered, she rushed over to collect the dry stockings. Only after she had gathered them did she remember that Zhonglin was unaware of Zhang Chen sewing the stockings for her. Why had she panicked? Regaining her composure, She smiled and explained they were already dry, so I just put them away. Zhong Lin observed her swift change of demeanor, sensing something was amiss. With a curious tilt of her head, she asked, "Sister, aren't those the ones that got torn yesterday? How come have you been sewn back up? Did you do it?" "Yes, just practicing my sewing skills," Yue replied, smiling graciously. There was undoubtedly something going on, Zhong Lin mused internally. Sister Yi Wei's evident discomfort was a clear indication of that. But who could resist a charming little puppy? One had to admit that Zhang Chen was indeed appealing to a woman's aesthetic sensibilities, irrespective of age. Both young girls and mature women found him attractive. "No need to mop. I just did it yesterday. Why don't you sit on the sofa and wait a moment? Dinner will be ready shortly," Yue said, returning to her room to put away the stockings before heading back to the kitchen. "It's no trouble. I'll just mop again for an even cleaner finish." Zhong Lin insisted as she began mopping, though an unsettling feeling lingered in her mind. Meanwhile, standing at the door next door, Zhang Chen still hadn't made his purchase. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was simply too early in their relationship to suggest any sort of role play. He thought it best to wait until they were more familiar with each other before gradually introducing such ideas. More importantly, Zhang Chen possessed the ability to generate electricity. He had tested it while on the road. It wasn't just his hands that could produce electricity, but every part of his body could as well. Furthermore, he could control the discharge of the electrical current and voltage with extreme precision. He could release a massive current instantly, enough to create an electric arc or even be lethal. Yet he could also adjust to a gentle flow, providing a stimulating sensation without any harm. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. The door swung open quickly, revealing Bai Xiao clad in a seductive nightgown, gazing at him with longing eyes. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, not just because of her alluring attire, but also due to the fresh repair information that had just appeared. Moreover, the reward for the repair was astonishing, ranging from 30,000 to 100,000. This reward seemed utterly outrageous. Brother Tongzi, Chapter 29. The crit hit reward has doubled. Glancing at the time, Zhang Chen was astonished to find it was already 4 o'clock. Has so much time really passed? He mused with satisfaction. Surely this is enough. With that thought, he opened the notification. Repair exceeded. Crit hit reward triggered. Maximum reward doubled. Rewards have been distributed. Exceeding the goal? Zhang Chen was overjoyed. The maximum reward has doubled. What does that imply? Just as he pondered this, a notification sound chimed. He quickly picked up his phone and opened the screen. A staggering 200,000 had been credited to his account. Wow, Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Tongzi is remarkable. Upon opening her eyes, it was 6 o'clock. Bai Xiao had no desire to move. She stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment before turning to glance out the window. The sky was just beginning to brighten. It was likely not yet 8. Her gaze then fell upon the sleeping Zhang Chen, and her cheeks flushed. I have truly stumbled upon a treasure, she thought, feeling elated. However, how am I supposed to go to work? With some difficulty, she climbed out of bed, intending to get a drink of water. Turning to see Zhang Chen as sleeping form, she couldn't help but smile, bending down to tenderly tuck the blanket around him before stepping outside. Gulping down 2 bottles of mineral water, Bai Xiao finally returned to the room. Sis, cough, cough. My condition has suddenly worsened. I can't go to work. May I take another day off? Cough, cough. All right, thank you, sis. Tomorrow will definitely be fine. Cough. Observing Bai Xiao, who was pretending to be ill on the sofa, Zhang Chen chuckled and said with a grin, Sis, not going to work again? Bai Xiao shot him a glare, exasperated. How can I go in this state? Hee. Zhang Chen beamed with pride. Unable to resist her curiosity at his smug expression, Bai Xiao asked. I felt like you were charged with electricity yesterday. What was that about? Charged with electricity? Sis, what are you saying? Zhang Chen feigned ignorance. It was as if, like static electricity. Bai Xiao's face turned crimson as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Impossible, sis. You must believe in science. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Bai Xiao paused, realizing the absurdity of her thoughts. How could one be charged with electricity? That would be too fantastical. Yet, she genuinely felt it. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. She shook her head. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Hello, food delivery, came the voice of the delivery person. I'll go answer the door, Zhang Chen declared. Wait. Bai Xiao quickly stopped him, then called out to the delivery person, "Please leave it outside." "All right. Remember to give a 5-star review." The delivery person responded without surprise, accustomed to such requests. Bai Xiao waited a moment, ensuring the delivery person had left, before turning to Zhang Chen. "Now you can get it. Isn't that being overly cautious?" Zhang Chen remarked. "Absolutely not. Our affair must remain confidential," Bai Xiao insisted. Then her expression darkened. "I'm still not divorced." "Huh? Sis, are you planning to get a divorce?" Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. "If I'm not getting divorced, then what are we doing?" Bai Xiao fixed her gaze upon him. "I do not wish to live in secrecy." "Well, what about your husband?" Zhang Chen felt a bit awkward. In truth, he didn't mind her being married. There were advantages to it. For one, the neighbor wouldn't spread rumors, saving them from considerable trouble. Moreover, Bai Xiao's husband was rarely home, hardly returning even once a year. It was likely he had established a life of his own elsewhere. Yet, it was peculiar. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would prompt a divorce, especially without children. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Bai Xiao sighed and shook her head, unwilling to elaborate further. Her expression suggested deeper issues at play. Zhang Chen smiled reassuringly, saying, "Sis, don't worry about this. It will be resolved in due time. After all, you cannot escape from me." "What are you saying?" "I'm starving. Let us eat first," Bai Xiao replied, blushing, trying to maintain her composure. "Hee." Zhang Chen grinned mischievously. Chapter 030, The Broken Strap. "Zhonglin, could you help me sew it?" Having returned from a neighbor's house, it was already 10 o'clock. I took out my phone and dialed Teacher Ruan's number. After 3 rings, the call connected. "Teacher Ruan, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling better?" Zhang Chen inquired with concern. "Much better." Teacher Ruan's voice was calm. However, Zhang Chen couldn't help but recall the incident that had transpired. Coughing, he hurriedly dismissed those errant thoughts. "Please take good care of yourself, Teacher Ruan. I will prepare the materials over the next few days and promptly replace the circuit to avoid a recurrence of last time's mishap." "Thank you," Teacher Ruan replied, her voice still tranquil. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, her face was flushed with embarrassment, primarily due to the previous incident, which she found exceedingly mortifying. "Why so polite, Teacher Ruan?" Zhang Chen chuckled, advising, "There are some dumplings in the fridge. Feel free to cook them if you're hungry. It's quite convenient. If you need more, just let me know, and I'll make you some." "No need. Focus on your own matters. You must earn a living and shouldn't always be preoccupied with me," Teacher Ruan insisted, though a blush crept on her cheeks. "How peculiar does that sound? I have enough earnings, and since you are injured, as your student, it's only natural for me to care for you." "It's no trouble at all," Zhang Chen replied with a grin. "If I don't think about you, how will I earn rewards? Repairing the sacred body is no simple task. Just look at how many issues have arisen with you." Teacher Ruan fell silent for a moment, merely affirming with a sound before advising him to work hard and then ending the call. "Teacher Ruan, you're quite something," Zhang Chen mused, unable to shake the image of her in yoga pants from his mind. Just then, his phone rang again. Surprised, Zhang Chen wondered if Teacher Ruan was calling back. However, upon checking, it was Zhonglin. His mind shifted from the vision of yoga pants to Zhonglin. If this junior were to wear yoga pants, she'd certainly look quite impressive. He answered the call, and Zhonglin's irritated voice came through. "Zhang Chen, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming down?" "Coming down? For what?" Zhang Chen asked, puzzled. "My electric scooter's key." Zhonglin fumed, her teeth grinding. How could he forget? Oh dear, I completely forgot. "I'm so sorry. I'll be right down." Zhang Chen suddenly recalled that he had ridden her scooter back the last time and had intended to leave the key at the property management office the next day. However, after a delightful evening with the neighbor, he had forgotten all about it. No wonder she sounded so furious. Finding the key, Zhang Chen swiftly closed the door and headed downstairs. Upon arriving at the property management office, he found Zhonglin waiting at the entrance with a dark expression. "Apologies. Things got a bit busy, and I forgot." Zhang Chen sheepishly handed her the key with a forced smile. Zhonglin shot him a glare, but for some reason, her face had turned slightly red, and her gaze seemed to waver. Nevertheless, she did not let him off easily. Where have you been wandering off to that you could forget something like this?" "My fault, truly. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal, lobster and abalone. Pick whatever you like, and don't hold back," Zhang Chen declared generously. "Wow, I just earned 200,000, so why not? He thought to himself. At this rate, becoming a millionaire was just around the corner. Are you serious? Zhong Lin was taken aback. Although she hadn't chosen anything too extravagant the last time he treated her, it still cost a fair amount. Lobster and abalone? Wouldn't that cost several thousand for just one meal? Yet, his demeanor suggested he was sincere. However, thinking back to the previous occasion made her a bit anxious. Absolutely, Zhang Chen affirmed with a nod. I've been making quite a bit lately. So, seize the opportunity. You've been making a lot? Who doesn't he know you're a repairman? Zhong Lin scoffed. Zhang Chen was left speechless. Once she realized what she had said, Zhong Lin panicked. Initially, the reputation of being a repairman wasn't great, and she had inadvertently mocked him. He had pride too. She quickly cleared her throat, apologizing. I shouldn't have said that. Being a repairman is still work, and there's no hierarchy. I'm just a lowly intern myself. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion. What? How did you know I was upset? I was merely staring at Yi Wei for a moment, momentarily lost in thought. Today, she wore stockings again, and while still in her uniform, the style accentuated her alluring aura. I'm not upset, so are we going or not? Zhang Chen directly inquired. Of course, why wouldn't I? You're paying. Zhong Lin replied without hesitation. After all, she loved lobster and abalone. It was only fitting, given the inconvenience he caused her by forgetting the key. All right then, when you finish work, ride your scooter and take me there, Zhang Chen suggested. Absolutely not. Zhong Lin's sudden reaction startled Zhang Chen. What's going on? He asked, perplexed. Feeling her heart race, Zhong Lin recalled the moment when she had previously taken him out. The memory made her blush even now. You're too heavy. I can't carry you properly. She found an excuse. But you managed just fine before. Zhang Chen countered, his gaze appraising her. Although her outfit hadn't changed significantly, the trousers seemed a tad tighter. I said, take me or I won't go. Zhong Lin insisted. Not going? Well, that works for me. I'll save a meal. Zhang Chen retorted. Zhang Chen. Zhong Lin was exasperated, her teeth grinding in frustration at his irritating remarks. All right, I'll take you. But you must choose the place. I'm not very familiar with high-end restaurants. Zhong Lin finally relented. Zhang Chen smiled. Zhong Lin shot him a disapproving glance, realizing he was clearly teasing her. We'll talk about it after work. I have to get back now, she said, turning to leave. Just as she did, a maintenance pop-up window suddenly appeared on her shoulder. Broken strap. Too heavy, too heavy. The impact was too great. I've snapped. Can someone help me? Repair reward. 500 yuan, wow. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Finally, a refresh. He had been busy yesterday, without noticing any pop-ups on Zhong Lin. Now, it had finally appeared. However, what did too heavy mean? What was too great an impact? Reflecting on it, he realized. Seriously? Is this a joke? I could make excuses for the stockings, but how could Zhong Lin be responsible for a broken strap? How on earth do I fix this? Chapter 31. Zhong Lin blushes. You rogue. As Zhong Lin prepared to leave, Zhang Chen was reluctant to forfeit this splendid opportunity. It wasn't merely about taking advantage. Primarily, he yearned for the reward. The 500 yuan was trivial. Yet what if a critical reward were to emerge? That would be of utmost importance. Instinctively, he called out, wait, there's something else. Zhong Lin turned back, pausing momentarily. Turn around, Zhang Chen commanded. Turn around? Zhong Lin responded, puzzled yet obediently turning her back to him. Then, she heard Zhang Chen's footsteps approaching. In that instant, a wave of anxiety surged through Zhong Lin. What was he planning? Suddenly, memories of his previous slip on the small electric scooter flooded her mind. No, she thought, her heart racing, just as she was about to refuse. She heard Zhang Chen mutter, hey, your strap is broken. Zhong Lin. Of course, she was aware her strap was broken. It had snapped when she was descending the stairs earlier. However, since the other strap was intact, it didn't pose an issue, and she planned to fix it later. Moreover, my shoulder strap is concealed within my clothing. How'd he see it? She instinctively covered her left shoulder and shot him a glare. Don't look over there. Zhang Chen scratched his head, contemplating how to articulate his intentions. Observing his demeanor, Zhong Lin's face flushed crimson as she tightened her grip, adopting a defensive posture. Hey, don't be nervous. I just need a favor, Zhang Chen declared boldly. For the sake of the critical reward, He was willing to take risks. What favor? Zhong Lin asked, perplexed. How did it relate to her strap? I've been learning to sew lately, and since you have a broken strap, I could stitch it for you. Zhang Chen replied with a grin. Zhong Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You want to sew my strap? Just go home and sew your own fabric. She scoffed at his flimsy excuse. How could he claim he wasn't being lewd? This was blatantly transparent. However, his words did spark a thought in her mind. Had he also used this excuse to obtain Sister Yui's stockings? But her strap was entirely different from Sister Yui's stockings. You rogue, Zhong Lin exclaimed, her face aflame, before turning on her heel and fleeing. Zhang Chen sighed in disappointment. How could he possibly succeed? At that moment, Yue emerged from the service hall, approaching Zhang Chen with a puzzled expression. What did you say to her? Why did she run in blushing? She ignored my calls. Nothing. I just invited her to dinner. She must be shy. Zhang Chen replied glumly. He lamented within. What a marvelous opportunity he had squandered. By the way, the boss truly had a knack for matchmaking. Why not assign him a more favorable repair task? You want to pursue Lin Lin? Ye questioned, Froning. What? If you want to pursue Lin Lin, why involve me? You're such a scoundrel. Oh, I just thanked her for lending me the electric scooter. Zhang Chen clarified. Upon hearing this, Yi Wei's mood instantly brightened. She couldn't quite understand why, but it made her quite happy. Oh, by the way, do you have any business for me? Zhang Chen inquired. Since the strap was not viable, he needed to expand his business scope. Having seen her exit, it was only natural to ask. However, his wandering gaze fell upon her legs, an old habit resurfacing. Yi Wei, being a goddess in stockings, had legs as straight and beautiful as a model's. Dressed in stockings, she exuded a mature charm. Although the flesh-colored stockings lacked the allure of black ones, they possessed a distinct charm of their own. Yi Wei noticed his lingering gaze but feigned ignorance, subtly adjusting her legs, as if by mere coincidence, accentuating her advantages. No, we haven't received many requests from our property management. Mainly, they don't trust you. All right, Zhang Chen shrugged, indifferent. After all, he had already earned quite a sum. In just a few days, he had amassed nearly 500,000 yuan in savings. A monthly income of over 1 million was effortlessly achievable. Yet to Yi Wei, Zhang Chen seemed to have given up on himself. Don't worry, business takes time. As clients accumulate, it will naturally improve. She reassured him. Thank you, sister. Zhang Chen nodded, his eyes scanning her figure. Yet he saw no repair tasks, leaving him slightly disheartened. Speaking of which, if he were to intentionally tear her stockings, would there be a repair reward? Perhaps not. That would surely be cheating. Yet, the thought of teacher Ruan's yoga pants on Yi Wei's figure was utterly enticing. With her beautiful legs and yoga pants, the mere sight would be exhilarating. Zhang Chen, enough already. Are you still staring? Yi Wei, noticing his unabashed gaze, shot him an admonishing glare. What would he do? Sister, you're simply too beautiful. If I don't look, it would imply I'm not a man, or perhaps I'm blind. But my eyesight is perfectly fine, allowing me to appreciate your beauty, he exclaimed, leaving Yi Wei speechless. All right, I have some matters to attend to. I'll keep an eye out for repair tasks. I'm off. With that, she turned and strode away, ignoring him. Zhang Chen watched her retreating figure, unable to resist comparing her to the neighbor's wife. Remarkable. It wasn't long before her silhouette vanished from view. Leaving? That was certainly not an option. He had to pursue Zhong Lin. Despite her sharp tongue, she had a kind heart. Perhaps an opportunity still awaited him. Yet he did not approach her immediately. Instead, he returned home to gather needles and thread. One must always be prepared. Meanwhile, Zhong Lin was behind the service desk, lost in thought. The sensation of her racing heart had yet to subside. However, he had been utterly inappropriate. How could he be so brazen in front of her? Could he not be a bit more tactful? Perhaps she might have even agreed. No. She resolutely refused to entertain such thoughts. That notion was too terrifying. At that moment, the glass door swung open. She looked up to see that detestable rogue striding towards her. You, why are you still following me? Zhong Lin stammered, her mind in a whirl. Zhang Chen scanned his surroundings to ensure no one was watching before pulling out the needle and thread. You're still at work, and a broken strap must be uncomfortable. What if someone sees? I wouldn't want that. Then, he revealed the needle and thread he had specially retrieved from home. I'll help you fix it quickly. It won't take more than a few seconds. Zhong Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom his audacity. How could he dare to pursue her? And if I don't want your help, who do you think you are? As she pondered this, her frustration mounted. Slamming her hand on the table, she stood up from her chair. In an unfortunate turn of events, disaster struck. Chapter 032. Hand me the needle and thread. I shall sew the strap myself. For a brief moment, she was taken aback. Zhong Lin hastily covered herself and sternly admonished Zhang Chen, forbidding him to look. Zhang Chen, somewhat bewildered, protested, "What? I haven't seen anything at all. You're still wearing a shirt." He pointed out, "See, I told you it would slip down." With clear eyes, he held up the needle and thread. Zhong Lin felt both embarrassed and speechless, thinking to herself, "I covered up quickly. He couldn't have seen anything, right?" Yet she was also annoyed. Why did I have to bang the table like that? She glanced at the needle and thread, utterly perplexed whether he was deliberately crossing boundaries or genuinely trying to help. "Turn around," she commanded. Zhang Chen noticed her staring intently at him, her face as red as an apple, and took a step forward. "Stop right there," Zhong Lin called out urgently. He halted, but continued to reason. "I'll just help you sew it. I'll 1TC anything, at most just your shoulder. We're all adults here. What is there to fear?" Zhong Lin was both amused and exasperated by his twisted rationale, thinking, "Who doesn't T know what you're after? You want to look? If we ever date, I'll let you see openly then. But for now, absolutely not. Why am I even thinking this way?" Her mind was in disarray. Nevertheless, the prospect of him helping her sew was entirely out of the question. But not sewing it was also not an option. "Give it to me. I'll do it myself." One hand extended towards Zhang Chen, while the other still held her covering. Zhang Chen paused, realizing, her strap needed saving. Yet, there was no rule stating it had to be her doing the saving. As long as it was sewn properly, wouldn't that suffice? With this thought, he relented and handed her the needle and thread. "Just keep an eye on me. I'll be right back," she said, rushing off to the restroom while still covering herself. 5 minutes passed without her return. Zhang Chen, however, received a notification. Repair completed. Reward successfully issued. Subsequently, 500 yuan was credited to his account. No critical reward. He felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, 500 was still commendable, especially since he hadn't lifted a finger. It seemed this method was indeed effective. Lost in thought, he was startled when Zhong Lin emerged. Her face flushed and her walk somewhat awkward. When she caught his gaze, she huffed, handed him the needle and thread without a word, and turned back to her post. Seeing her so shy amused Zhang Chen greatly, so he decided not to linger. After exchanging greetings, he exited the service hall. Once he left, Zhong Lin exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though her strap had transformed into his hands. "Was I even thinking?" She shook her rosy cheeks, quickly suppressing that troubling notion. Strolling leisurely through the community, Zhang Chen relished the moment. Upon reaching the building's entrance, he unexpectedly spotted Bai Xiao walking out. Their eyes met. "Sister," Zhang Chen instinctively called out. However, Bai Xiao quickly averted her gaze, pretending not to recognize him, and hurried past. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the area was quite populated. It was noon, and many residents were returning home from work, some carrying groceries to prepare meals. Thus, the community was bustling with activity. In that instant, Zhang Chen comprehended Bai Xiao's apprehension. Amused, he turned and entered the building. Once home, he dialed her number. As soon as the call connected, Bai Xiao lowered her voice, apologizing softly. "I'm so sorry, Zhang Chen. I pretended not to know you because I was afraid people might discover our relationship. Please don't be mad at me." "Why would I be? We need to be cautious," Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Bai Xiao sighed in relief. Curiously, he asked, "Sister, what are you out doing? Aren't you supposed to be resting at home?" "Buying groceries," Bai Xiao responded, realizing his underlying intent to suggest she should rest up for later. "Yes, I should be ready by tomorrow, I think." The thought made her blush. Hadn't they just had a meal together? Just preparing in advance. "You don't have a refrigerator at home, and takeout isn't sanitary. I'll come back to cook for you whenever I have the time." Bai Xiao spoke gently, like an older sister. Zhang Chen felt touched by her kindness. He, so rough around the edges, was treated tenderly by her. Truly, He felt like a brute. Is there anything you wish to eat? I'll buy it and cook for you. Bai Xiao directly inquired as he remained silent. Sister, it should be you deciding what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. Zhang Chen chuckled. You cook? Don't be ridiculous. What university student knows how to cook? Bai Xiao was skeptical. Just buy what you want to eat, and you'll see. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, eager to showcase his culinary skills. He had acquired this ability from her, after all. Until now, he had only demonstrated it to teacher Ruan. Initially, he had planned to borrow her kitchen to flaunt his skills, but with the fun they had, cooking had slipped his mind. With her taking a break these 2 days, he finally had the chance to try it out. Cooking was indeed a delightful experience. The fluidity of it was particularly addictive. All right, I'll buy more meat to nourish you, Bai Xiao declared. Sister, we can't only buy meat. Make sure to get plenty of beef and lamb organs too. Zhang Chen chuckled. Bai Xiao's face flushed instantly. She looked around, ensuring no one was watching, and huffed, You're incorrigible. Tonight is definitely out of the question. Before Zhang Chen could respond, Bai Xiao quickly added, But tomorrow morning should be fine. Before I go work, I can spare an hour. As she spoke, her face turned a deep shade of red. Zhang Chen was astonished. Bai Xiao was incredibly understanding. All right, sister, he replied, excitement bubbling within him. Hearing his enthusiastic tone, Bai Xiao's cheeks reddened further as she softly asked, Is there anything else you need? Upon hearing her inquiry, an idea popped into Zhang Chen's mind. Sister, if possible, I'd love to see you in yoga pants. He blurted out, making a rather audacious request. Bai Xiao's face turned crimson once more. She thought to herself, Are today as college students so bold? She certainly knew what yoga pants were, comfortable attire often worn by women during workouts. Yet in a man's eyes, they seemed to possess a different allure. Zhang Chen, after a moment of silence, felt anxious. Given that this was the second time, Bai Xiao, who had been so compliant, should not refuse, right? Or was she simply too embarrassed? After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Sister, if it's too much to ask. Zhang Chen began, intending to let it go. However, Bai Xiao interjected softly, Well, I'll buy a pair to try. Sister, love you, Zhang Chen exclaimed, instantly invigorated. If she really bought them, he might struggle to contain himself. However, he had promised not to act on her tonight. What was he to do? You're impossible, Bai Xiao playfully retorted, her voice tinged with shyness, before hanging up the call. Chapter 033. The Discharge Cell, not merely one application. I adore my lady. Zhang Chen whistled with excitement. However, after a moment of exhilaration, he calmed down. After all, he would not be able to enjoy it until the following morning. It was only around midnight. Having dined late, he was not hungry. He intended to lie down and browse his phone for a while. Yet, just as he settled in and watched a few videos of beautiful women dancing, he realized his phone was nearly out of battery. He got up to find the charger, only to discover it was unresponsive when plugged in. Stunned, he switched on the light and was met with darkness. Had the power gone out? Panic set in. How could he manage without his phone? Zhang Chen felt a rush of urgency as electrical knowledge instinctively surfaced in his mind. Right? He had discharge cells, and the stored energy could easily charge his phone multiple times. The thought struck him like lightning. If his friend Tongzi knew Zhang Chen was using discharge cells for such mundane purposes, he would undoubtedly mock him. Such a remarkable ability. And this is how you wield it? With that thought, Zhang Chen hesitated before taking action, first mentally simulating the process. Charging a phone requires stabilizing the 220 volts of mains electricity through the charger's internal high-frequency transformer and voltage regulation capacitor to maintain the current and voltage within a specific range, typically 5V or 10V. Subsequently, the phone's internal boost system charges the battery steadily. By adjusting the voltage, current, and the phone's design, one can achieve high voltage with low current or low voltage with high current, even daringly high voltage and high current. Zhang Chen's electrical repair knowledge allowed him to swiftly calculate the necessary voltage and current values. Next, he simply needed to use the discharge cells for precise control to charge the phone's positive and negative terminals. This precision control, it was hardly challenging. After checking the charger, confirming the voltage and current, Zhang Chen extended 2 fingers to the phone's charging port. He activated the discharge cells, and in an instant, dozens of currents, thinner than a hair, emerged from his fingertips. They aligned to simulate the positive and negative terminals of the USB-C port. Moments later, these delicate currents made contact with the metal contacts inside the port and the external metal. After a brief pause, the phone sprang to life, indicating it was charging. Success! Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy. The accomplishment was exhilarating, making him feel as if he could master this skill entirely. After approximately 10 minutes of continuous output, his fingers began to tire. However, the battery level had risen from 5% to 30%, a remarkable improvement. Yet, his fingers were somewhat uncomfortable. He pondered for a moment before lifting the phone. Although his fingers rested against the back, the currents could still follow their designated path directly to the charging port. This adjustment made it much more comfortable. He resumed browsing videos without any hindrance, as if he were simply using the phone normally. How ingenious he felt, realizing the level of control he had achieved. After charging the phone for a while, Zhang Chen attempted to connect the circuit to the main power supply. He then switched on the lights in the house, without any issues. However, the current consumption was noticeably higher. He also tried his computer, which functioned flawlessly. Testing the kettle, which operated at a full power of 1200 watts, was also successful, though the energy consumption surged. After all, the stored energy in his discharge cells was dwindling. He could feel it nearing depletion. Perhaps he should charge it once the power returned. Zhang Chen mused. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he felt rather like a power bank, an odd sensation. He thought he might test how much energy his discharge cells could store. Since he possessed this skill, it was only logical to explore its limits. However, it seemed the power outage would endure for a while. By 2 o'clock, there was still no electricity, but the doorbell rang. Zhang Chen opened the door to find Bai Xiao standing outside, carrying 2 large bags of items and appearing quite fatigued. Upon closer inspection, one shopping bag contained not only fruits and vegetables, but also several packaged yoga pants. He could vaguely discern that one of them was purple. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Wow, that is quite bold. The salesperson claimed I would look good in this, and it would be sexy, so I thought I'd give it a try. Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed. Zhang Chen burst into laughter. Bai Xiao was being particularly generous. Sister, let me carry that. You open the door? Zhang Chen hurriedly took the bags. All right. Bai Xiao nodded, shaking her hand before retrieving the keys to unlock the door. Once inside, Zhang Chen's gaze lingered on her legs. Bai Xiao's face reddened further, but she quickly interjected, saying, not tonight, tomorrow morning. What sort of remark is that? Am I really that impatient? Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Bai Xiao shot him a glance, asking, not impatient? He chuckled, just sit here and rest. I will prepare dinner. Can you really cook? Bai Xiao inquired, unable to resist. Of course. But be careful not to eat your tongue, Zhang Chen boasted. In the kitchen, as Zhang Chen busied himself with cooking, Bai Xiao did not rest, but was instead curiously peering in from the doorway. She was astounded by his proficiency in handling the ingredients. He effortlessly removed the shrimp's intestinal tract and dismembered the crabs with remarkable speed. The pork was sliced with precision, transforming into perfect portions. It was as if he was performing an art form, fluid and graceful. Within half an hour, nearly all the ingredients had been expertly prepared. Zhang Chen had already appeared quite handsome in her eyes, but now, witnessing his culinary skills, his charm had skyrocketed. She felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Initially a bit shy, she now felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Chapter 34. With all these repairs, I could easily earn it back. Spicy crayfish, scallion oil crab, crystal braised pork, sweet and sour fish fillet, fish head tofu soup. Paired with rice, it's undoubtedly a splendid 4 dishes in a soup. Moreover, each dish is a robust delicacy. The most remarkable part is that the entire process took less than 2 hours. Even more impressive is that these dishes are not only visually appealing, but also tantalizing to the palate. Bai Xiao was left in awe. One could easily mistake such culinary skills for those of a state banquet chef. The entire experience was a feast for the senses. Sister, give it a try. Zhang Chen offered her chopsticks. Bai Xiao nodded eagerly, taking the chopsticks and hastily sampling a piece of braised pork. The moment it touched her tongue, it was sweet, tender, and fragrant, neither greasy nor overwhelming. The flavor was simply exquisite. Delicious. Bai Xiao's eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but praise. She had tasted all 5 dishes before, but none had ever been this delightful. There was simply no comparison. Though it appeared to be made with common kitchen seasonings, the taste was rich, with a perfect balance of sweetness and saltiness. It was truly an unparalleled delight. If it's this good, then eat more. Zhang Chen chuckled, feeling satisfied as he watched her enjoy the meal. This must be the happiness of a chef. Don't just let me eat. You should eat too, Bai Xiao urged. I'm not hungry. You go ahead, Zhang Chen replied. Although he wasn't particularly tired, he didn't feel like eating right after cooking and needed a moment to pause. Then I'll start, Bai Xiao declared, diving into her meal. She had eaten a fair amount for breakfast, but by this time, it was already 4 o'clock, and she was quite hungry. After satisfying her appetite, Bai Xiao looked at Zhang Chen, puzzled. How come your cooking skills are so amazing? It's a family tradition, but I haven't done it in a while, so I'm a bit out of practice. Zhang Chen explained. Out of practice? Bai Xiao exclaimed. Compared to you, my cooking skills haven't even scratched the surface. If you enjoy it, I'll cook for you more often. Zhang Chen smiled. Bai Xiao nodded vigorously. She had never tasted such exquisite dishes in her life. By the way, I'm full now, but why haven't you eaten yet? Bai Xiao noticed he hadn't touched his food at all. I'm waiting for the nourishing soup. Zhang Chen pointed to the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's face turned crimson. At 6:30, Zhang Chen received a timely phone call from Zhong Lin. He had just left Bai Xiao's home and checked the time. It was perfect. After answering Zhong Lin's call, he promptly went downstairs. Upon reaching the intersection, he spotted Zhong Lin waiting by the roadside on her electric scooter, which made him smile. It was slightly awkward, yet she did possess a hint of foodie tendencies. She hadn't canceled their meeting. Zhong Lin, Zhang Chen greeted as he approached her, startling her a bit. What are you thinking? Zhang Chen asked with a quizzical expression. Nothing. Zhong Lin blushed as she dismounted from the scooter, making her intentions clear. She wanted him to take the lead. Zhang Chen shrugged it off, thinking that if she didn't see it, so be it. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He hopped onto the scooter, and upon seeing Zhong Lin settle in behind him, he announced, "Let us set off." Zhong Lin replied, straddling the scooter and holding onto the rear trunk, trying to keep her distance from Zhang Chen. Soon, they arrived at the entrance. Suddenly, an elderly lady appeared in front of them. Zhang Chen slammed the brakes, and Zhong Lin, caught off guard, tumbled into his back. Her grip on the scooter loosened, and she felt as though she might fall off entirely. In a panic, she wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's waist, frozen for several seconds. Flustered, she attempted to scoot back. Zhang Chen found it amusing. Was that really necessary? He thought, but chose to remain silent. Then he twisted the throttle, and the scooter surged forward. Zhong Lin gasped, her back pressed against the trunk as her arms instinctively tightened around Zhang Chen's waist. Once she regained her composure, she was furious. That was deliberate, she thought, convinced that he had intentionally tried to make her hold on to him. What if I rode instead? No way. If I were in front, he would surely find a way to wrap his arms around me. Forget it. If I must hold on, I'll just maintain some distance. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhang Chen suddenly slammed the brakes again. Zhang Chen, she gritted her teeth. Sorry. There was an elderly lady crossing the road. Zhang Chen quickly apologized. Zhong Lin looked ahead, wondering where the old lady was. Did she fly past us? And this is the auxiliary road, where the intersection. Realizing he was just making excuses, Zhong Lin felt frustrated. He always picks on me. She sensed they were getting a bit carried away with the playful banter. After about 20 minutes of riding, they arrived at a commercial street not far from Zhong Lin's home. They parked the scooter and headed straight for the Norton Manor Steakhouse. Indeed, the lavish feast Zhong Lin craved was steak. In reality, it wasn't even that expensive. The ordinary 499 yuan set was more than sufficient. The ambience was what truly mattered. Zhang Chen found it puzzling that she would choose steak over lobster and abalone. What was so special about it? Upon entering the restaurant, the decor exuded opulence, creating an impressive atmosphere. Given that it was mealtime, the place was bustling with patrons. The two found a window seat, and the waiter promptly brought over the menu. Zhang Chen glanced at it and saw the couple's luxurious set, which was priced at 2,688 yuan. "I'll take this one," he declared confidently. "Very well, sir," the waiter replied with a smile. Zhang Lin noticed the price he had just ordered, but was too late to voice her objection before Zhang Chen had already made the call. Once the waiter left, Zhang Lin grimaced. Why did you order such an expensive set? That is almost my entire monthly salary. It's a couple set, Zhang Chen retorted. Huh? You ordered it just because it's labeled couple? Zhang Lin was taken aback. What else would I do? Zhang Chen looked at her. Zhang Lin felt her face flush under his gaze, her heart racing wildly. Couple. Such an obvious implication. Yet, she was deeply conflicted about the implications regarding Yu Wei. This relationship fell off. If things continued like this, she would be in a precarious position. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lin gazed earnestly at him. Zhang Chen. What's wrong? Zhang Chen looked back at her, puzzled. In her mind, she had intended to question his pursuit of Yu Wei, but the words that came out were, "You shouldn't spend so much. It's 2,700. How much do you have to repair? Just earn it back." Zhang Chen chuckled. This girl is actually concerned about me? Just rack up some repair rewards, and it will all balance out. What difficulty could there possibly be? Chapter 35. The Flying Lady's Shoe. Repair reward, 300 yuan. No need to spare my expenses. This is merely an apology. Zhang Chen remained unfazed. Zhang Lin found it somewhat peculiar. Logically, a recent graduate should be quite strapped for cash. Moreover, the apartment he rented was a mere 600 yuan per month, an absolute bargain. Don't ask her how she knew. It was simply a matter of having investigated. The property management had a copy of the rental information for the community. The place Zhang Chen rented was not only dilapidated, but furnished with items over a decade old. Naturally, the rent was the lowest available. Yet, here he was, casually offering 2,700 yuan to treat her to a meal. It simply did not add up. Was he trying to maintain appearances? Perhaps he was pretending to be generous in an attempt to court her. With that thought, she couldn't help but steal glances at him. Yet she found it impossible to discern his true intentions. Why are you staring at me? Zhang Chen asked, amused, noticing her furtive glances. Who is staring at you? Zhang Lin retorted defiantly. Live all you like. I'm quite generous. Feel free to take photos or ask for an autograph. Zhang Chen chuckled. Please, do you think you're a celebrity? Zhang Lin rolled her eyes. However, she couldn't deny that Zhang Chen was indeed quite handsome, and she found herself gazing at him with a hint of infatuation. Suddenly, she caught him meeting her gaze and quickly turned away, fidgeting in her seat to ease her nervousness. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Chen's long legs had encroached upon her space, and in her distraction, she accidentally kicked him. Startled, she looked up to find Zhang Chen grinning at her mischievously. Lin, we can be open about this. No need to sneak around. Who has sneaking? Zhang Lin's face flushed, feeling embarrassed. In a fit of irritation, she kicked him lightly under the table, her petite foot barely making contact. Clearly, she was reluctant to be too forceful. Zhang Chen, however, was not one to let her have the upper hand and retaliated. As they playfully kicked each other, Zhang Lin miscalculated, putting too much force behind her kick. In the next moment, her shoe flew off her foot and landed squarely in Zhang Chen's lap. Both Zhang Lin and Zhang Chen were momentarily stunned. What has happened? How did the shoe end up here? The ordinary lady's shoe lay quietly in his lap. The unexpected notification popped up. The left lady's shoe has inadvertently flown off the owner's foot. The owner was too careless, and I was thrown off. I don't smell. Please don't let me be separated from my owner. Repair reward. 300 yuan. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Is there really a reward for this? Confused, he pondered why he should assist her. If she simply put the shoe back on, wouldn't that suffice for the repair? All it required was a simple action. 1. Pick up the shoe. 2. Hand it to her. 3. Watch her put it back on. Ahem. Why would he watch? Well, dear readers, you understand. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin's mind was a whirlwind. How could this happen? How embarrassing. Did I really just kick my shoe off? Oh no, what if my feet smell? No, they couldn't possibly. They must smell delightful. Still, what an awkward situation. As she contemplated how to address it, she heard Zhang Chen chuckle. At your age. Still so mischievous. Hurry and put on. Just then, she heard a clang, and upon looking down, her shoe had returned. Her face turned crimson as she hastily curled her toes and slipped her foot back inside. At that moment, the waitress approached with a tray of dishes. Zhang Lin froze. Afraid to move, her face flushed, eyes wide with shyness. Zhang Chen, relieved, thought to himself. Thank goodness. I almost went down a wrong path. Repairing the shoe was straightforward. It simply needed to be worn again. But the fact that he had initially considered doing it himself? That would have been quite improper. At that moment, the waitress shot them a curious glance, wondering why the charming young lady was blushing so profusely. However, she held her curiosity in check and, smiling, said, Your meal isn't quite ready yet. Please bear with us for a moment. Thank you. Zhang Chen replied calmly, while Zhong Lin remained silent. Once the waitress left, Zhong Lin let out a sigh of relief. However, upon meeting Zhang Chen's gaze, she felt a mixture of shyness and embarrassment. Was that it? He and T made any inappropriate advances? She blinked, then felt an urge to scream. Ah, Zhong Lin, what are you thinking? She felt a wave of shame for having such thoughts. What on earth was her mind conjuring? Unable to help herself, she lightly thumped her head. What a beautiful girl. And yet here she was, losing her mind. Zhang Chen shook his head, sighing. His actions left Zhong Lin speechless. Had she ever encountered someone so mocking? Here was a striking beauty, and instead of comforting her, he chose to tease? How could she possibly engage with him now? Oh, no way. I certainly want to engage with you. Her thoughts were chaotic. Her mind was a storm of bizarre ideas. It was a disaster. She felt utterly unable to control her runaway thoughts. Zhong Lin was on the verge of tears. Chapter 036, Critical Strike Reward. What on earth is foot massage? Bowing down to eat. Not daring to look up. Zhong Lin had transformed into a quiet little girl. Zhang Chen found it somewhat amusing, especially when she took a bite and stole a glance at him. Upon realizing he was also looking back, she immediately lowered her head again to eat. This covert exchange was simply too humorous. Blinking, Zhang Chen summoned a notification. Repair completed, triggered critical strike reward, obtained the 36 techniques of foot massage. Reward distributed Zhang Chen. What on earth? The 36 techniques of foot massage? Brother Tongzi, this is a bit excessive. This is a technician's secret skill. What a ridiculous situation. Zhang Chen was left bewildered, expecting something grand, only to receive this instead. Instinctively, his fingers began to unconsciously move, glancing at Zhong Lin, feeling an undeniable urge to give it a try, almost too skilled to resist. Zhang Chen. Meanwhile, Zhong Lin panicked and buried her head even deeper. He looked at me. He just winked at me. Zhong Lin was extremely nervous. You're not even a girl. How could you expect me to be moved? Absolutely not. The conviction echoed in her mind as her heartbeat pounded louder. This is disastrous. Zhong Lin felt, once again, as if the sky was falling. If Zhang Chen were to know her thoughts, he would undoubtedly cry out in injustice. I was merely looking at a notification. I simply wanted to give you a foot massage. Just, right? In this slightly awkward atmosphere, they finally finished their meal. Fortunately, although Zhong Lin was quite shy and embarrassed, her stomach remained loyal. After devouring the couple's meal, she stood up and quietly followed behind Zhang Chen, resembling a well-behaved little wife who had made a mistake. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. After settling the bill, he asked, Shall we go watch a movie? Zhong Lin looked up in surprise, feeling speechless. Really? Don't you find the atmosphere awkward at all? Still suggesting a movie? An apology, perhaps? Zhang Chen smiled, saying that the film Neza was quite popular and that he hadn't seen it yet. There was a cinema nearby, and it was still early. He waved his phone, indicating that the tickets were already purchased. Zhong Lin. Let us go. Zhang Chen didn't wait for her response and headed towards the electric scooter. Zhong Lin hesitated for a moment, stomped her foot, and pretended to nibble on him several times before finally catching up. She was quite eager to watch Neza as well. Once they were on the scooter, Zhong Lin heard Zhang Chen say, Don't hold on. Zhong Lin huffed in annoyance. The next moment, the scooter sped off. Zhong Lin gasped, quickly wrapping her arms around Zhang Chen's waist. Zhang Chen. Zhong Lin was furious, pinching his side with her fingers. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was cautious, afraid to pinch too hard lest she hurt herself. A large bucket of popcorn was in Zhong Lin's embrace, while Zhang Chen held 2 bottles of cola. After checking their tickets, they entered the cinema. Zhong Lin felt somewhat exasperated. Once again, it was a couple's package. How shameless. His intentions must be impure. However, why did she agree to come? No, I must reflect on myself. Zhang Lin's inner thoughts were indeed rich. Hurry up, it's about to start. Zhang Chen urged. Coming. Zhang Lin replied, jogging to catch up. The obedient movement, the sense of compliance, surprised Zhang Lin herself. Before she could ponder further, they had entered Hall 3, making their way through the aisle to the last row on the right side. Zhang Lin's face was filled with tension. This position? It could easily lead to indecent behavior. Did Zhang Chen have such thoughts when booking the tickets? Upon observing the packed cinema, she realized she was overthinking. With so many people around, how could anything happen? Once seated, Zhang Lin placed the bucket of popcorn on the armrest between them. Zhang Chen remarked, the seats are decent. At least we're not in the front row. This was the only spot left when I bought the tickets. We can make do, and if it doesn't work, we can come back tomorrow. Zhang Lin rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, it seems he truly doesn't have any ulterior motives. This reassured her. Zhang Chen genuinely didn't consider anything further. The cinema was a public space, after all, with surveillance cameras. If he wanted to do something, it would be clearly visible. He simply wanted to invite her to watch a movie. After all, there must be a process, right? Did he really think Zhang Lin was naive? Soon, the movie began. Zhang Chen focused intently on the screen. Initially, Zhang Lin felt shy, but as the plot unfolded, she became engrossed. Taking a sip of cola, she reached for the popcorn, only to accidentally brush against another hand. Turning her head, she found Zhang Chen looking at her as well. Their hands were both in the popcorn bucket. Zhang Lin felt a shock. Only then did she realize why the couple's package included only one bucket of popcorn. They were meant to share it. After the movie, she quietly followed Zhang Chen, and the normally silent Zhang Chen seemed a bit out of sorts. Lin, why haven't you spoken this whole time? He couldn't help but ask. I did. Zhang Lin insisted stubbornly. Zhang Chen chuckled, finding her little personality quite charming. All right, let us get you home quickly. You have to work tomorrow, and it's already 10. Zhang Chen didn't press further. After speaking, they exited the cinema, one ahead of the other. On the quiet street, Zhang Chen rode the electric scooter at a leisurely pace. Zhang Lin sat behind him, not wrapping her arms around his waist, but gripping his shirt, creating a sense of distance that made Zhang Chen want to laugh. She was clearly afraid he would break suddenly. They arrived smoothly at the entrance of the community. Zhang Chen dismounted from the scooter and said, hurry inside, get some rest. You should ride home too. It's late, and it's not safe to take a cab. Zhang Lin replied, her cheeks flushed. Are you worried I'll forget? Zhang Chen teased. You'll remember tomorrow. Zhang Lin shot him a glare before turning back towards the community. Once she entered, she glanced back and waved, hurry home. It's too late. All right. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate, watching her ascend the stairs before riding the scooter home. Upon reaching her floor, Zhang Lin entered her home, slipping off her shoes and changing into slippers. However, after doing so, she found herself staring blankly at her left foot. Oh dear, Zhang Lin. Stop overthinking. She scolded herself, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment. Putting on her slippers, she dashed into her room, threw herself on her bed, and covered her head with a pillow. She tossed and turned, making muffled sounds. Her mind was a whirlpool of chaos. Pervert scoundrel wolf, how annoying suddenly. She sat up, muttering curses under her breath, but her face was already flushed beyond recognition. Ah, Zhang Lin, you're done for. What on earth are you thinking? After yelling a few times in madness, she flopped back down and rolled around, eventually finding herself buried in the blankets. Chapter 037. Zhang Chen felt a twinge of panic as he exclaimed, oh no, my foot's cramping. He parked the little electric scooter in the shed and secured the keys, preparing to head home. Just as he stepped out, he heard the unmistakable sound of high heels clicking against the pavement. Lifting his gaze, he spotted Yi Wei approaching with her bag in hand. Upon recognizing Zhang Chen, she paused, casting a few glances before walking over with a smile, inquiring, you're back so late? As she spoke, her eyes darted towards the shed where the familiar electric scooter was parked. Out with Lin again. Ye muset silently, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Yes, I borrowed it for a bit, Zhang Chen replied, nodding, his gaze sweeping over her attire. She was still in her work clothes from earlier in the day. Then his attention fixated on her feet, and instinctively, his fingers twitched several times. What is happening? He thought. Why are they moving? Moreover, several curious thoughts flitted through his mind. After a long day, your feet must be sore. A massage would surely refresh you. Perhaps a 10-minute soak in hot water first. Zhang Chen felt his mind go blank. What was going on? Yue noticed the peculiar look in his eyes. At first, it seemed normal, but then he shifted his gaze to her other foot. She shot him a sidelong glance, but chose not to address it. Instead, she spotted a nearby bench and made her way over. Sitting down and allowing her feet to relax, she felt the fatigue ebb away considerably. After a day of walking, her feet were utterly exhausted. Are you very tired, sister? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Ever since he learned the 36 techniques of foot reflexology, his mind had been brimming with odd knowledge. Egyptian feet, Greek feet, Roman feet, flat feet, high arches, normal feet. He knew which types were prone to fatigue and wear. He could even categorize various foot sizes and toe shapes, along with corresponding massage techniques. While it might seem trivial, having the chance to massage a beautiful woman was a unique advantage. Indeed, I was busy with activities of the company today. I must have walked over 10,000 steps. Yue confirmed with a nod. Then your feet must be quite sore. Zhang Chen queried. Huh? Yue looked at him skeptically, wondering what he was up to. Actually, I just learned some foot massage techniques. Why don't you give it a try? Zhang Chen said earnestly. Yue rolled her eyes, slightly blushing, and retorted. What foot massage techniques? Have you been watching too many gambling movies? Really, I learned from my second uncle, who is a renowned blind masseur. Zhang Chen fabricated with a straight face. Yue regarded him with a bemused expression. Is that true? Absolutely. Zhang Chen affirmed with a nod. Do you think I would believe that? Yue scoffed, rolling her eyes. Come on, just give it a try and you'll see. Zhang Chen insisted earnestly. Stop thinking about such things. Yue said, rising and preparing to leave. Zhang Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His newfound skills would go to waste. Just as Yue stood up, her right foot suddenly seized with a cramp, causing her to gasp in pain, her face paling. Sister, what is wrong? Zhang Chen asked, startled. My foot is cramping. Yue exclaimed, feeling the muscles in her right foot spasm painfully, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. A cramp? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Could it be that fortune is smiling upon me? He thought, hastily moving to her side, gently supporting her arm and saying, please, sit down and bear with it. Yue nodded and, with Zhang Chen's assistance, slowly sank back onto the bench. However, as she did, her right foot convulsed again with intense cramps. Ouch, it hurts, she cried out. Don't worry, I'll give you a massage, Zhang Chen said, crouching beside her. Recognizing that her cramp was due to overexertion, he planned to apply the 8th massage technique, which would help relax the muscles, promote blood circulation, and alleviate her discomfort. After about a minute of skillful massage, the previously spasming muscles began to relax, and the pain subsided. Simultaneously, she felt a warm sensation spreading from her feet throughout her body, akin to having just taken a soothing hot bath. Feeling better? Zhang Chen inquired. Much better. Yue nodded, her face flushed. Sister, let me massage you some more. Zhang Chen's enthusiasm was rekindled. Though the cramping had ceased, her feet were still far from fully recovered. Given how Yue had helped him, he felt compelled to express his gratitude through his skills. I must continue until you feel completely at ease. Chapter 038. Oh dear, I'm going to become a wicked older sister. It stings, haha. It tickles. Ugh, it's numb. Yue was alternating between exclamations, please, and whimpers. It was simply too exhilarating. At that moment, Zhang Chen's massage techniques were a continuous, skillful display. His movements were practiced, and his technique was exquisite. Yue felt a mixture of pain and tickling in the acupressure points of her feet. It was accompanied by a warm current that made her feel incredibly comfortable. This indicated that his massage technique was not just talk. It was genuinely effective. She had experienced foot soaks and massages before, which were pleasant, but they paled in comparison. Could Zhang Chen truly possess the legendary foot massage technique? It was rather unbelievable. Zhang Chen was engrossed in his massage when suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Yue's eyes widened instantly. She hastily withdrew her foot and scrambled to put on her shoes. Zhang Chen, of course, heard it too and ceased immediately, albeit with some regret. Damn it, I was just getting into it. Who's coming home in the middle of the night? Wait a minute, my mindset is off. Aren't I also returning late at night? He felt a bit awkward. He glanced in the direction of the footsteps. When Yue saw Zhang Chen still crouching in front of her, she panicked, quickly pulling him closer and whispering, "Sit next to me." Zhang Chen was taken aback. Then, he saw a bald man approaching with some items in hand. As he passed them, he curiously glanced at the two of them. Yue pretended to be discussing something with him, lowering her head and speaking softly to Zhang Chen. The bald gentleman didn't react much, although it was 11 o'clock. It wasn't unusual for people to be awake and chatting. They appeared to be young, and cuddling and holding hands seemed normal for young couples who hadn't been through that phase. Once he went upstairs, Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Turning back to Zhang Chen, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was afraid." "I understand, sis." Zhang Chen nodded. Yue nodded. Although it was a bit awkward, Zhang Chen was genuinely helping her. With that in mind, she didn't know what to say, biting her lip as she put on her shoes and said, "It's 11 o'clock. You should go back and rest." "No way." Zhang Chen shook his head. "Sis, cramps are a serious matter. To fully recover, you need at least another half an hour." "No, an hour?" Seeing his earnest expression, Yue felt a tingle. An hour? Seriously? But what if the massage technique is a little too enjoyable? Although her foot was no longer cramping, it felt sore, swollen, and tired. She even felt a twinge in her other foot, seeing that she didn't immediately refuse. Zhang Chen knew he had her. She was definitely won over by his exquisite massage technique. He immediately pressed his advantage. "Sis, your left foot is the same. If you don't soak and massage it, it might cramp too." As he spoke, he tried to scare her. "It would be extremely painful if you suddenly cramped when you got home. You'd have to ask me for help anyway, so why bother? Let's go to your place." Yue. Looking at Zhang Chen's enthusiasm, she suspected that this was his true intention. But what if he was telling the truth? The pain of leg cramp was truly excruciating. What if her left foot cramped too? She could only rely on him at that moment. "Don't think too much. Come on, let me help you." Zhang Chen didn't give her a chance to refuse, supporting her arm and preparing to go upstairs. Yue was numb. But how could she not refuse? She decided not to speak, neither confirming nor denying. She would be an ostrich. With that in mind, Yue stood up. But as soon as she put weight on her right foot, she immediately felt pain and numbness. Alarmed, she quickly lifted her foot and grabbed Zhang Chen's shoulder for support. Standing on one leg. "It hurts, right?" Zhang Chen asked. "Yes, what's happening?" Yue nodded anxiously. "The muscle spasm was alleviated by my massage technique. But it can't bear weight right now. It's very painful." Zhang Chen said. "What should I do?" Yue's face fell. "Massage," Zhang Chen said. "My technician skills are not just for show. Come on, hold on to me." After saying that, Zhang Chen supported her and slowly walked forward. Yue didn't dare to put weight on her right foot and could only hop. At one point, her expression suddenly changed, and she gripped Zhang Chen's shoulder tightly, exclaiming, "Oh no, my left foot feels strange. Let's go back quickly," Zhang Chen said, and immediately sped up. But Yue couldn't hop very far. She couldn't hold on for long. You carry me back quickly." She didn't bother being shy and said it quickly. Before the words had even landed, Zhang Chen bent down, scooped up her legs with his left hand, wrapped his right arm around her waist, and lifted her into a princess carry. Then, he strode towards Yue's house. As luck would have it, she didn't feel the impending cramp when her foot wasn't on the ground. But to be carried in a princess, carried by a younger man, she felt both embarrassed and strangely thrilled. "Oh no, I think I'm going to become a wicked older sister." Chapter 39. No need to worry, it's better to be a little bad. Embracing Yue, he was reluctant to let go. Then, what on earth was he doing here? Sister? Zhang Chen suddenly remembered. He had no idea where Yue lived. Yue let out a soft hum, still feeling shy. Her head was buried in his embrace, too bashful to come out. How could she have thought of this? "Which building do you live in?" Zhang Chen asked softly. Yue finally reacted, looking up only to immediately meet his gaze. Their eyes locked. Yue hurriedly turned her head away, trying to appear as calm as possible. "Building 5, room 603. All right." Zhang Chen nodded and headed straight for Building 5. Exiting the elevator, Yue took out her keys and opened the door. Once inside, Zhang Chen placed her on the sofa and straightened up, asking, "Where's the hot water?" "There's an electric water heater," Yue replied. "Where's the foot bath basin?" Zhang Chen inquired further. "There's a red basin in the bathroom. Use that," Yue responded. "Got it." Zhang Chen nodded, entering the bathroom to retrieve the red plastic basin. After filling it with hot water, he brought it before her. "Sister, come. Soak your feet first. It will be more effective when I massage you later." Zhang Chen draped a towel over his shoulder, leaving Yi Wei momentarily stunned. He was like a true male masseur. Seeing her in silence, Zhang Chen took the initiative. "Come on, sister, take off your shoes." Saying this, he helped her remove her shoes. Then, he found himself gazing at her feet, clad in stockings, in a daze. I think I'll go back to the bedroom." Yi Wei finally came to her senses. It was impossible to soak her feet like this. "Don't move," Zhang Chen said sternly. "What's wrong?" Yi Wei thought he should explain. Zhang Chen then stated, "Sister, you can't move your feet. You might cramp up easily." "What should I do then?" Yi Wei panicked. "I'll go to the bathroom. Call me when you're ready," Zhang Chen replied. Though he said this, his mind was racing with thoughts of, how could he let her seek his help? This was absurd, because just moments ago, he had seen a maintenance pop-up window. "Tired stockings from a long day. I'm exhausted from walking all day. I want to rest. I want a shower. Maintenance reward, 1,000 yuan. When Zhang Chen saw this pop up, he was momentarily bewildered. What was going on? Why did it pop up now? Instead of when his feet cramped? How could he possibly fix it? A cramp would have been the perfect excuse to finish the maintenance. But now? Wouldn't he get slapped for trying to force it? This was ridiculous. You should hurry," Yi Wei urged anxiously. "Right?" Zhang Chen nodded. "But how is he going to handle the maintenance reward?" "Forget it, one step at a time." He rose and headed towards the bathroom. Phew! Yi Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her little brother wasn't so bad after all. As Zhang Chen entered the bathroom, Yi Wei suddenly felt a tingling sensation surging from her feet throughout her body. In an instant, her legs felt weak, unable to move. Her expression changed dramatically. After several attempts, she realized she couldn't budge. Yi Wei panicked, calling out, "Zhang Chen, Zhang Chen." "Sister? What's wrong?" Zhang Chen rushed out without even closing the door. "I can't move my legs," Yi Wei exclaimed in distress, nearly in tears. It was clear she was truly frightened. "Let me take a look." Zhang Chen hurried over. "I'm not going to be paralyzed, am I?" Yi Wei trembled with fear. "Don't scare yourself. Let me check." Zhang Chen examined her and reassured her. "It's nothing, sister. Just muscle weakness from overexertion. Soak your feet, massage a bit, and a good sleep will solve it." Without letting Yi Wei respond, Zhang Chen quickly added, "However, while I can help with a bit of massage, recovery 1 TB instantaneous." Yi Wei blushed, nodding slightly. A few minutes later, Yi Wei sat on the sofa, her feet soaking in the warm water, feeling quite comfortable. However, her face was burning. As for Zhang Chen, Yi Wei glanced at the bathroom, her mind swirling in confusion. She could hear him inside, singing while he scrubbed, leaving her utterly baffled. What was going on? Was there some sort of laundry competition? Inside the bathroom, Zhang Chen was quite exhilarated. As long as he had thick skin, the reward would be his. How else could he complete the maintenance? As for the laundry, that was unavoidable. His brother was quite a lecher. Moreover, it was 1,000 yuan. Don't underestimate it. Not to mention, there were critical rewards as well. If he could unlock a skill, wouldn't he be in bliss? As for Yi Wei, there was no need to worry. It was better to be a little bad. Chapter 040. The madam has been absent from work for 3 days. Observing the mended items fluttering on the clothes rack, Zhang Chen blinked and brought up the pop-up window. Repair completed. Triggered critical reward. Reward doubled. Reward has been issued. Well, not bad. Zhang Chen was no longer surprised. Just 2,000 yuan. Whoa, my mentality is off. I should be saying, holy crap. A full 2,000 yuan. I can't get carried away. Zhang Chen admonished himself. One must reflect often. Since when did 2,000 yuan become insignificant? Oh, was it when he extracted 100,000 yuan from the madam next door? He coughed dryly, averting his gaze, and checked the time. Almost half an hour had passed. Only then did he return to the living room. From afar, he saw Yue still obediently soaking her feet, unmoving. Hearing his approach, she looked up at him. Their eyes met, and she immediately lowered her head. Zhang Chen clearly saw her blush. So alluring. Zhang Chen mused, approaching. Looking into the basin, he saw Yue's fair feet immersed in the water, exuding a hazy beauty. Noticing his gaze, Yue felt her face burning. Seeing him motionless for a while, Yue couldn't help but ask, is it done? The water's getting cold. Oh, it's done, it's done. Zhang Chen seemed to snap out of it, reaching out to test the water. It was indeed almost ice cold. Sis, I'm so sorry. I got carried away and lost track of time. Zhang Chen said deliberately. Yue's face flushed, but she remained silent, her heart pounding even faster. Got carried away? Do you even hear what you're saying? Seeing Yue's silence, Zhang Chen stopped teasing her. He lifted her feet from the basin and dried them with a towel. Then he unleashed the 36 styles of foot reflexology for health, thoroughly indulging himself. As for Yue, she clenched her teeth, enduring the sensations that were both painful, numb, tingly, and itchy without uttering a sound. An hour passed, and it was almost 1 o'clock. Zhang Chen finally finished his indulgence. Her originally fair feet were now completely red. However, Yue clearly felt that her feet, which had been on the verge of cramping, were incredibly comfortable. Her previously sore legs felt lighter, as if she had lost a couple of pounds. Her entire body was warm and relaxed, as if she had just emerged from a sauna, feeling completely refreshed. Your massage technique is quite impressive. Despite feeling somewhat awkward, Yue couldn't help but praise him. Compared to Zhang Chen's skills, those technicians were mere novices. With such skills, if he were to work at a foot massage parlor catering to wealthy women, wouldn't he earn the resounding title of king of technicians? Although the reputation might not be the best, it would undoubtedly be lucrative. With such skills, he could easily earn 30 to 40,000 yuan a month. But it just feels so strange. How could he possess such skills? Did he learn it from his blind second uncle? She highly doubted it. It's all right, just a little life skill. How else would I be able to provide on-site massage? On-site repair? Zhang Chen blurted out. Yue was dumbfounded. On-site massage? Which young, attractive girl would offer on-site massage? Sis, I'll give you another massage tomorrow night. I guarantee excellent service. Zhang Chen said, seizing the opportunity. Okay, Yue replied, then felt bewildered. Which young girl? Oh, he meant me, this young lady. Originally, the atmosphere was so awkward that she felt a bit resistant. But he really massaged so well. She really wanted it. All right, I'll come over after work tomorrow night. Zhang Chen said. Yue remained silent. Zhang Chen didn't mind, having already discerned her conflicted feelings. But there was nothing he could do. Who told him that his 36 styles of foot reflexology for health were so amazing? Who told him that his system was so awesome? Once you've experienced it, it's hard not to want it again. Sis, try to see if you can walk. Zhang Chen asked. I'll try. Yue nodded. Then, Zhang Chen helped her fetch her slippers. After putting them on, she stood up. The feeling of fatigue had vanished, and she felt incredibly energetic. I can. Yue walked around excitedly, as if to demonstrate her recovery. That way, you won't feel tired at work tomorrow, sis. Zhang Chen nodded. Thank you, Yue said, expressing her gratitude despite being taken advantage of. He had been a great help. She had a busy day ahead of her tomorrow, which was one of the reasons she didn't reject his offer of an on-site massage. As for the other reasons, she didn't know how to explain them. It's getting late, sis. You should go to sleep. I have to go back too. Zhang Chen said. Okay. Yue nodded, even feeling a surge of impulse to ask him to stay. But she didn't dare. She even felt like a bad woman for having such an absurd thought. Sis, I'm leaving. Rest well. Zhang Chen said as he exited, entering the elevator. Staring blankly at the empty corridor, Yue stood there for a long time before closing the door. Leaning against it, she covered her face and murmured to herself, Yue, what were you thinking? Oh. Emerging from the elevator, Zhang Chen stood at his doorstep. After hesitating, he turned and stood in front of the madam's house next door. Then, he made a phone call. Zhang Chen. Bai Xiao's voice sounded groggy after the call connected. She was clearly asleep and had been awakened by Zhang Chen's call. Sis, open the door, Zhang Chen said succinctly. Huh? Isn't it tomorrow morning? Bai Xiao woke up with a start. Sis, I'm right at the door, Zhang Chen said. The madam next door was silent for a moment before replying coyly, "You're such a nuisance soon." The door opened. Cool, sis. The condition has worsened. I'm so sorry. I have to go to the hospital for an 4 drip. Yes, thank you, sis. After hanging up the phone, Bai Xiao turned to look at the little wolf pup beside her and asked gently, "What's wrong? Did you get stimulated yesterday?" "No." Zhang Chen smiled. "I just missed you." "Sis." Zhang Chen wrapped his arm around her, pulling her into his embrace. Bai Xiao's face flushed. She sighed inwardly. "What am I going to do? This little wolf pup is a glutton, and I haven't been to work for 3 days." Chapter 41. Zhong Lin. There's no need to be afraid. He is not a ferocious tiger. Zhang Chen had only just emerged from Bai Xiao's residence at noon. He thought to himself that he needed to be cautious over the next few days, for he had already missed 3 days of work, and being unemployed was not an appealing prospect. Upon returning home, he stretched his limbs and suddenly remembered that he had mentioned conducting an experiment yesterday. However, in the excitement of going out with Zhong Lin, he had completely forgotten. Upon his return, he had been provoked by the beautiful property manager and found himself dashing next door to his neighbor's house. Now that he was back, he decided to continue with his experiment. My discharge cells are distributed throughout my body. I can release energy from virtually anywhere, even from my hair. I wonder how much electricity I can store. Zhang Chen pondered. Although the potency of electrical energy is not merely measured in degrees, it is akin to the electrocytes found within an electric eel, which require a source of electricity to function. While electric eels can generate electricity on their own, I can store energy within my discharge cells and, when needed, unleash that energy similarly to an electric eel. Thus, the capacity to store electrical energy is pivotal. With that thought in mind, he first checked his home's electric meter, noting the current reading. Subsequently, he switched off all the electrical appliances in his home. Standing before the power strip, he pressed his palm down upon it. "I will absorb. I shall draw in more." With great force, he inhaled. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a burnt odor. Zhang Chen exclaimed, "Oh no, I've ruined the wiring." Gazing at the power strip, now covered in a layer of charred residue, he felt speechless. Without even looking, he knew that the wires embedded within the walls had also burned out. What a predicament! How could I forget to control the current? I have no idea how many times I exceeded the limit with my sudden surge of electricity. The apartment I rented was poorly renovated. It was evident that the wiring embedded in the walls was subpar. I have completely ruined it with my high-power energy-absorbing device. Upon turning on the light, it was utterly ineffective. Checking the fuse, he discovered it too had burnt out. However, these were trivial issues that he could repair himself. First, he wanted to ascertain how much electricity he had absorbed. Thus, he stepped outside to inspect the electric meter. 10 degrees of electricity? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Do not underestimate 10 degrees. Just the air conditioner running for 24 hours could last 2 days. An electric vehicle could travel 100 kilometers on that much. Bai Xiao could easily consume that in a month. Clearing his mind of distractions, Zhang Chen contemplated. The charging cells exhibited no signs of overflow. In fact, they could easily accommodate another 10 degrees without issue. Even conservatively estimating a total of 20 degrees of stored electricity was quite impressive. If I were to elevate the voltage to 1,000 volts and release it instantly upon a person, it could potentially be lethal. This is undoubtedly a formidable ability. In this urban backdrop, possessing such electrical powers means I could eliminate any adversary that stands in my way. Of course, we live in a society governed by law, and such actions would be illegal. Zhang Chen considered himself a law-abiding citizen. Moreover, he only wished to electrify his neighbor, Zhong Lin. Perhaps even teacher Ruan could experience it too. If Yue were to agree, that would be even better. Clearing his mind of wandering thoughts, Zhang Chen felt quite satisfied. Although he had not tested his limits, the potential was undeniably impressive. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, his phone rang, jolting him back to reality. Raising his hand, he saw it was Zhong Lin. Zhang Chen froze for a moment before realizing, oh no, I forgot to give her the keys to the little electric scooter. Caught up in his excitement, he had completely overlooked it. Feeling embarrassed, he knew he had to answer the call. Swiping to accept the call, as soon as he held the phone to his ear, Zhong Lin's voice burst forth. Zhang Chen, you forgot my scooter keys again. I didn't forget. How could I forget? I simply overslept yesterday. When I finally woke up, it was already noon. Zhang Chen replied with an apologetic tone. Liar. Zhong Lin was unconvinced. Really? Yue can vouch for me. Zhang Chen insisted earnestly. Huh? Zhong Lin was momentarily taken aback. Yue can vouch for what? You returned home well after 10 o'clock last night. What does that have to do with her? Could it be suddenly? She had a bold thought. Last night, Zhang Chen had ridden her little electric scooter back to the community and had coincidentally encountered Yue, who had just finished work. They must have shared a lingering gaze until dawn. Ah, Zhong Lin, what are you imagining? Yue is not as scandalous as you think. She quickly shook her head, trying to dispel her alarming thoughts. However, recalling the gift Yue had sent, which still hung on the balcony, she couldn't help but wonder if it was entirely impossible. After all, Zhang Chen was quite handsome. Hello? Hello? Zhang Chen had finished speaking, but Zhong Lin fell silent for a good 10 seconds. Zhang Chen felt a bit perplexed and called out several times before hearing her mumble. Since Yue is not here, of course, you can say whatever you wish. Yue could never possibly be your girlfriend. Zhang Chen was left bewildered. What? When did I say I wanted to be in a relationship with Yue? What were you fantasizing about? However, upon hearing she was alone, Zhang Chen quickly smiled mischievously. Oh, you're alone? Then I'll come down to find you. Wait for me. After hanging up, he turned and rushed out the door. Meanwhile, in the property management hall, Zhong Lin was startled by the sudden noise. She felt as if a lecherous wolf had locked onto her from afar. Her legs felt a bit shaky, her heart raced, and her face felt flushed. At one moment, she stomped her foot, muttering to herself, Zhong Lin, calm down. He is not a ferocious tiger. He cannot eat you, so there is no need to fear. Yet, as she thought about it, her mind drifted back to yesterday. Her little feet seemed to have a will of their own, wiggling her toes as if they were digging into the floor. After chanting Amit Ba silently several times, Zhong Lin prayed for the Bodhisattva's blessing to help her remain calm. Just as she finally settled her nerves, she heard the glass door swing open. Zhang Chen came bounding towards her, his demeanor joyous and carefree. In that moment, all her prayers felt insignificant against the rapid beating of her heart. Oh no! Zhong Lin bit her lip, gazing at Zhang Chen, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon entering. Zhang Chen initially checked above her head for any pop-up notifications before turning his attention to Zhong Lin. She was dressed in her usual small suit, white shirt, and tailored trousers, her cheeks flushed with a charming rosiness. She resembled a flower in full bloom, awaiting the caress of morning dew. Zhong Lin, still shy, caught Zhang Chen's gaze lingering on her. Zhang Chen, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with annoyance. You're looking again. Is it pleasing to the eye? Zhang Chen responded without hesitation. Lin, you look particularly fetching in that ensemble, especially those trousers, which accentuate your figure wonderfully. Zhong Lin was mortified, her teeth grinding audibly as she glared at him, wishing she could bite him. Noticing her displeasure, Zhang Chen immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Don't be cross. I've come to deliver your keys. Here. He extended the keys toward her. Zhong Lin snatched the keys from his hand, turning away in annoyance. However, Zhang Chen, undeterred, moved closer, whispering in her ear, still upset. To make amends, I'll treat you to a lavish dinner. Another meal? Zhong Lin retorted. Aren't you afraid of making me plump? Her quick turn nearly resulted in their faces colliding, startling her. Her face flushed crimson. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. They had almost kissed. Seeing her embarrassment, he smirked and took a step forward. Don't come any closer, she cried, instinctively crossing her arms in front of her. In her haste to retreat, she tripped. Ouch! Zhong Lin exclaimed, stumbling backward. In an instant, Zhang Chen was at her side, wrapping his arm around her waist. Careful now. I'm not a tiger, you know. You're acting as if you've seen a ghost. He chuckled, masking his satisfaction with a teasing remark. Zhong Lin, momentarily stunned, focused on Zhang Chen's hand encircling her waist. Hearing his words, she quickly regained her composure, pushing him away, her voice a blend of shyness and anger. Who's acting like that? A tiger? Why not a dinosaur? Amused by her indignant response, Zhang Chen chuckled. Lin, you're adorable. Even when you're angry, you're still so charming. His sudden compliment made her heart race. Gazing at his face, which she found impossible to be angry with, she was speechless. She was suddenly reminded of the dramatic scenes in soap operas, with domineering CEOs and delicate heroines. Is he going to kiss me? What if he does? What does a kiss feel like? When Zhang Chen noticed a prominent maintenance pop up above Zhonglin's head, he was taken aback. He had only been teasing her. But, adorable intern lost in fantasy. Kiss me, go on. Maintenance reward, 50,000. Upon seeing the reward amount, he paused. Is it really that expensive? He checked the number several times. He looked at Zhonglin again. Seeing her dazed expression, Zhang Chen kissed her. Ouch, let go. Zhang Chen exclaimed. This little spitfire actually bit me? He touched his lips. It didn't hurt much. Apparently, Zhonglin hadn't used much force, as if she was afraid of hurting him. Looking at Zhonglin, her face was as red as blood. Her eyes were wide. Lin, I'm sorry, you're just too cute. I couldn't help myself. Zhang Chen explained. Then, before Zhonglin could speak, he disappeared. Only Zhonglin was left, staring, her teeth grinding. But, after Zhang Chen disappeared, Zhonglin gently touched her lips. It felt special. Her heart was beating fast. The glass door opened. Zhonglin was startled. She looked up and saw Sister Yue. Lin, what's wrong? Your face is so red? Yue asked. She had just returned from headquarters. She pushed the door open and saw Zhonglin standing in the hall, her face red and dazed. No, it's nothing. Zhonglin quickly denied, suppressing her racing heart. She took a deep breath and complained, I just had an argument with an annoying guy. Yue looked at her strangely. Argument? It doesn't seem like it. But she didn't ask any more questions. After all, it was her personal matter. But Zhonglin, seeing Yue, suddenly remembered what Zhang Chen had said, that he had slept until now because of Sister Yue, and Zhang Chen had just run out. Had Yue not seen him? She looked at her a few more times. From her expression, she hadn't. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Yue saw him kissing her, how could she explain it? Damn it, bastard. How dare he kiss me? Zhonglin roared in her heart. But she couldn't help but wonder. What exactly happened between them? Lin, if you have something to ask, just ask. Why are you staring at me? Yue was speechless. This girl couldn't hide her thoughts. Well, sister, I do have something to ask. Zhonglin couldn't resist her gossip, especially since she had just been kissed by Zhang Chen. She wanted to know what they were doing. Yue smiled and said, What do you want to ask? Zhang Chen and you. As soon as Zhonglin said 4 words, Yue interrupted her as if she had been stepped on the tail. No, nothing happened. Zhonglin. What? I haven't even asked yet. Why are you reacting so much? Seeing Zhonglin looking at her strangely, Yue was speechless. How did that bastard tell Lin this? Is it glorious to massage her feet? Aren't you afraid of others gossiping? Thinking of yesterday, Yue felt embarrassed. But Zhang Chen enjoyed it. Thinking of this, she felt flustered. But what made her feel like a bad woman was, she actually had the terrible idea of asking him to come to her door again tonight to massage her feet. So, when Zhonglin asked this, she reacted so much. Chapter 043. The cautious teacher Ruan, however, upon noticing the peculiar expression on Zhonglin's face, Yue realized that her reaction was inappropriate. She quickly cleared her throat and stated seriously, Do not listen to that fool. Sister, but he said that you too, last night. Zhonglin deliberately trailed off, her tone suggestive of something scandalous. What did he say? Yue's heart raced with anxiety. This guy wouldn't be spreading baseless rumors, would he? Zhonglin's eyes sparkled mischievously as she exaggerated. Sister Yue. He claimed that the reason he hasn't gotten up until now is because he was with you last night. She left the rest unsaid. But her implication was clear, intending to create a misunderstanding. Yue paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. She understood the little girl's intentions. This was merely a test of her reaction. Zhang Chen had not uttered anything inappropriate. It was all a fabrication of Zhonglin's imagination. However, she couldn't help but ponder. Had Zhang Chen truly ensnared Zhonglin's heart in such a short span of time? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she sighed internally. She had mocked Zhonglin, yet wasn't she in a similar predicament? With this realization, Yue regarded Zhonglin calmly and said, Regardless of what Zhang Chen has said, it is all unfounded. Do not overthink it. If you genuinely want to pursue him, be bold and straightforward. At this juncture, Yue felt an inexplicable discomfort within her heart. Nevertheless, she cautioned Zhonglin, just be cautious. Zhang Chen is quite the flirt, and I fear you might not be able to handle him. Zhong Lin, feeling exasperated, thought to herself, if I cannot manage him, then you surely cannot either. Sister Yi Wei, I have no interest in that rascal, Zhong Lin retorted vehemently. Yi Wei shook her head, sighed, and decided to refrain from further discussion. I must head to the headquarters now, so I want tea linger. Just make sure to order some takeout for lunch. Don't let yourself go hungry. After gathering some materials from the service desk, she exited. Observing Yi Wei's retreating figure, Zhong Lin couldn't help but think, she is indeed more attractive than I am. Then, a sudden realization hit her. Why on earth do I think Yi Wei is prettier than me? Is it because of Zhang Chen? What am I even thinking? Once outside, Zhang Chen knew he was in the clear when he saw Zhong Lin didn't follow him. He wasn't a reckless man. He would engage in something without a degree of certainty. He felt assured enough to kiss her, knowing that it was fine even if he did. Zhong Lin's bashful demeanor was evident. Even a fool could see her feelings for him. However, she was entirely different from his wife, which he found rather enjoyable. After relishing the moment for a while, he accessed his notification window. Repairs completed. Rewards dispensed. There were no critical rewards, but that was inconsequential. 50,000 was still a considerable sum. He never anticipated that he could easily earn 50,000 from Zhong Lin. It seemed absurd, reflecting on his wife. He had thought her to be a black hole for rewards. Now, he understood that the focus was simply different. After delightfully checking his messages and confirming the transfer, Zhang Chen prepared to head to Teacher Ruan's residence. However, as 2 days had passed, it would be prudent to ascertain whether she was home. A wasted trip would not be ideal. With that thought in mind, he directly called Ruan Jiao. After a few rings, she answered. Teacher Ruan, how is your health? Zhang Chen inquired with concern. I'm fine now. Ruan Jiao's voice was calm, but Zhang Chen was unaware that her hands trembled slightly upon receiving his call. Nevertheless, she answered, primarily due to Zhang Chen's impeccable skills. Do not get the wrong idea. He was referring to his electrical expertise and remarkable culinary abilities. Truth be told, over the past 2 days, she had been savoring the dumplings he had prepared, each bite more delicious than the last. As her supply dwindled, she had reduced her portion size in her last 2 meals. Besides, she hadn't forgotten Zhang Chen's earlier promise to help her with the electrical circuit. The aging wires in her home were indeed a concern, and she wished to avoid any potential hazards, especially when Zhang Chen was not around. It was far too perilous. Hearing that Ruan Jiao was well, Zhang Chen felt a sense of relief. He had hoped to see Teacher Ruan in her yoga pants again. If the electricity were to fail, that would be unacceptable. Teacher Ruan, I'm heading to the building materials market now and will arrive shortly. Please wait for me. I will be there quickly, Zhang Chen announced. I've already bought the wires, 6 square millimeters, all from reputable brands. Ruan Jiao responded promptly. Really? You bought them already? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Of course, I wouldn't let you pay for my home's electrical work. You earn your money with difficulty. I am a teacher, and I have funds. You didn't accept the last payment. Don't underestimate me, teacher. Earning money is quite easy for me. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. What he said was indeed true. He had just earned 50,000. Perhaps a few kisses with Teacher Ruan could even yield 100,000. How could he bring himself to accept her money? Do not take money lightly just because you are young. Now, if you're coming, hurry up. We might not finish in the afternoon, Ruan Jiao insisted. Understood. Zhang Chen nodded, refraining from further chatter. After hanging up, he first visited a hardware store to gather all the necessary tools before hailing a taxi straight to Ruan Jiao's community. At the entrance of the community, Zhang Chen stepped out of the cab, instantly spotting Ruan Jiao waiting for him. However, today, she was clad in a rather unflattering school uniform tracksuit. Her hair disheveled and unkempt. Especially with those oversized glasses, her beauty was completely obscured. Looking at her wide pants, they were baggy enough to conceal her long, graceful legs. The top of her tracksuit was similarly loose, and even the zipper was pulled tight, leaving Zhang Chen momentarily speechless. Is she really trying to conceal herself from me? Well, I suppose it's understandable, considering the awkwardness of that disposable cup incident. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen approached her with a smile, greeting her openly, Teacher Ruan. Upon seeing him approach, Ruan Jiao's face flushed slightly, and she felt a bit uneasy. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the embarrassment coursing through her. "Let us go," she said tersely. Observing Ruan Jiao's reaction, Zhang Chen chuckled and cheerfully followed her into the community. Despite the oversized pants providing some coverage, they could not completely hide her figure while walking. TSK. Teacher Ruan's vigilance is quite remarkable. Chapter 044. Teacher Ruan, what are you nervous about? Zhang Chen was thoroughly enjoying the moment. However, the nervousness of Ruan Jiao, who walked ahead, was palpable, though she did not turn back. She was acutely aware of his gaze upon her. Why was she dressed so conservatively? Why had she left her hair unkempt? And those horrid, thick-framed glasses. Was she trying to downplay her figure? Yet did it prove effective? Clearly not. Biting her lip, Ruan Jiao feigned ignorance, but could not help quickening her pace. Before long, they arrived at the elevator. Zhang Chen remarked, "Really? Teacher Ruan, you're being overly cautious with me." As they reached the elevator, his clear gaze made Ruan Jiao avert her eyes, unable to meet his. Her cheeks were burning with embarrassment. Ding! The elevator doors opened. "Oh, little Ruan, bringing a boyfriend home?" An elderly lady greeted warmly. "No." Ruan Jiao attempted to explain, but the lady's daughter interjected, "Mom, is this the handsome guy who carried teacher Ruan down that day? I heard he was quite anxious." Indeed, many neighbors witnessed it. The young man was exceptionally nervous. The elderly lady praised Zhang Chen, giving him a thumbs up. Zhang Chen, blushing modestly, replied, "Auntie, you flatter me. I was merely doing what I should. If I don't care for her, who will?" Exactly. Unlike my husband, who shows no sign of concern for me. The last time I asked him to carry me, he complained about my weight. He was utterly unwilling and ended up straining his back. His stamina is abysmal. The elderly lady's daughter chimed in, venting about her husband. Zhang Chen glanced at her. Goodness, he must weigh over 200 pounds. It would be exhausting to carry him. "Dear sister, I'm merely youthful," Zhang Chen humbly responded. "You have a sweet tongue." The elder lady's eyes sparkled with delight. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiao felt utterly lost amidst their chatter, unable to interject. Giving up the fight, she resigned herself to the situation. After they departed, the two entered the elevator. The moment the door shut, Ruan Jiao felt a rush of anxiety. It was not fear of what he might do. After all, she was his teacher, but rather a sense of nervousness. Finally arriving at her doorstep, she exhaled in relief, retrieved the keys, and invited Zhang Chen inside. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the tangled wires piled in the living room. Bundles of 6 square wires. There was no issue. The quality was excellent. "What should we do now?" Ruan Jiao inquired. "Teacher, you sit and rest. I'll handle it," Zhang Chen replied. "That won't do. I must help," Ruan Jiao insisted earnestly. "That's fine, as long as you're not afraid of electricity." Zhang Chen chuckled. Ruan Jiao's cheeks flushed momentarily before she shot him a glare. "Do you think I'm completely clueless? With the main switch off, what electricity could there be?" "Ah, teacher, you've become quite clever," Zhang Chen remarked, unfazed. "When have I ever been foolish?" Ruan Jiao retorted silently, recalling his previous mishap in the emergency room. Why bring that up again? She felt her face burn with fury. "Cough, cough, teacher. Please don't be angry. My mouth often lands me in trouble. Just pretend you didn't hear that. Let me check things out." Zhang Chen quickly apologized and began inspecting the wiring. Though Ruan Jiao feigned annoyance, inwardly, she was quite flustered. If Zhang Chen were to be electrocuted. Stop! She abruptly halted her thoughts, taking a deep breath to remind herself. Let bygones be bygones. What has happened, has happened. What hasn't? Let's hope it stays that way. As for Zhang Chen, he was not truly checking the wiring. He merely wanted to see if any issues arose. This was a substantial undertaking. After inspecting thoroughly, he found no pop-up alerts. Perhaps the wires were simply aging, yet intact. Could it be my proactive approach is failing? He pondered. These issues were unpredictable and rarely appeared. If nothing was wrong, then so be it. Zhang Chen felt no disappointment. He had already earned enough, hadn't he? Thus, he decisively began his work. First turning off the main switch, then disassembling the power strip, extracting the old wires from the walls, and carefully inserting new ones. Given that it was an old house, he had to be cautious not to damage the wiring embedded in the walls. Otherwise, it would lead to considerable trouble. Zhang Chen worked with the finesse of an experienced hand, leveraging the advanced electrical knowledge imparted by his mentor. However, no matter how swift or skilled he was, the aging wires were an undeniable challenge. As time flew, the clock struck 6. Zhang Chen, drenched in sweat and covered in dust, had completed the task. Exhausted? Have a drink. Bai Xiao kindly offered him a chilled cola. Zhang Chen accepted it and gulped down half the bottle in one go, letting out a satisfied burp. Really? You didn't need a rush. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Bai Xiao couldn't help but comment. You could continue tomorrow. That is not an option. If it's not fixed, there will be no electricity tonight. What if someone stumbles in the dark while going to the bathroom? Zhang Chen replied. Could you not wish for my well-being a little more? Bai Xiao was at a loss for words, still reeling from his smooth-talking demeanor. Of course, I wish for you to live a long life, teacher, hence we must finish quickly. Zhang Chen chuckled. Originally, it would have taken only 2 hours. But who knew the old wires would be such a hassle? He wiped the sweat from his brow, inadvertently smudging dust across his face. Your hands are dirty. Don't wipe your sweat like that. Bai Xiao exclaimed, rushing to the bathroom for a towel to personally wipe his sweat away, cleaning the smudge from his face in the process. However, as she tilted her head to wipe his brow, the proximity was rather intimate. Zhang Chen found himself momentarily entranced by her long eyelashes and bright eyes. Teacher Wan, your eyes are beautiful. He complimented. What? Is my face not beautiful? Bai Xiao retorted, slightly annoyed. It is beautiful. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Bai Xiao froze, and Zhang Chen realized he had let his flattery slip again. He hoped not to provoke her ire. To his surprise, Bai Xiao merely blushed, her beautiful eyes locking onto his as she flatly asked, Is that all you want to do? Tease me? Zhang Chen. Chapter 045. Your teacher's identity is a bonus. Something feels amiss. Extremely amiss. From his observations, just moments ago, Teacher Wan appeared quite anxious while in the elevator downstairs, glancing at him with evident tension. What could this mean? Clearing his throat, Zhang Chen offered an awkward smile. How could that be? It's just that you are remarkably beautiful, and I couldn't help but compliment you, especially since you dance fitness. Your figure is simply splendid. Seeing the audacity of this young man, Bai Xiao lifted her towel and straightened up, casting a glance at him. I understand your youthful exuberance, but please refrain from such jokes. Otherwise, I might take offense. Zhang Chen nodded, feigning compliance, yet he keenly sensed the turmoil in Teacher Ruan's eyes. This was clearly a forced attempt to suppress her nervousness. Does she think she can intimidate me with her status? In this day and age, status holds little value. In fact, your identity as a teacher is a definite bonus. Of course, given Ruan teacher's warning, Zhang Chen had no intention of overstepping further. He glanced out the window and said, Teacher Ruan, I'll just check the circuit. As long as everything is fine, that's all that matters. All right, Bai Xiao nodded. As Zhang Chen began his inspection, Bai Xiao finally relaxed her body, exhaling deeply. Just moments ago, she had been suppressing her wildly racing heart, maintaining an appearance of calm. It was simply, never mind, youth and vitality, I understand. She muttered to herself, fully aware that had it not been for the electric issue, this predicament would never have arisen. Truly, fate can be quite cruel. However, observing Zhang Chen, who was bustling about, covered in dirt and sweat, Bai Xiao felt that aside from his flirtatious nature, he had no other faults. After checking all the lights and ensuring everything was functioning perfectly, he examined the sockets, the water heater, the main circuit, the router, and the kitchen appliances meticulously. Only after thoroughly testing everything, including the bathroom with a voltage tester to ensure it was safe, did he finally feel at ease. Even the source of the previous leakage had been remedied. Teacher Wan, how is the wiring on the exterior wall resolved? Zhang Chen inquired. I sought assistance from the community committee. It was an oversight by the Power Supply Bureau. Several departments have compensated me for my losses, and everything has been restored. Bai Xiao explained. That's good to hear. Zhang Chen nodded, acknowledging the efficiency of the resolution. After completing his checks, he declared, Teacher Wan, I will take my leave now. How can you leave like this? Ruan Jiao remarked, unable to suppress her concern at his disheveled appearance. It's fine, if the driver refuses to take me. I'll just walk back, Zhang Chen replied. Initially feeling embarrassed by his departure, Ruan Jiao found herself unable to dismiss the thought entirely. Without a second thought, she tossed him a towel and said, "Why not take a shower before you go?" A shower? Zhang Chen paused, surprised. What's wrong? Aren't you being generous? Afraid of me? Ruan Jiao raised an eyebrow, sensing a playful challenge. Oh dear, is Teacher Ruan provoking me? Very well. Zhang Chen felt sticky and uncomfortable. Besides, his home had no power. The wiring had been damaged, leaving him unable to repair it. There was, however, a place to bathe. The neighbor next door had a comfortable setup. Whether he washed there or at home, it was all the same. If she wasn't afraid, why should he be? Wait a moment. Just as Zhang Chen was about to enter, Ruan Jiao called out, rushing to her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged with a set of sportswear. What is this? Zhang Chen asked, taken aback. My school uniform. It's too big for me and has never been worn. Ruan Jiao chuckled, her amusement evident. Even if it were large, it was still a women's outfit. She wondered whether he could fit into it. Before she could voice her thoughts, the clothing was already in Zhang Chen's hands. I'm going in, Zhang Chen announced, locking the bathroom door as he prepared to wash. Ruan Jiao, glancing at the closed bathroom door, felt her cheeks flush. What was she thinking, allowing him to bathe in her home? She silently prayed nothing untoward would happen. Once the door was shut, Zhang Chen couldn't help but inhale the scent of the unappealing school uniform, a mix of laundry detergent and teacher Ruan's body fragrance. She claimed it had never been worn. Zhang Chen chuckled, hanging the clothes aside. He stepped inside, surveying the bathroom. It was nothing particularly special, but quite tidy. Bathing felt necessary, as the stickiness was unbearable. Grumbling, Zhang Chen undressed and began to wash. In the living room, Ruan Jiao heard the sounds of him starting to bathe and took the opportunity to tidy up the space. Checking the time, she realized it was getting late and dinner needed to be prepared. Zhang Chen had mentioned he would come today, so she had specifically bought meat and vegetables, intending to invite him to stay for a meal. After all, he had worked hard for so long. It wouldn't be right not to offer him dinner. However, did she really want to cook for him? Holding a kitchen knife, she found it difficult to begin. The truth was, Zhang Chen's cooking was simply too delicious. She pondered whether her desire to invite him stemmed from wanting to enjoy his culinary skills. Deep down, she likely craved his cooking. Ruan Jiao, oh Ruan Jiao, what are you thinking? She felt utterly speechless with herself. Just then, her body froze in place. Oh no! Her complexion changed dramatically. The aftereffects. Chapter 046, Special Reward, Affection 10. Standing at the door, holding a basin filled with his own clothes, Zhang Chen felt somewhat bewildered. What on earth was happening? After finishing his shower, he noticed a wash basin in the bathroom and casually tossed his dirty clothes into it, intending to wash them. Little did he know, upon opening the door, he was met with an unexpected sight. Subsequently, he found himself locked outside. Are you here, treating the aftermath? He called out, knocking twice on the door. Teacher Ruan, Teacher Ruan? Taking a deep breath, Ruan Jiao wiped her tears and mustered her courage to approach the door. She flung it open and stared at Zhang Chen, unleashing a barrage of questions. Why did you wash so quickly? Why are you washing clothes? Why did you come in without knocking? Why did you save me? Why did you take me to the hospital? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like a kite cut loose from its string. Zhang Chen was taken aback by her rapid-fire queries. The key point was that he had never seen the usually cheerful teacher Ruan in such a vulnerable state, weeping pitifully, which stirred a deep sense of guilt within him. It was an accident. Please don't cry, teacher. Feeling flustered, Zhang Chen understood that her emotions had reached a breaking point. Normally so eloquent, he dared not add fuel to the fire. What if she cried even harder? What is this nonsense? You. Ruan Jiao stammered through her sobs, failing to articulate a single coherent thought. At that critical moment, a notification appeared above her head. Weeping teacher, I feel wronged, I am sad, I seek comfort. I do not want to cry. Repair reward, 2,000 yuan. Special reward, affection 10, current affection, 80. Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned. Affection 10? A special reward? Not a mysterious prize? Was there such a reward? This is too much. Doesn't he see how heartbroken teacher Ruan is? And yet, there's an increase? Wait a moment. After enduring so many embarrassing moments, teacher Ruan's current affection for him was actually at 80? What was this madness? Could it be that he was simply too handsome? Or perhaps during their university days, teacher Ruan had been charmed by his smooth tongue? This was utterly absurd. As for the 2,000 yuan, it paled in comparison to the prospect of an additional 10 points of affection. If his affection reached a full 100. With this thought, Zhang Chen's previously stiff mind suddenly became invigorated. He sighed and earnestly said, "I'm sorry, teacher Ruan. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have showered here. I should have left immediately. Otherwise, none of this would have happened." His tone was sincere, filled with regret, and he turned to leave with determined steps. "Stop!" Ruan Jiao suddenly shouted in frustration. "Teacher?" Zhang Chen turned back, looking at her with a pitiful gaze. Ruan Jiao felt a bit dazed. Yes, she was indeed upset. But what did he mean by that? Wasn't she the one who invited him to shower at her home? Ultimately, the fault was not his. Thus, when Zhang Chen turned to leave, his face filled with self-reproach, she couldn't help but call out to him. Yet, she herself didn't understand why. In that moment, seeing the way he looked at her, Ruan Jiao wiped her tears and shook her head. "It's not your fault. It's mine." As she spoke, she felt the urge to cry again. "Don't cry. I can't stand to see a girl cry." Zhang Chen quickly interjected, moving forward to help her wipe away her tears. This made Ruan Jiao's heart leap. She instinctively took a step back and raised her hand to stop him. "Zhang Chen, don't." Her tear-filled eyes were in a state of panic, yet amidst the chaos, an uncontainable affection was evident. "Teacher Ruan." "No." "Jiao Jiao." Zhang Chen suddenly changed his address, causing Ruan Jiao to flare up in irritation. "Don't call me that," she exclaimed, panic-stricken, desperately trying to maintain her composure, though her fluster was unmistakable. "All right, teacher Ruan, I'll do as you say, but please don't cry. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell." Zhang Chen urged. Ruan Jiao observed his anxious demeanor, finding it rather endearing. "Oh dear, your nose is running," Zhang Chen suddenly exclaimed. "What? Where?" Ruan Jiao gasped, quickly wiping her nose. "Oh no, my makeup is ruined," she lamented, realizing her appearance was compromised. "Ruined? That's terrible," Zhang Chen commented, noticing her concern for her image. Reflexively, she sought a mirror, only to remember that in an effort to avoid drawing attention to her looks, she had refrained from applying makeup altogether. Upon glancing at Zhang Chen, she realized he wore a smug expression, clearly teasing her. "Zhang Chen, you tricked me again," she retorted, only to realize that he was intentionally shifting her focus. Try to lighten the mood. With a chuckle, Ruan Jiao finally broke into a smile. "See, this is how it should look." Zhang Chen laughed in return and dashed to the living room to fetch tissues for her. After Ruan Jiao wiped her tears and nose, she looked at him. The embarrassment had lessened. After all, she had revealed herself in worse states before him. It was her sudden outburst of tears that had startled him, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the memory of his shocked expression. He had come to assist her, and all of this was merely an accident. Her reaction had been somewhat petulant. Was that the right term? Chapter 047. The shift at 90 affection level. "Teacher Ruan, please don't cry. I truly did not mean to." Zhang Chen, noticing her smile, solemnly offered his apology. "It's not your fault, it's mine." Ruan Jiao replied, her cheeks still slightly flushed. "I'm relieved to hear you're not angry." Zhang Chen exhaled in relief. Ruan Jiao shot him a glance. "Why does it seem like I'm being unreasonable?" Any other girl would have been in tears. After speaking, she solemnly warned him, "This matter must remain confidential, especially from your classmates." "Rest assured." Zhang Chen nodded eagerly. "I will keep everything to myself. Not a single word will escape my lips." "Teacher, I'm not foolish. How could I possibly let this slip?" Seeing his serious expression, Ruan Jiao couldn't help but relax. Yet, inexplicably at that moment, she felt that these perfectly normal words made her heart race, and she found them oddly endearing, even a tad enjoyable. When did I start to like him? Ruan Jiao felt a twinge of fear. What was this strange feeling? She dared not ponder further. "All right, I'll wash my hands and start cooking." "You shouldn't have to do this." Zhang Chen, taking charge, insisted, "Let me handle it." You could just look forward to the delicious meal. His hands itched with excitement. Are you sure you can manage? Ruan Jiao looked at him skeptically. Absolutely. Zhang Chen replied confidently. Great. I've already purchased the meat and vegetables, and all the necessary seasonings are ready. With that, she hurried off to the restroom, leaving Zhang Chen momentarily stunned. Wait, does she really see me as a chef? Turns out she was just craving good food. Moreover, he sensed a significant shift in Ruan Jiao's attitude towards him in that fleeting moment. After a blink, he checked his task notifications. As expected, the maintenance task was complete. Repairs completed. Special reward granted. Current affection level 90. Reward distributed. No wonder, Zhang Chen murmured to himself, pondering just how far this affection level of 90 could reach. Crystal braised pork, stir-fried snails, steamed hairy crab, silver ear lotus seed porridge. Even the frozen dumplings were transformed into pot stickers under his skillful hands. The golden pot stickers made Ruan Jiao's mouth water. Teacher Wan, I bet you're hungry. Please dig in. Once the dishes were laid on the table, Zhang Chen cheerfully encouraged her. Ruan Jiao nodded, unable to suppress her admiration. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This is exceptional. These are my specialties, made only for someone I cherish. Others don't receive such privileges. Zhang Chen playfully teased. At his words, Ruan Jiao merely rolled her eyes at him, feigning indifference. Zhang Chen mused internally. Indeed, there was a noticeable difference in her demeanor, yet it still paled in comparison to that of a wife. Noticing Ruan Jiao focused intently on her meal and saying nothing, Zhang Chen could no longer hold back. He too dove into his food, as he had worked up quite an appetite after a long afternoon. Once they were both satiated, Ruan Jiao stood up to clear the table. Taking the dishes to the kitchen, donning an apron, she began washing the dishes. Zhang Chen leaned against the kitchen door, captivated by her silhouette. No matter how one looked at her, she appeared beautiful, even in those horrendously oversized sweatpants. Ruan Jiao's hands trembled slightly. She felt nervous, acutely aware that Zhang Chen was watching her. Though she made no overt movements, the intensity of his gaze made her exceedingly anxious. Her breath became unsteady, yet she needed to maintain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she picked up a plate and squirted dish soap onto it. However, amidst her tension and the soap's slipperiness, she lost her grip. With a loud crash, the plate shattered against the edge of the sink, sending shards flying towards her. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick. She yelped and jumped back just in time as two thick pieces of the shattered plate hurtled towards her. At that moment, Zhang Chen rushed over, swiftly wrapping his arms around her waist, spinning her to shield her with his body. She faced away from him, while his back pressed against the sink. Is he worried about me? At that moment, Ruan Jiao's mind went blank. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Then came the cacophony of broken shards hitting the floor. Once the noise faded, Zhang Chen's urgent voice broke through. Teacher Ruan, are you all right? I am fine. Ruan Jiao felt her ears flush with heat, acutely aware of his strong arms encircling her. Yet, she did not immediately pull away, as if her mind had completely short-circuited, allowing him to hold her. At that instant, Zhang Chen too felt a wave of relief wash over him. That had indeed been a close call. Had a shard grazed Ruan Jiao's face or neck, it could have left a mark. However, was my reaction a bit too swift? He pondered. It felt as if my reflexes had accelerated significantly. This thought flitted through his mind as he looked down to see Ruan Jiao's ears aflame, her body tucked tightly against him, frozen in place, her heartbeat echoing in the silence. Teacher Ruan Zhang Chen felt a surge of emotion and gently called her name. Ruan Jiao responded softly, though it was but a faint murmur. Zhang Chen momentarily froze, then quickly realized, is this the perk of having an affection level of 90? I must do something to honor this advancement. After an indeterminate span, Ruan Jiao's eyes widened abruptly. Zhang Chen, this is untenable. However, what had she just done? Heavens, this was a transgression. Ms. Ruan, my affection for you burgeoned upon our reunion. Nay, it took root during our university days. Zhang Chen initiated his amorous offensive. Yet at that juncture, Ruan Jiao emitted a piercing shriek, forcibly extricating herself from Zhang Chen's embrace and darting away with alacrity. Ms. Ruan. Zhang Chen was taken aback, perplexed by the unfolding events. However, considering her prior conduct, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be an after effect? Zhang Chen was utterly dismayed. My recompense. My 90 favorability reward. When Ruan Jiao reemerged, she was too abashed to confront him. Alas, it was unavoidable. An encounter was inevitable. Yet, dwelling upon the preceding events, she lacked the fortitude to emerge from the lavatory. At that moment, she felt as though she were afflicted by a fever, her entire being suffused with heat. Just then, footsteps echoed from beyond the door. Ruan Jiao instantly recoiled, propelled herself toward the entrance, and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. She even frantically secured the lock. Zhang Chen had barely reached the portal, not even afforded the opportunity to scrutinize the interior, when he beheld Ruan Jiao, swift as a practiced acrobat, materializing at the entrance. As he prepared to offer a greeting, the door was flung shut, accompanied by the rapid clicking of the lock. Zhang Chen. After a protracted interval, Zhang Chen sighed and rapped upon the door. Ms. Ruan, perhaps you should depart first. I am too mortified to face you. From within, Ruan Jiao's voice trembled, tinged with a sob. It was evident that she was unnerved by the recent events. Forgive me, I was unable to restrain myself. Zhang Chen's gaze flickered as his tone became more earnest. Inwardly, he chuckled, too ashamed to face him, rather than berating him. This suggested that she herself had been moved. From within, Ruan Jiao's voice amplified. Zhang Chen, I implore you, depart first. Allow me to ruminate further, would you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was reassured. Ruminate further? Would that not only intensify her blush? Ahem. He swiftly suppressed his smug thoughts. Zhang Chen deliberately emitted a profound sigh. Very well, I shall take my leave. Ruan Jiao remained silent, leaning against the door, slowly sinking to the floor, embracing her knees, and resting her chin upon them, lost in contemplation. Her mind was inundated with the tableau from the kitchen. What unnerved her further was the realization that she had been enthralled by it. Arg! She emitted 2 frenzied cries. An indeterminate time later, Ruan Jiao detected the absence of sound from beyond the door. Only then did she slowly rise, unlock the door, and pull it open. As a result, she beheld Zhang Chen standing rigidly at the threshold. Ah! Ruan Jiao shrieked, instinctively slamming the door shut. With a resounding thud, the door closed once more, utterly bewildering Zhang Chen. Surely not. Such an exaggerated reaction? Have you not departed yet? Ruan Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. In response, a cry of agony echoed from beyond the door, accompanied by Zhang Chen's lament, my nose. Ruan Jiao was startled. She had closed the door with such haste, recalling that Zhang Chen had been positioned rather close to the entrance. Could she have struck his nose? The mere thought sent a pang of anxiety through her. She hastily unlocked the door, rushed out, and cradled Zhang Chen's face, exclaiming, "Let me see. Did you truly strike your nose? Forgive me, it was unintentional." Beholding her anxious demeanor, Zhang Chen could not suppress a triumphant smile. Observing his grin, and after scrutinizing his face for an extended period, she discerned that his nose was unscathed, devoid of any sign of impact. Ruan Jiao immediately realized that she had been deceived. In that instant, her initial concern metamorphosed into alarm. Instinctively, she released Zhang Chen's face and retreated indoors. However, Zhang Chen seized her hands. "Release me." Ruan Jiao struggled, exasperated. "You deceived me. You claimed you had departed. You. Ms. Ruan," Zhang Chen suddenly exclaimed with emphasis. The sound momentarily stunned Ruan Jiao. She tilted her head. Her luminous eyes, glistening with tears, gazed up at him, her expression timid, devoid of the authority she exuded as a teacher. "I merely wished to bid you farewell in person," Zhang Chen declared with utmost sincerity. Ruan Jiao merely stared at him blankly. Her mind was in a state of complete bewilderment, unsure how to respond. "Teacher, remember to apply the medication. Remember to schedule a follow-up appointment at the hospital. Inform me whenever you desire sustenance. Contact me if any household items require repair. Remember not to suppress your emotions. It is detrimental to your well-being." Ruan Jiao. Surely not. You were so gentle just moments ago. How is it that you can utter such words with a straight face? How are you able to tease me with such gravity? Very well. I shall take my leave, since you so desire my absence from your presence. Zhang Chen uttered, his voice tinged with melancholy. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Subsequently, he turned and strode away resolutely. Click. The door closed. Bai Xiao witnessed Zhang Chen's departure. Her previously tense body instantly relaxed. Her legs, however, weakened, causing her to collapse onto the floor. Relief? Yes, there was relief, for she was no longer obliged to face Zhang Chen. Yet why? Why did her heart feel so empty? The conflicting emotions, the desire for his departure juxtaposed with a longing for him to remain, convinced her that she was utterly deranged, as if she were insane. Chapter 049. Zhang Chen. Hurry, my foot is cramping. Time passed, and only after a while did Bai Xiao regain some strength. She climbed up from the floor and entered the living room, only to be greeted by the chaotic scene in the kitchen. Looking down at her oversized sweatpants, she found herself perplexed. Was it possible that men were so easily swayed by such unassuming attire? Covering her face with her hands, she lamented, "Oh no, he's so mischievous. Yet I can't bring myself to dislike him." Meanwhile, Zhang Chen lingered at the doorway, lost in thought for a moment before heading to the elevator. What a delightful benefit, he mused as he exited the community and hailed a taxi, eager to return home. Exhausted, Yue switched on the lights, tossed her bag onto the shoe cabinet, and hung her keys on the hook. She then propped her legs up and slipped off her formal heels, replacing them with cozy slippers. Approaching the sofa, she collapsed onto it, utterly drained. Today's event had finally concluded, leaving her with sore ankles from walking and standing all day. The fatigue extended beyond her feet. Her calves felt equally strained, the muscles taut and rigid. Unable to resist, she bent over to massage her aching calves. Yet, no amount of pressing seemed to alleviate the discomfort. If only Zhang Chen could give me a massage, the thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she quickly shook her head, attempting to banish the idea. It was far too risky to entertain. Besides, her own technique was woefully inadequate. After pressing until her fingers ached, she realized she had made no progress. Perhaps a soak would help? She recalled how Zhang Chen had prepared for foot baths, starting with a foot massage. Unfortunately, she knew nothing about acupressure or meridians. She tentatively pressed on a spot, only to wince in pain, with no hint of relief to be found. Sighing, she reflected, as the saying goes, without comparison, there can be no harm. Compared to Zhang Chen's exceptional massage skills, my efforts are utterly insignificant. Yet, she dismissed the notion of seeking his help, fully aware of his ulterior motives. Inviting him over would be akin to inviting a wolf into the house, a decision she resolutely refused to entertain. Never mind, I'll just soak my feet for now. Yue gently massaged her aching instep before rising to fetch warm water, determined to indulge in a foot bath. Surely, she could manage that without his guidance. As her toes dipped into the water, she tested the temperature before fully submerging her feet. Instantly, the warm water enveloped her feet, reminiscent of Zhang Chen's hands. Wait, why was she thinking of him? She paused, perplexed, and sighed again, bewildered by her own thoughts. How could she even entertain such comparisons? Just as she settled in to relax and enjoy the soak, both feet suddenly spasmed. Oh no! Yue's expression turned pale. This was a clear sign of cramping. Panic surged through her as memories of excruciating cramps flooded her mind. The agony was unbearable, akin to torture. What if it escalated? In a flurry of urgency, she dialed Zhang Chen's number. At that moment, he was engaged in light banter with the taxi driver when his phone rang. Seeing Yue's name, he paused momentarily before answering. "Sister, what's wrong? Something's not right. I think I'm about to cramp up." Yue's voice was laced with panic. "What?" Zhang Chen was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Did you soak your feet?" "How did you know?" Yue replied, astonished. "Get your feet out of the water immediately. You shouldn't soak them yet. Your muscles haven't relaxed, and that will only hasten the cramping," Zhang Chen urged. Yue's voice trembled as she hurriedly withdrew her feet from the basin, asking, "Where are you?" "Hurry to my place. I'm almost there," he assured her. "Good. Be quick," she urged before hanging up. Zhang Chen intended to prompt the driver, but was interrupted by the driver's jovial comment. So, young man, you're a massage therapist? Got a client in a hurry? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes, incredulous. How did you figure that out? Right? Rich clients must be pressuring you. Step on it then. The driver replied, not at all judgmental. With a swift push on the accelerator, the car sped up. The driver continued chatting. You must earn quite a bit in this line of work, huh? Looks like that wealthy lady is in quite a rush. Zhang Chen. Ultimately, the driver left, a bit disheartened by the lack of attractive female therapists in Zhang Chen's establishment. Zhang Chen tucked his phone away and dashed towards Yui's home. Ding, ding, ding. His phone rang again. It was Yui. Zhang Chen, are you here yet? I'm starting to cramp. Her words trailed off as a pained ow escaped her lips, clearly indicating the onset of the cramps. Sister, I just entered the community. I'm almost there. Zhang Chen reassured her. Quickly, she urged, her voice strained with discomfort. Without hanging up, Zhang Chen ran faster, comforting her as he sprinted. In just 2 minutes, he reached her doorstep. Sister, open the door, he called out. Okay, Yue replied, hanging up. She had already heard the knock. All she needed to do was open the door. But as soon as her feet hit the floor, the cramps seized her again, sending a wave of cold sweat over her. Finally managing to steady herself, she forced herself to the door. Upon opening it, she found Zhang Chen standing there, concern etched on his face. Zhang, she began to utter, but her feet and calves erupted in spasms simultaneously. Yi Wei's complexion shifted, and in a frantic attempt to steady herself, she reached for the shoe cabinet. But before she could react, Zhang Chen rushed in, swiftly closing the door behind him. He bent down and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. However, before he could carry her to the sofa, her legs began to jerk uncontrollably, the spasms intensifying, while Zhang Chen held her by the legs. They hung naturally over his arms. Yet, with a sudden jolt, her legs began to kick violently. In an instant, Yue felt herself slipping downward. Chapter 050, Repair Rewards. The 72 Techniques of Bone Alignment and Muscle Relaxation. Yue was taken aback. Yet, in the next moment, she was pulled back by Zhang Chen. Sorry, my hand slipped. Zhang Chen awkwardly apologized. It's fine, you hurry, she managed to say, but the cramp struck again. Zhang Chen embraced Yue, feeling her leg twitching and kicking in the air uncontrollably. With a chuckle, Zhang Chen could hardly contain himself. Yue seemed like a wind-up doll, her body quivering in amusement and discomfort. Her face flushed crimson, and as she noticed her own comical leg movements, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ouch, you hurry, Seeing her expression of both laughter and pain, Zhang Chen was thoroughly amused, yet he dared not delay. He rushed to the sofa, gently setting her down. Quickly, Yue was both in agony and laughing, an odd sight indeed. Yet she insisted Zhang Chen come to her aid. If this cramping continued, she felt she might perish. All right, Zhang Chen nodded. But as he glanced down, what on earth were those repair pop-ups on her feet? And why were there two? Intermittent cramps in lady's right foot. Help, help. Someone save me. Repair reward. 5,000 yuan. Intermittent cramps in lady's left foot. Help, help. Come press me. Repair reward. The 72 Techniques of Bone Alignment and Muscle Relaxation. Zhang Chen. What? Is this correct? Money for the right foot and a skill for the left? What on earth is the 72 Techniques of Bone Alignment and Muscle Relaxation? Noticing Zhang Chen fixated on her feet, Yue felt a surge of embarrassment. Are you still looking? Zhang Chen, can you wait a moment? She exclaimed, a mix of irritation and shyness in her voice. Oh, right. Zhang Chen snapped back to reality and hastily began his massage technique. As he worked, Yue felt warmth radiating from her soles, spreading throughout her body. The cramping muscles gradually calmed, alleviating the painful and tingling sensations. She exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her. Yet, observing Zhang Chen's earnest focus on her feet, her heart raced uncontrollably. But what could she do? It was already happening. Oh well, it wasn't her first time. Let him continue. She wouldn't let it bother her. Moments later, how could she not be concerned? Her feet. After 20 minutes of massage, confirming the cramps had ceased, Zhang Chen declared, let us take a 3-minute break before continuing to solidify the relief. Yue nodded, her cheeks aflame. Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked up to see her blushing face and her long, elegant legs perfectly poised. Could you not stare so much? Yue, utterly flustered, finally spoke up. Is your calf cramping too? Zhang Chen asked, maintaining a serious demeanor. Yes, Yue nodded. That won't do. Your legs need attention as well. Zhang Chen insisted. The muscle in your legs and feet are interconnected. If we neglect the legs, it could trigger foot cramps again. Is that so? Yue felt a bit dazed. With her feet in such a state, how on earth would he massage her legs? How utterly embarrassing. Come on. You know my massage skills are quite adept. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Yue felt a shiver run down her spine. Was this genuine or merely flattery? Do not shy away from addressing your ailments. Zhang Chen urged. Yue, have you finished staring? After a while, noticing Zhang Chen's hesitation, she turned her head only to find him gazing intently at her. His eyes seemed to burn with intensity. She knew she had a good figure, but she was currently in excruciating pain. Sorry, I just couldn't help but admire your beauty. Zhang Chen shrugged, rubbing his hands together. Hang in there. Yue remained silent, burying her face in the sofa cushion, playing the part of an ostrich. Zhang Chen executed his massage technique, first attempting foot reflexology. Yue yelped in pain, and he felt utterly embarrassed. Reflexology only worked on the feet. It couldn't address the legs. With this realization, he eased his pressure, casually massaging, then blinked and summoned the pop-up window. Repair completed. Rewards granted. Repair completed. Rewards granted. 2 notifications of completed repairs appeared. Shortly after, his phone chimed, indicating the arrival of the 5,000 yuan reward. Yet this was not what he sought. As expected, the next moment, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind. Simultaneously, his fingers shifted their technique, and an intricate map of meridians and acupoints flooded his consciousness. It felt as though he had massaged thousands of beautiful women before, and instinctively, he began to apply the 3rd technique of the 72 techniques of bone alignment and muscle relaxation. Chapter 051. Wrapping up, did you take an hour? She asked, surprised. Oh, relief came so quickly? In just a few minutes, Yue felt the cramping sensation dissipate. She even felt an overwhelming comfort, as if fatigue had been swept away. There was still a bit of pain, but it was bearable. Zhang Chen nodded, aware of the transformation. Internally, he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this technique is truly remarkable. He felt a deep respect for his mentor. Sister, it might still hurt a bit, but it will pass soon. Just endure it a little longer. Yes, it does hurt a bit, she replied. All right, I'll be gentler, he said soothingly. His hands shifted suddenly as he employed the 8th technique of the bone setting and muscle relaxation method. As Zhang Chen continued to massage, the tension in her calf muscles began to ease considerably. A warm sensation surged upward, coursing through her spine and spreading throughout her body, making her feel as though she were immersed in warm water. The 72 techniques of the bone setting and muscle relaxation practice were indeed extraordinary, each corresponding to specific meridians and acupoints. Soon, Yue noticed her symptoms rapidly diminishing, as if the previously fatigued muscles were rejuvenating. The cramping felt like a distant dream, entirely different from her current state. However, Yue's cheeks flushed. Although it was a proper massage, there was an undeniable sense of impropriety. Sister? Zhang Chen called out, noticing her lost in thought. Ah, she exclaimed, shaking her head. Is it done? I need to sleep early. Tomorrow will be busy. Busy? If you keep this up, you'll end up in the hospital. Zhang Chen retorted. What can I do? Yue feigned a sigh of helplessness. In truth, she had no plans for the next day. She could rest entirely. But she needed an excuse. The late-night massage scenario with a tenant and a beautiful property manager felt far too familiar, so she settled on this pretext. Why not just ask him to leave? She pondered, but found herself reluctant, a bit attached. Moreover, Zhang Chen's massage skills were genuinely impressive. Finding such a talented practitioner would cost her a fortune elsewhere. All right, sister, I'll wrap it up. Zhang Chen nodded, not saying more. He proceeded with the 12th technique. An hour later, he finally completed the session. The relief was exquisite. Unbelievable, this work can be addictive. Sister, Zhang Chen flexed his fingers and called out softly. When he received no reply, he leaned closer to investigate. Oh, she has actually fallen asleep? His voice grew even softer. Sister? Sister? After confirming she was indeed asleep, he mumbled, well, it makes sense. After a long day and such a comfortable massage, it's only natural she would doze off. He mused for a moment, gazing at Yue, who lay sprawled on the sofa. What a lovely figure, he thought to himself. But she mustn't catch a chill while sleeping here. Perhaps I should carry her inside? He bent down, contemplating the act, but hesitated. No, what if she wakes up and misunderstands? I am a respectable person. I cannot act inappropriately. Yet, he thought, after such a massage, she could not afford to get cold. Sleeping on the sofa would lead to aches and cramps tomorrow. Sister, don't be upset. I will just carry you to your room and tuck you in. I'll leave right after. He rambled on, but at that moment, Yue, pretending to be asleep, felt bewildered. An hour for a wrap-up? Yes, clearly stalling. Yet why didn't Ti remind him? She wondered. As Zhang Chen continued his chatter, Yue felt exasperated. Are you going to carry me or not? If you are, please be quick. I'm in a hurry. After a prolonged internal plea, she sensed Zhang Chen approaching her. The next moment, she was lifted in his strong arms. He carried her to the bedroom and gently laid her down in the bed, fully dressed, maintaining proper decorum throughout. It wasn't until Zhang Chen left and she heard the sound of the door closing that Yue slowly opened her eyes. Yet, her heart raced as if it had never slowed down. Chapter 052. In urgent need of Bai Xiao. Standing downstairs, Zhang Chen felt like he was about to explode. Could he not discern Yue's reaction? Was he merely a technician of Bai? Yet, out of shyness, she pretended to be asleep. Wasn't he supposed to cooperate? However, this bone-setting and muscle-relaxing health method was indeed remarkable. Yet at this moment, he was in a state of great urgency, desperately seeking his lady. He hurried downstairs, his steps turning into a frantic run. Upon reaching the door, he knocked violently. Bai Xiao, in the midst of a deep slumber, jolted awake. She heard Zhang Chen calling from outside, Sister, open the door. Bai Xiao stood in a daze for a while before murmuring to herself. I knew it. Rising from her bed, she slipped on her slippers and approached the door, opening it. Sister, Zhang Chen's eyes blazed with intensity. Shoo! Bai Xiao gasped, quickly shushing him and peering around to ensure no one was in sight before pulling him inside. Once the door was closed, she chided softly, lower your voice. Don't let anyone hear. Her cautious demeanor brought a smile to Zhang Chen's face. How endearing she was. Who would be listening at this late hour? Zhang Chen chuckled. Sighing, Bai Xiao observed his behavior, feeling helpless. Oh, my brave little brother. Do you want me as your sister or something else? She pondered, confused about how she had arrived at this point. Clearly, the little wolf dog had been obediently following her lead. Yet, why was she so fearful? Afraid he might leave? Oh dear, are you truly reveling in this? She inwardly scolded herself, while outwardly saying, come in. With a grin, Zhang Chen complied. After washing up, brushing her teeth, and applying makeup, Yue stepped onto the balcony to retrieve the clothes she had hung out to dry the previous day. Suddenly recalling the events of last night, her cheeks flushed uncharacteristically. Yue, how have you become like this? She lamented, cursing Zhang Chen in her mind. She patted her cheeks, taking several deep breaths to calm her racing heart, and neatly folded the garments. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 7:10. Promptly, she opened her wardrobe to change clothes for heading out. Although she was not required to work today, there were personal matters to attend to. Since it was her private time, there was no need to wear work attire. Instinctively, she reached for her stockings, but as soon as she grasped them, she froze. I can't wear these. What if that boy sees me? Upon realizing this thought had crossed her mind, Yue felt a wave of panic. Am I so consumed by thoughts of him that I reconsider my outfit? She scolded herself. I have things to do outside, not for work. Surely, I won't run into Zhang Chen. Frustrated, she sealed the stockings away once more. Before long, she had changed into a more modest outfit. After confirming that it did not accentuate her figure too much, she finally sighed in relief. This should be conservative enough, she thought, grabbing her bag and placing her belongings inside. She slipped on a pair of stylish high-heeled shoes and was just about to open the door when her phone rang. Yue hesitated for a moment before answering it, noticing it was Sister Li from her building. Sister Li had been a long-time resident of the community, and they were quite familiar with each other. Why is she calling? Yue wondered. Perhaps she needed assistance. Hello, Li Jia. She answered. Wei, my toilet is broken. Is that efficient and skilled handyman you recommended still available? Can you ask him to come over now? Sister Li's voice was laced with urgency. Yue paused, recollecting that just a few days prior, she had mentioned this handyman to several neighbors to help Zhang Chen's business. And now, here was an opportunity knocking. All right, Li Jia. Just wait a moment. I'll make a call. Yue swiftly assured her, eager to help. Yes, it needs to be done quickly. I have guests coming over today. It's essential, Sister Li reiterated, her tone underscoring the urgency. After hanging up, Yue quickly scrolled through her contacts to find Zhang Chen's number. But the memory of yesterday's awkwardness made her heart skip a beat. She hesitated, reluctant to call him, primarily out of fear of seeing him again. After deliberating for several seconds, she steeled herself and dialed his number. It wasn't easy for Zhang Chen to earn money, and he finally had a job. After all, hadn't he said he would provide services for free? However, Yue knew she couldn't let him do that. Work deserved compensation. She couldn't let him take advantage. Thus, when she promoted him, she only mentioned low prices, never free services. This was for his own good. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. The automated voice echoed in her ears. Yue was taken aback. Unavailable? Was he sleeping in and had turned off his phone? It was already 8 o'clock. Surely he should be awake by now. She tried calling again, but the response was the same, and her brows furrowed in concern. She was certain Zhang Chen was still asleep, especially given how late he returned home last night. Furthermore, this business opportunity for Sister Li was crucial. If it went well, she would spread the word, essentially giving Zhang Chen free advertising. Wouldn't that help him earn a little more? After all, how else could he make a living? Since he was committed to the repair business, she was determined to assist him. With this resolve in mind, Yue opened the door and made her way to the building where Zhang Chen resided. Upon arriving at his door, she hesitated briefly, but, thinking of him, she summoned her courage and knocked firmly. Yet, there was no response. She knocked several more times, still met with silence. Unable to contain herself, she called out, Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen. At that moment, Bai Xiao, from the neighboring door, jolted awake in alarm. Zhang Chen, someone is looking for you. Chapter 53. The Lady Fears Discovery. Yue. Zhang Chen was taken aback. How could she have arrived? And why was she knocking so urgently? Was there an emergency? If so, why not make a phone call first? Did she not fear being discovered next door? Cough, cough. She truly seemed unaware. Noticing Zhang Chen's lack of response, Bai Xiao anxiously exclaimed, Zhang Chen, what should we do? Don't worry, sis, I'll call her. Zhang Chen replied with calm composure. Bai Xiao nodded eagerly and rushed to the bedroom to retrieve his phone. However, when Zhang Chen took it, he discovered, to his dismay, that it was dead. How could he forget to charge it when he was brimming with energy? What's wrong? Bai Xiao asked, her face etched with worry. It was unusual for someone to seek him out. If they were discovered, my phone's dead, Zhang Chen lamented. What? Bai Xiao was even more flustered. Sis, stay calm. She is looking for me, not knocking on your door. Zhang Chen quickly reminded her, noticing her panic. Bai Xiao paused for a moment. Right? She didn't knock on my door. Why am I so flustered? Yet, upon reflection, the urgency in the knocking suggested it was indeed something pressing. How would he manage to go out? If he exited from his own home, wouldn't that be akin to confessing? Realizing this, Bai Xiao urgently pulled Zhang Chen and whispered, You mustn't go out, otherwise I'll have no face to show. Initially, Zhang Chen contemplated pretending to repair something for the lady next door. However, Bai Xiao's plea made him reconsider. Regardless of the circumstances, leaving through the lady's door posed a risk of being discovered. Don't worry, sis, I know what to do. I'll wait until she leaves before going out. Zhang Chen assured her, and Bai Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, though her heart raced incessantly. Meanwhile, Yue knocked for quite some time without receiving a response, which left her feeling somewhat dejected. This was a prime opportunity she was reluctant to forfeit. She promptly dialed Zhang Chen's number again, but remained unreachable. With no other options, she muttered, Forget it, I'll deal with it later, as she approached the elevator. Just then, the elevator arrived. As Yue stepped inside, Zhang Chen emerged behind her. He quickly tidied himself up and powered on his phone, which had been charging while he multitasked. Upon opening it, he immediately called Yue. Having just exited the elevator, Yue's phone rang. Seeing it was Zhang Chen, she was momentarily stunned. "Hello, Zhang Chen. I knocked on your door. Why didn't you respond?" She inquired. "Seems I overslept. I was up late helping you with that massage yesterday, and just woke up." Zhang Chen replied with a hint of resignation, even yawning as he spoke. Yue felt her cheeks flush. "Was that a massage? I didn't want to expose you. I actually have something important to discuss. The toilet in 603, Ms. Li's apartment, is broken, and she needs you to come fix it urgently." "Really? Finally, some business." Zhang Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I even promoted your services. Just don't say it's free. Charge normally, but at a discounted rate. You need to make a living too." Yue insisted. "Sis, you're too kind." Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude. Yue felt goosebumps at his words. Whenever Zhang Chen spoke of kindness, it seemed laced with ulterior motives, leaving her unsure if she was overthinking. "Stop joking. Are you home?" Yue asked. "Yes," Zhang Chen confirmed. "All right then, I'll come find you. If I don't rush you, you might take forever." After saying this, Yue turned to head back. "Wait." Zhang Chen paused. "Take forever? Is that what is happening?" He thought to himself. "Okay, I'll hang up," Zhang Chen said before abruptly ending the call. It suddenly dawned on him that Bai Xiao had just finished tidying up and was about to leave. If they crossed paths, well, if they met, they met. He hadn't exited from the Lady S home, so there was no issue. Yue was the property manager, while Bai Xiao was a homeowner. They were merely acquaintances. After hanging up, Zhang Chen glanced at the elevator, which was still stationed on the first floor. Without hesitation, he hurried back inside. He dashed to the bathroom, splashed some water on his face, and began brushing his teeth. Just as he was rinsing, a knock sounded on the door. "Zhang Chen," came Yue's voice. "Yes, I'm here." Zhang Chen mumbled through the phone, rushing to open the door. There stood Yue, a bag in hand, adorned in a blue hooded knitted cardigan paired with white high-waisted wide-leg trousers and stylish women's shoes, exuding an air of sophistication. The white trousers accentuated her long, graceful legs, prompting Zhang Chen to steal several glances. Yue felt flustered. "I'm dressed conservatively, and you're still staring?" If Zhang Chen were aware of her thoughts, he would surely scoff. Compared to Teacher Wan, was this truly considered conservative? Even in her unflattering sweatpants, one could still discern her allure, let alone the striking white trousers Yue wore. "Zhang Chen," Yue called out, unable to suppress her embarrassment and irritation. "Cough, cough." Zhang Chen attempted to clear the awkwardness with a few coughs. Yet, unexpectedly, he choked on the toothpaste, erupting into a fit of coughing that brought tears to his eyes. Unintentionally, Yue was caught in the crossfire, receiving a splatter of toothpaste foam on her face. However, disregarding her own predicament, she rushed over to Zhang Chen, patting his back and asking with concern, "Are you all right?" "Cough. I'm fine, just accidentally inhaled some toothpaste," Zhang Chen replied, feeling humiliated. "What a predicament. This is karma for your wandering eyes," Yue retorted with a hint of spite. Zhang Chen felt somewhat speechless. "I merely glanced a couple of times. It's not as if you'd lose any weight over it. Look at you reveling in my misfortune." As he pondered this, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Yue, whose face was now smeared with toothpaste foam, even splattering on her blue sweater. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. Yue rolled her eyes. "Where's the bathroom?" "Over there," Zhang Chen pointed. With that, Yue hurriedly made her way to the bathroom. Chapter 054. How adorably nervous she looks. After taking a tissue and dampening it with water, she first cleans the toothpaste foam off her face in front of the mirror. Only then does she lower her head to begin wiping the marks off her sweater. At this moment, what is Zhang Chen doing? Naturally, he is watching. The sink is directly facing the door. When Yue wipes her face in the mirror, she has her back to the entrance. He merely lifts his eyes and catches sight of Yue. The white pants she wears are not overly snug, but when she bends down, they naturally tighten. When she raises her arms, her sweater rises slightly, revealing her slender waist. Her skin, smooth as a baby's, is excessively fair. Zhang Chen finds himself unable to blink. Finally, she is done. Yue checks to confirm that her face is clean and exhales in relief. Glancing at the mirror to check her makeup, she is suddenly startled to see Zhang Chen standing at the door. Yue's heart tightens in an instant. She feels as though her body is being scorched by Zhang Chen's penetrating gaze. An unbidden sensation of tingling washes over her. Biting her lip, Yue's face flushes crimson. What was once a relaxed posture now becomes tense and rigid. She dares not move, her heart filled with resentment. Again, instinctively, she lifts her eyes to glance at the mirror, only to find that Zhang Chen has already entered the room. Yue's tension intensifies. Sis, step aside. I need to brush my teeth. Zhang Chen seems completely oblivious to Yue's awkwardness as he squeezes past her, picking up a mouthwash cup to rinse. Phew. Yue can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, she finds it a bit strange. Why isn't he looking anymore? Then, she freezes. Is it not better that he doesn't? She stands in a daze for several seconds. Yue sighs inwardly. Yue, why do you always overthink? Feeling a wave of irritation, Zhang Chen, meanwhile, finds amusement in Yue's inexplicable shyness. Stealing another glance at her, he can't help but marvel at how alluring her white pants are. Indeed, why did he suddenly stop looking? The answer is simple. Her reaction was too evident. Zhang Chen realized she had caught him peeking, so it was only natural to cease. Besides, she had already tidied up. Continuing to stare would be inappropriate. It's not as if he hadn't seen it before. Upon exiting the room, Yue's face remains flushed, and she allows Zhang Chen to walk ahead. She is genuinely fearful. Zhang Chen feels somewhat perplexed. Why is she so wary of him? Wasn't everything fine last night? Just as he contemplates this, a clicking sound interrupts him. The door to the adjacent room opens. Bai Xiao steps out, her bag in hand. One foot already outside. Zhang Chen and Yue immediately turn to look at her. Simultaneously, Bai Xiao lifts her eyes and spots them. Instantly, her body freezes, nearly retreating in shock. Thankfully, her mental fortitude prevails, and she manages to maintain her composure, even controlling her expression adeptly. Hello. Yue greets her warmly. Hello. Bai Xiao nods, adopting a cool demeanor. Yue pays it no mind. This community is quite large, and there are many residents. She doesn't know everyone. However, she does recognize Bai Xiao, who, unlike her, is not a tenant but a homeowner here. Zhang Chen smiles and nods at Bai Xiao in greeting, and she reciprocates slightly, standing by to wait for the elevator. Before long, the elevator arrives, and the three of them step inside. Bai Xiao deliberately moves further in, creating some distance. Zhang Chen considers stepping back, but Yue is quick to react, positioning herself behind him. This leaves Zhang Chen feeling quite vexed. Sis, I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at the lady next door. Yue glares at Zhang Chen, her heart silently scoffing. If she hadn't been quicker, that rascal would have stood behind her again. And what would happen then? There are others here. What would it mean to be seen? Oh, no. Even if there were no one else, he shouldn't be looking. As for Bai Xiao, she is internally chanting prayers for good fortune, hoping the elevator arrives swiftly, praying Zhang Chen doesn't act out, and wishing that this lovely lady doesn't discover the nature of her relationship with Zhang Chen. Soon, the elevator reaches the ground floor. As they step out, Bai Xiao feels a significant weight lift off her shoulders. She immediately pivots and strides forward briskly. As if pressed for time, Zhang Chen chuckles to himself. How adorably nervous she looks. Hey, Li Jia, he is coming now. We just got up, so he is running a bit late. Okay, you'll be up shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be going up. You can discuss the price with him. Don't worry, we're all from the same community, so he'll definitely give you a better deal. As she walks, Yue takes a phone call. Once she hangs up, she turns to offer a few words of advice, only to find that Zhang Chen has succumbed to his old habit again. Yue is speechless. Is he still looking? Hasn't he seen enough? You can't help it, can you? You just look too good. Zhang Chen replies earnestly. Yue is utterly at a loss for words. Pretending? Go ahead and pretend. Shooting him a glare, she retorts enough. The matter at hand is urgent. Sister Lian 603 has been anxious, calling several times. Hurry up, and also, don't let the visit fee exceed 200. I suggest you charge 150. 150? Zhang Chen is taken aback. That seems rather steep. Steep? Even 200 would be considered low. Don't try to do it for free. Otherwise, Sisterly will spread the word around the community, and soon, many elderly residents will be asking you for free assistance. You'll end up doing nothing but busy work. Understood? Zhang Chen nods, genuinely serious. It's rare for him to be so earnest, primarily because he knows Yi Wei is sincerely trying to help him. At the time, he and T thought much of it and had mentioned doing it for free. But now, reflecting on it, free services are indeed fraught with complications. With so many residents in this old community, one moment they ask him to fix this, and the next to fix that. People who receive free services hesitate to exploit them. So, he realizes now that he hadn't considered everything thoroughly before. Chapter 055, The Daughter of My Aunt. The kindergarten teacher, Bai Xiao. Sister, thank you. Zhang Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No need to thank me. You've helped me a lot too. At this moment, her charming face flushed slightly, and she waved her hand, saying, I still have things to do. I must hurry. You go up. All right, sister, goodbye. Goodbye. After watching Yi Wei leave, Zhang Chen finally ascended the building. He soon arrived at the door of room 603. He knocked gently. After a few seconds, he heard the door creak open. Hello, sisterly, Yi Wei asked me to. Zhang Chen began to speak, but the next moment, he was taken aback. The person who opened the door was a sweet-looking girl, appearing to be around 22 or 23 years old. She was dressed in a checkered shirt with an open collar revealing a white camisole underneath, paired with cropped denim pants and a pair of white sneakers. Her half-tied, low ponytail complemented her adorable pearl earrings, creating an undeniably charming image. The sweet girl couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times before saying, Sisterly is my mom. She's in the kitchen. You must be the repairman that Yi Wei mentioned, right? Yes. Zhang Chen nodded awkwardly. He had spoken too quickly, failing to realize that she was the sister, inadvertently calling her older. The sweet girl was pleasantly surprised by the repairman's charming demeanor. It was her first time encountering such a young and handsome repairman. She couldn't help but gaze at him for a while, captivated by his features, physique, and age. Sister? Zhang Chen noticed her staring and quickly reminded her. Internally, he mused about the advantages of his good looks. The girl, realizing her prolonged gaze, felt her cheeks flush slightly, yet she replied, I must be younger than you. Why call me sister? All right, sister. Zhang Chen smoothly corrected himself. She was momentarily stunned. Wait, did I just downgrade to sister so quickly? This handsome guy was quite charming with his words. My name is Xiao. Yi Wei knows me, so you can just call me Xiao. Terms like sister or little sister sound too strange. She confessed. Hello, Xiao, I'm Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen introduced himself enthusiastically. Come in. My mom has been waiting. Li Xiao nodded and led him inside. The layout of the room was similar to Yi Wei's, but it bore more traces of daily life. Although it was clean and tidy, there were many more miscellaneous items than in Yi Wei's home. At that moment, a woman in casual home attire emerged from the kitchen. Xiao, the guest has arrived, Li Jie said with a warm smile. Upon glancing at Zhang Chen, she exclaimed, Oh my, what a handsome young man. How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? My Xiao is a kindergarten teacher. Mom. Li Xiao was taken aback. Is it necessary to promote your daughter to every guest? Zhang Chen was equally bewildered. Wait, is Aunt Li always this direct? No, Annie, I'm single. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Li Jie was delighted. However, noticing her daughter's flushed cheeks, she chuckled awkwardly, saying, Well, let's talk about being single later. Young Zhang, could you help me take a look? My toilet is clogged and leaking water, and after the bathroom is a mess. It seems like the drain might be blocked. Zhang Chen remarked. Repairing the toilet didn't pose any pressure for him. A quick glance revealed that their toilet was of a decent brand. In an instant, a detailed 3D diagram of the toilet appeared in his mind, including its dimensions and siphon pressure. It was all crystal clear, especially since he had learned from his brother. More importantly, he noticed a glaring series of pop-up messages on the toilet. Toilet that leaks after flushing. I flush hard, oh no. It leaks. Repair reward. 500 yuan, Zhang Chen thought to himself. Only 500? That's a bit low. I could easily charge 50,000 for fixing a pipe. But wait, is 500 not a good amount? The last time I repaired a toilet, I only charged 200 and got a huge reward. Perhaps I could strike it lucky again. I was thinking the same. However, I'm not sure how to fix it myself. If you could help me, I have guests coming over at noon, and it would be troublesome if the toilet is out of order. Li interrupted. Sure. Zhang Chen nodded and said, Annie, since we live in the same community, I won't charge you much. Just 150 yuan, and I guarantee it will be fixed. 150? That's quite expensive. Li Jie instinctively reacted. That's not too much. I normally charge 200 for a visit. Since we're in the same community and you know Yue well, I'm giving you a discount of 50. Zhang Chen explained. One thing at a time. Annie, you have a lovely daughter, but it doesn't affect my service charge. Besides, 150 is already quite reasonable. Li Jie clearly understood the pricing and recognized that Zhang Chen's offer was fair. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement, saying, All right, good. Zhang Chen responded, Annie, please show me where it's leaking. Xiao, you go ahead. I need to prepare the vegetables. Li Jie instructed her daughter. Okay. Li Xiao nodded and led Zhang Chen to the bathroom. Every time I flush the toilet, water leaks from the floor seams. I've cleaned it several times. It's just too disgusting. She crouched down, pointing to the wall side at the back of the toilet. Zhang Chen glanced over and immediately noticed a yellowish stain around the base, particularly severe at the back. He pressed the toilet to test it, and indeed, it was not flushing smoothly. As the water drained, streams of water gushed out from the back, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. He opened the tank to check. There were no issues there, indicating a blockage in the drain pipe. How is it? Li Xiao asked curiously as she watched Zhang Chen inspect. The toilet isn't clogged, but the drain pipe is blocked. It just needs to be cleared. Zhang Chen replied. Although the water in the toilet drained slowly, he could deduce from the flow's direction that the drain pipe was likely blocked, possibly due to something flushed down from the upper floors. Do you need help? Li Xiao inquired. Yes. Zhang Chen responded. Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is he really that direct? I was just being polite. Do you really need my assistance? Don't think you can boss me around just because you're handsome. The sister has already paid. However, considering his striking looks, Li Xiao readily agreed. All right, how can I assist? Chapter 056. Hair in the sewer. Wow, fragments of the people. I need a toilet seal ring, some silicone, and a meter-long piece of wire from the hardware store. Zhang Chen declared. It's simple. I'll go down and purchase it now. Li Xiao nodded, rising to prepare to descend the stairs. Wait, Zhang Chen suddenly called out to her. What else? Li Xiao inquired. No, add me on WeChat so I can transfer you the money later. Zhang Chen explained. Transfer money? Li Xiao paused for a moment. Of course, I'm the one providing the repair service, so naturally, I cover the material costs. Just send me the price after you purchase everything, and I'll send you a red envelope. Zhang Chen stated earnestly. Is it really necessary? It's just a small amount. Li Xiao chuckled, feeling that this handsome man had a decent character. Although she wasn't entirely familiar with repair costs, she recalled that previous repairs at home, like for the water heater, typically charged a few hundred. It was rare to encounter someone as considerate as Zhang Chen. That's not acceptable. I can't let you pay more, Zhang Chen said seriously. Then he leaned closer and whispered, if Annie knows, she'll definitely be pleased and might help promote my services. It's a win-win situation. I could expand my business. Well, Li Xiao pondered for a moment. Indeed, her mother, despite appearing generous, would appreciate saving money. Zhang Chen's thoughtful consideration left a better impression on her. All right, Li Xiao nodded, then took out her phone to scan the QR code, adding Zhang Chen. Great. I'll head out to buy the materials now. Okay. After their brief exchange, Li Xiao went downstairs to purchase the items. Zhang Chen smiled broadly at the newly added contact. What if I say a few bucks for some materials? Look, the connection has been made. He thought it would have been too abrupt to ask directly. What if she didn't approve of him as a repairman? It was much more reasonable this way. Moreover, he had a premonition. Given the nature of his friend, this repair task assigned to Li Xiao was likely worth a substantial sum. It was merely a preliminary investment. Besides, how much could it possibly cost? At most, a few dozen yuan. Regarding other thoughts? Oh, such a charming neighborly girl, the daughter of Annie. If this goes well, wouldn't that be delightful? Li Xiao was quick to return, taking only about 5 minutes before re-entering with a plastic bag. Zhang Chen promptly reimbursed her 32 yuan. Question: is it worth spending 32 yuan to connect with a sweet girl? Answer: absolutely. After receiving the red envelope, Li Xiao naturally didn't remove him for a friends list. Firstly, it would be awkward, and secondly, this sunny, handsome young man had certainly earned her admiration. What to do next? After pocketing her phone, Li Xiao curiously observed him as he repaired the toilet. Simple. Just lift the toilet, Zhang Chen instructed. The toilet's water supply line had already been disconnected. He needed to move the toilet aside to address the blockage in the sewer. Shouldn't we get a shovel? Li Xiao asked, eyeing the tightly sealed silicone. No need, Zhang Chen replied, gripping the toilet tank with one hand and the edge of the toilet with the other. He applied a gentle force. The tightly sealed toilet was effortlessly lifted, tearing through the silicone as if it were nothing. Li Xiao stood astonished. The toilet was heavy. She had lifted one before. Though men generally had more strength, she had never seen anyone pull up an unshoveled toilet like that, especially with just one hand, as if it weighed nothing at all. Li Xiao's impression was accurate. To Zhang Chen, it truly felt weightless. With his enhanced strength, the toilet felt half its normal weight, akin to carrying a bag of groceries. Wow, you're incredibly strong, Li Xiao exclaimed in amazement. Just lucky, I suppose. Zhang Chen chuckled, placing the toilet aside. He crouched down to inspect the drain and immediately spotted a clump of hair protruding from it. Using his phone's light, he noticed that the hair was quite thick at the bottom, clogging nearly half of a bend in the pipe. The deeper section remained hidden, but as Zhang Chen suspected, it had likely been washed down from above, blocking the sewer not far below her home. Who on earth would throw hair into the toilet? Li Xiao responded angrily. Indeed. How inconsiderate, Zhang Chen concurred. But it's strange how such a large mass of hair managed to clog it. Was it there before the renovations? Regardless, they had identified the problem, which made solving it much easier. Just then, the wire he had brought began to serve its purpose. As he reached for the wire, he noticed a maintenance pop-up above the drain. Clogged drain. It's blocked, I can't flow. Please unblock me. Repair reward. 500 yuan, Zhang Chen. What is this? Such a playful twist. However, this is the essence of a true sewer, unlike the neighbor's fake blockage. Although this was a bit cheeky, it turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Repairing the toilet would net him 500 yuan, as would clearing the drain. That amounted to 1,000 yuan, including the repair fee of 150. Oh, now it was 118 yuan. That totals to 1,118 yuan. Quite a lucrative endeavor. Wouldn't you agree? What is wrong? Li Xiao asked, noticing Zhang Chen lost in thought. Nothing. I just didn't expect it to be a clump of hair. Zhang Chen remarked, puzzled. That means it must be quite substantial to cause such a blockage. There could be other items as well. That makes sense. Li Xiao nodded. Zhang Chen decisively retrieved the wire, bending it into a hook, and probed inside, pulling out a mass of hair the size of a small arm. Yet, Zhang Chen instinctively sensed that there was more within. Discarding the clump into the trash, he continued to delve deeper. When the wire touched the pipe wall, he twisted it gently, applying light pressure while changing its direction to probe further. Suddenly, he encountered something soft. Oh no! Zhang Chen was startled, his heart racing. Could it be a piece of a person? The sensation felt wrong. What's wrong? Li Xiao, alarmed by Zhang Chen's reaction, asked. It feels like I poked something fleshy. Zhang Chen replied. Ah, Li Xiao gasped, sharing the same unsettling thought. She recalled a video she had once seen about a crime where a husband had allegedly disposed of his wife in the toilet. The mere thought sent chills through Li Xiao, her face paling. No, it can't be. Her voice trembled. Zhang Chen felt uncertain as well. He was merely a repairman, not a detective. This was supposed to be a light-hearted urban romance, not a crime scene. Did fixing criminals also count as repairs? Just as he cursed under his breath, the wire seemed to sense movement from whatever lay within. Zhang Chen. It's rather eerie. However, it shouldn't be the remnants of a person. Otherwise, it would resemble a supernatural tale, wouldn't it? But is it really? Should we consider reporting this to the authorities? Li Xiao's delicate face turned pale, unable to restrain herself. She inquired. Suddenly, she caught sight of a clump of hair in the trash bin, and an icy chill surged through her. Chapter 57. Is Auntie's daughter afraid of mice? Fear not. I shall capture it, Zhang Chen exhaled in relief. Not really? Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the fragments do not move. Zhang Chen remarked. It is highly likely that there is a mouse. What? A mouse? Li Xiao's face turned even paler. Since childhood, she had harbored an intense fear of mice, her legs turning to jelly at the mere sight of them. The thought of a mouse was no less frightening than the fragments. Hearing this now made her face even whiter. In older neighborhoods, it is quite common for mice to breed in the sewers. The chances are significant. Zhang Chen nodded, casually poking around, completely oblivious to the fact that Li Xiao's calves were trembling. I'll step outside. Upon hearing the mention of mice, Li Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to flee. She quickly uttered a hasty phrase and turned to leave. But just then, from the sewer, a black, damp mouse suddenly darted out. Zhang Chen was startled, jumping back, nearly dropping the wire in his hand as the mouse almost brushed against his face. A mouse! A mouse! He exclaimed, having evaded it. However, as Li Xiao turned, she felt something collide with the top of her foot. Glancing down, she was so frightened that she leapt into a dance. Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned by the sight. The mouse, which had emerged from the sewer, was as large as a fist, robust and unkempt. At that moment, it seemed equally startled by Li Xiao's frantic movements, darting around the bathroom like a headless fly. Li Xiao, terrified, screamed, her delicate face paling further as she watched the filthy, large mouse approach her. In a panic, she leapt into Zhang Chen's arms, scrambling upwards as if climbing a tree. Zhang Chen, momentarily bewildered, thought, what is happening? Such unexpected fortune. But that thought was fleeting. The next moment, he realized how terrified Li Xiao was of mice, observing her fright. As he pondered, he suddenly felt a jolt against his leg, causing him to jump again. A mouse, a mouse. Li Xiao was too consumed by her fear to notice anything else. Her eyes followed the mouse's erratic movements. As the large rodent approached Zhang Chen, she feared it would leap up to bite her. In sheer terror, she pressed against Zhang Chen's head to climb higher. However, her strength was limited, and she ended up clinging even tighter. Hey, I can't see, she exclaimed, blocking Zhang Chen's view. It wasn't that he feared the mouse. Rather, the thought of it emerging from the sewer was utterly repulsive. Yet, he wanted to catch the mouse, and both of his hands were occupied. I'm sorry. Li Xiao finally realized her predicament, her cheeks flushing crimson. Oh my, how'd I end up in his arms? She understood that this was inappropriate and attempted to detach herself. But upon looking down, she saw the mouse still scurrying about in the bathroom. Mouse, she screamed again, clutching even tighter. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. It's true that I am handsome, but must you always take advantage of me like this? At that moment, Aunt Li entered, wielding a rolling pin. Upon seeing her daughter clinging to Zhang Chen, she was taken aback. I haven't even introduced you yet. How did you two become so close? And you, young man, what are your hands doing? However, the next instant, she spotted a large, filthy mouse darting out from the bathroom. Mouse! Aunt Li shrieked, kicking it with precision. The mouse, which had almost escaped, was sent tumbling back. Li Xiao screamed in horror, Mom. You ran away? Your daughter is terrified of the mouse. And you just fled? Xiao, loosen your grip. I'll catch the mouse. Zhang Chen realized the situation was untenable. He couldn't see anything. Right? I'm sorry. Li Xiao, momentarily regaining her composure, felt her face flush again, yet she dared not let go, fearing the mouse would bite her. However, with a slight shift to the left, Zhang Chen finally had a clear view. The next moment, the mouse leapt towards him from the bathroom. Quick on his feet, Zhang Chen stepped down, pinning the mouse beneath his foot. He felt the mouse squirming beneath him, emitting a series of high-pitched squeaks that made his scalp tingle. If he felt this way, how much more terrified was Li Xiao? Her arms instinctively tightened around him, nearly choking him. Fear not, I have a pin down. Please fetch a bag or something, Zhang Chen urged. I'm scared. Li Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears, unwilling to descend. Zhang Chen, too, hesitated to exert force. What if he crushed it? That would be exceedingly messy. Just then, Aunt Li, wielding a broom, rushed in. Upon seeing the mouse writhing under Zhang Chen's foot, she involuntarily took a step back. Mom, hurry. Grab something to catch the mouse. Li Xiao shouted urgently. Okay. Aunt Li nodded frantically, rushing out without a thought for a bag. Instead, she sought a cloth to cover the mouse. Spotting a white cloth balled up on the balcony, she seized it and dashed over. Without entering, she threw the cloth toward Zhang Chen, who caught it deftly. He then gently set Li Xiao down, spread the cloth, and swiftly covered the filthy mouse, capturing it in his grip. Chapter 58. Why are you taking mine? Why not take yours? Zhang Chen was somewhat bewildered. What? Auntie, this is quite absurd. Are you really throwing this at me to catch mice? Upon closer inspection, he noticed Li Xiao beside him. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Chen's hand. The situation was bewildering. Mom, you, she exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration as she stamped her foot. Only then did Li Jie realize what she had carelessly tossed to Zhang Chen. She was momentarily taken aback. Offering an awkward smile, Xiao, I was in such a rush that I just grabbed something. Stop right there. Li Xiao's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment. This was something she had left on the balcony to wash. The thought made her cheeks burn even more, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the floor. Having been startled by the mouse earlier, she was too tense. But now that she felt safe, the realization dawned upon her. She had just hugged him. The more she thought about it, the more her face heated up, and she felt increasingly flustered. In a fit of exasperation, she pointed at the mouse in Zhang Chen's hand, shouting, "You filthy creature, you stinky mouse, you rascal." Zhang Chen was unfazed, but the mouse was in sheer panic. "I didn't force you to leap into the arms of that handsome guy. You did that on your own. What does that have to do with me? I'm the one being held captive here." The mouse struggled desperately in his grip, squeaking incessantly as if protesting the woman's curses. Zhang Chen noticed the awkwardness of Auntie Li and the shyness of Li Xiao. Yet he called out, "Auntie Xiao, make way." Startled, Li Jie quickly stepped aside, while Li Xiao, clutching her mother, turned her face away, unable to bear looking. At the door, Zhang Chen lifted the squirming mouse and hurled it to the ground, killing it instantly. "Trash bag," he shouted into the room. "Oh," Li Jie nodded, nudging her daughter. "Where's the trash bag? I'll get it." Though scared, Li Xiao felt a wave of relief now that the mouse was dealt with. She hurried to open the drawer beneath the sink, tearing off a plastic bag and rushing it to Zhang Chen. As Zhang Chen disposed of the dead mouse into the bag, Li Xiao watched in horror as he tossed her belongings inside as well. Instinctively, she wanted to protest, but upon meeting his surprised gaze, she stammered, "No, you can't be serious. You don't think I want to use that again, do you?" Her face flushed with embarrassment. I never expected my mom to be so careless." Zhang Chen chuckled softly, remaining silent. Her reaction made her want to hide her face in shame. "Come on, don't be shy. Just throw that away. I need to fix the plumbing. Aren't relatives coming over soon?" Zhang Chen handed her the plastic bag. Li Xiao took a step back, her voice trembling. "I can't. I've been afraid of mice since I was little. Even dead ones scare me. Just give it to me, Zhang. Hurry up." Li Jie had reached the door and, taking the initiative, accepted the trash bag. However, her distant demeanor betrayed her fear. Zhang Chen nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry, it'll all be done quickly." "Thank you, Zhang." Li Jie expressed her gratitude as she made her way to the elevator. Zhang Chen re-entered the room, heading straight for the bathroom. Li Xiao hesitated but ultimately followed, though she dared not approach too closely. She stood at the door, anxious that another mouse might leap onto him. After clearing out a clump of hair and other debris, he flushed the water, which flowed smoothly. He then proceeded to restore the toilet, sealing the gaps with silicone. After connecting the water supply and testing it, everything worked perfectly. All set. Zhang Chen nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. Li Xiao finally relaxed, relieved that nothing unexpected had occurred. "Wash your hands. I'll transfer the money to you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, lacking confidence due to the earlier incident. Yet, Zhang Chen appeared unaffected, as if nothing had transpired. It was understandable, given the unusual circumstances. "All right," Zhang Chen nodded, washing his hands as the payment arrived. "Well, I'll be on my way now. When your mom comes up, please let her know." Zhang Chen had no intention of lingering. It was clear that Li Xiao felt uncomfortable, and having completed his task, he needed to leave promptly. Besides, he needed to shower. That filthy mouse was rather unsettling. Okay, Li Xiao nodded. Oh, by the way, if there are any maintenance jobs at your kindergarten, feel free to contact me. I'll give you a great deal and can handle all sorts of work, ensuring it's done beautifully. Just as Zhang Chen was about to leave, he remembered she was a kindergarten teacher and added, "Got it. I'll keep that in mind." It was a normal business exchange, revealing her ambition. "Goodbye," Zhang Chen said, entering the elevator to depart. Once inside, Li Xiao exhaled deeply, relaxing her tense body. Yet, the thoughts of what had transpired in the bathroom still left her feeling mortified. How could this have happened? At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Li Jie stepped out. Seeing her daughter at the entrance, she paused and asked, "Is it fixed?" "Yes." Li Xiao nodded. "Where is Xiao Zhang?" Li Jie inquired. "He just went down," Li Xiao replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. "Why didn't he wait for me? I wanted to introduce you. You're already 23 and still no boyfriend." "Mom." Li Xiao stomped her foot, exasperated. "How could you even think about introducing me after that? How could you?" "Oh, I was just flustered." Li Jie felt awkward. "Why didn't you take yours instead? Why just throw mine?" Li Xiao retorted. "Child, how can you speak like that? How old am I? Do you want him to be your father?" Li Jie's bold remark left Li Xiao momentarily stunned. It took her a few seconds to process. "Wow, Mom, you really say anything, don't you? What if someone overhears? What if he becomes your son-in-law in the future?" Chapter 059, Critical Hit Rewards. Speed 1 and not Encyclopedia. Descending the stairs, Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, sweet girls are simply delightful. However, the rewards hold greater significance. With a quick blink, he summoned the notification window. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Speed 1. Reward has been issued. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Not Encyclopedia. Reward has been issued. Speed 1. Zhang Chen was taken aback. The previous Power 1 had already doubled his strength. By this logic, his speed could potentially exceed that of a 100-meter champion in an instant. But wait, this is a serious reward. Why do I keep thinking inappropriately? It's all your fault, Tongzi, for leading me astray. Setting that aside, it wasn't too convenient to verify at the moment. He could only feel a surge of warmth coursing through his legs, which quickly dissipated. Perhaps it enhanced the strength and agility of his leg muscles and bones, granting him superior explosive power, capable of instantly accelerating his speed. But it was the second critical hit reward that intrigued him. What on earth is the Not Encyclopedia? With a mere thought, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind. In an instant, dozens of knot-tying techniques emerged in his consciousness. Zhang Chen. No way. Tongzi, you've gone too far. The key point is he had just come down from his aunt's house, where her daughter was an exquisite sweet girl. The moment those knot-tying techniques surfaced, he couldn't help but think of Li Xiao. Goodness, this is absurd, absolutely ridiculous. Tongzi was bewildered. I provided you with knot-tying skills. A legitimate skill. What are you thinking? You think I'm extravagant? It seems your mind is the one that's gone awry. Can't you just buy a ticket? Can't you go on adventure? You're extravagant. Your whole family is extravagant. Zhang Chen was oblivious to Tongzi's complaints. However, he did realize that this knot encyclopedia encompassed every knot-tying method in the world, vast and diverse. Not only that, but different materials could yield various effects depending on the knot used. Tying wood, securing anchor points, binding hostages, all could be executed with ease, as if he had practiced countless times, achieving muscle memory. If presented with a rope now, he could demonstrate remarkable skill. Clearing his throat, Zhang Chen mused, Tongzi, I misunderstood you. With that, he hurried home. New skills must be tested properly, after all. Upon arriving home, he rummaged through drawers but found no rope. He decided instead to dismantle an old sweater to create a long piece of string. A singular thought ignited in his mind, and his fingers danced nimbly. In the blink of an eye, he tied a bowline knot and even managed to create 3 variations, all in less than 3 seconds. Bowline knot, anti-slip knot, figure 8 through knot, double loop knot. The yarn was skillfully manipulated in Zhang Chen's hands. He played with it for quite some time before his enthusiasm waned. However, truth be told, this seemed of little use to him. He wasn't going on adventures, nor was he planning to rappel down heights, nor did he have any intention of tying up anyone. After pondering, It seemed the only potential use was for his sweetheart. Thus, he sighed, Tongzi, you really are extravagant. Zhang Chen thought, well, I'll go for a run shortly to test my speed. During college, he could only manage 12 seconds in 100 meters. If his speed doubled, wouldn't he'd be able to run it in 6 seconds? Incredible. That would truly make him a flying man. The thought excited him. First, a quick trial in the bathroom. Zhang Chen rose, shedding his clothes, preparing for a shower. Then he suddenly remembered the power was out. The last time he had damaged the wiring, he hadn't gotten around to fixing it. Fine, a cold shower it is. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen emerged refreshed. He changed clothes, descended, and left the community. Hailing a cab, he headed to the park, Bin Wetland Park, built along both banks of the river. It featured a track with marked distances. It was just past noon, and the park was sparsely populated. After a brief warm-up, he activated the stopwatch. With his phone in hand, he dashed forward. Upon reaching the 100-meter mark, he halted and quickly glanced at the stopwatch, which read 7.68 seconds. Accounting for the time lost during his stop, running under 6 seconds seemed entirely feasible. Let's try again, Zhang Chen murmured. Following the same method, he made another attempt, clocking in at 7.35 seconds. He repeated this several times, consistently hovering around 7.5 seconds. However, his stamina was waning significantly, and he could not push any further. Nonetheless, achieving 100 meters in 6 seconds was already astonishing. If the husband of that sweet girl across the way found out, he might very well be outpaced. Wait, why run? One punch from me would surely crush that guy's skull. After a brief rest, Zhang Chen decided not to test further. He made his way towards the park exit, seeking a restaurant to enjoy a hearty meal before hailing a taxi. But instead of heading home, he planned to visit a mall first. Having earned quite a bit, it was time to upgrade his gear. After 10 minutes, he acquired a top-tier phone, replacing his outdated 100 yuan device. With several sets of clothes ruined, it was time to refresh his wardrobe. Upon entering a clothing store, he spotted a familiar figure. Teacher Yuan? Zhang Chen was taken aback. This mall was quite a distance from her home. What brought her here? Oh, it seems it's not far from the school. As a physical education teacher, she had a light schedule and could easily visit a mall. Just as he contemplated whether to greet her, Wan Jiao, carrying shopping bags, suddenly looked up and spotted Zhang Chen at the entrance. In that moment, she was startled. How on earth did you follow me here? I can't even buy clothes without running into you. How long has it been since we parted? And I bump into you again? The key issue was she wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt quite anxious. Teacher Wan, realizing he had been spotted, Zhang Chen naturally had to greet her out of respect for his teacher. However, he noticed Wan Jiao's face flush red, and without uttering a word, she hurried towards the exit. Zhang Chen was puzzled. What's going on? Teacher Wan, what's wrong? As she approached, he couldn't help but express concern. Wait, I have something to do. Wan Jiao replied hastily, her face a blend of red and pale. Oh no, Teacher Wan, are you feeling unwell? Zhang Chen asked, noticing her reaction. Do you need help? You please move aside. Wan Jiao was almost frantic. Teacher Wan, I'm only trying to help Zhang Chen. Are you doing this on purpose? Wan Jiao snapped, her emotions a mix of anger and embarrassment. Suddenly recalling they were in a public space, she glanced around, realizing several passers-by were looking their way, whispering among themselves. What is happening? Are they fighting? Wow, such a handsome boyfriend. And they're arguing? Could it be that he is not capable? Very likely. Zhang Chen's expression darkened. You're the one who is not capable. Wan Jiao's expression darkened. Your boyfriend is utterly incompetent. He is not my boyfriend. However, it is impossible for him to be inadequate. On the contrary, he is quite capable, indeed. Chapter 060. Teacher, though I enjoy watching, I truly do not harbor ill intentions. What is this mindset of mine? Coming back to my senses, Wan Jiao's face flushed crimson. How could she entertain such thoughts? Although she had seen it before, she had never experienced it firsthand. How could she be so certain of its prowess? What am I thinking? Wan Jiao realized that the more she pondered, the more her thoughts strayed. However, it was impossible to avoid such notions. Recalling the last encounter made her even more hesitant to face him. Her heart raced wildly, thumping like a drum. Beside her, Zhang Chen observed Wan Laosher's charming face turn red once again, feeling somewhat perplexed. What's going on here? Suddenly, Wan Jiao's expression shifted. She could no longer afford to linger and hurriedly dashed upstairs. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, observing the curious gazes of those around him, but ultimately decided to follow. After all, if something were amiss with Wan Laoshi, he needed to be by her side. A few minutes later, Wan Jiao finally felt at ease. Exiting the restroom, she immediately spotted Zhang Chen waiting by the railing. Her steps halted, and she dared not venture out. As she paused, Zhang Chen looked over. Wan Jiao was startled and nearly retreated back into the restroom. But it was too late. Would it not be a bit inappropriate to run back after being seen? Gritting her teeth, Wan Jiao steadied her emotions, silently berating herself for her lack of composure. Sighing inwardly, she braced herself and stepped out. Simultaneously, she glanced at her jeans. Oh no! The denim she wore today was somewhat disheartening as she approached Zhang Chen, trying her best to ignore the heat of his gaze. She asked as calmly as she could, "What brings you here?" "Teacher, you look stunning in those jeans. They accentuate your figure beautifully. Why wear sweatpants all the time? They don't showcase anything." Zhang Chen blurted out. Wan Jiao's expression darkened. "Is that not a non-answer? How brazen. That was not my question." She insisted with a frown. I was merely complimenting you, teacher. After all, we do fitness exercises together. You have a fantastic figure, and this outfit makes you look years younger." Zhang Chen continued with a cough, showering her with praise. "I did not ask for compliments on my figure. I was inquiring how you ended up here." Wan Jiao rubbed her forehead, feeling utterly defeated. In her heart, she had surrendered to the situation. "Well, I just thought I would buy something." Zhang Chen raised a new phone in his hand. "I need some new clothes too. What a coincidence to run into me." Wan Jiao regarded him skeptically. Teacher Wan, you don't think I'm stalking you, do you?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. "Of course not. Even if I were a bit creepy, I wouldn't resort to illegal activities. Besides, I wouldn't need to stalk you. I could just approach you directly. Wouldn't that be unbearable for you?" "Really?" Wan Jiao found it hard to believe. Primarily, she felt uneasy about this young man. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, when she saw Zhang Chen, she struggled to resist the urge to see him. This strange, contradictory feeling made Wan Jiao think she was losing her mind. "Indeed, you think too poorly of me, teacher," Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Wan Jiao rolled her eyes. "Not bad enough. What more do you want to be?" Observing her peculiar demeanor made Zhang Chen ponder. Given what had transpired, it was strange that she still harbored suspicions against him. "Teacher, your outfit today is quite simple yet striking. A black knitted top paired with straight-leg jeans and white sneakers, exuding a youthful college girl vibe. However, the knit top clings a bit too closely to your figure, accentuating your curves." As Zhang Chen's eyes roamed over her, Wan Jiao's cheeks flushed. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Stop staring. There's so many people around." Zhang Chen paused. "So, you mean it's acceptable to look when there are fewer people?" "Goodness, your words betray your true feelings," Zhang Chen remarked, feigning seriousness. Wan Jiao thought to herself, "Truly, he is anything but serious. And yet, why do I feel no aversion to him? Am I truly losing my mind?" Seeing her exasperated expression, Zhang Chen shifted to a more serious tone. "Teacher, is the after effect still bothering you? Please don't look at me like that. If it persists, I may need to see a doctor. It has been quite some time." Zhang Chen's face turned serious. Noting that Zhang Chen had refrained from making any inappropriate comments, Wan Jiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then shook her head. "I've already been checked. There's nothing wrong. It's just a psychological issue." "A psychological issue?" Zhang Chen inquired, puzzled. Wan Jiao, seeing his inquisitive expression, quickly interrupted. "Enough about that. Weren't you here to buy clothes? Let us go. I'll help you pick some out." She felt a pang of frustration. When the doctor had asked what had happened, she had dared not mention Zhang Chen's influence. Yet she understood that her encounters with him were deeply intertwined with her emotional turmoil. The thought of helping him choose clothes didn't trouble her much. She assumed that as a man, he wouldn't be as particular about attire as a woman would be. Even so, she didn't realize that such a gesture might be misconstrued. Zhang Chen certainly felt the implications. Aside from his mother, wife, and perhaps a girlfriend, who else would care about how he dressed? "Very well, thank you, teacher." Zhang Chen replied without hesitation. Let us head to that store downstairs. Ruan Jiao led the way. After taking a step, she paused momentarily, considering. But then she thought, never mind. Zhang Chen has seen all before. Let him look. If he is tired, let be. As Ruan Jiao moved, Zhang Chen feasted his eyes upon her. However, he noted her brief halt as if she remembered that she was in front and he was behind. Why did she ultimately resume walking? It was as if she had surrendered completely, allowing him to gaze as he pleased. Not bad, not bad. I misjudged you, my friend. A 90 approval rating is indeed quite valuable. Zhang Chen mused to himself, feeling a sense of triumph. Chapter 61, Critical Hit Reward. Tenfold cashback and 10 affection. Ruan Jiao meticulously selected 3 outfits, as if she were picking clothes for her boyfriend. Zhang Chen cheerfully tried them on. Glancing in the mirror, he was indeed quite stylish, far surpassing the clothes he usually purchased. His appearance had elevated several notches. Not bad. Ruan Jiao examined him closely, thoroughly satisfied. Time to check out. Ruan Jiao called for the attendant. That will be 2,316, madam. The saleswoman replied with a smile. All right. Ruan Jiao promptly took out her phone to scan the payment code. Wait, no. How could I let you pay? Zhang Chen quickly interjected. You hardly earn anything. I can cover this. Ruan Jiao firmly pushed his hand aside. Zhang Chen was somewhat speechless. Teacher, I assure you, I'm not poor. I'm quite wealthy, in fact. But why are you buying me clothes? He struggled to grasp the situation. The female sales attendant, still smiling, couldn't help but add a hint of curiosity to her gaze. This attractive couple seemed like a pair, yet they didn't quite fit the mold. Why was the woman so eager to pay? Wasn't it typically the man who would insist on footing the bill? Teacher, you really should let me handle this. Zhang Chen, though puzzled, refused to let her pay. The saleswoman's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing teacher. This was quite the revelation. Was he a student and she a teacher? Just listen to me. You called me teacher, didn't you? Ruan Jiao insisted, unwavering. Zhang Chen was left at a loss for words. Was this out of gratitude for saving her? Scan my code. Ruan Jiao instructed the saleswoman. Of course. The saleswoman nodded and proceeded to scan. Beep, the scanner sounded, but the transaction failed. Ma'am, the payment didn't go through. The saleswoman announced. What? Ruan Jiao froze, quickly checking her balance, and her face turned crimson. It was over. She didn't have enough funds. The past few days had drained her finances, buying materials, visiting the hospital, and investing in various fitness gear and supplements. She had nearly exhausted 2 months' salary. After all that, she barely had 1,000 left. Noticing Ruan Jiao's embarrassment, Zhang Chen sensed something was amiss. It could only be a lack of funds or a mistake in payment. Regardless, he was determined to claim his repair rewards. At that moment, a repair notification popped up for Ruan Jiao. Account balance below 1,000 for yoga instructor. What to do? How embarrassing. How did I end up with only 1,000? Not even enough to buy him a shirt? Repair reward. 1,000 yuan. Special reward. Current expenditure 10-fold cashback. Affection 10. Current affection 95. Seeing this notification left Zhang Chen bewildered. Ruan Jiao was indeed his good fortune. This unexpected encounter granted him 3 rewards. The 1,000 yuan was standard for each repair, but the 10-fold cashback on her current expenditure? That was something extraordinary. Did this mean he would receive 10 times the total of her purchases? 2,316 yuan multiplied by 10. 23,160 yuan? Incredible. He could buy clothes without spending a dime and even profit from it. Wait, Zhang Chen suddenly realized something. Since it was based on her current expenditure, what if he continued to buy more? If he spent enough to reach 10 or 20,000, the cashback would be astronomical. His heart raced, and before he could contemplate the affection aspect, he exclaimed, Sister, wait. I want to buy a few more outfits. I'll pay in a moment. Ruan Jiao was mortified. How could she face everyone when she couldn't even afford to pay, especially in front of Zhang Chen? The thought alone made her want to disappear. Teacher, you've reached your spending limit for today. You've bought quite a few significant items. Zhang Chen remarked suddenly. Ruan Jiao paused, then nodded in understanding. Perhaps. I still have several thousand on my card, though. That's all right. Let us use mine. Who are we to each other? Zhang Chen replied. Ruan Jiao. The saleswoman appeared momentarily bewildered. The nature of their relationship was complex and elusive. It was evident they were romantically involved, and it seemed quite modern. Perhaps this is their quirky dynamic, just a regular couple, but the man enjoys calling the woman teacher for the thrill. She mused, "Oh, maybe I should have my husband call me that too," she thought with a gleam in her eye. Zhang Chen. "I truly don't understand how I'm down to just 1,000. Ruan Jiao lamented as they returned to the area, nearly in tears. She had never felt so humiliated. "Teacher, don't say anything more. I understand your affection for me," Zhang Chen said earnestly. "What?" Ruan Jiao was utterly bewildered. "Affection? I merely wanted to buy you a few clothes as a gesture of gratitude. How did that become affection? Don't say such things." Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt her cheeks flush. "Stop speaking nonsense about love." Ruan Jiao attempted to protest, but Zhang Chen interrupted. "Right now, don't think about anything else. Just buy." "Buy?" Ruan Jiao was taken aback. "What on earth?" "Yes, let us pick out a few more outfits. You should buy too. Let's get plenty." Zhang Chen insisted. No. You can't buy me clothes." Ruan Jiao was horrified. Accepting this would complicate everything. "Come on." Zhang Chen disregarded her protests and pulled her towards the women's clothing section. This one, and this one. Where are the yoga pants? Let us get 7 or 8 pairs. What about the lingerie section? Over there. Let us go. What size do you wear, teacher? Oh, no need to ask. This size. Let us grab 10 sets. This one. Teacher will look stunning in this. As Zhang Chen enthusiastically piled clothing onto her, Ruan Jiao stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Clothing was one thing, but what was the meaning of him getting her yoga pants? "You must really want to see me in these," she thought, but it felt so blatant. "Besides, what does it matter what kind of underwear I wear? Am I supposed to show you? And how do you know my size?" Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She recalled that Zhang Chen observed her regularly. They say a man's eyes are a measure of size, and he must have measured her countless times. Yet, how could she accept this? Why was he acting so frenzied, buying and buying? Chapter 062. Her partiality for this attire. Clutching 3 pairs of trousers, 3 t-shirts, 3 jackets, 8 sets of lingerie, and a dozen pairs of yoga pants, Ruan Jiao's face was a mask of consternation. Clothing is inconsequential, but yoga pants take precedence, do they? "You're so confident that I'll allow you to see me in these? Even if I were inclined. Squandering money is still imprudent. I haven't even tried them on yet. Who knows if they'll be comfortable? The comfort is irrelevant. Your gratification is paramount. Is it? Teacher, these leggings are quite fetching. Teacher, this ensemble is rather captivating. Teacher, these jeans are quite form-fitting. Teacher, observing the ever-increasing pile of garments in her arms, Ruan Jiao felt an overwhelming urge to flee. But she was rooted to the spot. The female salesperson, similarly laden with several outfits and numerous pairs of yoga pants, trailed closely behind them. Ruan Jiao's face flushed crimson. How could one not harbor suspicions? And this? Zhang Chen procured yet another pair. Another? Ruan Jiao swiftly grasped his wrist, pleading a hushed tone. "Please, no more." What will people think if you buy me this?" "Let them think what they will. We'll buy what we please." Zhang Chen retorted nonchalantly. Those with impure minds perceive everything as tainted. Ruan Jiao felt a shiver run down her spine. Seeing him reach for more, Ruan Jiao tightened her grip. "Please, no more. Besides, we can't possibly carry all of this." Observing her beseeching countenance, Zhang Chen scrutinized the accumulating pile. Damn, she might be right. The combined apparel likely amounted to 20 or 30 sets. Transportation would be a challenge. He roughly calculated the sum. It must be several tens of thousands. Acceptable, I suppose. Purchasing everything would be rather outlandish. Tenfold would be hundreds of thousands. A lucrative endeavor. The accompanying saleswoman was equally astounded. Is this some sort of bulk purchase? Are you stocking up for a store? Of course, this wasn't entirely unheard of. Occasionally, one encountered affluent individuals engaging in such sprees. However, the sheer volume of yoga pants and lingerie was rather excessive. Despite her astonishment and curiosity, the saleswoman maintained a professional demeanor. She was, after all, elated. This translated directly into performance bonuses. This was money. Very well. Let's proceed to check out with these. Zhang Chen declared, glancing at Ms. Ruan's crown. Reassured that the repair recompense was still in effect, he breathed a sigh of relief. It would be farcical if the reward vanished after all this. Based on his observations, the repair reward appeared to be fixed, rarely fluctuating. But one could never be certain of the system's machinations. If he spent too extravagantly, perhaps tens of thousands at once, Ms. Ruan might reconsider purchasing clothes for him. If the repair reward disappeared, he would be at a significant loss. Therefore, he decided to proceed cautiously. This was a pure profit, with no downside. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xiao visibly relaxed. She genuinely feared that Zhang Chen would continue his buying spree. However, she was curious. Where did Zhang Chen acquire such a substantial sum of money? This collection of clothing must amount to at least several tens of thousands. Yet, she recalled Zhang Chen being rather impoverished. Alone? Surely not. Moreover, she struggled to comprehend his motivations. Was it solely to see her in yoga pants? Then he could have simply purchased yoga pants. There was no need to buy her new clothes. Wait, could it be that he desires to see me in more than just yoga pants? He also wishes to see me in regular attire? After all, the pants he selected for me were all form-fitting. The t-shirts and tank tops were also a size too small. The jacket, however, was a normal size, but perhaps her thoughts spiraled into conjecture. Her face flushed crimson. Yet, she felt a nascent desire to experiment. This was the source of Ruan Jiao's apprehension. She realized that she was finding it increasingly difficult to refuse him. Everything he did evoked a sense of obedience within her. She felt an almost irresistible urge to comply. This line of thought was perilous, alarming Ruan Jiao. Lost in her chaotic thoughts, the duo and the saleswoman arrived at the cashier. The sheer volume of clothing resembled a small mountain. The cashier was utterly bewildered. Are you purchasing several sets? Are you stocking up for store? Madam, sir, are you certain you wish to purchase all of this? The saleswoman inquired. Yes, all of it. Let's settle the bill. Zhang Chen affirmed. The two saleswomen exchanged glances and immediately commenced their task. The customer is always right. They hastened their efforts, lest the customer change their mind. This was their livelihood. Only then did Zhang Chen have the opportunity to analyze the 10 points of favorability. 95 points of favorability? Wasn't it 90 before? Zhang Chen was momentarily confused. He had been so preoccupied with the 10 points that he had failed to notice the current favorability score. Not 90, but 95? In other words, it had increased by 5 points since last time. What had transpired then? Yes, the incident in the kitchen. Although it had not culminated in consummation, they had come close to crossing the threshold. Ms. Ruan had even experienced lingering effects. Wait, something is amiss. I acted so presumptuously, yet her favorability increased by 5 points? Could it be that this system operates on a scale of thousands? That would be preposterous. When would it ever reach maximum level? But upon further reflection, that seemed improbable. If it were truly based on a scale of thousands, then 10 points would equate to only 10%. If that were the case, Ms. Ruan would have slapped him senseless for his actions. Damn, it must be even higher than maximum level. Zhang Chen concluded. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiao felt her mind go blank. She watched as the two attendants began scanning the yoga pants. Zhang Chen had addressed her as teacher. A student buying this for his teacher? She could only imagine the gossip that would ensue. Although they were strangers, she would never be able to show her face here again. After a protracted half hour, the scanning was finally completed. They double-checked the total amount. The grand total was 54,866 yuan. Upon hearing the final sum, Ruan Jiao exclaimed, That much? Only that much? Zhang Chen muttered under his breath. Ruan Jiao immediately turned to him. What? How much did you expect? That's 55,000 yuan worth of clothing. It would take me a year of abstaining from all expenses to save that much. Zhang Chen, you're insane. That's an exorbitant amount of money, Ruan Jiao exclaimed, momentarily forgetting about appearances. This was an irresponsible way to spend money. Scan. Zhang Chen gestured for Ruan Jiao to remain calm. He promptly raised his phone. Beep. Insufficient credit. Payment failed. Zhang Chen. What? Why is there a credit limit? After checking, he discovered that his card had a daily spending limit of 50,000. Zhang Chen's face darkened. Damn it. It feels like tens of thousands of yuan just slipped through my fingers. Incredibly frustrating. But upon reflection, the previous tenfold cashback had only amounted to 20,000. Now it was poised to explode to 500,000. That was already quite remarkable. Sir, the payment failed. The two saleswomen were taken aback. There's a limit. You can only purchase 50,000 yuan worth of items. Zhang Chen said speechlessly. The two exchanged a glance, realizing they had overlooked the notion of a spending limit. Perhaps Zhang Chen's card had a relatively low limit. Transactions would have to be conducted via a bank card, as mobile payments indeed impose such restrictions. But what kind of card was Zhang Chen even using? Let us reduce the amount to 50,000, he suggested. If that still proved unfeasible, he would not hesitate to call the bank and lodge a complaint. Let us return these. Bai Xiao quickly pointed at nearly 20 pairs of yoga pants. No need for that. Just return these few items, Zhang Chen decisively stated. All the items being returned were his clothes. Bai Xiao felt a surge of frustration. What remained were solely the yoga pants. She was certain of it. The mystery was solved. He simply wished to see her in those. Chapter 63. Maximum Affection Level. Surpassing by 5 points? Thank you for your patronage. Come again next time. The two saleswomen exhibited exceptional attitudes, personally assisting with the bags and escorting them to the door with warmth and enthusiasm. All right, thank you, sister, Zhang Chen sweetly expressed, eliciting bright smiles from the saleswomen. Meanwhile, to the side, Bai Xiao, holding the bags, was blushing profusely. Come again? Absolutely not. I will never come again. How could I possibly show my face again? Suddenly, Bai Xiao exclaimed, "Oh no, is everything all right?" With an abundance of items, she clumsily accepted several bags from the saleswoman, nearly losing her grip, prompting a swift assist. It's fine, Bai Xiao said, embarrassed. Let me help. Zhang Chen quickly intervened. No, I've got it. You've already taken quite a bit. Bai Xiao insisted. Really? I'm quite strong, Zhang Chen replied. This was not mere boasting. After his strength increased, he was remarkably powerful. He held at least 20 bags effortlessly, as if they weighed nothing at all. Were it not for the public setting, he could have easily carried Bai Xiao as well, envisioning the absurdity of such a scene. Ahem, let's hurry. You insisted on buying so much, Bai Xiao playfully chided. Yet, a sidelong glance at the overflowing yoga pants bags made her cheeks flush anew. How did things come to this? Ultimately, Zhang Chen bore the weight of all the bags. Well, except for Bai Xiao, as she refused to let him carry hers. Thus, Zhang Chen grasped numerous bag handles, the clothes cascading like a peacock's feathers, indeed a sight to behold, drawing the attention of everyone nearby, leaving Bai Xiao blushing deeply. As for Zhang Chen, he was utterly unconcerned, quickly blinking his eyes and pulling up a notification. Repairs completed. Current expenditure yields tenfold affection, return 10. Current affection level 105. Rewards dispensed. Current expenditure of 50,000. Tenfold return of 500,000. With a notification, the ping of a text message followed. Zhang Chen's excitement surged. How he longed to glimpse the message. Alas, his hands were full. Just then, another notification emerged. Current affection level maxed out, with an overflow of 5 points. Granting a special reward, doubled happiness. In that instant, Zhang Chen felt a peculiar wealth of knowledge flooding his mind. He was momentarily stunned. Wait, an additional 5 points? So it doubles? Enlightenment struck. The system is rather unconventional. This is utterly absurd. Is it too heavy? Let me help you with some. Bai Xiao, walking behind him, noticed his frozen state, mistakenly believing he was struggling. She stepped forward to assist, but as she moved, an odd sensation of knowledge began to emerge in her mind. When Bai Xiao finally regained her composure, she too was taken aback. Am I still a pure university teacher? Bai Xiao, it's not heavy, Zhang Chen replied. Turning around, he found her expression dazed, lost in thought. Her face was a mixture of shyness, redness, and bewilderment. Zhang Chen was puzzled, unaware of the system's peculiar capability to impart knowledge not only to him, but also to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, Zhang Chen gently reminded her. Oh, she exclaimed, snapping back to reality. She hurried to help him, but Zhang Chen merely shifted, smiling. No need, let us call a taxi. We can't walk back, can we? Right? Bai Xiao finally realized the distance to her home. They rushed out of the mall and hailed a taxi. Just as they secured a ride, Zhang Chen arrived, carrying a mountain of items, moving swiftly and impressively. Huh? Ah, Ruan Jiao, you have become quite the rogue. What impure thoughts have invaded your mind? The trunk was filled to capacity, the front seat stuffed, and the back seat too, primarily occupied by the two of them. The driver was utterly bewildered. Buying so many clothes? This isn't a wholesale market. Driver, take us to Ruan Jiao began, only to remember she didn't even know where he lived. To the community on North Street, Xiangyang Lane. Zhang Chen interjected. All right. The driver nodded enthusiastically. Ruan Jiao was taken aback. Why are we going to my home? Where else will we go? Zhang Chen replied seriously. What? Is it embarrassing? Ruan Jiao huffed. Not all. My place is just too messy. Zhang Chen felt awkward. It wasn't about being messy. Encountering his wife would be quite the dilemma. Is my home acceptable? I see you want to see me. Ruan Jiao retorted, nearly spilling her thoughts. Zhang Chen quickly covered her mouth, whispering, Teacher, we're in a taxi. Ruan Jiao was perplexed. What did I just say? Oh no, this is a taxi. Her face burned with embarrassment. She glanced at the driver. Goodness, driver, are your ears perked up? Her heart raced wildly. She averted her gaze, fearing how he would perceive her after hearing that. However, as she looked back, she found Zhang Chen close by, covering his mouth. Her heart raced like a drum. She couldn't help but gaze at Zhang Chen, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unusual glimmer as she stared intently at him. Meanwhile, the driver occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror. Quick, what a delightful scene. I've driven for a lifetime, and this is the first time I've encountered such a show. Chapter 064. The Melancholic Madam. Why has the glutton ceased to indulge? I nearly collided with a vehicle, and this is what I am shown? The driver was utterly vexed. Where is the excitement? Nibbling on dog food? TCH, go back and see your mother. Zhang Chen wore a look of disdain. Only I have the privilege to behold Teacher Ruan. Why are you even looking? Sensing the driver's sordid thoughts, Zhang Chen would not let him succeed. Yet, at this moment, Teacher Ruan nestled in his embrace. Like a girlfriend, she leaned against him, offering no hint of resistance. Finally, Zhang Chen experienced the benefits of a maximum affection level. In the past, Teacher Ruan would never display such intimacy before outsiders. But just moments ago, he merely tilted her head gently onto his shoulder, and she naturally leaned in, emitting a comfortable hum. Ruan Jiao was, in fact, unaware of why she behaved thus. Yet, there was an indescribable sense of security in resting against his shoulder. This psychological comfort made it impossible for her to push away. I'll let be. Ruan Jiao closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Teacher Ruan, we have arrived. With a gentle shake of her shoulder, Zhang Chen softly reminded her. Ruan Jiao, still in a daze, finally opened her eyes. She felt a bit confused. Had she actually fallen asleep? 15 yuan, thank you. The driver grumbled. Beep. Zhang Chen scanned to pay. He then exited the vehicle, grabbed his belongings, and hurried into the community. Little Ruan is back, exclaimed neighbors along the way. Oh, look at all the things your boyfriend bought for you. He truly knows how to pamper you. Zhang Chen trailed behind Teacher Ruan, astonished. Is this the peak of affection? Goodness, an open admission? Does this mean I can stay over? The thought made Zhang Chen unable to tear his gaze away from Teacher Ruan. Those jeans fit her exquisitely. Upon returning home, he placed the bags on the sofa. Ruan Jiao, blushing, softly said, Please sit for a moment. I'll fetch you some water. Zhang Chen nodded. When she returned with the water, he gulped down nearly half a bottle. Hey, that's icy water. Don't drink so much. You'll upset your stomach. Ruan Jiao remarked, exasperated. No worries, my stomach can handle it. Zhang Chen replied confidently. Of course. Perfect digestion. What is there to fear about ice? Don't take advantage of your youth. It brings problems later. Ruan Jiao Shamaglair unscrewed her own bottle and took small sips. Zhang Chen couldn't help but admire her. Her upright posture, her long, graceful legs. After all, she was a dancer with impeccable poise. You're looking at me again. Suddenly, Ruan Jiao turned to Zhang Chen, both embarrassed and annoyed, even biting her lip. Zhang Chen noticed a blush creeping up her neck. You look beautiful, he declared unapologetically. Teacher Ruan in those jeans is simply stunning. You don't say that. Ruan Jiao gasped. Just a compliment, yet it sent her heart racing. Teacher. Zhang Chen suddenly dropped his playful facade and called out seriously. Ruan Jiao immediately focused on him. No, Xiao. Zhang Chen changed his address. Ruan Jiao stood up. Her face flushed. Don't call me that. All right, Teacher Ruan. Zhang Chen reverted, feeling that calling her teacher held a certain charm. Ruan Jiao was momentarily dazed, her mind a blank slate. In truth, she had sensed something would happen before entering, but why did she still let him in? Her throat felt dry, as if something was lodged within it. Just gazing at him, she gasped for air, nearly unable to speak. Teacher Ruan, there is no need for you to say anything. I understand that you are constrained by our roles, yet that merely signifies you once taught me. This does not define our relationship. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated, and thoughts of you consumed me daily. Even in my dreams, I call your name. Zhang Chen initiated his advance, with full affection, if not now, when? Thus, he wore an exceptionally earnest expression. You're lying. You call my name in your dreams? How do you know that? Ruan Jiao's voice trembled, both anxious and bashful. She never anticipated she would utter such words. That is not important. Zhang Chen interjected. Ruan Jiao. Teacher Ruan, just know that during university, I was already enchanted by you, but at that time, I felt inadequate and uncertain if I would see you again. Now, I absolutely cannot let you go. Upon finishing, Zhang Chen suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Ruan Jiao, already feeling weak, was taken aback by his boldness. She struggled momentarily, realizing he had no intention of releasing her, and thus stopped resisting. Instead, she grasped his large hand, covering her abdomen, and tilted her head, murmuring, Do you know what you're doing? I do. Zhang Chen nodded affirmatively. Zhang Chen. Ruan Jiao whispered. Teacher. Zhang Chen called softly. Call me Jiao. No, I prefer to call you teacher. MM. Exiting the elevator, Bai Xiao glanced at the Zhang family next door. Her cheeks slightly flushed. But it seemed they were not home? Oh, perfectly suited for a rest. She had barely managed to go to work today. It was such a grueling day. Biting her lip, Bai Xiao gazed at the Zhang family, unable to resist murmuring, Glutton. She then opened her door and stepped inside. Changing shoes and into her pajamas, she bore through her discomfort and hurried to shower. She needed to be pristine. A clean appearance is what the little wolf dog prefers. After showering, she wandered onto the balcony. The yoga pants had dried already, so she collected them to keep for later. Yet, as she waited, anticipation began to turn into impatience. Where did he run off to? Bai Xiao furrowed her brow. Why was he so unresponsive? The gluttonous little wolf dog had lost his appetite? Oh, shouldn't I be pleased? This is a perfect opportunity to rest. But why does my heart feel so empty? Perhaps I should sleep. He might knock on the door in the middle of the night. Bai Xiao mused. She was all too aware that the little Zhang next door was quite the gluttonous child. Thus, she snuggled into her blankets and soon fell into a deep slumber. Uncertain how much time had passed, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Outside the window, dawn had broken. He truly isn't coming? Bai Xiao felt somewhat dazed. Checking her phone, it was already 7:30. Yet, she had no desire to go to work. Her mood was utterly bleak. Biting her lip, she rose, quickly washed up, changed clothes, and stealthily stepped outside, standing before Zhang Chen's door, knocking gently. Zhang Chen, she called softly, but after a long wait, there was no response. Bai Xiao, biting her lip, could not help but take out her phone, hesitating for a moment before finally dialing Zhang Chen's number. Chapter 65, The Mysterious Grand Prize, 200,000 in Muscle Hardening. Teacher, what is shaking? In a state of half-sleep. Zhang Chen heard a noise and nudged Ruan Jiao, inquiring softly. Ruan Jiao responded sleepily, her voice muffled, clearly still lost in slumber. My phone. Suddenly alert, Zhang Chen jumped up and reached for his phone on the bedside. Upon closer inspection, it was Mrs. Bai from next door. What could be the reason for her calling so early in the morning? Could it be that she missed him since he hadn't returned home all night? He chuckled to himself, then promptly pressed the call button. It was not the best time to answer. He glanced at Ruan Jiao, who remained blissfully unaware, still sound asleep. Zhang Chen exhaled in relief. Despite her being a physical education teacher and a fitness enthusiast, she was still a woman, after all. And who was he? With the protection of 3 divine techniques and the special rewards from Brother Tongzi, he was practically invincible. At this moment, even if Ruan Jiao were to wake, it would be a testament to her exceptional constitution. However, he was not one to easily forsake the old for the new. Having a teacher didn't mean he would forget about Mrs. Bai. He quickly slipped on his slippers and dashed to the bathroom to return Mrs. Bai's call. Hello? The moment the call connected, Mrs. Bai's voice turned cheerful, though she quickly composed herself. Zhang Chen, where are you? Why didn't you come home last night? Sister, I was out drinking with classmates and ended up staying over at a friend's place. He feigned grogginess, stifling a yawn. Drinking, huh? Mrs. Bai's tone seemed slightly disappointed, yet almost relieved at the same time. Sister, were you missing me? The follow-up question made Mrs. Bai's cheeks flush from across the line. Wah, who said I missed you? I was actually hoping you wouldn't come back. She retorted, trying to sound indignant. Hee, still claiming you don't miss me, sister. Your words are quite forceful. Zhang Chen teased with a mischievous grin. How annoying. She huffed, feeling both shy and vexed, but then abruptly asked, was that classmate of yours a guy? Of course it's a guy. Zhang Chen chuckled. Sister, are you jealous? Not at all. Mrs. Bai denied, though her tone hinted otherwise. All right then, if you're not jealous, I'll try to visit less often, so as not to irritate you. Zhang Chen feigned disappointment. Wait, don't. I'm a bit jealous, okay? You're just so annoying, making me say such things. Mrs. Bai was taken aback by her own reaction, realizing he was simply teasing her. Don't worry, sister. Just hang in there. I'll come find you as soon as I get back. Zhang Chen's voice brimmed with excitement. Humph. She scoffed. You didn't come home last night, and I have to go to work while you're off gallivanting. What? So I want to get to see you today? See me? You can come over tonight. I'll be waiting. Upon uttering those words, Mrs. Bai felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Typically, it was Zhang Chen who would knock on her door, but today she had taken the initiative to invite him. It was incredibly embarrassing. Yet, she was also terrified that her little wolf pup might one day lose interest in her, which left her with an indescribable fear. Sometimes, she despised herself for feeling this way, especially since it wasn't her first time. Why couldn't she be more forthright? Why couldn't she confidently extend an invitation? All right, she admitted to herself that she felt a little insecure. After all, she wasn't divorced yet, although Zhang Chen had claimed it was a plus for him. How could she continue like this? What if she were caught? Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. All right, sister, get ready, Zhang Chen exclaimed with enthusiasm. Mrs. Bai bit her lip, her face crimson, but she nodded firmly, responding with a heavy hum. After hanging up, Zhang Chen felt content. Mrs. Bai was indeed obedient. She was so well behaved. But let us check the rewards. Thinking back, Zhang Chen recalled how quickly he had progressed the previous night. The moment he spotted the pop-up above Ruan Jiao's head, he had completed the task, seeing only the line. Shy Yoga Pants teacher. He and T even had a chance to fully comprehend the rewards. But Mrs. Bai had received 100,000. Surely, Ruan Jiao deserved even more, right? Moreover, based on his experience, there was bound to be a mysterious grand prize. With that thought, he eagerly summoned the pop-up. Repair completed. Received a mysterious grand prize of 200,000 yuan. Reward dispersed. Ding. Mysterious grand prize activated. Received muscle hardening. Reward dispersed. Wow. Zhang Chen was taken aback. 200,000? Mrs. Bai only received 100,000. Ruan Jiao received double? Was this the power of first-time rewards? If that is the case, wouldn't the next tier of rewards for Mrs. Bai be 100,000? That would equal Mrs. Bai's first reward. Unbelievable. Brother Tongzi is truly formidable. Of course, the money was nice, but what astonished Zhang Chen the most was the mysterious prize. Muscle hardening? What on earth was that? Almost instantaneously, his mind was flooded with knowledge about muscle hardening. Simultaneously, Zhang Chen instinctively moved his arm. Suddenly, he felt an odd change in the muscle of his arm, as if its density had increased several times in an instant. Yet, upon glancing at it, there didn't seem to be any significant change, just that his biceps appeared slightly larger, while maintaining an overall sleek and attractive appearance. He knocked on it, producing a sound like a fist striking stone. Wow! Zhang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Was this what hardening felt like? He immediately swung his fist down hard. Ouch! He grimaced, cradling his hand. But his arm felt no pain at all. It was akin to a mere tickle. Zhang Chen was stunned. This was extraordinary. He wondered if a bullet could pierce through air. Perhaps it was best not to test that. What if he ended up seriously injured? However, contemplating the puzzling information about muscle knowledge that had surfaced in his mind, Zhang Chen turned to the mirror and began to manipulate his facial muscles. Almost instantly, he witnessed his features shift in the reflection. His eyes were still the same, as was his nose, yet with a slight adjustment of the facial muscles. He transformed into a completely unfamiliar visage. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to him, but at a glance, he was unrecognizable. Changing one's appearance? Zhang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Thankfully, as soon as he relaxed his focus, his face reverted back to normal. Phew, that was a relief. The recovery was quick. Zhang Chen sighed. As long as he didn't actively control his muscles, he remained himself. So, could he also manipulate his height? With that thought, he continued to experiment, watching as his reflection gradually grew taller. This ability was rather alarming. Zhang Chen mused. Brother Tongzi is truly outrageous. Once he returned to his original height, Zhang Chen looked down at his abdomen. His six-pack abs began to undulate, suddenly merging into a single block. It was not a beer belly, but rather, it resembled one. Zhang Chen gasped in astonishment. He glanced at his backside, controlling the muscles. Oh my, it is even rounder than Teacher Ruan's. Brother, it's your turn. Hey. Zhang Chen lowered his head, wearing a mischievous smile. Chapter 66. Absurd muscle hardening, what a marvel. Stepping out of the restroom, Zhang Chen was still filled with awe. Brother Tongzi truly astounds. The term muscle hardening, if one were to consider it merely by its name, suggests that muscles could become as unyielding as stone. Indeed, it is estimated that even a standard crossbow bolt could be easily resisted. Yet, the principle behind it is rather straightforward, controlling the muscles to enhance their density. However, achieving a density comparable to that of stone is utterly ludicrous. Nonetheless, if one does not push muscle density to its utmost limit and merely controls the muscles, the possibilities are endless. By manipulating the muscles, one can alter facial features, adjust the spacing between them, and fine-tune their shapes, effectively transforming into an entirely different visage. With the aid of makeup and a wig, one could appear unrecognizable even at close range. If applied to the entire body, it becomes even more preposterous. I am already handsome. Being able to adjust my height, weight, and appearance further would render me more attractive than even Pan, making it impossible to live up to the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon me by Brother Tongzi. The most astounding aspect is the transformation of what is regarded as a miraculous achievement in the field of men's health. How remarkable is that? With an exhilarated heart, Zhang Chen returned to his bedroom. Teacher, he called out beside Ruan Jiao, who merely responded with a soft Suddenly, she awoke with a start. Sitting on the sofa, Ruan Jiao appeared somewhat dazed. In the kitchen, Zhang Chen was preparing a meal, humming a cheerful tune, oblivious to the joy he radiated. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiao felt on the verge of tears. That despicable scoundrel. Teacher, dinner is ready. Just as she thought of this, Zhang Chen emerged with the prepared dishes. Oh! Ruan Jiao immediately felt weak and attempted to rise, her eyes wide in anticipation of the delicious aroma wafting through the air. However, as she moved, she winced and sank back down, unable to get up. Don't move, I'll bring it to you, Zhang Chen quickly assured her, hastening over to place the meal on the coffee table before her. Observing Ruan Jiao's pitiful expression, Zhang Chen teased, given your current state, there's no need to act like a starving ghost. Do you really think I would let you go hungry? It's all your fault. Ruan Jiao glared at him. Zhang Chen chuckled and sat beside her, pulling her into his embrace. Oops, my mistake. It's just that you are too alluring, and I couldn't help myself. Ruan Jiao shot him an exasperated look. I can't believe this. What am I going to do about school? Flustered yet irritated, she scolded him. There's no choice. Just call in for a day off. After all, physical education is optional. Zhang Chen replied. Ruan Jiao widened her eyes in disbelief. What? Well, it's the truth. He grinned. Ruan Jiao was too annoyed to engage further. Why had she allowed him to take advantage of her? It puzzled her greatly, as she found herself enjoying it despite her internal resistance to their current dynamic. She couldn't quite fathom her own feelings. As for Zhang Chen, he was utterly enamored. Last night, it wasn't just he who had gained enhancements. Teacher Ruan had stacked up buffs as well. Fortunately, although Ruan Jiao had exerted herself significantly, she was now famished, her vision blurring with hunger. Yet, Zhang Chen's culinary skills were exceptional. With merely the limited ingredients in the fridge, he managed to create a feast that was a delight to the senses. I can't wait any longer. I'll starve, Ruan Jiao exclaimed, diving into the meal. Zhang Chen followed suit. He was the primary contributor, after all, and urgently needed to replenish his energy. In no time, the large pot of rice and aromatic sesame leaf noodles had been devoured by the two of them. Fully satiated, Ruan Jiao finally felt revived. However, as she watched Zhang Chen tidying up in the kitchen, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated that this side of her would emerge. Whatever Zhang Chen desired, she found herself completely unable to refuse. It felt as if they had transformed into an old married couple far too quickly. Covering her face, she desperately tried to suppress these thoughts, but they continued to swirl in her mind. Once outside Ruan Jiao's home, Zhang Chen stretched his body. It was evident that Teacher Ruan would not be attending school today. However, he couldn't linger there. She needed to rest properly. Moreover, his own enhancements were quite overwhelming. His mother would probably struggle to cope with such an intensity. With slight regret, walking downstairs, Zhang Chen glanced back at Ruan Jiao's floor, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Despite purchasing numerous yoga pants, they had gone unused. Well, there will be a chance eventually, he mused, stroking his chin as he leisurely exited the community. Upon returning to his own neighborhood, it was already 2 o'clock. Zhang Chen had no intention of wandering around and headed straight home to collapse into bed. He had hardly slept in the past day and night. Although his physique was robust, he still needed rest to recuperate. Just as he lay down, his phone began to ring. He pulled it out and was surprised to see it was from Bai Xiao. Huh? Bai Xiao. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Did she need something from him? Was there a problem with the toilet repair? That seemed unlikely. With his skills, such minor repairs shouldn't fail so soon. Pondering this, Zhang Chen quickly answered the voice call. Xiao, so soon you want to... Hello, Xiao Zhang, this is Xiao's mother. Li Jia's cheerful voice burst forth, catching Zhang Chen off guard and causing him to swallow his words. What's going on? Why are you using your daughter's phone to call me? He asked, stammering slightly. Xiao is taking a shower. I didn't have your contact information, so I used hers to reach you. Li Jia explained, ever so selfless. Wait, your daughter can talk while showering? Isn't that a bit too bold for a mother? Zhang Chen quipped, trying to maintain a professional tone. Xiao's electric scooter seems to be out of commission. Since you do repairs, could you take a look? Li Jia requested. Huh? Zhang Chen was taken aback. That is no problem, but how did it suddenly break down? Why didn't Xiao contact me directly? Why did you? Well, Xiao usually rides the scooter to school. It broke down yesterday when she returned. She has been busy practicing dance for a children's competition and hasn't had the time to deal with it. I had asked her to call you for repairs, but she refused. I don't understand what she is thinking. It's just a pair of pants that you use as a rag to catch mice, after all. It's nothing serious. Listening to Li Jia ramble on, Zhang Chen understood. Li Jia was quite open and seemed unconcerned about sharing her daughter's privacy with him. Why would Xiao call? Was she simply shy? What had happened last time? Surely, Xiao was aware of it. Chapter 067. The bashful Xiao and her daughter-pitting mother. Mom, who are you talking to on the phone? Li Xiao's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Oh, Xiao, why did you come out like that? Sister Li's voice followed. The crux of the matter was, she hadn't even released her phone. It was glued to her ear, so Zhang Chen naturally heard everything. Mom, what are you saying? I forgot my clothes. It's just the two of us at home. There's no one else. Li Xiao retorted. Zhang Chen was taken aback. What? Forgot clothes? That means right now, Li Xiao. Good heavens. Is this something I should be hearing? Then, Mom, who are you talking to on the phone? Her voice was laced with obvious panic. Before Sister Li could respond, Li Xiao's voice rose an octave. Why do you have my phone? I was looking for Xiao Zhang, but I don't have his number, so I used your phone call. As she said this, Her voice drifted away a little, followed by Sister Li's astonished voice. Oh dear, I forgot I'm still on the phone with Xiao Zhang. Mom! Li Xiao shrieked abruptly. The call was terminated in an instant. Zhang Chen. At this moment, in Li Xiao's home, Sister Li was filled with embarrassment. Li Xiao clutched her phone, seething with anger. Are you even my mother? Taking my phone to call him? Xiao, it's Mom's fault. I forgot I was still talking to him. Sister Li said, her face flushed with awkwardness. Li Xiao covered her face, on the verge of tears. She never imagined she would be betrayed by her own mother. The incident in the bathroom yesterday was still vivid in her mind. She couldn't sleep the entire night, her face burning with shame. And now, she had been sold out by her own mother? Heavens, I just said I forgot my clothes? What must he think? Seeing her daughter on the verge of tears, Sister Li quickly tried to soothe her. Xiao, it's Mom's fault. Sigh, why is my memory so bad? I just wanted to ask him to help you fix your electric scooter. Mom Li Xiao stamped her foot in exasperation, blurting out, after what happened yesterday, you still call him to help me fix things? Are you doing this on purpose? Child, how can you say that? I think Xiao Zhang is a good kid. You should get to know him. Maybe you'll find someone special. Sister Li couldn't help but say, I knew it, Mom. You're definitely doing this on purpose. Li Xiao was furious. Because of what happened, she was too embarrassed to ask for his help. But her own mother wanted to pair them up? She was mortified. You could have at least waited a few days, right? Xiao, you're not getting any younger. It's not that I'm criticizing you. But why don't you want to find a boyfriend? Sister Li said helplessly. Who said I don't want to? I just haven't met the right one yet. Li Xiao retorted, flustered. I think Xiao Zhang is a good kid. He's handsome, strong, and he can catch mice. Mom, you're bringing up the mice again. All right, I won't mention it. Xiao, hurry back and put on some clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold. Li Xiao. Zhang Chen was oblivious to the interlude between the mother and daughter. After waiting for a while, no voice messages arrived. But Li Xiao sent a WeChat message. Xiao. Zhang Chen, could you help me fix my electric scooter? Looking at the message, Zhang Chen was taken aback. What? She was so embarrassed just now. Shouldn't the deal be off under normal circumstances? What was going on? Taking a closer look. Oh, Auntie, you're being mischievous. No problem. I'll come down right away. Zhang Chen sent the message and immediately got up and went downstairs. Okay, I'll come down right away. Li Xiao's WeChat message arrived. Zhang Chen chuckled. The daughter was so angry, yet the aunt secretly took her phone and pretended to be her daughter to send him messages. This was a bit peculiar, but he had to experience such a strange thing for himself. He went downstairs and waited for about 10 minutes in front of Building 5. Then, he saw Li Xiao emerge from the building. She was wearing a beige-collared shirt, a khaki-colored long skirt, a women's belt, and a pair of white sneakers. With her hair in a ponytail and star earrings, she exuded a sweet and refreshing aura. Zhang Chen was stunned. Did she dress up specially? Xiao. Zhang Chen greeted her. When Li Xiao saw him, she immediately stopped, her face turning red to the roots of her ears. Her eyes were evasive, and she didn't dare to look at him. But she had to say something. She could only nod in acknowledgement. Where's the scooter? Zhang Chen went straight to the point. He couldn't joke around with Li Xiao in this state. He could only admire her for now. If he wanted to take things further, he had to develop the relationship gradually. He had to find an opportunity, not force it. Of course, since she was looking down and didn't dare to look at him, he could freely admire her beautiful legs. Her skin was smooth and jade-like, as tender as a baby's, as white as snow, and her legs were straight. In the bike shed, come with me, Li Xiao said softly. As she raised her head, she suddenly noticed Zhang Chen glancing sideways, as if pretending he hadn't been looking at her. Li Xiao's face flushed even more. He was looking at me? That's normal. I have a good figure, he's a man. It's normal. Thinking this, she couldn't help but be drawn to Zhang Chen. His features were handsome, his figure well-proportioned, and his physique tall. He was definitely a handsome man. Although they were close last time, he seemed more sunny and handsome now. And she felt that his aura had changed slightly since yesterday, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. In short, she couldn't take her eyes off him. It was as if she was stuck to him. Xiao, what are you looking at? Zhang Chen keenly noticed her gaze, felt amused, and asked. Nothing. Li Xiao was startled and flustered. She quickly walked forward, saying, It's parked in a bike shed, I'll push it out. As she walked past him, Zhang Chen smelled the scent of shower gel. Taking another look, it was absolutely stunning. Chapter 068. Repairing a vehicle takes mere minutes. Yet mending the madam is quite a task. Who on earth lacks such basic courtesy to block my car in here? Just as I was savoring the moment, Bai Xiao exclaimed in frustration from nearby. What is the matter? Zhang Chen immediately refocused his gaze and approached her. A few cars are obstructing the intersection, and mine is trapped at the back. Bai Xiao pointed at the pink electric scooter nestled deep within the blockade, her exasperation palpable. Zhang Chen sighed in sympathy. There's little to be done in an old neighborhood overflowing with vehicles. However, to block the road is truly inconsiderate, especially with those larger vehicles in the way. There's even a tricycle charging right in the middle. Indeed, that is quite inconsiderate. Zhang Chen agreed with a nod. What should we do? Bai Xiao's anxiety was evident. I need to get to school soon. Stand aside. I'll help you move it, Zhang Chen declared. Move it? Bai Xiao was taken aback. Without further ado, Zhang Chen squeezed into the tight space. In no time, he reached the pink scooter. It resembled the one owned by Zhong Lin, both being mid-sized electric scooters of considerable weight. Yet, with a slight lift, Zhang Chen effortlessly hoisted it above his head and maneuvered it through the gap, leaving Bai Xiao in stunned silence. Is he really that strong? This heavy vehicle is like lifting a mere chick for him? After placing the scooter in an open area, Zhang Chen inspected it closely. Indeed, a maintenance alert popped up at the footrest. Lead-acid battery unable to charge. I'm drained. I'm starving, feeling unwell. My legs are weak. Repair reward, 2,000 yuan. Zhang Chen was taken aback. 2,000? That is quite a handsome reward. Of course, one cannot compare it to the madam, as repairing this merely involves replacing a battery, a task of mere minutes, at worst, a slight dent in the wallet. But mending the madam? That is a laborious endeavor, requiring at least 2 hours. It's not just the wallet at stake, but also the future generations. This reward is almost on par with that of repairing a streetlight. If a critical reward were to come through, wouldn't that be a windfall? Zhang Chen thought excitedly. Is it easy to fix? As Bai Xiao observed Zhang Chen placing her scooter down, a smile graced her face, leaving her somewhat bewildered. What's with that peculiar smile? It's not difficult. It's simply unable to charge, Zhang Chen replied. How do you know? Bai Xiao was taken aback. She hadn't even mentioned the reason yet. Besides, my key is still in my pocket. I haven't even tried starting it. How could he know it was unable to charge? Oh, my aunt told me. Zhang Chen casually fabricated a reason. Liar. My mom has no idea it can't charge. Bai Xiao glared at him. Zhang Chen. Really? Must you dig so deep? I guessed, he said straightforwardly. Bai Xiao was left speechless. You guessed? I don't believe that. But then again, how did he know? Could he possibly have been following her? That didn't make sense either. How could one deduce that her electric scooter couldn't charge? Xiao, aren't you in a hurry? Zhang Chen noticed her lingering on the matter and couldn't help but ask. Huh, right, is there a way to fix it? Bai Xiao inquired. The battery needs to be replaced. Zhang Chen confirmed. If it can't charge, it's definitely time for a new battery. Bai Xiao looked at him, somewhat exasperated. Why would I come to you for a battery replacement? I could just find a shop nearby. Oh, so my Xiao knows about this too. Zhang Chen chuckled. Bai Xiao's face flushed bright red as she retorted. Who is your Xiao? Don't say such nonsense. Zhang Chen laughed. Bai Xiao's shyness was evident. The blush creeping up her neck was undeniably alluring. Is there no other way? Perhaps adding some fluid or something. This scooter has been with me for years. I've grown attached to it. Seeing him silent, Bai Xiao stated earnestly. Is your scooter a pet? Such deep affection? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Well, it was left to me by my father. I don't want to replace any of its parts. Bai Xiao replied seriously. That's the true reason. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes. What? You're saying it's because you're broke? Zhang Chen burst into laughter. Not broke. Just say you're broke. Why make it sound so sentimental? I almost believed you. Hey, I just got a job, and I haven't been paid yet. I can't ask my mom for money. She is struggling enough. Bai Xiao's face turned red again, but this time it was from embarrassment. I understand. I'll help you replace it. Zhang Chen offered. No way. Why should I use your money? Bai Xiao immediately refused. Wait, didn't you pay for the repairs yesterday? Zhang Chen suddenly realized. You must be down to your last few coins. Not quite, I have a couple hundred left, but I need to budget. I can't even afford to pay my phone bill. Li Xiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Then consider a loan from me. That should be acceptable, Zhang Chen suggested. Absolutely not. Why would I borrow money from you? We've only just met. Li Xiao shook her head. Zhang Chen. If that won't work, how do we fix it then? Had I known you were so financially constrained, I would have found an excuse to just fix it myself without involving you. Replacing the cheapest battery wooden tee even cost 300. That's a profit of 1,700. What do you want to do then? Zhang Chen asked, a bit helpless. Just a quick fix. It should be able to run. Li Xiao admitted bashfully. My salary hasn't come yet, and I can't even afford a taxi. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chen realized a repair was indeed possible. Since it's a power issue, we simply need to replenish it. The reasons behind an electric scooter's inability to charge can vary widely. Essentially, it boils down to either damage or a lack of liquid. Damage encompasses a broad range of issues: internal short circuits, damaged separators, corroded terminals, and more. A lack of liquid is straightforward. Insufficient or dried up electrolyte can hinder charging capacity. However, no matter how damaged, the battery won't be completely devoid of power. It may not last long, but it will have some charge left. How can we nourish it without replacing the battery? Coincidentally, I haven't used the energy stored in this discharge cell much over the past few days. Even if Madam has consumed a bit, it's only a fraction. There's still plenty left. I'll give it a try. With that thought in mind, Zhang Chen extended his hand. Key. Li Xiao nodded and retrieved the key from her pocket. Upon unlocking it, the display showed 2 bars of battery life. Yet, it was evident they were merely phantom charges. As expected, after riding a mere 3 to 4 meters, the little scooter became as limp as a soggy noodle, utterly immobile. Zhang Chen pressed his palm against the seat. The discharge cell began releasing a trickle of current. At a certain moment, the energy surged from his palm, seeping through the seat's seams and into the battery compartment beneath. After precisely a minute of controlled release, Zhang Chen felt the 5 lead-acid batteries beneath him brimming with energy. A quick calculation revealed that not even 0.1 degrees of electricity had been charged. It must be the electrolyte issue. Far too little, Zhang Chen mused. If it were damaged, even a full charge wouldn't allow for any current to be released. But a lack of electrolyte? That's manageable. Appetite notwithstanding. Permit me to inquire whether your hunger has been satiated? The battery responded in the affirmative, declaring itself replete. Concurrently, Zhang Chen summoned a pop-up window. Chapter 069. The Rampaging Electric Scooter. The Sweet Teacher suffers an injury. Repairs completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Double reward. Reward distributed. Double. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. It was rather unremarkable. A mere 4,000 yuan was rather insufficient. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Chen quickly admonished himself, murmuring softly, not enough, mustn't get carried away. What did you say? Li Xiao, who was waiting nearby, inquired, momentarily puzzled. Oh, nothing, Zhang Chen replied, stepping down from the vehicle. You should give it a try. Huh? Li Xiao was taken aback. Try what? You want me to ride it without even fixing it? Yes. She thought to herself, but outwardly she complied. She mounted the scooter, closing her legs and balancing on one foot, instinctively twisting the throttle. In the next instant, with a sudden burst, Li Xiao was propelled forward, utterly unprepared. A shrill scream escaped her lips as she felt her body tilt backward, suddenly lifted off the ground by the wild electric scooter. Her arms were stretched taut as she clutched the handle, twisting the throttle even more urgently. Just as she was about to collide with a flower bed ahead, she heard a booming shout beside her. Watch out! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen appeared at her side. He swiftly wrapped his left arm around her waist, lifting her upward, and Li Xiao found herself crashing into his embrace. Before she could fully process the situation, she noticed the scooter, seemingly possessed, leaping into the air as if defying gravity. She was still trying to grasp the bizarre turn of events when a sharp pain struck her abdomen, causing her to yelp. Zhang Chen. Wait, what? Brother. What's going on? A beauty is meant to be cherished, not treated like a practice dummy. What if something goes wrong? You're as tough as a rock. She's as delicate as water. Stealing a glance at Li Xiao, who was still nestled against him, and then at the scooter he was holding, Zhang Chen felt utterly speechless. How could things go so awry? Yet, he couldn't help but notice how smooth her skin felt, softer than baby lotion. It was only at that moment that Li Xiao registered what had just transpired. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. He just... But she couldn't blame him. It was all an accident. Her heart raced wildly for a while before she turned her gaze to the now airborne scooter. Zhang Chen was firmly grasping the handle, holding it aloft. Li Xiao was momentarily stunned. So that was how it was? Hey, shouldn't you be more concerned about how the scooter suddenly has so much power? You thought it was broken, she thought, recalling her earlier assumption that the scooter was still malfunctioning. Just a casual twist of the throttle had nearly led to disaster. However, Zhang Chen's quick reflexes had saved her, lifting her out of harm's way. He was impressively strong, his hands warm against her. What was happening? Zhang Chen continued to hold the scooter aloft while glancing at Li Xiao, who was still in his embrace. You really are experienced. How did you manage to fly off like that? Li Xiao's face reddened again, this time from embarrassment rather than shyness. Yet, that was unimportant. What mattered was that he should put her down. Let me down, please, she urged, pushing against his waist as her legs flailed about. Bend down and lift your backside, Zhang Chen instructed. What? Li Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide. You're telling me to bend down while I ask you to let me down? Are you brazenly teasing me? How am I supposed to stand if I don't bend? But if I let go now, you'll land face first on the ground, he replied. Given the distance, she realized she would have to bend down and comply with the suggestion. However, his words were far too crude, making her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Yet, she couldn't remain suspended indefinitely. Thus, grasping Zhang Chen's shirt with both hands, she bent down, her toes finally touching the ground. As she lifted herself up, Zhang Chen watched with amusement. Li Xiao quickly scanned her surroundings. Fortunately, there was no one around. While she had been facing downward, her skirt had remained concealed. Just thinking about it made her feel mortified. Zhang Chen had ensured no one would see her. And it was precisely because there was no one around that he had acted so boldly. Otherwise, he could have simply flipped her around and set her down. Thank you. Despite her burning cheeks and overwhelming shyness, Li Xiao maintained her politeness. No need. Just try not to be so reckless next time, Zhang Chen quipped. Finally, setting the scooter back down, Li Xiao was left in a state of astonishment. He had held it up for so long. What incredible strength. But why does my scooter suddenly have power? Li Xiao couldn't help but ask. It always had power, Zhang Chen replied. How could that be? I just rode it this morning, and it wouldn't charge. Li Xiao insisted. Why don't you try it again? Zhang Chen suggested. Huh? Li Xiao hesitated, feeling a twinge of fear. Don't worry, ride it, and I'll sit behind you. If anything happens, you got me to support you, Zhang Chen reassured her. Li Xiao finally relaxed and nodded. With Zhang Chen's presence, she felt a sense of security. Even if the scooter did take off, he would be there to cushion her fall. But wait, if it really did take off, wouldn't that mean she'd end up crashing into him? Would she be injured again? She couldn't shake the feeling that this scooter was problematic. While she was lost in thought, Zhang Chen urged her, aren't you supposed to go to school? If you ponder too long, it will be dark soon. All right, Li Xiao quickly nodded. I was planning to practice my dance when no one was around at school. Then hop on, Zhang Chen prompted, watching her closely. Li Xiao hesitated, sensing a hint of conspiracy, but she couldn't dwell on it. Mounting the scooter, she balanced on one leg and said to Zhang Chen, hold on tight. Okay, Zhang Chen replied. With that, Li Xiao slowly twisted the throttle, and the scooter glided smoothly forward. No issues? Li Xiao felt a bit dazed. Had she been overthinking it? Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was preoccupied with other thoughts. Wow, so perky, so round, so bouncy. I want to have children with her. Li Xiao was now focused. And as they reached the entrance of the community, she felt a surge of confidence. Stop. How did it get fixed so suddenly? And why does it have power now? She turned to Zhang Chen, puzzled. Indeed, but it might lose power at any moment. I must keep it maintained. Zhang Chen replied with utmost seriousness. What are you thinking? I can tell by your lecherous gaze that you were peeking at me from the back. Li Xiao shot him a glare. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, her heart skipped a beat, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Yet, now that all is well, it is time to bid you farewell. As for the notion of repairs at any moment, such a flimsy excuse is hardly worth voicing. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by it? Chapter 070. The eerie incident with the electric scooter. Why did you leave as soon as you got on? Zhang Chen inquired. Don't you believe me? Wasn't it just repaired? Bai Xiao grinned mischievously. Brother Chun, the repair fee is on hold for now. I must hurry to school. Are you getting off first? Ah, so you're abandoning me now? Zhang Chen exaggerated. Abandoning? What metaphor? Do you think you're a donkey? Bai Xiao retorted. Is that so? Let us see if it's true. Zhang Chen laughed. In that case, please dismount, Master Mechanic. I need to rush to school. Bai Xiao stated earnestly. Hey, don't be mad. My mouth just has that habit of being cheeky. What can I do? After all, I'm in front of beauty. If you weighed 250 pounds, I would surely turn and leave. Zhang Chen quickly apologized. Bai Xiao found his words amusing. 250 pounds? Who are you calling 250? Are you apologizing or teasing me? How rude. I'm ignoring you. She huffed in annoyance. All right, I'll get off. But don't come looking for me to save you later. Zhang Chen said. Get off quickly. Bai Xiao gritted her teeth, growing even more irritated. She couldn't quite grasp the situation, but found his words exceedingly infuriating. After all, she was a beauty too. Why didn't he flatter her instead of teasing? As Zhang Chen dismounted, Bai Xiao swiftly twisted the throttle and darted off. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Chen couldn't help but admire her silhouette. However, he thought to himself, let us see if you come back for me. After waiting for about 5 minutes, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was indeed Bai Xiao calling. Hello. As soon as he answered, Bai Xiao apologized. Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please come and help me. What's wrong? Zhang Chen asked, amused. I should have snapped at you. I'm currently at the Longlin Road Vegetable Market, and my scooter won't budge. It shows low battery. Brother, please save me. Bai Xiao's apology was sincere. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed she was quite flexible in her demeanor. That brother sounded genuinely sweet. He wondered if she would call him daddy with the same sweetness later. Clearing his throat, Zhang Chen said seriously, share your location with me. I'll be there shortly. Thank you, brother. Bai Xiao quickly expressed her gratitude. After hanging up, Bai Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Did I really just call him brother? The thought made her blush. However, her electric scooter was completely out of commission. The throttle wouldn't respond at all. She couldn't just leave it there, could she? Pushing it? She doubted she could even move it. This desolate place had no repair shops. No, even if there were repair shops, it would be useless. She was broke, and so was this wretched scooter. Once she had money, she would definitely replace it. After a while, she finally spotted Zhang Chen approaching. However, he was running, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. Why did you run here? Bai Xiao asked, feeling a bit shy. The distance isn't far, and you seemed anxious. I took a shortcut. Zhang Chen pretended to wipe his forehead, though he had merely stopped by a small shop to buy a bottle of water, splashing a bit on himself. Pursuing a beauty-required strategy. Making himself appear pitiful was an effective method. Sure enough, seeing him like this made Bai Xiao feel awkward. She lowered her head and apologized. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just in a hurry to get to school. It's fine. I have my faults too. Let me take a look, Zhang Chen said, looking towards the scooter. Bai Xiao felt her cheeks flush. What are you looking at? Forget it. I need your help anyway, so look if you must. It won't cost you anything. Thinking this, she turned her head away. Even though she was wearing a skirt, the outline was still quite evident, causing Zhang Chen to be momentarily stunned. Wait, I'm here to help you with your scooter. Why do I feel like I'm being seduced? But could he actually fix the scooter? Bai Xiao's face turned crimson, feeling bolder than ever. Zhang Chen was somewhat speechless. What can I see while you're in a skirt? All right, Zhang Chen finally said. Thoughts were one thing, but he still had to check. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Xiao abruptly stood up from the scooter. He focused his gaze back on the scooter, expecting a repair notification to appear, but nothing happened. Great, just as I suspected. Although the rewards are generous, avoiding this bug is quite effective. I can only fix it once. Wait, that's not right. The sports teacher next door, the beautiful property manager, and others can be fixed anytime. Come on, Brother Tongzi, It's not right to treat people differently. After getting back on the electric scooter, Zhang Chen felt it inappropriate to discharge electricity with Li Xiao watching. He immediately concentrated the electric charge beneath him. Instantly, several invisible currents surged from him into the scooter's battery. The moment they connected, Zhang Chen realized it was indeed out of power. However, he wouldn't feed it too much this time. So, he rode the scooter a few meters while it was still charged. Hey, it's working? Li Xiao was taken aback. But I didn't see you fix it. How can it move now? Zhang Chen circled around, returning the scooter to her. I tested it, and it's fine. Seriously? Let me try. Li Xiao was skeptical. She hopped onto the scooter, twisted the throttle, but only managed to move a meter before it stopped again. See? It one-team move. Li Xiao insisted, twisting the throttle repeatedly without any response. Let me try, Zhang Chen said succinctly. So Li Xiao dismounted, and Zhang Chen climbed back on. To his surprise, the scooter moved again. Wait, this is my scooter. Why does it work for you, but not for me? Are you the female version? I'll try again, she declared, determined to prove it. Thus, the scooter continued to act capriciously. Li Xiao was bewildered. What is going on? Is this an eerie incident? Has the electric scooter come to life? Chapter 071. One must not forget their roots. I must sit in the back seat. What on earth is happening? Li Xiao was utterly exasperated. I don't know. Zhang Chen shook his head. In my entire career, I have never encountered such a situation. Li Xiao was deeply troubled. She glanced at her phone to check the time and became even more anxious. Although it was Wednesday and there were no classes at the kindergarten, she needed to practice her dance in the classroom. Tomorrow, she was to rehearse with the children. However, her own dancing skills were quite basic. While the children's routines were simplistic, they still involved dancing. She would also have to perform on stage and desperately wanted to avoid embarrassment. She had arranged with the security guard to keep the door open for her. Being late was not an option. What should I do? I need to hurry to school. Li Xiao became visibly anxious. How about I ride you there? Zhang Chen suggested. Huh? Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. I can ride and take you with me. Without further ado, Zhang Chen hopped on and gestured for her to join him. Realizing the situation, Li Xiao thought it was rather strange. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Getting to school was the priority. All right. She nodded, shifted her body, lifted herself slightly, and stood on her toes to sit on the back. All set, Zhang Chen announced. Li Xiao quickly grabbed the back box. In the next moment, the little electric scooter jolted slightly, then ceased to function. What? Why is it malfunctioning? Li Xiao exclaimed. It's not responding. Zhang Chen twisted the throttle vigorously, muttering, This junk, I'll sell it when I get back. Isn't this the scooter your dad left for you? Zhang Chen inquired. Li Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly replied, I only mentioned that to save money. Zhang Chen chuckled, but continued to twist the throttle. At this point, Li Xiao relaxed her body. Suddenly, the scooter lurched forward unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Li Xiao almost fell off, letting out a startled scream as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's waist. She pressed herself against his back. In that instant, the scooter abruptly braked, causing Li Xiao to lurch forward. Goodness, does this electric scooter have a problem? Zhang Chen complained. Li Xiao was momentarily dazed, her senses filled with Zhang Chen's scent. Embracing his waist felt strangely intimate, akin to that of a girlfriend. Yet, it should be like this. She even suspected Zhang Chen might have done on purpose. However, she was certain that the sudden break was intentional. But what about that sudden lurch? Surely, the scooter couldn't have developed a mind of its own? Nevertheless, one must not forget their roots and must have a goal. Thus, she turned back and declared, I'll sit in the back and you ride. Huh? Li Xiao, her face still flushed, was momentarily taken aback. Let us try it, it might just work. Zhang Chen encouraged. All right, Li Xiao nodded, finally releasing her hold on Zhang Chen's waist and sliding off the back seat. She remounted the scooter, while Zhang Chen hopped onto the back. Wow, this is quite thrilling. Hold on tight, Li Xiao kindly reminded. Sure, Zhang Chen nodded, though he refrained from holding her slender waist. While it would have felt delightful, she wasn't exactly a neighbor's wife. Not yet, at least. It was a pity she wasn't wearing jeans. That would have been perfect. Meanwhile, the electric cells beneath Zhang Chen were subtly beginning to charge. Li Xiao took a deep breath and twisted the throttle. Immediately, the scooter surged forward, albeit lacking a bit of power. Yet, astonishingly, it seemed to be functioning. How could it be that it could move with an additional person? She almost wanted to say, "Please get off. I have work to do." But what if another mishap occurred? Never mind, she thought. After all, he had rushed over, drenched in sweat, clearly invested in helping her. Feeling a bit guilty, she gradually increased her speed. To her surprise, the scooter seemed to have revived completely, speeding along energetically. As they traveled down the street, they approached a turn, crossing over speed bumps. Bump, bump, bump. Li Xiao trembled all over. Just then, she suddenly slammed on the brakes. Zhang Chen lost his balance and slipped slightly. However, she barely had time to react, exclaiming, "Oh no, there's a traffic cop." "A traffic cop?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. "What is wrong with that? I'm not wearing a helmet." Li Xiao panicked. Zhang Chen, realizing the situation, patted his own head. "Neither am I." The crucial point was that 2 traffic cops were stopping 2 other scooters ahead and were currently issuing fines. As they turned their gaze in their direction, Li Xiao felt a rush of adrenaline and, in a fluster, twisted the throttle to turn back. But she was too nervous, nearly losing control in the turn. "Give me your hand," Zhang Chen quickly whispered in her ear. In the next moment, his arm reached around Li Xiao's body to grasp the handlebars. The crucial point was that Li Xiao was still gripping the throttle, so his hand directly enveloped her wrist. Her cheeks flushed instantly. However, that was the most embarrassing part. Zhang Chen was directly holding her hand from the back seat, effectively wrapping his arms around her. She could even feel his warm breath brushing against her neck, tingling and hot. A blush crept up her skin like a delicate hue. Yet, this intimate atmosphere was shattered when Zhang Chen declared, "Let go." Instinctively, Li Xiao loosened her grip, and then, with a swift motion, the little electric scooter spun in place, and then shot off in the opposite direction. "Ah!" Li Xiao screamed, feeling as if she might be thrown off during the sudden turn. At that critical moment, Zhang Chen quickly wrapped his arms around her, pulling her back onto the seat. She watched in astonishment as Zhang Chen expertly maneuvered the throttle with one hand, the scooter roaring ahead at a speed far greater than before. Time passed, and finally, the traffic cops were out of sight. Li Xiao's face was burning with embarrassment. Could you let go now?" she stammered, feeling utterly shy. "Sure, unless you want to let go first," Zhang Chen whispered in her ear. "Ah." Li Xiao suddenly realized she had been gripping his wrist. Flustered, she released her hold. Zhang Chen finally freed his left hand to grasp the throttle, but he showed no intention of stopping. Chapter 072. The Kindergarten Teacher Who Can't Dance. Li Xiao yearned to express that the traffic police had departed, and she could ride her bike. Yet, for reasons unknown, she lacked the courage to voice her thoughts. Zhang Chen remained silent as well. "So, which way should we go?" "Ah, turn left and take Chunjiang Road. And then, you go first and I will guide you. Turn left, onto the auxiliary road. Cross the traffic light. We have arrived." With a screech, the little electric bike came to a halt. Zhang Chen looked up to see the grand entrance by the roadside. Red Sun Kindergarten. Just as he was gazing, an elderly man hurried over from the entrance. "Ah, Teacher Li, why did you take so long to arrive?" "Oh, your boyfriend personally escorted you. This young man is quite handsome and spirited." Teacher Li certainly has a good eye. The old man was clearly a chatterbox. Li Xiao felt her cheeks flush under his exuberant praise. "He's not," she wanted to clarify. However, upon glancing at her current appearance, she thought, how could anyone believe that a mere acquaintance could embrace her while riding? Even if she explained, the old man would hardly take her word for it. "Grandpa, please open the gate." Zhang Chen cheerfully greeted. "All right, come in. Let me open the gate for you. Park the bike inside." The gatekeeper eagerly dashed over to open the gate. Without giving Li Xiao a chance to respond, Zhang Chen twisted the handle and rode inside, parking the little electric bike in the shed. Only then did he dismount. Li Xiao, blushing like a bashful bride, also climbed down. You can go now. I still need to practice my dance." Li Xiao mumbled, her head lowered as she spoke, casting a furtive glance at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, noticing the old man at the entrance watching curiously, whispered, Xiao, stop talking. The old man is still looking." "Ah." Li Xiao quickly glanced toward the entrance. The gatekeeper, noticing her gaze, smiled and waved. Li Xiao grew flustered, awkwardly smiling and waving back, hurriedly pulling Zhang Chen inside. Soon, they arrived at the classroom. She took out her keys and opened the door. Once inside, Li Xiao finally exhaled in relief. Instinctively, she glanced at him again, but quickly turned away. But what was she to do? This was too awkward. You, calm down. Don't think about anything unnecessary. Li Xiao blushed as she spoke. What can I do? With you before me, how can I not think? Zhang Chen replied helplessly. So it's still my fault? Li Xiao retorted, speechless. That's not the case. What I mean is, Xiao, you are simply too beautiful. Any man would be unable to resist, and a sturdy man like me would find it even harder. As he spoke, he flexed his arm, showcasing a bicep. With a giggle, Li Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter at his comical display. Are you not embarrassed now? Zhang Chen grinned. Li Xiao rolled her eyes at him, fully aware he was trying to lift her spirits and alleviate the awkwardness. She felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. After all, just moments ago, the traffic police nearly stopped them. Had they indeed been halted, it would have resulted in a hefty fine, 200 yuan, which she could hardly afford, especially now when she needed to practice her dance. As she pondered, she realized that aside from his slight, lecherous tendencies, Zhang Chen was genuinely a good man. She was no stranger to relationships. Just days ago, her best friend lamented about her husband's inadequacies, declaring that after marriage, she felt like a widow, leading to her own depression. Her friend had advised her to refrain from marrying too quickly, at least to test the waters beforehand, for the agony of lifelong solitude was unbearable. Li Xiao Baoza. Bewildered. What am I thinking? She felt overwhelmed, wondering how such thoughts crossed her mind. Heavens! Yet, Zhang Chen must surely be quite capable. If he were her friend's husband, she wouldn't be feeling this way. Perhaps she would even boast daily about how exceptional her husband was. The mere thought made her blush. At that moment, Zhang Chen's attention was not directed towards Li Xiao, but rather surveying the classroom. The decor was charming and colorful. The desks were custom-made for the children's heights. Upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be around 17 or 18 desks, currently arranged along the sides with a vast empty space in the center. The floor was adorned with whimsical patterns, and in the corner, there were toys and teaching aids, along with costumes for children's performances. Moreover, based on the kindergarten's location, size, and interior decor, it was evident that the tuition fees were quite substantial. This kindergarten is quite impressive, Zhang Chen remarked. Not excessively large, but it is certainly more renowned than public institutions around here. Li Xiao replied, her mood now considerably lightened, though she still avoided looking directly at him. But what was she to do now? She needed to practice her dance. Dancing in front of him? That would be utterly mortifying. Li Xiao hesitated, but finally spoke. I need to practice late into the night, so you should head back. It's hard for me to dance with you here. Zhang Chen didn't acknowledge her words. Instead, he asked, I heard from Annie that you're dancing isn't quite up to par. My mother said that. Li Xiao responded, exasperated. She just loves to undermine me. Got it. You're not very skilled at dancing, Zhang Chen nodded. Li Xiao confirmed. Indeed, I lack a foundation in dance. Yet, I must teach the children. So I've been learning from videos these past few days, but something feels off. Then this is perfect. You can seek my help. Zhang Chen pointed to himself. You? Li Xiao was taken aback. Yes, I can't claim to be an expert, but I do have some background. I practiced before. Zhang Chen stated earnestly. It's not bragging. I was given the best by my teacher. Surely I can impart some dance sense? At that moment, over Li Xiao's head, a notification window gleamed brightly. The kindergarten teacher who can't dance. Dancing is so difficult. I can't teach the children well. Who will teach me? Repair reward. 5,000 yuan. Chapter 073. You want me to teach you dancing, yet you ask me to warm up? 5,000 yuan. The generosity of Brother Tong is truly astounding. Just the thought of Li Xiao dancing before him sent waves of excitement through Zhang Chen. He had always enjoyed watching beautiful women dance in videos, and now, witnessing it in person was simply irresistible. Can you dance? Li Xiao questioned skeptically, unable to believe that a handyman could possess such a skill. Who would believe that? I merely wish to see you dance, Zhang Chen retorted playfully. Of course I can dance. I was part of the dance club at school. Zhang Chen exclaimed, fabricating a story. I don't believe you. Bai Xiao scoffed. You just want to see me dance. Come on. Those few moves you have aren't anything to boast about. Zhang Chen teased. Have you even seen me dance? I'm quite good at it. Bai Xiao boasted, rolling her eyes. Fine, show me. Zhang Chen casually challenged. See, you just want to watch me dance. Bai Xiao shot back, refusing to demonstrate. Well, if you want to show me, I'll just have to give a go myself. Zhang Chen stretched his joints and began to move, recalling the dance he had learned from a video during his last visit to teacher Ruan's home. He launched into a smooth jazz routine, and even without music, the rhythm flowed through him seamlessly. Bai Xiao, initially doubtful, found her eyes widening in astonishment. Despite her own lack of skill, she recognized talent when she saw it. Zhang Chen's brief performance was not merely competent. It was exceptionally fluid and impressive. With a final flourish, he turned to her and asked, What do you think? Bai Xiao quickly closed her mouth, her pride flaring as she retorted, Not that great. Jazz is easy. How proud you are. Let me try something else. Zhang Chen said, no longer pretending to be modest. He transitioned into a mechanical dance, executing a series of precise movements. Bai Xiao was left speechless. No way. You really can dance. Why are you a handyman? In her eyes, Zhang Chen already exuded charm, but the unique masculinity he radiated while dancing elevated his allure tenfold. She found herself mesmerized, almost drooling at the sight. When Zhang Chen finally stopped, Bai Xiao snapped back to reality, quickly wiping her mouth. Hey, you were drooling, Zhang Chen teased. No way. You must be mistaken. She insisted, adamantly rejecting the notion. All right, let's switch it up. How about a folk dance? Zhang Chen suggested, slipping into the role of a dance instructor. My dancing isn't good enough. Bai Xiao protested, her cheeks flushed. How can I guide you without seeing your moves? Zhang Chen countered. Okay, fine. Let me just find some music, Bai Xiao said, rummaging through her phone until a children's song began to play. She felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, her body stiffening. As she attempted a few stretches, Zhang Chen suddenly called for a halt. What's wrong? Bai Xiao asked, taken aback. Don't you need to warm up first? What if you pull a muscle and can't dance anymore? He said earnestly. Bai Xiao was bewildered. But this is a children's dance. How can I pull a muscle? Just do a few leg stretches. Zhang Chen insisted. Seriously? She blushed further. Like this. He demonstrated, stretching his leg while lowering his body. Bai Xiao glanced down at her skirt, feeling embarrassed. All right, let us just get on with it. We need to teach you before it gets dark. Okay, hurry, Zhang Chen urged. At that moment, Bai Xiao regretted wearing a skirt. As she attempted to mimic his movements, she suddenly yelped and fell onto the ground. Oh no! Zhang Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. This 5,000 yuan might be harder to earn than I thought. Come on. Zhang Chen extended his hand to help her up. Bai Xiao, her cheeks warm, hesitantly took his hand, and he pulled her to her feet. You should wear practice clothes. Zhang Chen suggested. What? She asked, surprised. Oh, it's inconvenient. Perhaps you should change? He quickly amended. But Bai Xiao heard the implication clearly. He would see her figure. The thought made her shy, yet she had seen him before, albeit inadvertently. Oof, you just want to see my figure. She internally scoffed, her heart racing unexpectedly. Chapter 074. Xiao wants to see twerking? I'm afraid you can't handle it. I was merely demonstrating a few simple steps, yet you've made it overly intricate. Never mind, I shall practice on my own, Bai Xiao declared. What? Absolutely not. These are the nation's budding talents. Their dancing must be of the highest caliber, worthy of accolades. Zhang Chen proclaimed with righteous indignation. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes. As if I'm oblivious to your intentions. You're just eager to ogle. Girls in tight pants, aren't you? Her heart raced like a runaway train, pounding with a frenetic energy that left her flushed and lightheaded, unsure whether from embarrassment or a feverish excitement. Zhang Chen, for the moment, refrained from further mischief. 5,000 yuan was not to be dismissed, especially with the potential for a bonus. Zhang Chen, old boy, don't get carried away. Attend to business first. There will be ample opportunity to watch her dance later, even pole dancing, if the occasion arises. With this in mind, Zhang Chen proposed, instead of learning from disparate videos, allow me to choreograph a routine tailored to your abilities, making it easier for you to grasp. Otherwise, with no foundation, it could take you ages to learn. Bai Xiao initially intended to object, but conceded the validity of his point. Dancing was, indeed, uncharted territory for her. Very well, lend me your assistance, and I shall treat you to a meal in return, she relented. After all, he was offering his expertise without demanding compensation. A dinner invitation was the least she could do. Surely, I wouldn't offer him a glimpse of my figure. Never. No problem. Zhang Chen readily agreed, puffing out his chest. He was genuinely committed now. Let me examine your selected songs and accompanying dance videos so I can synthesize them into a cohesive routine. Zhang Chen settled onto the floor, deeming it sufficiently clean. Bai Xiao assented, joining him on the floor and retrieving her phone. She opened the video app and played a few of her saved videos for him. As Zhang Chen watched and listened, an innate sense of rhythm took hold, his body swaying involuntarily to the music. He became completely engrossed. Bai Xiao, initially wary, had kept her distance. But upon witnessing his focused demeanor and the way his body moved in sync with the music, she was captivated, as if observing a dance maestro. There was something undeniably alluring about a man who could dance, especially one as handsome as Zhang Chen. She found herself momentarily infatuated. All right, Zhang Chen suddenly announced. Bai Xiao startled, her gaze meeting Zhang Chen's. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she averted her eyes, though the pink tinge only intensified on her neck. Zhang Chen chuckled inwardly, amused by her reaction. However, he resolved to focus on the task at hand. I devised a plan. Given the children's young age, we should avoid anything too complex. Plus, you'll likely need to lead them during the dance, correct? Yes, Bai Xiao confirmed. Good, then we'll use this song. Zhang Chen selected one at random and stood up. I'll perform it for you first, so you can get a feel for it. Bai Xiao nodded. Zhang Chen then danced through a simple routine he had conceived, perfectly synchronized with the music. It was simple yet possessed an undeniable elegance. Bai Xiao was pleasantly surprised. The movements were indeed basic, but Zhang Chen imbued them with a certain charm, a fluid rhythm that was difficult to articulate. This repairman truly has a knack for this. A hidden talent, indeed, she mused. All right, now I'll teach you. There are only 5 moves in total. Just focus on following the rhythm, Zhang Chen instructed, beginning to break down the steps. Bai Xiao diligently followed. Before they knew it, it was 5 o'clock. To Zhang Chen's relief, Bai Xiao was not a complete dance novice. With his hands-on guidance, she was executing the steps with a semblance of grace, even a hint of cuteness. Bai Xiao, already a sweet-looking girl, became even more endearing when performing this charming dance. Furthermore, she had shed her initial shyness and was now dancing with abandon. As for Zhang Chen, upon witnessing her complete performance, he promptly opened the pop-up window. Fortunately, after 10 attempts, he finally succeeded. It had been quite the ordeal. Repair completed. Reward issued. While he sighed, no bonus reward, no special prize. It seemed that simply dancing had limited impact on his repair skills. To trigger something significant, he would have to interact more directly with Bai Xiao. Too bad she didn't tear her dress or rip a seam, depriving him of an opportunity to mend something. Well, one can't be too greedy, nor expect everyone to be like the neighbor's wife. Zhang Chen grumbled inwardly. How was my dancing? Bai Xiao, having completed another rendition, approached Zhang Chen for feedback. Not bad, but still a bit rough. Practice a few more times, and tomorrow you can teach the kids these 5 basic steps. Broken down as I showed you, Zhang Chen advised. Phew, Bai Xiao exhaled in relief. It was finally resolved. She had been under immense pressure these past few days. The task assigned by the school administrators had seemed simple enough, but she had found it surprisingly challenging. Now, thanks to Zhang Chen's choreography, the routine consisted of just 5 repeating moves, making it easy to learn yet surprisingly appealing when performed. She couldn't fathom how he had come up with it. Slumping to the floor, Bai Xiao wiped away perspiration, exhausted. Even a simple dance could be physically demanding. She had been dancing for 2 hours and needed a break. Yet, as she sat there, She couldn't help but recall Zhang Chen's dancing. He had been undeniably alluring. She felt a sudden urge to see him dance again. How did you become such a good dancer? Li Xiao inquired. Talent, I suppose. Zhang Chen replied, sitting beside her. I've never had formal training, but I can replicate any dance after watching it once. Liar, Li Xiao playfully accused. Then pick a video, and I'll demonstrate. You'll see I'm not bluffing. Zhang Chen retorted with a confident smile. I just might, Li Xiao said, seizing the opportunity. Be my guest. Zhang Chen gestured. Li Xiao promptly searched for a dance video. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a video of a girl twerking. She paused, captivated by the dance's provocative energy. If she could somehow entice Zhang Chen to join it, the thought alone made her mouth water. This one, Li Xiao handed him her phone. Zhang Chen glanced at the screen and exclaimed inwardly, Whoa, is this girl deliberately trying to tempt me? Such a beautiful woman twerking. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Are you sure? Zhang Chen asked. Absolutely, Li Xiao replied, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 075. The security guard is terrified. Explosive music. Electric motors. Li Xiao watched Zhang Chen leap in front of her, his face flushed. Yet, she found herself unable to tear her gaze away. Her round, glistening eyes were fixed on him, and after a few seconds of shock, she hurriedly covered her face, internally screaming, I'm doomed. Li Xiao, what chaotic thoughts are swirling in your mind? Goodness, you are a pure girl. As the performance came to an end, Zhang Chen paused and turned to see Li Xiao's face ablaze with embarrassment. Can't take any more, huh? Zhang Chen teased with a chuckle. Who can't take it anymore? It's just the electric dance, as if I've never seen it before. Li Xiao retorted defiantly, but her body betrayed her. Her reactions were unmistakable, her fantasies undeniable. At that moment, her mind was filled with thoughts of Zhang Chen. Oh no, she couldn't bear it any longer. She quickly stood up and stammered. Let us just call it a day. We should hurry back, it's getting late. Wait, Zhang Chen interjected. What's wrong? Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It dawned on her that they were alone in this place. If he had any ill intentions, she could scream until her throat was raw, but no one would come to her aid. Oh, perhaps the security guard could, but would he even stand a chance against Zhang Chen? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Suddenly, the events of the day flashed through her mind. Why did everything feel so surreal? It was as if he had deliberately set a trap, allowing her to sit in the back and watch him dance. He had followed her here and could dance perfectly? It is well known that when dancing, one tends to showcase their physical advantages, making it easier to provoke illicit thoughts, especially when a man and woman dance together. It often leads to unmentionable situations. Right now, she felt a bit of that sensation. For a moment, Li Xiao felt her heart racing faster than when she had watched him perform the electric dance. Dance for me, Zhang Chen commanded. Li Xiao panicked. She couldn't do the electric dance. Hurry, don't even think about slacking off, Zhang Chen said, his expression serious. Li Xiao's heart sank. With a dejected face, she recalled Zhang Chen's movements and attempted a couple of bounces, twisting her waist, turning her back to him, and starting to perform the electric dance. Zhang Chen watched as she struggled to control her body, her dress swaying with each movement. Yet, she was no dancer. What was supposed to be electric dance had turned into a clumsy zombie dance. Zhang Chen was taken aback. No, I meant the dance I taught you, not the electric dance. You really overestimate yourself. Do you think you can dance well? Well, it's quite good, she retorted, though it was rather comical. Despite the awkwardness, Li Xiao's figure was undeniably captivating. Even with her dress concealing much of her form, Zhang Chen was mesmerized by her movements. For a moment, he was too entranced to remind her of her missteps. After all, he had already danced for her. It was only fair he enjoyed the view. Meanwhile, the security guard, noticing it was past closing time, contemplated returning home for dinner. Yet, Li Xiao still hadn't emerged. He decided to check the classroom, feeling a bit responsible since it was his day off and he was still on duty because of her. As he leisurely approached the door, he was about to call out when he suddenly glimpsed through the window. Li Xiao appeared to be convulsing as if jolted by electricity. The words he had intended to shout caught in his throat. He glanced behind her to see the handsome boy who had entered with her, staring intently. What a sight! The guard cursed silently, quickly retreating, his heart nearly giving out from shock. Young people sure knew how to have fun. He patted his chest, feeling overwhelmed. After a moment's thought, he decided it was best to let them be. After all, what was the harm in waiting a bit longer for a young couple on a date? Smiling to himself, he returned to his post and sat on a bench, reminiscing about his own youth. However, he soon frowned. Dating was one thing, but this was crossing a line. Such antics wasted time. Why not just at a hotel? If they were still in there 2 hours later, would he really be expected to wait? Yet, it felt inappropriate to interrupt. He resolved to wait a little longer. If it became unbearable, he would shout for them to come out. Young people were impulsive. Who wasn't he at that age? All right, are you ready? Bai Xiao had been trying her best to dance, but didn't he feel right? This was not dancing. It felt more like flirting. I told you to dance the one I taught you. Zhang Chen replied. Ah, Bai Xiao straightened up, turning to him. Wait, not the electric dance? At that moment, she froze, burying her face in her hands, nearly crying. How could this happen? If it had truly been that way, she could have reported him, and he wouldn't have escaped. But what had she just imagined? How could she have danced like that? And why had she turned her back to him, knowing he preferred to watch from behind? She didn't even know how she had let her thoughts run wild. Hey, don't be upset. I'm not criticizing you. Actually, you did quite well. But it would be even better if you were wearing jeans. Bai Xiao felt numb. Was he comforting her or teasing her? Jeans? Who was upset? I just think I didn't perform well. She insisted stubbornly. I'm not dancing just because you danced. It's only natural to reciprocate. Yes. Very natural. Zhang Chen chuckled. Spending more time with Bai Xiao revealed her stubbornness rivaled that of teacher Wan. Bai Xiao bit her lip, hesitating to speak. But Zhang Chen urged, come on, show me a complete dance. Let us see if you remember it. Bai Xiao bit her lip, but eventually nodded. As the music played, she began to dance. It must be said, Zhang Chen was indeed remarkable. The 5 simple moves were not only easy to remember, but also flowed seamlessly. Previously, when she had learned from videos, it had seemed simple, yet she always forgot the steps. But now, with the rhythm guiding her, she instinctively danced the entire sequence smoothly. In that moment, an indescribable sense of accomplishment blossomed within her. Furthermore, she felt a newfound confidence. Great, I'll continue practicing at home. If I have any questions, I'll reach out to you. Zhang Chen nodded. Bai Xiao agreed, feeling her cheeks flush again, especially recalling his earlier electric dance. It had been so exhilarating. Chapter 76. The riddle uncle, what, 10 minutes? It's been several hours. Locking the classroom door, Bai Xiao wiped the sweat from her brow and looked up at Zhang Chen, who was walking ahead of her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Shaking her head to dispel the peculiar thoughts, she hurriedly caught up with him. After retrieving the bike, Zhang Chen settled into the back seat. Bai Xiao escorted him to the entrance. Thank you, sir, she said politely. Not at all. Why not stay a little longer? It's only been 10 minutes. The amiable guard responded. What? It's been several hours. Bai Xiao was taken aback, thinking to herself that the old man seemed a bit confused. Oh, it's fine. I thought you young people might enjoy a longer date. I don't mind getting home a bit later. The guard chuckled. Bai Xiao wore a strange expression. What date? I was practicing dance, she exclaimed. What are you talking about? However, she chose not to argue with the guard. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and by the time she returned to her neighborhood, it would surely be around 6:30. She already felt quite guilty for delaying Zhang Chen all afternoon. There was no time to linger. Sir, we need to hurry to dinner. Zhang Chen interjected from the back seat. Ah, yes. A hearty meal gives you strength. The guard nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the door swung open. After bidding farewell to the guard, Bai Xiao pedaled away from the kindergarten. Walking along the road, she muttered to herself, what was that old man talking about? I couldn't understand a word. He said we were on a date. Zhang Chen replied. Not that. He mentioned something about 10 minutes and how time seemed long. It's all a mystery to me. Bai Xiao was perplexed. Perhaps the old gentleman thinks our date was too brief and is wishing us well. Zhang Chen chuckled. Who said anything about a date? Please don't make wild assumptions. Bai Xiao retorted, flustered. I'll let the first comment slide, but to repeat it? Come on. Well, he said it. You can't blame me. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. You know how serious I am about teaching you dance. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes. Serious? With everything that has happened, you call that serious? What would you be like if you weren't? Choosing not to engage further, she focused on riding home. Upon arriving in her neighborhood, it was nearly 6:40. Just as Li Xiao was about to park her bike, she spotted her mother wandering nearby. Seeing her, she rushed over. "Mom," Li Xiao called out. But her mother ignored her and approached Zhang Chen instead. "Young Zhang, what have you been up to with Xiao?" Her mother asked, beaming with joy. Auntie." Xiao was struggling with her dance practice, so I just helped her out a bit. Zhang Chen replied with a smile. "Oh, so you went dancing with her. How wonderful." Her mother exclaimed, radiating sunshine. Li Xiao was taken aback. "Are you really my mother? Do you think he's your son-in-law or something? Why so enthusiastic?" "Whether he is a son-in-law depends on my approval." Her mother shot back. "Oh, you're not seriously hoping he becomes my father, are you?" "Auntie, if there is nothing else, I should head home." Zhang Chen, feeling overwhelmed by Mrs. Li's exuberance, decided to make his exit. Meanwhile, Li Xiao's expression darkened. "Let us not linger. I need to get home," she insisted, turning on her heel. "Why are you upset, dear?" her mother asked helplessly, watching her daughter storm off. Suddenly, it dawned on her. "Oh, is this what it means to be upset? This is great news. It seems my daughter may soon find a partner." Her mood lifted as she called after her daughter. "Wait up. Why are you walking so fast?" Exiting the elevator, she stopped by the neighbor's door to check if the lady had returned. Confirming she hadn't tea, she finally entered her home. Instinctively, she flicked on the light. "Oh no, I forgot to fix the ball," she lamented. Here she was, a repairman. Yet she hadn't even repaired her own home, always busy fixing things for others. She realized she hadn't even had hot water at home. "I'll have to take care of that tomorrow," she decided, knowing it would be inconvenient otherwise. As for bathing, I could just wash up at the neighbor's house later. After all, a wash is still a wash. Meanwhile, Li Xiao emerged from the elevator, glum and followed closely by her mother. As she fumbled for her keys, Mrs. Li inquired, "Xiao, what happened today? Why did he refuse to come to dinner when I invited him? Are you two making progress?" "Mom, are you really my mother? You can't just push me toward a guy you barely know." Li Xiao burst out, both angry and frustrated. "I can tell young Zhang is a good kid. It's just a matter of trying things out." Her mother insisted. "Try what? You don't even know him." Li Xiao almost blurted out that the guy was a bit of a flirt, but held back, perhaps out of consideration for how he was perceived in her mother's eyes. "What's wrong with him?" her mother asked curiously. "Didn't you go to him for dance lessons? He sounded quite talented. I only asked him to help you with your electric bike. And I didn't know he could dance too." As her mother spoke, Li Xiao felt her cheeks heat up, suddenly recalling that suggestive dance move. "Oh no, why is this weird knowledge flooding my mind?" She was bewildered as to why she felt upset about Zhang Chen not coming to dinner. "It's just dinner. What's the big deal?" At that moment, her mother opened the door, and Li Xiao rushed inside. "Why are you so impatient?" her mother remarked, feeling helpless. Ding dong. The elevator opened, and Bai Xiao stepped out, holding a bag of takeout. Unable to resist glancing at the neighbor's door, she bit her lip, hesitated, and instead of heading home, she knocked. She feared Zhang Chen might not be home. After a few knocks, the door swung open. Upon seeing him, Bai Xiao finally sighed in relief, her cheeks flushed. "I brought dinner. I bought lobster." "Great sister." Zhang Chen nodded, his eyes igniting a fierce blaze that made Bai Xiao's heart race. Just one look from him left her feeling weak in the knees. But wasn't this what she had chosen? She entered, closing the door behind her, and placed the large bag of takeout on the table. Yet 2 hours later, she still hadn't taken a bite. Goodness, this little wolf cub is quite the glutton, she thought, realizing he was definitely stimulated. Chapter 077. The lady's work is far from easy. Dark circles are apparent. Upon awakening, refreshed and invigorated, I reached out beside me, only to find my wife absent. Curiosity piqued. I rose and listened intently to the serene silence. Had she gone to work? A moment of surprise washed over me. Upon entering the living room, I confirmed my suspicions. She was indeed nowhere to be found. A chuckle escaped my lips, for it seemed my wife might have been frightened by the intensity of last night's repairs. Yet, despite such circumstances, she still chose to go to work. Could she truly manage? Approaching the dining table, I discovered a spread of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk awaiting me. A note lay atop the feast, and as I picked it up, I read my wife's handwriting. Heated up before eating. I've gone to work. Love you, my little glutton. A smile crept across my face as I imagined the bashful expression she wore while penning those words. Tucking the note into my pocket, I decided to postpone my meal. The first order of business was to verify the status of my repair rewards. Indeed, yesterday, my wife's repair notifications had refreshed. Repairs completed. Triggered critical hit reward. Reward doubled. Reward disbursed. Checking my phone, I noted a deposit of 40,000. Was the doubled reward only 20,000? How stingy of the system. I muttered to myself, feeling acutely aware that the repair rewards seemed to diminish. Yet, in comparison to fixing light bulbs or toilets, the rewards were still substantial. Besides, was work not more gratifying? After tending to my morning routine, I resolved to fix the electrical wiring at home. It had been several days since I had rendered it non-functional. Surely, I could not allow it to remain inoperative indefinitely. However, as I passed the balcony, I noticed clothes hanging on the drying rack, my wife's and my own, flapping in the breeze. Had she arisen early to do laundry? My wife truly was diligent. I chuckled softly before making my way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. At that very moment, my wife, Bai Xiao, had just descended the stairs. Glancing at the time, she felt relieved she would make it to work on time. Yet, Zhang Chen was rather intense. She dared not walk too swiftly. Upon reaching the vicinity of Building 1, she unexpectedly encountered Yue. Stunned, she instinctively considered retreating. However, upon locking eyes, she found Yue smiling and greeting her, "Good morning." Off to work, Bai Xiao fought against the urge to flee, inhaling deeply to steady her nerves before responding with a smile. "Yes, you've already started work, huh?" At that moment, Yue was clad in work attire, trousers rather than a skirt or stockings. Even Bai Xiao couldn't help but steal a few glances, contemplating Yue's admirable figure. Hadn't she previously sought Zhang Chen for work-related matters? Yet a twinge of jealousy crept into Bai Xiao's heart. Would the charming young man have any secrets with Yue? Surely not. She reminded herself that although her husband was absent, Yue was innocent. She must not let her imagination run wild. Unbeknownst to Yue, during that fleeting moment, Bai Xiao's mind was racing with thoughts. Nonetheless, she found it peculiar that Bai Xiao was staring at her so intently. "I'm off to work, Bai," Yue said without inquiring further, heading towards the service hall. I must also get to work." Bai Xiao snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What had she been doing moments before? Her heart raced. Despite her desire to keep her relationship with Zhang Chen concealed, she could not fathom why she would entertain such thoughts. How could this be? Though the young man was handsome, Yue was not her type. Was she? What was wrong with her? She merely admired him. Their relationship was perfectly normal. She pondered, yet soon found herself sighing. Was it truly a normal relationship? Yue sensed something amiss with Bai Xiao, who appeared burdened by her thoughts. However, respecting her privacy, Yue chose not to pry further and turned to head to work. At that moment, she spotted two children around 7 or 8 years old, kicking a ball and bickering as they played. Suddenly, one child kicked the ball with force, and Yue instinctively shouted, "Watch out for the ball." Bai Xiao turned her head just in time to see the soccer ball hurtling towards her. Startled, she swiftly dodged, hearing the ball was past her face. Although she reacted quickly, the abrupt movement caused her to gasp in pain. "What happened? Did it hit you?" Yue rushed over, concern etched on her face. No. Bai Xiao shook her head, yet remained hesitant to move. "Did it hurt?" Yue pressed on. "No, not really. Well, perhaps a little." Bai Xiao instinctively denied it, but quickly realized she could not dismiss the pain. How could she explain it without mentioning Zhang Chen? Thus, she nodded slightly. "Shall we rest in the hall for a moment?" Yue suggested, offering her support. "No need, I just need a moment." Bai Xiao insisted, unwilling to skip work. After all, it was merely a matter of resting for a short while. "Really? You do look unwell. Those dark circles are quite pronounced." "Ye market." Bai Xiao's face flushed. How could they not be? She had only slept around 4 o'clock. "It's nothing. I just stayed up late working. I'll rest when I get to the office." She quickly replied. "All right then." Yue nodded, watching as Bai Xiao slowly rose to her feet and began her walk towards the door. Work is truly exhausting. Look at how weary she is. Yue thought to herself. As she pushed open the glass door and glanced up, she noticed Zhong Lin had already arrived, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing the sound, Zhong Lin jolted and turned to her. "Sister Yue?" Zhong Lin called, her tone tinged with disappointment. "What are you daydreaming about?" Yue inquired. "Nothing. Just didn't T sleep well," Zhong Lin replied sheepishly. Yue scrutinized her for a moment, sensing something was off, particularly the disappointment that had flickered across her face when she first saw her. Could it be that she was hoping for someone else? Surely not him. Yue's thoughts raced. If it were Zhang Chen, then Zhong Lin had fallen too quickly. Moreover, it wasn't just Zhong Lin. Even she felt a bit strange after her massage. Contemplating, she decided to test the waters. "Zhong Lin, you're not hoping for Zhang Chen to come looking for you, are you?" No. You're overthinking it, sister," Zhong Lin hastily denied, but Yue could see the panic in her eyes, confirming her suspicions. "Zhong Lin, I've been through this. Why are you hiding it from me?" she asserted in her role as an elder sister. Zhong Lin stared at her, pondering, a past experience? Could it be that you've also been kissed by him? Noticing her silence, Yue sighed and said, "Didn't I tell you? That guy is too flirtatious. You must be cautious." Yes. I'm no match for you," Zhong Lin mumbled inwardly. "I'm not against anything, but you need to think carefully, especially about rushing into cohabitation after only a few days," Yue advised earnestly. "And you're lecturing me? We are evenly matched. Who knows? Perhaps you have already surpassed me," Zhong Lin muttered to herself. Observing her defiant expression, Yue felt a twinge of exasperation. Just from that single remark, she could ascertain that the insufferable scoundrel had undoubtedly provoked Zhong Lin. Rubbing her forehead, she was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. It was not due to Zhong Lin. After all, she is entitled to her own choices, and Yue could not impose her will upon her. This sense of helplessness was self-inflicted, for she discovered that while discussing Zhang Chen with Zhong Lin, she had, astonishingly, felt a pang of jealousy. She could hardly believe it. Jealous of Zhong Lin? Over Zhang Chen? Moreover, she was now consumed with curiosity about what exactly Zhang Chen had done to Zhong Lin. Surely, it couldn't have been merely a massage, or perhaps something even more outrageous. In that moment, she found herself enveloped in a cloud of discontent. Chapter 078, Critical Hit Reward, the complete encyclopedia of lock knowledge. Suddenly, Yue no longer felt inclined to inquire further. Observing her silence, Zhong Lin curiously asked, "Sister, why have you stopped talking? What is there to discuss? Hurry up and get to work." Yue shot her an exasperated glance. "Oh," Zhong Lin nodded, pondering why her sister seemed to be troubled. Could it possibly be because of him? What a disaster. Our relationship is so close. And here we are competing over a man. If Zhang Chen were to discover her thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. Compete? I choose to have it all. Of course. At that moment, Zhang Chen was oblivious to these musings. Having just finished breakfast, he returned home from his neighbor's house. Today, he had serious business to attend to. He needed to first assess the electrical wires that required repairs before heading to the market. However, just as he had calculated the materials needed and was about to head downstairs, his phone rang. "Is this Master Zhang? My water heater is broken. Could you come and fix it?" Zhang Chen felt a bit dazed. This was the first time someone had called him, especially from within the neighborhood. How could he turn down a business opportunity? Although it might not be as lucrative as repair lady services, there could be a chance of unlocking special rewards, right? Naturally, he agreed without hesitation. Yet, no sooner had he hung up than the second call came in. "Master Zhang, are you available? My door lock is broken." With the second call came the third, and, soon after, the fourth. Within a brief span, he received 5 requests for work, all from his own neighborhood. "Wow, I'm feeling quite motivated." Zhang Chen rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of excitement. Of course, tasks like repairing door locks would have to wait, not out of preference, but primarily due to his lack of relevant repair knowledge. He intended to begin with fixing toilets, checking electrical systems, and addressing other urgent repairs. Thus, he set aside his household chores and dove straight into the first job. After several hours of busy labor, he glanced at the clock. It was 10:30. What if his exceptional skills resulted in shorter repair times? In just 2 hours, Zhang Chen completed 4 repair tasks. Resolving issues such as a short circuit in the leakage protector, a leaking toilet tank, dripping shower pipes, and a malfunctioning drying rack. He earned a total of 400 yuan in service fees and an additional 1,300 yuan in repair rewards. 400 for the service fee, 1,300 for the repair. Unfortunately, there were no critical hit rewards to be found. As for special rewards, those seemed out of reach as well. He had certainly witnessed the bargaining prowess of the elderly. While repairing was not exhausting, the negotiations were draining. After 2 hours of hard work, I only made 1,700. What a failure. Zhang Chen grumbled. Wait, 1,700 is too little? He chuckled. Compared to Repair Lady, it's not insignificant, right? Indeed, Zhang Chen had no intention of giving up halfway. Repair Lady wasn't available all the time, and he still needed to play the role of Master Zhang. This home repair work was legitimate business. After a brief rest, he continued to the last job. Repairs completed. Reward dispensed. Repairs completed. Reward dispensed. Repairs completed. Critical hit reward activated. Acquired the complete encyclopedia of lock knowledge. Reward dispensed. After 3 consecutive home visits, he finally triggered the critical hit reward. With a mere thought, a vast repository of lock knowledge flooded his mind. Simultaneously, new muscle memory emerged in his fingers. As he moved his fingers, he instinctively gained the ability to unlock any lock and decipher any code. Wait, isn't this the encyclopedia of lock knowledge? How can I unlock as well? Zhang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. However, it seemed plausible. Since it encompassed all knowledge of locks, he would undoubtedly be aware of each locking mechanism's weaknesses. With a bit of contemplation, his hands could effortlessly manipulate the tools to open locks. Why was there muscle memory? To unlock, of course. Was it intended for thievery? Well, that made sense. He decided to give it a try. As his fingers danced, corresponding lock knowledge instantly appeared in his mind. Padlocks, drawer locks, spring door locks. Cylinder door locks, ball locks, electronic door locks, vault combination locks. Wait, what knowledge just flitted past my mind? A vault? A bank vault? No way. This reward was absurdly generous. Could such locks also be opened? Zhang Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. This reward inherited an omniscient quality, akin to the advanced electrician encyclopedia he had previously received, which contained secrets of electrical grid construction and ultra-high voltage technology. Now, the complete encyclopedia of lock knowledge had similarly crammed every detail about locks into his brain. Wasn't a vault just a lock? It was the Rolls-Royce of locks, and it was certainly included. However, this combination lock, by definition, requires a password to unlock. What was this nonsense about cracking bank passwords? What kind of hacker knowledge was this? This was becoming rather ridiculous. Upon reflection, Zhang Chen realized that this hacker knowledge was not traditional. Rather, it was related to special decoding tools used to open electronic locks and vaults. All the hacker codes pertained solely to knowledge of electronic security systems and locks and had nothing to do with conventional hacking. But still, this was quite outrageous. Even international thieves might not possess such skills. After some time in a daze, Zhang Chen pondered if he could apply this knowledge to Repair Lady. Wait, am I really thinking this way? Isn't a chastity lock still a lock? With a splash, he took a cold shower, finally feeling a bit clearer. This reward was simply too far-fetched. Moreover, he felt an undeniable itch to try out his newfound skills. Just moments ago, he tested his home door lock with a simple card and effortlessly opened it with a gentle flick. Ridiculous? Not at all. The lock on his home was the cheapest variety, easily bypassed. With just a glance, he knew precisely where to apply pressure. After 5 or 6 attempts, he successfully unlocked it every time. He even considered trying to open the door to his neighbor's house. Ultimately, he decided against it, realizing that such actions could not be taken lightly. Armed with this reward, Zhang Chen felt invigorated. He spent the afternoon making home repairs throughout the neighborhood. However, by around 3 o'clock, he had run out of customers. Aside from unlocking a double reward, he had garnered a mere few thousand yuan. Packing up his tools, Zhang Chen began descending from the client's building when suddenly his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he was surprised to find it was Zhong Lin. A smile crept across his face. This girl, after that kiss, she had run away. She had been holding back for days, but now she could no longer resist. He immediately set his tools down and answered, Lin, have you missed me? Ah, Zhang Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Grandma's looking for you to come and fix something. Zhong Lin's voice was frantic as she caught sight of the elderly woman beside her, who was gazing at her with an expression brimming with curiosity. Zhong Lin felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment from the insatiable thirst for knowledge reflected in the woman's demeanor. Chapter 079. Because I was too worried about him, I had no choice but to go together. Listening to Zhong Lin's frantic voice, Zhang Chen sighed. Before he could respond, he heard Zhong Lin shout, "Hurry down, Grandma is still waiting." With that, she abruptly hung up. Staring at the busy tone on the phone, Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned. Well, I suppose I can understand. After all, grandmothers are the most nosy. As for business, naturally I must go. A jackpot had just been announced. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Isn't it worth it? Not just for the entrance fee, but also for the critical reward? On the other side, Zhong Lin hung up the phone, her face flushed. Turning around, she found her grandmother looking at her with curiosity. "Ah, Grandma, he'll be down shortly," Zhong Lin said, her voice lacking assurance. "Oh, it's nothing. I just don't know how to use a phone." "My dear, is he your boyfriend? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Grandma chuckled. "Oh no, that's not the case. Please don't say such things," Zhong Lin hastily denied. "Not so. The girl is being dishonest. She must be thinking of him. Isn't that right? Is deceiving Grandma beneficial?" Grandma was clearly unconvinced. Zhong Lin felt speechless. An explanation would be futile. After all, those who have been in the community for long enough know that elderly folks are the most stubborn. They only believe what they want to believe. The key point is, they're also very nosy. If word spreads throughout the neighborhood, it would be utterly embarrassing for her. They aren't even officially together yet. Huh? Not together? Why did I say that? Oh dear, Zhong Lin. Deep down you wish to be. Grandma, I'm not lying. She is pursuing me, and I haven't agreed yet. Zhong Lin's eyes twinkled as she devised a clever ruse. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Grandma nodded and said, "So that is how it is. You must observe him closely. If this young man isn't suitable, you'll waste your whole life on him." Just then, the glass door swung open. Both of them turned to look. Zhong Lin was taken back. How could he come down so quickly? Lin, Zhang Chen greeted. Zhong Lin felt exasperated. This guy had kissed her once and then dashed off. Now, upon seeing her again, he behaved as if nothing had happened. "Did you kiss me for nothing?" It was unlike her to react this way. The moment she laid eyes on him, her heart raced uncontrollably, as if she were on the verge of suffocation, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Ah, you must be Xiao Zhang," Grandma exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. She immediately turned to Zhong Lin and said, "This young man is quite handsome. You must agree quickly, or you'll miss out." "Grandma, just a moment ago you mentioned I would waste my life." Zhong Lin felt bewildered. Zhang Chen was left with a myriad of questions. What had he missed? "Grandma, is something broken at your home?" Zhang Chen inquired. "Oh no, nothing is broken. It's just my air conditioning unit outside. I would like you to take it down," Grandma replied. "Huh?" Zhang Chen was taken aback, suddenly recalling the non-functioning air conditioning unit he had seen a few days prior. If memory serves, the repair reward was 8,000, wasn't it? What an uncanny coincidence, Zhang Chen murmured. "Huh, doesn't that mean you have to climb outside?" Before Zhang Chen could react, Zhong Lin spoke up. "No way. That's high-altitude work. What if you fall?" She shook her head vigorously, adamantly refusing. "I live on the second floor, dear," Grandma pointed out. "Even so, that's still 3 meters high. What if you fall?" Zhong Lin shook her head once more. Grandma chuckled. "You say you don't like it. Yet look at how nervous you are. I think you should agree with Xiao Zhang." As for Zhang Chen, at that moment, he had already pieced it together. It had to be that air conditioning unit that had separated from the indoor unit. The floor corresponded perfectly. Though it was the second floor, it posed some danger, but for him, it was hardly a problem. He could dismantle the unit barehanded. With his current physical condition, jumping down from a second floor would be a trivial matter. However, what had Grandma just said? Agree to me? Oh dear, could it be that Zhong Lin had just confessed her feelings for him in front of Grandma? That would be splendid. With that thought in mind, he smiled at Zhong Lin, causing her to blush and quickly turn her head away, too shy to look at him. Still as round as ever, Zhang Chen mused. Quickly redirecting his thoughts, he needed to focus on the task at hand. The repair reward was substantial, over 8,000. The possibility of a critical reward was quite high. All right, Let us go, Grandma. I have some free time right now, Zhang Chen declared. No way. Suddenly, Zhong Lin shed her shyness, rushing to Zhang Chen's side, gripping his wrist, and pleaded with Grandma. Grandma, it's too dangerous. Can't we not go? Why not find another handyman? Are you worried about the payment being low? Don't worry. Grandma is generous. 500. This is the second floor, not a high-rise. Grandma insisted. Zhong Lin glanced at Zhang Chen. To be honest, 500 was not an insignificant amount. The standard fee for air conditioning installation and dismantling range between 200 to 300. If it were a high-rise, it would add another 100 or 200. However, Grandma's house was on the second floor, not exceedingly high. The critical point was that it was just one outdoor unit, with no need to consider the indoor unit. The price was indeed quite reasonable. Although Zhong Lin was reluctant for him to take such risks, 500 was still a significant sum. Zhang Chen worked hard for his earnings, and this job would be relatively easy. Don't worry, Lin, it's simple. Zhang Chen reassured her before turning to Grandma. Let us go, Grandma. 500, it's settled. Of course, would Grandma be the type to deceive? Grandma replied with a serious tone, and with that, she began to head outside. Wait, I'm coming too. Zhong Lin, still concerned, declared as she followed them out. Lin, aren't you supposed to be at work? Zhang Chen asked. She was the only one there. Yu Wei was not present, and it seemed a bit inappropriate for her to join them. It's all right. Sister Yu Wei will be back soon. I'll just call her, Zhong Lin said, pulling out her phone to call Yu Wei. She didn't say much, simply stating that a resident needed her to deliver something and she would return shortly. Yu Wei was almost back by now and didn't ask further questions. Just urge her to finish up and come back quickly. All right, let us go. Zhong Lin tucked her phone into her pocket and addressed them. Grandma smiled and led the way, while Zhong Lin closely followed Zhang Chen. Worried about me? You had to come along. Zhang Chen asked with a smile. Who is worried about you? Zhong Lin retorted stubbornly. Still being stubborn, Zhang Chen chuckled, whispering in her ear. Let us see if I can pry your mouth open. Zhong Lin's face instantly turned crimson. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just going to take a look. She stammered, her cheeks flushed, her neck blushing. Lin, your concern for me is touching. Thank you. Seeing her so bashful, Zhang Chen suddenly became serious and remarked. This caught Zhong Lin off guard. What with the sudden seriousness? Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Chen inquired, noticing her expression. Have I been that unserious before? Zhang Chen chuckled. Whether you're serious or not, you know it best. Zhong Lin retorted, tossing her hair and walking ahead. With that, she dashed in front, leaving Zhang Chen with a clear view of her. Zhang Chen couldn't help but admire her beauty. Beautiful, he complimented. He could see Zhong Lin's muscles tense up visibly. Chapter 80, Critical Hit Reward. An encyclopedia of air conditioning principles and installation. And the transformation of fine hair. Here it comes, that very gaze, that unmistakable sensation. Zhong Lin felt every muscle in her body tense up. That familiar feeling had returned. Indeed, one can change their circumstances, but their nature is difficult to alter. Yet why did she feel a sense of relief? Zhong Lin, oh Zhong Lin, what a perplexing mindset you possess. She mourned her own state of mind. How have I become like this? Zhang Chen remained oblivious to her thoughts, purely admiring the situation. If only he could take action. Ahem. He coughed lightly, quickly reining in his thoughts. Time to focus on the task at hand. Before long, the trio had arrived at the location of Building 2. Xiao Zhang, look, that's the air conditioning unit. The elderly woman pointed towards the second-floor window. Zhang Chen looked up and indeed saw the unit. Moreover, the glaring repair reward hung above the aged air conditioning unit. Non-operational air conditioning unit. The internal unit has long departed. Please let me down from the wall. Repair reward, 10,000 yuan. 10,000? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Had the price increased? Could it be that the prolonged waiting had resulted in a price hike? Tong Zige, this is a bit absurd. Grandma, why hasn't this air conditioning unit been removed for so long? Why the sudden urge to dismantle it? Zhong Lin inquired curiously. Oh, my grandson is getting married soon, and this will be the wedding house. It needs to be taken down and replaced. The elderly woman replied. Then why not wait until the installation to remove it? Zhong Lin pressed further. I heard from Xiaoli that Xiao Zhang is quite skilled and fast at repairs. Since I have nothing to do, it's better to get it done early and save me the worry, the elderly woman explained. Zhong Lin was momentarily stunned. Xiao Zhang knew who Xiaoli was. So was Aunt Li. It seemed her promotion had indeed borne fruit over the past few days. Xiaoli is... Oh, the one from our neighborhood, Li. What was her name again? I can't quite recall, but she's about your mother's age. The elderly woman continued. Oh. Zhong Lin breathed a sigh of relief. That meant she must be in her 40s. There was no need to worry after all. No matter how unique Zhang Chen's taste may be, he wouldn't go for someone in their 40s, right? What a pity. Little did she know, while Aunt Li might not be suitable, her daughter could very well be. Upon entering the building, they opted for the stairs instead of the elevator, ascending to the second floor. Upon entering, the decor exuded a palpable sense of age, at least a decade old. However, the wedding house had been freshly arranged, appearing quite new. Zhong Lin approached the window and peered outside. It was too high, but still around 3 meters. Xiao Zhang, you take your time with this, the elderly woman said, and then added, Wait, let me find a rope to tie you up. No need, Grandma, this is quite simple, Zhang Chen replied, not wishing to cause any trouble. He promptly opened the window and prepared to climb out. What are you doing? Zhong Lin quickly grabbed him, her tone urgent. It's simple. I can do this with my bare hands in just a few minutes. Zhang Chen insisted. That's not acceptable. At least use a rope. Zhong Lin exclaimed in exasperation. If something were to happen, I do need to pull you back. No need, just wait. Zhang Chen asserted confidently, causing Zhong Lin to become increasingly frustrated. Before she could utter another word, Zhang Chen had already grabbed his tools and swiftly climbed out. She was left with a look of concern. Oh dear, this boy, the elderly woman expressed, also feeling a bit helpless. He truly does not take his safety seriously. However, upon closer inspection, they saw Zhang Chen gripping the window ledge with one hand, effortlessly swinging his body like a climber and reaching the air conditioning unit with ease. The unit was supported by a metal frame, lacking a dedicated platform, yet he maneuvered deftly along the wall, positioning himself beside the air conditioning unit. Zhong Lin leaned out to observe, noticing he was holding onto a groove above with one hand while anchoring himself against the wall with his feet, completely at ease. Such strength? Even though Zhong Lin was aware of his considerable strength, she couldn't help but be surprised. Had he trained in rock climbing? His skills were indeed impressive. The elderly woman also expressed her admiration. After a moment, she turned to Zhong Lin, smiling. Girl, this Xiao Zhang has a fine physique. He'd make a great boyfriend. Zhong Lin's face instantly flushed crimson, stammering, Grandma, what does physical fitness have to do with anything? Some men may look fit, but are not capable. The elderly woman, puzzled, replied, What are you thinking? A man's strong body indicates good health. Zhong Lin was momentarily stunned. Her face turned a deeper shade of red as she realized what she had just said. A good body? Not the same as being good in other aspects? Ah, Zhong Lin, you are doomed. Your innocent thoughts have been tainted. Seeing her flustered state, the elderly woman chuckled. What you said makes sense. A good physique is one thing, but harmony in marriage is equally important. Yes, very important, Grandma Zhong Lin exclaimed, flustered. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen hung effortlessly on the wall, finding the task even easier than he had anticipated. One must admit, the critical hit reward of enhanced strength was indeed outrageous. Had he become a veritable aerial acrobat? With this level of stamina, he could likely tackle rock climbing barehanded as well. As he pondered, his hands did not idle. He swiftly unscrewed the air conditioning unit. Given its age, the screws came off with remarkable ease. In less than 5 minutes, he had successfully detached it. After stowing his tools in his pocket, Zhang Chen began to climb back down, securing his grip on the window ledge with one hand and lifting the air conditioning unit with the other. He effortlessly rotated his body in midair, delivering the unit right to the window. Zhong Lin had intended to assist, but before she could act, Zhang Chen had already maneuvered the air conditioning unit inside. The entire process was remarkably smooth, taking less than 7 minutes. Xiao Zhang, you're incredible. Just like Spider-Man. The elderly woman exclaimed in astonishment. She had never seen anyone dismantle an air conditioning unit so quickly. That's Spider-Man. Zhang Chen corrected. Zhong Lin, disregarding everything else, rushed to Zhang Chen, inspecting him from head to toe. Her anxious demeanor warmed Zhang Chen's heart. Don't worry. I wouldn't attempt anything without confidence. Zhang Chen reassured her softly. That's no way to do things. Safety is paramount. Zhong Lin retorted, clearly upset. Well, it turned out fine, didn't it? Zhang Chen smiled, his tone becoming increasingly gentle. Young people are remarkable, but don't do this again. It's far too dangerous. The elderly woman added. Yes, Grandma. It won't happen again. Zhang Chen nodded, understanding their concern for his well-being. After relocating the air conditioning unit to the living room, the repair was considered complete. The elderly woman approached to retrieve cash, while Zhang Chen eagerly activated the notification window. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered, receiving an encyclopedia of air conditioning principles and installation. Along with the transformation of fine hair, reward has been issued. Simultaneously, the notification sound chimed, and the 10,000 yuan was credited. However, Zhang Chen was left utterly bewildered. The principles and installation of air conditioning are not unfamiliar to him. However, what on earth is this transformed hair? Is it the life-saving hair of Monkey Brother? Chapter 081. I am not an object. Can you even use me? It is evidently clear. This is not a lifeline, but rather an urban harem tale. Introducing some supernatural ability could be plausible, but directly invoking divine powers? That would be nonsensical. Thus, the instant Zhang Chen contemplated these four characters, an influx of information regarding the transforming hairs emerged in his mind. Almost instantaneously, he felt the hairs on his arm suddenly curve, taking on the shape of numerous fishhooks. Furthermore, they were remarkably firm. He paused momentarily, lifting his hand to inspect. Although the hairs were minuscule and generally remained in a bent state, at this moment, each hair was arranged in an exceptionally orderly fashion, and every single one had morphed into a fishhook shape, which was rather uncanny. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Immediately, the hairs that had been bent in one direction all shifted to align in another. This was even more peculiar. Wasn't it? Dear brother, what sort of reward is this? A spray cell would suffice. What use is a transforming hair? He muttered in his heart. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Zhang Chen. Oh, hair is hair, after all. X-hair is also hair. Goodness, the triple buff has transformed into a quadruple buff. Is the lady next door even more excited? One hair is like a soft seaweed. Thousands or hundreds of them. Oh my, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Brother, you're being quite improper, always bestowing such buffs upon me. While he internally grumbled, Zhang Chen's face radiated joy. Somewhere, dear brother was left in a perplexed state. Wait, isn't this a supernatural ability? Do not misuse it. The lady cannot bear it. Zhang Chen, why are you staring at your arm? Are you injured? Over there. Zhong Lin observed him gazing intently at his arm, momentarily taken aback, and immediately asked with a worried expression. She instinctively reached to examine his arm. Zhang Chen was startled. With a thought, he instantly retracted the transforming hairs. Fortunately, this phenomenon was indeed a reward from dear brother, capable of instantaneous change with his will. Had he delayed even slightly, would Zhong Lin's hand have been at risk? Would he still be able to hold her little hand in the future? Would she still want to hold cough cough? It's nothing. I merely noticed this area seems a bit dirty. Zhang Chen replied. Zhong Lin grasped his wrist and leaned in for a detailed inspection several times. Confirming there was no issue, she shot him a glare and said, Where's the dirt? I just washed my hands. Is that so? Zhang Chen feigned ignorance. All right, Grandma is coming. Do not act foolishly. Zhong Lin whispered a reminder. Zhang Chen, what on earth? What did I act foolishly? Wasn't it you who held my little hand? Well done, young man. One should be proactive. Grandma looked on with delight. After all, their ages were quite similar to her grandchildren. Her grandson was already married, and seeing young people in relationships brought her joy. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lin's face flushed crimson. Yet, she was too lazy to explain. After all, it had come to this. Here, this is 500 yuan, thank you. Grandma handed Zhang Chen 500 yuan in cash and added a word of thanks. Grandma, I feel a bit embarrassed. Zhang Chen did not decline. Observing this grandmother, she did not seem financially strained. One could assume her pension was ample, likely exceeding what many young people earned. Grandma, we shall take our leave. With the money in hand, Zhonglin also spoke up. They then proceeded towards the door. Hey, slow down. Grandma nodded, quite satisfied. Upon exiting and ascending the stairs, Zhonglin remarked, though Grandma resides in an old community, her monthly pension exceeds 10,000 yuan, far more than my salary. So you can rest easy with this 500. Zhang Chen thought to himself that he certainly felt no guilt. It was evident that Grandma was not lacking in funds. However, Zhonglin was displaying such obvious affection. Was it time to eat? He was uncertain about her level of affection. Why didn't he, dear brother, arrange a system for her affinity? Why only for teacher one? This made it rather challenging to gauge. Dear brother, buddy, do not be too greedy. Be careful not to strain your back. Noticing Zhang Chen's silence, Zhonglin suddenly remembered they were alone together. Earlier, amidst Grandma's presence, it was easy to overlook, but now she suddenly recalled that day in the service hall, when this rascal kissed her and ran off, acting as if nothing had happened. But why was she so anxious? Moreover, this rascal had fallen back into his old habit, trailing behind her. Without a doubt, he was watching her, and certainly, he was looking down. This made Zhonglin, already nervous, even more so. Her calves felt a bit weak. As for Zhang Chen, naturally, he was observing. Why not take a look? After all, Zhonglin's hourglass figure was incredibly captivating, especially in trousers, which added to her allure. He could hardly bear to blink. As they neared the first floor, Zhonglin was preoccupied with her thoughts of him behind her. In a moment of distraction, she misstepped, slipping at the edge of the stair. With a startled gasp, she unexpectedly tumbled down the stairs. Panicking, she found herself in someone's embrace the next moment. It took a full 2 seconds for Zhonglin to register that she had not fallen. However, his hand was gripping her leg, while the other encircled her waist. You weren't you behind me? Zhonglin blurted out, her mind momentarily blank. No, shouldn't you be thanking me? What does it matter if I was in front or behind? Zhang Chen retorted, then added with concern, be careful. What are you daydreaming about? What if you fell and hurt me? Who cares about you? Zhonglin's face instantly turned crimson. What did that even mean? What does it mean if I fall and you care? Would you feel sorry? Besides, I'm not an object. Do you think you could just use me or what? It seems you really can. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhonglin froze completely. Internally, she screamed, Zhonglin, what's wrong with you? What do you mean by can use? Why are you getting more and more indecent, huh? I was just concerned about you. Why is your face getting redder? Zhang Chen inquired curiously. No, who is getting red? No one. Zhonglin's voice rose several octaves, startling Zhang Chen. This girl, why was she so jumpy? Thus, he embraced Zhonglin and began descending the stairs. Zhonglin was momentarily bewildered, exclaiming, You put me down, what if I fall again? It's merely a few steps. Zhang Chen replied. Zhonglin had yet to register what was happening when they reached the first floor. All right, it indeed is just a few steps. However, at this moment, she no longer resembled a woman, but rather a bashful young bride. Zhonglin, what are you thinking again? She buried her head in Zhang Chen's embrace, acting like an ostrich, unwilling to emerge. Zhang Chen, wait, are you planning to have me carry you to work? After waiting for quite some time, Zhang Chen remained still. Zhonglin was momentarily stunned, cautiously lifting her head to meet Zhang Chen's gaze. Lin, you wouldn't want me to carry you to the service hall, would you? I wouldn't mind, but I fear you might not be able to endure it. Zhang Chen remarked with a mischievous grin. In a flurry, Zhonglin leapt out of Zhang Chen's embrace, shooting him a glare and exclaiming, You insufferable Zhang Chen. I utterly detest you. With that, she turned and hurried away. Wait, why did she twist her waist instead of turning her head? Zhang Chen scratched his head, exasperated, for his attention had completely strayed. Chapter 082. Brother Tongzi, I have comprehended, and I extend my gratitude to the lady on your behalf. Stepping out of the door, Zhang Chen spotted Zhonglin energetically sprinting from afar. The sway of her petite waist and the gentle tremors, oh dear. If I were to articulate this, I would surely be cast into the dark. It wasn't he until Zhonglin entered the hall that Zhang Chen glanced at the time. Over 4 o'clock already. Today had indeed been remarkably fulfilling. He felt no fatigue. Given his current physical state, even enduring 24 hours of continuous labor would leave him weary. The primary reason for his vigor was the immense gains he had made today. Not to mention the maintenance rewards. The 3 critical rewards alone were astonishing. The Encyclopedia of Air Conditioning Principles and Maintenance bestowed upon him the knowledge and skills to master every type of air conditioning system in existence. One could say, if provided with a factory, he could swiftly assemble a production line. Even the most complex large-scale central air conditioning systems would pose no challenge to him. The comprehensive knowledge of all locking mechanisms is self-explanatory. The ability to unlock is conceptual. If he could unlock a vault, what couldn't he open? Most outrageous was the transformation of fine hairs. Zhang Chen wasn't complaining. The name itself was absurd. Fine hairs? Does hair count as fine hairs? Quite ludicrous indeed. However, the potential for its application seemed vast. Beyond what the lady had yet to explore, there appeared to be myriad possibilities. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly returned home. Once the door clicked shut, he began to meticulously recall the knowledge of the transformative fine hairs. As the name suggests, this transformation allows the fine hairs to change shape. A bit redundant, I assent it? Yet, the truth is, this transformation encompasses various forms. It could morph into a fishhook, an S shape, or even a straight line, standing upright entirely. At that moment, Zhang Chen raised his right arm and intently focused on the fine hairs on his arm, instantly causing them to stand erect. Each hair stood distinct and upright, creating a rather magical sight. A thought struck him, a sudden realization. Indeed, from a certain perspective, it resembled the spider sense. However, in reality, there was no sensation at all. Yet, once erect, Zhang Chen pressed his palm against them, feeling their rigidity. They were akin to numerous fine needles sprouting from his body. It wasn't painful, but rather a coarse, granular sensation. After all, his fine hairs were somewhat too short. Nevertheless, if he could make them adhere to a wall like hooks, could he not scale walls like Spider-Man? Zhang Chen mused. Without hesitation, he pressed his palm against the wall, attempting to transform the fine hairs into tiny hooks. Yet nothing happened. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were no fine hairs on his palm. Thus, he reversed his approach, placing the back of his hand against the wall while activating the transformation. Almost instantly, the fine hairs nestled against the wall's surface delved into the minuscule crevices. Although the wall appeared smooth at first glance, upon closer examination, one would find that no matter how polished, it would reveal gaps when magnified sufficiently. The principle was akin to Spider-Man's climbing ability. Moreover, it truly managed to grip him, preventing his body from falling, and required minimal effort. Alas, the palms lacked fine hairs. Otherwise, he could have genuinely attempted wall crawling. With his back pressed against the wall, he executed a crunch with ease. Contemplating further, he glanced at the ceiling. He then descended from the wall, prepared himself, and leapt. At the moment of ascent, he clenched his fists and struck the ceiling, which was painted white. Almost upon contact, Zhang Chen activated the transformation of the fine hairs. Immediately, the 8 fine hairs on his fingers transformed into hooks, securing themselves in the minuscule crevices of the ceiling. Zhang Chen felt as if he were suspended in mid-air, his entire being dangling solely by these fine hairs. Remarkable, Zhang Chen thought to himself. However, the quantity of fine hairs on his hands was insufficient. It felt rather precarious. Let me try my hair. With this thought, he sensed the hairs atop his head transforming into a series of barbed hooks. He then pressed his head against the ceiling, allowing the hooks to penetrate deeply and latch on. Zhang Chen released his hands, relying solely on his hair to connect with the ceiling. Looking down, he thought, goodness, this gives off a hanging sensation. Let go. Land. Zhang Chen touched his hair. It felt somewhat prickly. It seemed ineffective. He frowned. If he were a woman with long hair, perhaps he could create an eerie effect at night. In a real confrontation, transforming his hair into needles to defeat an adversary would pose no issue. Yet, the problem was he had short hair. While it wasn't a buzz cut, it was merely his side part. Surely, he couldn't resort to head-butting an assailant. A punch would suffice. Speaking of hair, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He hadn't groomed his hair in days. It was time for a stylish makeover. Upon this realization, Zhang Chen wondered if the transformative fine hairs could craft a stylish hairdo. For instance, If he desired slight curls, wouldn't it require technology and finesse? But I need not worry about that. In an instant, Zhang Chen felt as though he had unlocked a new realm. He hurried to the bathroom, stood before the mirror, and searched for a trendy men's wavy hairstyle on his phone. Then, with a mere thought, he watched in awe as the hair atop his head seemed to come alive, twisting and transforming, curling into strands, or cascading into bangs. After 2 minutes of styling, he had closely replicated the hairstyle on his phone. This transformation elevated his appearance significantly, imbuing him with a charmingly rogue allure. Wow, this is the right way to unlock my potential. Zhang Chen was astonished. I shall call you the ultimate hairstyling technique. Thus, he searched for a second style. Another 3 minutes passed, and he had adopted a completely different hairstyle, reminiscent of a K-pop heartthrob. Absurd indeed. Brother Tongzi, I have comprehended. I understand the true potential of this technique. Zhang Chen exclaimed excitedly. Brother Tongzi, you haven't you don't understand. You haven't comprehended, do you? How could you conceive altering hairstyles? For an hour and a half, Zhang Chen reveled in his newfound skill. Once he settled on a particularly stylish hairdo, he stroked his chin and gazed downward. Hair is manageable. I wonder if this technique can apply to other areas? Then, Brother Tongzi, I have comprehended. I understand the best application of this technique, and I thank the lady on your behalf. Brother Tongzi, what the hell? How do I deal with a host who always thinks inappropriately? Why does this insight always lead back to women? Can't you develop other uses? However, it seems there truly aren't many other applications. Chapter 083. Unlocking a New Scene. The university's equipment management room, at times standing upright, at others intertwining like braids, resembling steel needles piercing through, yet also akin to seaweed gently caressing. With his head bowed, Zhang Chen was thoroughly engrossed in his play. Finally, he lifted his gaze and remarked, Madam, you are truly fortunate. Why only address me as madam? Let's start over. Teacher, madam, both of you are indeed blessed. Somewhere else, Brother Tongzi was fainting in a corner, exasperated by this extravagant waste. Dudu Ruan Jiao puffed up her cheeks and blew her whistle, then clapped her hands vigorously. The students, enjoying their freedom, promptly gathered before her. All right, you have 10 minutes to run 2 laps around the playground before class ends. Let's line up now. Her commanding voice resonated through the air, instructing the students for their physical education class. Soon, dozens of students began to jog in rhythm. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Ruan Jiao disbanded the group on the spot, and instantly, a throng of students scattered like birds and beasts. The girls headed to the restroom in pairs, while the boys also went to the restroom in pairs, chatting and laughing along the way, embodying the vibrant spirit of youth. Ruan Jiao let out a sigh of relief, stretching her body. She still had another physical education class to conduct, but this time, she had organized a badminton competition. The freshmen were particularly interested upon hearing about the match. With only 10 minutes of break time, she took a moment to stretch before heading to the school's equipment storage room. As a physical education teacher, she always carried the keys to the equipment room with her. She intended to check the inventory first, then let the students come directly to collect the items. However, after only a short distance, she stopped abruptly, feeling a pressing need. The thought of this urgency immediately brought Zhang Chen to her mind, intensifying her anxiety. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushing slightly. She couldn't help but recall that day. The experience was something she had never encountered before in her life. She could never have anticipated feeling such urgency at that moment. Nor could she have imagined Zhang Chen being particularly excited. Before she knew it, her ears had turned red. Even more unexpectedly, at this moment, she found herself missing him. She lingered in thought for quite a while before finally exhaling deeply. She was perplexed by her own feelings. After all, she was the teacher, and he was the student. Yet, she found herself completely obedient to his words. Even now, while she was in class, she couldn't help but think of him. I must be going crazy. She touched her flushed cheeks and hurriedly made her way to the restroom. Upon arriving at the equipment storage room, Ruan Jiao pushed the door open and was taken aback. The spacious room had a section of the ceiling that had collapsed, with fallen panels scattered on the floor. When she turned on the light, It flickered a few times before going out completely. Is the light broken? Or is there an issue with the circuit? I need to find someone to fix this. Ruan Jiao murmured to herself. As she considered calling someone for repairs, Zhang Chen immediately came to mind. The ceiling definitely needed repair, and the light's wiring had to be addressed. Typically, when something broke, the school would hire a technician from the market to fix it, with the costs reimbursed by the school. Naturally, hiring an outside technician would be more expensive than enlisting Zhang Chen's help. Moreover, she had just been thinking of him. Seeing this opportunity, she promptly called the principal. Principal, there's a fault in the wiring in the equipment management room. A section of the ceiling has collapsed, which is quite dangerous and needs immediate attention. Fortunately, I know a technician with good skills. I'll call him to come over. And about the repair fee. Yes, don't worry. Principal, I will definitely negotiate the price. All right, I won't disturb you any further. After hanging up, Ruan Jiao sighed in relief, wondering why her heart was racing so fast. Then, she dialed Zhang Chen's number. At that moment, Zhang Chen was still having a splendid time, eagerly awaiting Madam's return for an experiment. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Ruan Jiao, he couldn't help but smile. Madam can't resist. After all, there's the teacher. He thought to himself, considering that class should be ending soon. With that thought, he answered the call. Teacher, you miss me, don't you? He said, adopting a self-satisfied tone. Don't be ridiculous. Who misses you? I have something to ask you for help. Ruan Jiao retorted, trying to sound firm. Need my help? Oh, teacher, are you still thinking about the aftereffects? Zhang Chen chuckled. Stop saying nonsense. If you keep this up, I'll hang up. Ruan Jiao said, feeling both flustered and annoyed. But I miss you. Zhang Chen's simple declaration shattered Ruan Jiao's defenses. She hurriedly glanced around, ensuring she was safe in the storage room before shyly murmuring, I miss you too. Hearing her words, Zhang Chen beamed with delight, confirming the effectiveness of his high favorability rating. In the past, he could never have imagined that teacher Ruan would say such things. The tone was laden with a hint of affection, akin to sweet nothings. Call me brother, Zhang Chen continued. Upon hearing this, Ruan Jiao's face turned crimson. She suddenly recalled that night when he persistently asked her to change her form of address, sometimes calling him brother, sometimes father, and at other times son, but she knew she shouldn't like it. Yet, she couldn't help but obediently utter it, just as she was doing now. Without even considering a refusal, she softly and shyly called out, bro. Brother. The sound was so sweet, it made her feel utterly embarrassed. Teacher Zhang Chen replied, his voice filled with emotion. Please don't do this. I truly have something to ask you. Ruan Jiao, sensing the situation veering into unpredictable territory, hurriedly interjected. Really something important? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Yes. Ruan Jiao affirmed seriously. I thought you were just missing me, Zhang Chen mused, surprised that she genuinely needed assistance. Here's the thing. Ruan Jiao exhaled, attempting to calm her emotions as she explained the situation. The wiring in the equipment storage room is malfunctioning. Zhang Chen recalled the room vividly, familiar from his previous sports classes. It was quite spacious, rarely visited outside of class, filled with various shelves stacked with equipment. A perfect place to hide behind something and remain unseen. Wait a minute. Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If he were to be in there with Teacher Ruan. Oh my, just the thought sent his mind racing. And with Teacher Ruan's high favorability rating, it was almost a given that something would transpire. With this thought, he could no longer remain seated. All right, I'll head over right away. No need to rush. I still have a class to teach. I can only fix it after class. Ruan Jiao replied. No worries, I'll arrive early to scout the area. Zhang Chen declared. Scout the area? Ruan Jiao was taken aback. You'll find out when the time comes. Zhang Chen chuckled brightly. Ruan Jiao felt her body weaken upon hearing this. Teacher, call me father. Zhang Chen commanded with an air of authority. Ruan Jiao felt a jolt run through her, wondering why Zhang Chen always enjoyed hearing her address him in that manner. With a trembling lip, she acquiesced, whispering daddy. Her bashful utterance was abruptly interrupted by the door swinging open. Startled, Ruan Jiao nearly dropped her phone. Oh, Teacher Ruan is already here. Of course. Didn't you hear her calling daddy? She must be calling her father. Indeed, are you deaf? You're the deaf one. Teacher Wan, are we disturbing you? Wan Jiao's face flushed crimson, her skin feeling feverish. Her mind reeled, a sense of doom washing over her. It's over. How could they have heard that? She lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was equally bewildered. What's happening? Why the sudden commotion? He wondered, fearing discovery. Just then, the call disconnected. He hastily adjusted his attire and headed out, determined to face the consequences, reasoning that he could provide for a teacher. Teacher, did we interrupt your call? The students sensed something amiss, noticing her flushed complexion and the abrupt end to the conversation. No, I was just finishing up, Ruan Jiao quickly replied, relieved that the students seemed oblivious. Teacher Ruan, what about our badminton equipment? Several eager students inquired, eager for a game after a day of studying. Oh, it's over here. Let me tally up what you need. Ruan Jiao gathered her composure and shifted into professional mode. Zhang Chen arrived at the school as the class neared its end. From afar, he spotted Ruan Jiao refereeing a lively game. Relieved, he sat on the nearby steps, observing from a distance. Despite her unassuming attire, he found her captivating, especially the figure concealed beneath the sportswear. As the class concluded, Ruan Jiao instructed the students to return the equipment. Once the room had mostly emptied, Zhang Chen approached. Ruan Jiao, upon hearing the door open, turned to find Zhang Chen. Teacher, he exclaimed, his eyes burning with familiar passion. Zhang Chen, she began, but he swiftly closed the door, closing the distance between them and embracing her tightly. Overwhelmed, she protested, You can't, people are still around. Call me daddy, and I'll stop. He whispered in her ear. No, I almost got caught just now. She retorted, exasperated. Please, teacher, I want to hear it. He pleaded. Ruan Jiao relented, whispering the endearment. Zhang Chen kissed her briefly before releasing her. Ruan Jiao hastily adjusted her attire, her face flushed. I came to ask you for repairs, and you're acting like this. We're at school. I'm here to fix things. Zhang Chen quipped. Not you, Ruan Jiao stammered. Teacher, don't worry. I'm here to fix this. He gestured to the ceiling. Ruan Jiao glared at him, annoyed by his teasing. She pointed to the damaged ceiling and faulty light, explaining the needed repairs. Zhang Chen's gaze followed hers, and familiar prompts appeared. Damaged suspended ceiling. Gnawed and broken. I don't want to be a cripple. Repair reward. 2,000 yuan. Deceased ceiling light. Pierced by erratic currents. Restore my light. Repair reward. 500 yuan. 2,500 yuan? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, recognizing the potential for a substantial reward and a possible bonus. He noticed another prompt. Damaged wire sheathing. Leaking current. The electricity is escaping. Repair reward. 200 yuan. Zhang Chen recognized the likely cause of the erratic currents and the simple fix of insulating the exposed wire. Seeing Zhang Chen's focused inspection, Ruan Jiao relaxed, glancing nervously at the occasional passers-by outside. Zhang Chen's earlier actions had startled her, and she resolved to resist any further advances, reminding herself of the location and the potential for discovery. Yet, a blush crept across her face as she imagined the thrill of such a scenario. Chapter 084. I'm going to start working. What were you thinking? Teacher Ruan, let us begin. As Ruan Jiao was lost in a daydream, envisioning herself reclining on shelf, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by Zhang Chen's proclamation. Startled, she exclaimed, No, not here. Someone might see us. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Noticing Ruan Jiao's flushed cheeks, her skin tinged with a delicate pink. Teacher Ruan, I'm in to start working. He chuckled. Ruan Jiao finally comprehended. So Zhang Chen's start wasn't he referring to what she had imagined? Goodness, what was going on in her foolish mind? Let us focus on the task at hand first. And we can. Zhang Chen paused deliberately, causing Ruan Jiao's face to burn with embarrassment. Don't say that. This place is absolutely off limits for such things. We can only when there's no one around after class. Zhang Chen regarded her intently, making her heart race with a flurry of emotions. I'll go fetch the materials, Ruan Jiao exclaimed, practically fleeing the scene. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smirk, reflecting on how, in the past, Ruan Jiao would never have voiced such thoughts, even if she had them. Brother Zong is impressive, he mused. Her fondness for me is extraordinary. He pursued her, only to find Ruan Jiao waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, She quickly glanced around, relieved that all those students were bustling about. None were paying them any mind. "Teacher, wait for me." Zhang Chen approached her with a smile. "You need to tell me what materials to buy, so I can head to the store." Bai Xiao exhaled, lowering her voice to plead, "There are so many people here. Please, don't act recklessly. What if someone discovers our relationship? Who would find out?" Zhang Chen retorted nonchalantly. "Absolutely not." Bai Xiao huffed, her irritation evident. Amused, Zhang Chen realized just how genuinely anxious she was. "Don't worry, Teacher Wan. I have no desire to create trouble for myself. How about this? I'll send you the list of materials, and you can go get them while I wait here." "All right." Bai Xiao nodded, relieved. Although Zhang Chen enjoyed teasing her, he still heeded her words. "Oomph. If you don't listen, I won't listen to you either. If you tell me to call you daddy, I'll call you brother instead. If you say brother, I'll call you son." Acquiring the materials didn't require leaving the university. The small shop on campus also handled maintenance supplies. She could simply procure the materials there, which would be deducted directly from the school's budget, as the shop was run by the principal's relatives, definitely one of their own. Thus, maintenance work typically went to market craftsmen. Bai Xiao harbored a bit of ulterior motive, inviting Zhang Chen under the pretense of needing his help. Firstly, she hoped he would earn a bit more. After all, it wouldn't hurt to exaggerate the repair list a tad. She estimated that a service fee of 3,000 yuan would be easily achievable. Secondly, she simply yearned to see him. Though only a few days had passed since they were apart, she missed him terribly. Moreover, once a woman experiences pleasure, it becomes a memory that lingers long after. Of course, Zhang Chen's prowess left a lasting impression on her. Yet, this conflicting mindset made Bai Xiao feel as though she was veering into the territory of a bad woman. She even sensed a hint of being a submissive maid. It perplexed her, as she had never felt this way before. Ever since that fateful electric shock incident followed by her encounter with Zhang Chen, things had spiraled out of control, culminating in that unforgettable night. With a sigh, Bai Xiao found no desire to change. Arriving at the shop, she glanced at the messages on her phone and thought that charging 3,000 for such a small amount of materials was rather absurd. So, she decided to add a few more items to her list. In and out of the store, she collected a substantial amount of repair materials within 10 minutes. After all, fixing things at school was a commonplace occurrence, and the final budget would hardly impact anyone. Bai Xiao understood the unspoken rules and felt comfortable bringing Zhang Chen along. Otherwise, it would be akin to encroaching on someone's livelihood. Before long, she returned to the equipment storage room, arms laden with supplies. When Zhang Chen beheld a large bag, he was taken aback. "Why so much?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Opening the bag, he discovered 200 meters of electrical wire, a complete set of specialized repair tools, around 10 rolls of electrical tape, and several meters of wooden framework for suspended ceilings, among other items such as paint and ceiling lights. The bag was brimming and surprisingly heavy. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Zhang Chen questioned. "That is how we'll justify the repair fee," Bai Xiao replied. Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. It seemed Teacher Wan was employing a clever ruse for her livelihood. "Well then, I'll put in the effort and reward you later." "That is all right. Isn't it?" Of course, the school budget is substantial. They won't mind this small expense, Bai Xiao assured him. "Very well." Zhang Chen nodded, then proceeded into the equipment storage room with the materials. First, he set about repairing the damaged electrical wire, a task that took him merely 3 minutes to complete, with the last minute dedicated to concealing the wires for aesthetic purposes. After finishing, he accessed the repair interface, eager to see if he might trigger a bonus reward. Repair completed. Reward dispensed. Zhang Chen remained unfazed. As expected, there was no bonus. It appeared that the likelihood of receiving a critical reward for minor repairs was exceedingly low. Next, he moved on to replacing the light fixture, opting for a ceiling light instead of repairing the old one. He climbed the ladder and swiftly swapped it out, choosing to work live rather than switch off the power, as he was immune to electric shocks. However, Bai Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of the wires, a remnant of her past unpleasant experience. Reflexively, her muscles tightened, but thankfully after several days, the aftereffects had mostly faded. Yet, the mere presence of Zhang Chen seemed to reawaken those sensations. In his words, her experience was exceptional. Replacing the ceiling light took a bit longer, primarily because it required disassembly prior to installation. Fortunately, Zhang Chen was well-versed in such tasks, and the entire process took roughly 5 minutes. Upon completion, he once again accessed the repair interface. Repair completed. Critical reward triggered. Reward doubled. Reward dispensed, huh? Zhang Chen was taken aback. A critical reward? Although it didn't enhance his abilities, doubling the reward meant he would receive 1,000 yuan. Quite a sum. Now came the most cumbersome task, repairing the suspended ceiling. Compared to the previous 2 tasks, this required more effort as it involved refixing the warped framework, necessitating the removal of some panels. Once the framework has been securely fixed, it can be reinstalled. The process is somewhat cumbersome. Otherwise, how could there be a repair reward of $2,000? Chapter 085, Critical Hit Reward. Self-healing factor. Rubbing his hands together, Zhang Chen decisively set to work. He removed the cover panel, disassembled the frame, and secured everything in place before reattaching the cover panel. Although it sounded simple, the task was indeed quite tedious. After about an hour of effort, he finally completed it. Descending from the ladder, Zhang Chen glanced at his handiwork and confirmed it was impeccably done. He blinked and summoned the repair window. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Obtained self-healing factor. Reward dispensed. Self-healing factor? Zhang Chen was astonished upon seeing this reward. If he was not mistaken, it was indeed that self-healing ability. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a surge of information flooded in. Brother Tongzi, you are truly my savior. This ability is astonishing. Indeed, the self-healing factor, as Zhang Chen suspected, allowed for self-recovery after injury. Moreover, the speed was remarkable. If the wound was less than 1 centimeter, it could heal completely within 3 seconds. In the case of severe injuries, such as a gaping wound, it would still mend itself within 2 to 3 hours. However, if it were to become a fragment of the populace, well, that was quite another matter. He could heal, but he was not invincible. Nonetheless, even this ability was already extraordinarily formidable. Coupled with his muscle-hardening ability, it rendered him nearly impervious to injury. As for why he desired the self-healing factor in addition to muscle hardening, although muscle hardening was indeed advantageous, it did not provide a solution for internal injuries sustained from immense impacts. However, with the self-healing factor, even if he crashed while speeding at 120 kilometers per hour, he would still emerge unscathed after a few hours. Yet, it seemed this ability did not confer any buffs. Teacher Ruan also could not benefit from it. Ignoring Brother Tongzi's complaints, Zhang Chen was utterly pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiao observed him, surprised to see him suddenly lost in thought. After waiting for a while, she called out, "Zhang Chen, what are you looking at?" "Oh, it's nothing, just admiring this shelf." Zhang Chen hastily fabricated an excuse. Ruan Jiao glanced at the shelf and felt her face flush. It had previously held an array of sports equipment, but now, due to the ceiling repairs, it stood empty. The shelf was not particularly tall, resembling a rectangular table. If she were to sit on it, it would perfectly align with Zhang Chen's height. Ruan Jiao's cheeks burned, yet her mind was racing with thoughts of wanting to try it. After speaking, Zhang Chen looked at Ruan Jiao, only to find her blushing furiously, staring fixedly at the shelf. He was initially taken aback, but soon realized what was happening. Goodness, was Teacher Ruan reminiscing about that? Wow, the high affinity level was truly remarkable. The once innocent and charming Teacher Ruan had transformed into this? If only she had a tail. As he pondered, Ruan Jiao bit her lip and turned, scolding, "No more wild thoughts. This is not appropriate. I'll call the principal to cover the repair costs." "Teacher Ruan, this shelf is genuinely impressive. You should sit on it," Zhang Chen remarked, glancing down. Upon seeing his expression, Ruan Jiao felt her legs weaken. "Wait, let me handle my business first, and then we can talk," she hurriedly said. Zhang Chen chuckled. Just moments ago, she said it was not allowed, and now she was saying they could discuss it shortly? "All right, let's discuss it then," he replied with a nod. 3,000 isn't a trivial sum, after all. He had worked for it, so naturally, he deserved compensation. The principal was likely unaware of how many funds had been discreetly allocated. It was only reasonable to ask for a bit. After taking several deep breaths to calm herself, Ruan Jiao called the principal. Before long, the money was transferred without any further inquiries, as if he were preoccupied with something else, perhaps even out of breath from running. Once the funds had been sent, Ruan Jiao prepared to transfer the payment to Zhang Chen, but he quickly stopped her. "Teacher Ruan, I didn't come here to earn money. That's not acceptable. You've been working hard for so long. Look, it's almost 7 o'clock. Ruan Jiao insisted on transferring the payment. "Jiao Jiao." Suddenly, Zhang Chen changed his address for her. Ruan Jiao jolted at the sound, looking up at him, her expression momentarily dazed. You call me that again?" She stammered, feeling the term was oddly peculiar. It felt more comfortable to be called teacher. However, upon reflection, considering they were in a relationship, perhaps Jiao Jiao was indeed the more fitting title. Why did she find teacher more comforting? Was it because of his constant teasing about calling her teacher and daddy that made her accustomed to it? Hee. Then I shall continue to call you teacher. Zhang Chen laughed, realizing that the normal address had become less familiar to her. Ruan Jiao felt herself burning with embarrassment, yet the new title resonated pleasantly. "Forget about that. Take the money. You earned it through your hard work." Ruan Jiao remained obstinate. "Teacher, this is for you. Consider it living expenses. I truly do not lack money." Zhang Chen countered. "That simply won't do. Regardless of the situation, I am still your teacher, and you have only just graduated, but you are my woman." This statement left Ruan Jiao momentarily speechless. Upon contemplation, it appeared to be true. Although she felt capable of earning, the nature of their current relationship was different. "Let go. You've been short on funds lately. You refused my last transfer. If you don't accept this one, I will leave." As he spoke, he turned to walk away. However, in the next moment, Ruan Jiao grasped his hand. "Don't go," she softly implored. "Teacher, what did you say?" Zhang Chen feigned ignorance. "Please, don't leave." Ruan Jiao's face deepened in color. "If I don't give it to you, I just want to spend a little more time with you." "Just a little more time?" Zhang Chen, observing Ruan Jiao's increasing shyness, gazed deeply in her eyes and asked, "No, wait, I want it." Ruan Jiao had never imagined she would find herself pleading in such a manner. However, in that moment, within the equipment storage room, they were alone. She had intended to wait until they returned home to discuss it. But as soon as Zhang Chen turned away, she feared he might be upset. Besides, she wasn't pretending. She genuinely desired this. With Ruan Jiao expressing her wishes, Zhang Chen could no longer restrain himself and swept her into his arms. "Lock the door. Turn off the lights." Time passed, and suddenly, with a loud crash, the sports equipment on the shelf tumbled to the ground. Ruan Jiao was startled and instinctively reached for the rectangular shelf beside her, only to wince in pain. "What happened?" Zhang Chen quickly rose, releasing her ankle, and moved to turn on the light. "Don't turn on the lights. We'll be seen." Ruan Jiao urgently called out. When she saw Zhang Chen hesitating, she explained, "I think I cut my hand." "How did you get hurt?" Zhang Chen asked, fumbling for his phone to illuminate the area. Upon shining the light, he indeed saw a cut on her right index finger. He noticed a deformation on the right side of the shelf, revealing a thin layer of metal, which was evidently what had caused the injury. "This is infuriating. It pains me." Zhang Chen cradled her finger, his expression filled with concern. Upon hearing these words, Ruan Jiao felt a surge of warmth within her heart, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of affection. "It's nothing. Let us carry on." Ruan Jiao gazed at him, her eyes brimming with love, unperturbed by her wound. Indeed, Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. At this moment, the trivial matter of a minor scratch was of no consequence. Chapter 086. How did my self-healing factor end up in your body? As the streetlights flickered to life, the school grounds became alive with students strolling in groups across the playground, a vibrant manifestation of youthful exuberance. Suddenly, a handful of boys and girls gathered by the equipment storage room, engaging in lively conversation that lasted for half an hour. Curiously, a sound resonated from within the room, prompting one of them to inquire, "What is that noise? Can anyone hear it?" One girl leaned in to listen intently, asserting, "I distinctly heard the sound of dripping water." "How can you not?" The boy, perplexed, attempted to listen again, only to find silence. "There's nothing there. Perhaps you imagined it," he retorted. "Let us head over to the kiosk." "I'm parched." Another chimed in. "You're treating this time. Last time it was my turn. All right, just as my allowance has come through, came the playful reply. Oh, but you girls shouldn't drink too much. It could cause discomfort. How annoying. Who would feel discomfort? You know, the physiological kind. It's common knowledge. Are you watching something inappropriate? One teased. Inappropriate? I was merely enjoying a film from Hong Kong. Their banter continued as they walked away, leaving the storage room behind. Inside, Zhang Chen lowered his voice, addressing Ruan Jiao. It's all clear now. An hour passed, and the playground gradually emptied. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Ruan Jiao, still clad in her athletic attire, appeared disheveled, as if she had endured some torturous ordeal. I'll fetch the mop, she stammered, her cheeks flushed, before hurrying towards the janitor's closet. Zhang Chen halted her, insisting, What's the point? I can manage with my clothes. It's too hot for that. And it'll dry by tomorrow. But I'll grab a rag instead. Ruan Jiao protested, her embarrassment palpable. She refused to let it slide, especially after the fright she experienced with the earlier group of students. Let us set that aside for now. I need to check your injury. Zhang Chen took her hand, intent on examining it. You've gone this long without a bandage. However, logically, such a minor wound should have already scabbed over. Yet, concern remained. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt at all. Ruan Jiao replied. Just then, she inhaled sharply. See? It still hurts. It's not your finger that's hurting, she retorted, exasperated. Zhang Chen, however, was struck by a revelation. Wait, it seems to be fine now. What do you mean? She asked, puzzled. It's quite miraculous. I felt a wave of coolness wash over me, and the sting vanished. Ruan Jiao explained. Zhang Chen, still bewildered, activated the flashlight on his phone, illuminating her finger. To his astonishment, the wound on her index finger had not only healed, but left no trace of injury whatsoever. Ruan Jiao, noticing his surprise, lifted her hand to inspect it herself. Where did the wound go? She gasped, astonished. Though her injury had been minor and could have healed in a few days, such rapid recovery was beyond belief. What has happened? She inquired, gazing at Zhang Chen. I think I understand, he exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. What do you mean? She pressed, intrigued. Because your physical constitution is exceptionally robust, our interactions accelerated your healing process. Therefore, we should engage in more practice. Zhang Chen proclaimed earnestly. Such absurd reasoning. How irritating. Ruan Jiao blushed fiercely at his words. Yet, Zhang Chen wasn't merely rambling. It seemed the self-healing factor had indeed transferred in her body, yielding this astonishing effect. Could it really possess such capabilities? He mused, astonished. I've just realized the true potential of this self-healing factor. Somewhere a voice echoed back. What on earth are you talking about? Ugh, back to the women again. Zhang Chen lamented internally. If he had hands, he would have face-bombed at his own foolishness. In truth, it was quite simple. Zhang Chen quickly grasped that the self-healing factor permeated every cell of his body. Muscles, blood vessels, blood, bones, saliva, sweat, all infused with this remarkable essence. Inside the storage room, Ruan Jiao had absorbed it entirely. Thus, the self-healing factor within her body had swiftly mended her injury. However, Zhang Chen remained uncertain about the extent of this effect compared to his own. It was evident that it operated within a time frame of 3 hours. Considering Ruan Jiao's sudden pangs of pain, followed by an abrupt cessation, it seemed the self-healing factor took effect within approximately half an hour. Remarkable, Zhang Chen marveled. Could there be such an application? She would surely be fortunate. Why would she be fortunate? He wondered. Do you know what is truly painful in life? When a husband retains his vigor, but his wife does not. With this trifecta of advantages, it was inevitable that Ruan Jiao would face injuries. If she possessed this self-healing factor. Incredible. Wouldn't her resilience soar? The thought left Zhang Chen incredulous, envisioning a scenario where a woman's finger was severed, and with his selfless contribution, it miraculously healed overnight. Such a phenomenon would not merely be a medical miracle, but a divine technique worthy of scientific exploration. This information must be kept under wraps. He pondered, stroking his chin. One must guard their treasures closely. Yet, it seemed he could exercise control over the factor, permitting it entry or barring it altogether. A true healer, indeed. As he contemplated this revelation, Zhang Chen felt a mix of disbelief and intrigue. What did you say? Ruan Jiao queried, having overheard his murmurs. Oh, I was just suggesting we leave swiftly. He replied. I know that, but we must clean up first. Ruan Jiao protested, exasperated. How can we leave it like this? Tomorrow's physical education class will be a mess. Right. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Ruan Jiao glanced at the clock. It was already 10. There was no chance of borrowing a mop now, but finding a rag was feasible. Soon, she procured a scrap of cloth and meticulously cleaned the area before locking the door and preparing to depart. At the school entrance, she whispered to Zhang Chen, Let us walk one after the other. We mustn't be seen. Understood. He nodded in compliance. The university's west gate remained open around the clock, albeit with security present. During the day, they were lax, but at night, being spotted could lead to complications. After Ruan Jiao's caution, she stepped out first. As soon as she stepped out, Zhang Chen appeared by her side. Wasn't it said to wait for 5 minutes? Ruan Jiao was startled. This is too dangerous. I must accompany you. Zhang Chen chuckled. What if? Ruan Jiao began to speak, but quickly realized he had emerged from the side. She promptly understood and replied with exasperation. Did you just come out? Naturally, this height poses no challenge for me. Zhang Chen nodded. He then took her small hand and said, Come. Let us return to the teacher's house and continue our research. Ruan Jiao's delicate face instantly flushed crimson. Chapter 087. The lady no longer fears injury, having walked a considerable distance without encountering a single taxi. Ruan Jiao found herself utterly exhausted. Although the pain had subsided, her strength had been undeniably depleted. I can't walk any further, she exclaimed, her fatigue palpable. Why are there no taxis around here? Zhang Chen, speechless, reminded her that taxis were few and far between near the school. Ruan Jiao shot him a glance, recalling their earlier encounter in the equipment storage room. Her cheeks flushing anew. Zhang Chen chuckled. Teacher, you didn't seem to mind calling out for your father back then. How dare you bring that up? Ruan Jiao retorted, her annoyance evident. Just then, Zhang Chen approached her, gently crouching down. Hop on. Ruan Jiao was taken aback. I'll carry you, he declared. My woman is exhausted. As a man, I must display a bit of boyfriend strength. But you're tired too. Ruan Jiao felt her heart race. Despite having shared many experiences, she had never been carried by him before. The sensation was utterly enchanting. Get on, Zhang Chen commanded, and Ruan Jiao bit her lip, unable to muster any resistance. She promptly climbed onto his back. Zhang Chen wrapped his arms around her, lifting her effortlessly. The proximity of their faces sent her heart racing even faster. As the night breeze caressed them, Zhang Chen strolled leisurely, and before long, they arrived at the community entrance. Upon entering and turning on the lights, Ruan Jiao finally registered their disheveled appearance. I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to join me? She inquired, fully aware that Zhang Chen would undoubtedly agree. As expected, he beamed at her suggestion and pulled her into the bathroom. The following morning, Ruan Jiao awoke but found herself unable to rise. Oddly enough, her injuries had not swollen as anticipated. Despite her exhaustion, her body felt remarkably well. It was peculiar. She had minor wounds, yet seemed to recover rapidly. She was baffled, especially since Zhang Chen had teased her about her fitness routine, enhancing her recovery rate. Was it truly so extraordinary? It seemed almost implausible. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen had also risen early, energized by the daylight outside. His mind was racing with insights from the previous day's experiment. He had finally grasped that his self-healing factors could indeed enter Ruan Jiao's body, and if sufficient in quantity, healing would occur within half an hour. If fewer, it would take an hour or two, but it was controllable. Not only that, but other bodily fluids could also facilitate recovery. Have I truly become a coveted treasure? Zhang Chen mused, recognizing the potential of his abilities. He pondered whether he should experiment on himself, but hesitated due to the pain involved. By noon, after Ruan Jiao had returned to school for her afternoon classes, Zhang Chen completed his morning routine. He packed up the leftover wires and tools from the previous day, grateful that he could utilize them at home instead of purchasing new ones. After a quick meal, he hailed a taxi back to the community. Upon arriving home, he messaged Bai Xiao to inquire if she was at home. Moments later, she replied, I'm at work. Why didn't you come back yesterday? Zhang Chen typed hesitantly. I was busy with repairs, and ended up staying at the teacher's house. The teacher? Oh, I see. You've expanded your clientele. She teased. Yes. The repairs took about 7 or 8 hours. Wow, that long? It must have been severely damaged. Indeed. No matter how I fixed it, the teacher was never satisfied. That sounds challenging. After a brief pause, Bai Xiao sent another message. I almost got caught slacking off. Love you. JPG. I love you too. I'll be waiting for you tonight. I have new tricks up my sleeve. Okay, kiss. JPG. Setting his phone down, Zhang Chen stretched and began removing the old wires from his home, replacing them with the new ones he had acquired. After 2 hours of work, everything looked revitalized. He flipped the circuit breaker and finally restored the light. At 7 o'clock, Bai Xiao exited the elevator. As soon as the doors closed, she turned without hesitation and lightly knocked on Zhang Chen's door. Hey, he exclaimed, lifting her off the ground in an embrace. Easy now. Let us go inside first, Bai Xiao exclaimed, startled. Zhang Chen laughed. You're still as timid as ever. It's adorable. After shutting his own door, he followed her into the apartment, treating it as if it were his own. Bai Xiao just bent down to change in his slippers when Zhang Chen scooped her up from behind. Oh my, don't be so hasty. I still need a shower. Let us do it together. Zhang Chen grinned. Bai Xiao's face turned pale. The playful wolf cub was at it again. Yet caught between love and fear, she felt conflicted. Be gentle. I've been cautious at work these past few days, she pleaded. Don't worry, I promise. Zhang Chen swore. All right, come in then, Bai Xiao said shyly. The next morning, Bai Xiao awoke for work, feeling slightly dizzy from insufficient sleep. Strangely, she felt no pain. Was she growing accustomed to this? Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. What mattered most was the delightful companionship with her little wolf cub. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was peculiar. It felt as though countless tiny seaweeds were dancing around her. She glanced at her wrist, puzzled to find no marks left, which was unusual for her. But yesterday, the marks had vanished unusually quickly. Could it be that I can bind freely in the future? She pondered, her cheeks flushing, suddenly aware of the time. Bai Xiao hurriedly rushed out, fearing she would be late. Yet, as she dashed forward, her legs weakened momentarily, nearly causing her to stumble. The soreness was evident, even if the pain was absent. Are you all right? Bai Xiao was reminiscing when suddenly she heard footsteps approaching, accompanied by a concerned inquiry about her well-being. As she lifted her gaze, she saw Yi Wei coming over, intending to offer assistance. It's nothing, I just stayed up a bit late, and my legs feel weak. Bai Xiao explained. Yi Wei paused, taken aback. Is there a necessary connection between staying up late and feeling weak in the legs? She pondered. This was not the first time she had encountered Bai Xiao in such a state. Yesterday, she had observed the same dark circles under her eyes. However, it was not weakness that plagued her then, but pain. It seems I have stumbled upon something quite remarkable. Chapter 088. Despite knowing the consequences of wearing stockings, she still impulsively called him. I'm going to be late for work. I must leave. Bai Xiao regretted her words immediately after speaking. She dared not elaborate, fearing that her moment of weakness might be discovered. Observing Bai Xiao's flustered demeanor, Yi Wei became more convinced that her weakness had nothing to do with sleep. But wait, maybe it does. Why am I even thinking about this? Yi Wei shook her head, her mind inadvertently conjuring up the image of Zhang Chen. It had been several days since she last saw him, and she found herself missing him. Oh no, what am I thinking? I'm not missing him. It's impossible to miss him. I absolutely cannot think like that. Miss Yi, I was just about to look for you. A voice interrupted her thoughts. Startled, Yi Wei turned around and sighed in relief. Uncle Wu, you startled me. You child, why are you so easily frightened? What are you thinking about? Uncle Wu inquired curiously, hands clasped behind his back. Nothing, nothing. Yi Wei smiled awkwardly and quickly asked, What brings you here, Uncle Wu? Oh, it seems there is a leak in my house. I recently heard that the young man Zhang is quite efficient with repairs, so I thought I'd ask you. Uncle Wu replied. All right, I'll call him right away. Yi Wei responded without hesitation. However, as she fumbled for her phone, a realization struck her. Is this really what I wanted? Oh dear, my mind must be playing tricks on me. But the words had already escaped her lips, so she had no choice but to call. Fortunately, the call connected immediately. On the other end, Zhang Chen was still nestled in bed, enjoying a deep slumber under the covers. He had no choice. His wife was sleep-deprived, which made him even more so. As the phone rang, he woke up, mistaking it for his wife calling. He answered, "Hey, sister, are you thinking about me?" "What nonsense are you talking about, Zhang Chen?" Yi Wei's face flushed crimson upon hearing his playful remark, her voice filled with exasperation. Zhang Chen suddenly became alert. What did I just say? Thankfully, he refrained from saying the next line, narrowly avoiding revealing his true feelings. Where's the nonsense? It's only been a few days since we last met. And you call me early in the morning. Isn't it obvious you miss me? Zhang Chen cleverly countered. Zhang Chen, if you keep talking like that, I'll be angry. Yi Wei retorted, exasperated. Meanwhile, Uncle Wu's ears perked up at their exchange, intrigued. Zhang Chen chuckled before asking, "So what is the matter?" "Business matters," Yi Wei replied dryly. "Is it a home repair?" Zhang Chen inquired. "Yes, Uncle Wu has a leak at home. Could you take a look?" Yi responded curtly. "Sure, no problem. Tell the old man to wait a moment. I'll be right down," Zhang Chen said before hanging up. Yi Wei glanced at Uncle Wu, who was wearing a curious expression, and remarked, "Uncle Wu, you seem to enjoy eavesdropping on gossip." "I do not. My ears were merely itchy," Uncle Wu quickly denied. Yi Wei rolled her eyes at his antics. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, energized by the call, quickly washed up and dressed. He dashed out, heading straight for the service hall. Upon arrival, he spotted Yi Wei standing by the roadside, chatting with Uncle Wu. "Yi Wei, over here," she called out, waving. Uncle Wu turned to look, noting what a handsome young man. No wonder this young lady blushed earlier. There must be something going on. "Hey, I'm here," Zhang Chen greeted, his gaze sweeping over Yi Wei. "Wow, you look even more stunning than before. And are you wearing stockings today?" Yi Wei felt a rush of heat as Zhang Chen's eyes lingered on her legs, or rather, the stockings. Did he see me just after I decided to wear them? What a stroke of bad luck. But then again, I brought this upon myself. If only I declined Uncle Wu's request. With an outsider present, Zhang Chen had to maintain composure, but the tension was palpable. Yet, after having learned a great deal about women, Zhang Chen immediately recognized the allure of her outfit, even if much of it was hidden beneath her skirt. Today, she had also donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses, which added a touch of sophistication to her appearance. Feigning calmness, Yi Wei nodded at Zhang Chen. His playful demeanor revealed his inner excitement. Was she really so flustered to see him again? "All right, uncle, let us get going," Zhang Chen said, opting not to engage Yi Wei further in the current setting. What would happen if they were in a more private environment? "I'll wait," Yi Wei called out suddenly. Zhang Chen turned to her, noticing her hesitation. "Uncle Wu, please go ahead. I need to speak with her for a moment." "All right, but make it quick. I'm in a bit of a hurry," Uncle Wu replied, walking off while casting curious glances back at them. Once Uncle Wu was out of earshot, Yi Wei pulled Zhang Chen aside and whispered urgently, "When you arrive, make sure to ask for payment first. Only start the repairs once you have the money." "Is Uncle Wu stingy?" Zhang Chen asked, surprised. "Well, a little bit," Yi Wei admitted. "Then why did you call me?" Zhang Chen queried, puzzled. Yi Wei sighed. "I acted on impulse. The moment I heard he was looking for you, I instinctively called. I also found myself eager to see you, momentarily forgetting about Uncle Wu's stinginess. I'm not proud of myself, knowing you might be watching, yet I didn't finish my thought. Just remember to ask for payment first. Otherwise, don't bother fixing it." "Understood." Zhang Chen nodded, fully comprehending her instructions.